Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei Found Stuffed Foxy. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It was a calm morning, the birds were singing and the flowers were blooming. It seemed like a perfect day. Aha. Well, not such a calm morning after all. Whose screams were those? If you listened closely, you could hear them coming from a hospital. Come on, Mrs. Hyoudou, just a little more effort and you'll be done, said a nurse. Just a bit more, dear, said a man in his late 30s with brown hair. Ah, Guru, I swear this is the last time I'm going through this. Ah, yelled a brown-haired woman in her mid-30s. Although her words might have fallen on deaf ears, her husband knew it was a bad idea to say anything, especially with a woman in LB. Better to stay quiet for now. Sure, dear, just tell me that in bed, her husband whispered sarcastically, though on second thought, it was probably the worst idea. What did you say? She shouted, thinking Goro hadn't heard her, but he had. Nothing, my love, Goro stammered, opting not to say anything more. You better not. Understood. To say she was angry would be an understatement. Ah, just get this kid out of me. Despite having gone through 2 previous BRs, the pain was unbearable. Come on, Mrs. Hyoudou, just a little more. I think I can see the head, the doctor encouraged. Ah. She made a final effort. Bua bua. The sound of a baby crying filled the room. Congratulations, it's a boy, the nurse exclaimed, holding up the baby. Look, Go, he's appealing, Mrs. Hyoudou said calmly, though a hint of exhaustion was evident. Of course, dear, our baby is appealing. Goro Hyoudou appeared calm on the outside, but inside he was overjoyed and teary-eyed. What name should we give him, Goro? Not knowing what name to choose, she decided to let her husband decide. How about Issei, he suggested. Hee, I like it. Welcome my little Issei. A happy mother, grateful to see her little one alive. Who wouldn't be? After a few hours, the parents and their newborn son were back home. Who would have thought a mother could recover in just a couple of hours? The effects of the experience were certainly kicking in, but let's not stop there because little Issei isn't the only child. It feels so good to be out of the hospital, the mother said, relaxing and letting her thoughts flow. You're right, love, but how do you think our 2 kids will take the news? She raised a valid question that could go either way. I think they'll be happy to know someone will be the youngest now, Goro replied, explaining a situation that could also be beneficial for some. Just as she opened the door. Daddy! A boy no older than 4 was standing at the entrance, and upon hearing the door open, he rushed to hug his father. How's it going, champ? Goro asked, returning his son's embrace and casually inquiring about his day. Everything's good, Dad, but Mom, what do you have there? He noticed his mother carrying a bundle. Marcos, meet your brother. I think you're going to love this, the mother said with a smile. Okay, Mom, I'll go get Samuel. The boy thought it would be a nice surprise and ran off to fetch his sister. After a short wait, Marcos appeared with a 2-year-old girl. Although she was just beginning to grasp things, she didn't quite understand everything. But when she saw her parents, she was so excited that she wanted to go to them. However, not quite able to walk properly yet, she almost fell, but thanks to her older brother, she was fine. Ready, Mom? What's the surprise you want to give us? He asked eagerly. Oh, why don't you come see your little brother? The mother gently called them. As soon as they heard those words, they got so excited that Marcos picked up Samuel and walked over. When they saw him, they thought he was cute, but Samuel reacted like any child his age would. Wah! Issei cried, realizing the impact had been strong. Samuel, don't hit your brother, the mother exclaimed, surprised by her daughter's behavior. Honey, don't be rough with him, Goro said, clearly annoyed but choosing to address it gently, though he was also puzzled by her behavior. Shoo, it's okay, say Mommy's here, she rocked him back and forth, trying to calm her son. As if Issei understood the language, he stopped crying and fell into a deep sleep. Phew, that's how Issei sleeps peacefully. Your family will be here with you, Miki said to her son, smiling like a mother knows how to do. It's a shame that this phrase would lose its meaning over time, But that's a story for another moment. A family that was initially destined for great things. Not just little Issei, but also his older siblings. Yet sometimes, destiny can be kind to one and cruel to others. A year later, the family was seen at ease with nothing much to do, well, except for one small detail, and that was Waya. The wail of a 1-year-old echoed through the house. Just then, a door opened, and Mickey appeared. Okay, Issei, mommy's here, she said, approaching her son's crib in an attempt to calm him. Biwabi. The child, feeling safe as if nothing bad could happen, stopped crying and drifted off to sleep. Well, he's calmed down, but I'd better take him with me, Mickey thought as she headed to the kitchen to prepare food for her children. In the kitchen, Goro asked, "Has he not stopped crying?" "He didn't stop until I got here," Mickey replied. "How do you think he would stop?" Goro asked, a valid question. "Maybe we need someone for that," Mickey suggested with a smile at the idea. "If I remember correctly, there's someone selling things at a shop nearby. How about we go there?" Goro proposed. "Really? Where is that shop?" Mickey inquired, eager to know how to get there. "It's not far from here. Does tomorrow work for you?" Goro asked for confirmation. "That sounds good to me," Mickey replied affirmatively. "Okay," Goro said, satisfied as he waited for his wife to finish preparing the meal. The next day, at an old shop, Mickey was skeptical. "Are you sure this is the shop?" she asked, imagining it would be a typical store. "Yep, this is it," Goro replied confidently. "Well, if you say so," Mickey said, stepping into the store. "Welcome." A man greeted them, though his face was obscured by a hood. His voice suggested he was between 50 and 60 years old. "Hello, sir," Mickey greeted, unsure of how to feel about the mysterious man. "Do you need something?" the hooded figure asked. "You see, our son is a baby, and we wanted to get him something so he wouldn't feel so alone," Goro explained. "Let me see what I have, but feel free to browse the store. You might find something interesting," the hooded man said as he stepped away to see what he could offer. "Okay," both parents said as they separated to find a toy or something for their son. After a while, the parents couldn't find anything. They started looking around, hoping something would catch their interest, but there was nothing, just old vases, well-preserved portraits, and a few porcelain dolls. Resigned, they returned to where the hooded man was waiting. "Did you find anything of interest?" he asked. "No, we didn't," both parents admitted. "Oh, what a shame," the hooded man replied. "Did you find something, sir?" Goro asked, hoping the man had discovered something. "I could say yes," the hooded man said, stroking his chin. "Really?" Mickey was surprised as she had expected a negative response. "Can we know what it is?" Goro asked, eager to satisfy his curiosity. "It's in this box," the hooded man said, pulling a box from beneath the desk. "A box?" Mickey asked. "Yep," the hooded man confirmed. "Do you know what's inside?" Goro inquired. "In a way, but I don't remember very well," the hooded man replied, having forgotten some things over the years, although he felt he had seen that box somewhere before. "Can we take a look?" Mickey asked, curious about what was inside. "Of course, I don't think there's a problem," the hooded man said as he proceeded to open it. "What is this?" Goro exclaimed, surprised by the contents. He was about to say something, but his wife spoke first. "Dear, I think we found what we were looking for," Mickey said with relief. "Oh, well," Goro said, not entirely convinced, but seeing it from another angle, it was better than nothing. "How much is it, sir?" Mickey asked, thinking it wouldn't cost much. "Consider it free," the hooded man said, surprising the parents. "Free?" Mickey asked as if she had misheard him. "Yes, free," the hooded man replied nonchalantly. "But..." Goro was about to ask, but the hooded man interrupted him. "Believe me, sir, this shop isn't well known like it used to be, and to be honest, I was already thinking of closing it," the hooded man said melancholically. "Oh, well," Mickey decided not to ask any more questions. "Consider this a gift to my last customers," the hooded man said cheerfully. "I see, thank you, sir," Goro said, expressing his gratitude as they left the shop. "You're welcome," the hooded man replied, bidding them farewell. Outside the shop, Goro asked, "Do you think Issei will like it, dear?" "I think he will, dear. My intuition tells me so," Mickey said confidently. "If you say so," Goro replied, trusting his wife's intuition as they headed back home. At home, Goro announced, "Kids, we're back." "Daddy." A 3-year-old girl ran up to hug her father. "Here I am, princess," Goro said to Samuel. "Mom, is that for me?" Samuel asked, hoping the gift was for her. "I'm sorry, sweetheart, this is for your little brother," Mickey said apologetically. "Oh, that's okay," Samuel replied, though she felt a bit strange when told it wasn't for her. "Now, if you'll excuse us, sweetheart, we need to check on your brother," Goro said as he moved further into the house. "Dad?" A 5-year-old boy appeared. "What's up, Marcos?" his father asked. "Did you bring something for me?" Making the same question as his sister, "I hope they brought something for him," Goro said to his eldest son. "I'm sorry, champ, it took us a while to find something for your brother," Goro replied. "Okay," Marcos responded, his tone tinged with annoyance. "Don't worry, next time we'll bring something," Goro assured them. "Understood, Dad." With nothing more to say, Marcos withdrew, though his irritation lingered. In Issei's room. Issei was asleep. "Issei, mommy's here," Mickey said as she entered her son's room and approached the crib. "Jigwa," Issei yawned, just waking up. "Mommy brought you a gift. Do you want to know what it is?" Mickey asked her son. "Ah," Issei responded, not fully understanding. "Jajage, I'll take that as a yes." "Here's your gift, little Issei," she said, revealing a stuffed toy. "Ah, Jajage." Issei reached for the plush toy, excitement shining in his eyes. "Okay, Issei, here you go," Mickey smiled as she handed him the gift. "Gwa," Issei yawned again, wanting to play with his new toy, but sleep was overtaking him. "So you're sleepy? Let me see what I can do," Mickey thought aloud. "I know. I just hope I haven't lost my touch, Jijiji," she said, finding a solution to her dilemma. Issei yawned again, falling asleep while hugging the plush toy his mother had given him. "He's fallen asleep. That's good. Rest well, my little one, because tomorrow will be a new day," Mickey said as she left her son's room. "Sometimes the actions we take can lead to consequences, whether good or bad. But there are other times when we unconsciously affect others in some way, often negatively." Chapter and 2 years later, the family was gathered, except for Issei, who had a bruise on his right eye. "Ouch, it hurts," Issei complained, touching the bruise. "Can you tell me how you got that bruise?" Mickey asked as she tended to him. "I fell off the stairs." Issei hesitated, opting to lie, remembering the threat from his older siblings. "Are you sure?" Mickey knew her son well, and that bruise didn't come from falling down the stairs. "Why yes," Issei insisted. Issei, you know you can trust me, right?" Mickey said, wanting to take a more gentle approach. "Of course, Mom," Issei nodded sincerely. "Okay, and do you still remember how you got that bruise?" Mickey was determined to get to the bottom of it. Issei began to recall. Flashback: 3 children were playing in the house. 2 boys, aged 3 and 7, and a girl, aged, "I'm bored," said Marcos. "So am I," replied Samuel. "I don't know," Issei responded, hugging the plush toy his mother had given him. Marcos turned his head toward Issei, noticing how that plush toy was a gift from their mother. He couldn't understand why Issei was receiving so much attention lately. If he or his sister got hurt, their parents would come running, but if it was Issei, they paid even more attention. "It's not fair," Marcos thought, but then an idea came to him that he might enjoy with his sister, since she thought somewhat like Issei. "I know what we can play," Marcos said, catching both siblings' attention. "And what's the name of that game?" Samuel asked. "It's called Hits," Marcos said with a smile, hoping to get Samuel to smile too, except Issei, who didn't seem to like the idea. "Hey, we could get hurt," Issei warned, but his siblings ignored him. "Don't worry, Issei, it's just a game, so don't be scared," Samuel said, smiling. "Oh, okay," Issei replied, still holding onto his plush toy. "Issei, don't you want to put that plush toy aside?" Marcos asked. "No," was Issei's response. "Okay," both siblings said. They spent their time playing, and at first everything was calm, but then they started hitting each other harder. Issei endured as much as he could, but one strong hit went straight to his eye, and as he fell he scraped his knee, resulting in tears. "Why, Issei cried. "I'm sorry, Issei." Marcos sincerely apologized, but inside he felt a sense of satisfaction. "I'm sorry too, Issei." Samuel also apologized, though she too enjoyed the game a little. "Why, Issei couldn't stop crying. "Hey, where's your plush toy?" Marcos noticed that Issei didn't have it. "There it is." Samuel pointed to the couch where the plush toy lay. "Hey, Issei, look who I brought here." Samuel showed the plush toy, hoping it would calm him down. Issei calmed down a little when he saw it. "Phew, that's good. Can you get up?" Marcos asked with a sigh. Issei tried to stand, but he couldn't. Seeing something red come out, he touched it, but it hurt and his hand was stained. "Looks like not, so here." Samuel offered him the plush toy. Issei managed to grab the plush toy, but he held it tightly. "Well, Issei, if Mom asks, don't tell her anything," Marcos said. "But it did hurt," Issei retorted. "Do you want to play again?" Samuel asked in a more challenging tone. I don't." From the blow and the scrape, Issei tried to deny it. "Come on, it's just a game," Marcos thought. He might have felt bad seeing his brother hurt, but when it came to avoiding their mother's scolding, it didn't take a genius to know which option to choose. "Okay, I won't tell Mom," Issei decided, opting to say nothing. End of flashback. "Up the stairs," Issei replied, still holding on to the lie. "Just take care of your eye." "I'll take you to your room," Mickey said, sighing. She didn't ask any more questions, knowing her son wouldn't tell her anything. Maybe his brothers would, but she'd ask them later. Now that I think about it, isn't the gem on the stuffed animal redder than usual? Mickey wondered, as she could have sworn it had been duller before. She decided to shake her head, thinking it was just her imagination. In Issei's room. "Rest well, Issei," Mickey said as she left the room to talk to her other children. She had a feeling they were involved somehow. Mickey should have paid more attention to the gem because as she got closer to the stuffed animal, it was clear that it was surrounding Issei with a red aura, and the scrape and bruise he had were gone. "This will be enough, but now I can't move," thought someone who was trying to move but couldn't for two reasons. They had just woken up. Issei was holding them tightly. "Well, for now, I'll let it slide, but next time I hope I won't be here babysitting the kid," thought the same person, complaining, unaware that they wouldn't be able to fulfill their objective. Sometimes a simple, innocent childhood game could turn into a torment for the one affected. Issei thought it was just a game, but as the years went by, it would only get worse. He just didn't know it yet. Chapter and a year had passed, and things were not going well for Issei. He showed up with a new bruise every day. If it wasn't a bruise, it was a scrape, and if it wasn't that, it was a cut. His parents wondered what was happening, but every time they asked, they couldn't get a sincere answer because their son told them it was just due to being clumsy or falling. At first, they didn't believe him, but over time, they chose to trust him. What puzzled them was that the next day, he appeared as good as new, as if the bruise or cut from the day before had never happened. They asked Issei if he knew what was going on, but he responded with a simple, "I don't know," and there was no hint of a lie, as he genuinely had no idea what was happening. He simply fell asleep and woke up the next day as if nothing had happened. Initially, his siblings tried to figure out why, but after a while, they gave up since they couldn't find an answer. Still, they enjoyed the game with their brother, although they were starting to develop a sense of superiority over Issei. One day, Issei decided to go outside, but it might not have been the best idea. "In a park? I think it's safe to go out," Issei stammered. "Hey you," a boy said as he approached Issei. "Why yes," Issei replied, stuttering. "Who are you?" another boy asked. "I'm Issei," he answered, still stammering. "So you're alone?" a third boy asked with a hint of malice in his tone. "Why yes," Issei replied, more as a question than an affirmation. "Perfect," the three boys said in unison. "Oh no," Issei thought, realizing his mistake in answering that question. Issei started to run, trying to escape from the three boys, but they noticed and decided to chase him. After a while, Issei managed to lose them by hiding in a playground. the three boys ran past his hiding spot without realizing it. To make sure they were gone, he peeked his head out, looking both ways, and seeing no one, he decided to pull his head back in. I don't think they'll find me here, Issei said, trembling as he remembered his brothers. According to who? Replied the person next to him. Well, from those b-boys. Wait, what? Issei responded, taking a moment to react when he saw someone beside him. Yup, according to who? The boy, with light brown hair replied. Oh, WL. Issei didn't know how to respond. Look, you're alone here, so why don't we play a game? The boy asked. I don't know, Issei started to worry. Hee, don't worry, I won't hurt you, and if anyone tries, they'll have to deal with me, the boy said with a smile. Why you promise? Issei asked. I promise, the boy replied. Oh, what's your name? Issei asked. Just call me Hyodo, the boy answered. WL, Issei replied. And you? Hyodo asked. Hyodo Issei, he responded. Alright, Issei, what do you want to play? Hyodo asked. 2 hours passed, and Issei was happily playing with Hyodo, having made a new friend. They didn't realize how quickly time had flown by, so they decided to take a break. Hey, Hyodo, can you promise me something? Issei asked. Oh, of course, Hyodo replied, giving a thumbs up. We'll be friends forever, Issei said. Of course, we'll be friends forever, Hyodo confirmed. Okay, Issei said, trusting that nothing bad could happen. It's a shame that sometimes those two types of promises can be broken so easily. 1 month later, throughout the time he knew Hyodo, Issei was very happy. He even took a photo to remember that moment. He brought Hyodo to his house, where he met the whole family, and he got along well with his siblings. One day, everything was quiet, which struck Issei as odd because everything was too calm. He shook his head to dismiss the thought, but what he didn't notice was a blow aimed at his face. By the time he turned, it was too late. He fell to the ground, looking up and thinking it was Marcos or Samuel. But what he saw surprised him. The person who had hit him was none other than Hyodo. Issei couldn't understand what was happening, but what followed was something he never expected. Tell me this isn't true, Hyodo asked, his tone filled with anger. What isn't true? Issei, is that you? Hyodo asked. Don't play dumb, Hyodo retorted. I just don't understand, Issei replied, looking confused. Oh, I see. So your brothers were right about you, Hyodo said, as if confirming his suspicions. My brothers. Issei stammered, the mere mention of them not boding well for him. To you, everything is just a game, right? You manipulate your parents and pretend to cry, Hyodo said, his anger escalating. That's not true. Issei protested desperately, trying to deny what his brothers had said. But to me, I'm just a game, nothing that matters to you, Hyodo replied, though sadness crept into his voice with every word. Issei found himself at a loss for words. I trusted you, but I don't want you near me anymore, Hyodo declared, his voice tinged with disappointment. Issei tried to say, but the words wouldn't come. He wanted to argue that everything they said was a lie, but those last words echoed in his mind. I don't want to be your friend ever again, Hyodo said as he ran out of the house, tears streaming down his face. Issei stood frozen, the weight of those words hitting him hard. At the end of the hallway, his two brothers could be seen high-fiving each other, pleased that their plan had worked. They left, laughing to themselves at the extent of their brother's misfortune. After a while, Issei went to his room. Closing the door, he lay down on his bed and hugged his stuffed animal. So this is what promises are like. They're supposed to be unbreakable, and nothing bad should happen, but all I see is that they mean nothing. I hate making promises, Issei said, tears streaming down his face. A promise can be kept at first, but as the years go by, it loses its meaning. Issei learned this lesson the hard way, leaving him with disappointment and sadness, knowing that the promise they made to each other meant nothing. Chapter and 2 years had passed since the incident with Hyodo, and Issei hadn't heard anything from him. The last he knew was that Hyodo had moved to Europe for his parents' work. At first, it hurt, but after a day he decided it wasn't worth it. He could say he had moved on, but he began to develop a certain distrust of others for fear of getting hurt again. To make matters worse, his brothers weren't helping at all. Instead of improving his relationships or alleviating his fears, things only got worse. However, he still had his parents on his side, or so he thought. As time went on, both brothers started showing improvements. They had better grades. While they weren't the smartest, they ranked among the top 20 students. They were also quite good at sports, which delighted their parents. But Issei began to feel a bit neglected. It wasn't to the point of being left without food or anything like that, but it was clear that their parents were starting to favor his brothers a little more. At first, it didn't bother Issei much, except for the occasional comment telling him he should be more like his older brothers. He didn't understand why, but seeing their improvement made him want to try, even though he failed several times. Eventually, he gave up because he couldn't achieve that level of success. But everything would change in just one day. In the Hyodo household, a vase shattered, and moments later, their parents appeared, wondering what had happened. Mysteriously, Marcos and Samuel showed up and claimed that Issei was responsible. Their parents didn't believe them, but when they noticed the footprints leading to Issei's room, they decided to scold him. But I didn't do it. Issei protested. If it wasn't you, then who was it? Mickey asked. I don't know, Issei replied. But the footprints lead right here, Goro pointed out. But I'm trying to say, Issei began. You're grounded, both parents declared. But I didn't do anything, Issei thought to himself. Why can't you be like your brothers? Mickey said as she left the room with Goro. Issei pondered, reflecting on those words again. Somehow, he was starting to disappoint them. At the end of the hallway, he could see his two brothers smiling, pleased that their plan had worked once more. And so the days went on, with Issei being blamed for everything. At first, his parents had their doubts, but eventually, they began to believe that everything happened because of him and decided to be strict with him. Issei didn't understand what was happening, but with all the scolding and the events that unfolded, he became increasingly insecure and distrustful of everyone, including his own family. Home was supposed to be a safe place where no one could hurt you, but when he saw that there was no difference between the outside world and his family, he began to see them as just people who happened to live together. He trusted no one, except for a stuffed animal that had been with him from the very beginning. He didn't know it, but that stuffed animal was somehow alive. It just had to wait for the right moment to reveal itself. Don't worry, Issei, I'll help you. But for now, I need you to stay like this. If you want revenge, I won't stop you, since they're not important to you or to me, the toy thought. Who would have thought that the very people who claimed he was safe from monsters would turn into the monsters themselves? They said they were protecting him but failed miserably. They claimed to love him, yet he received the opposite. Issei felt lost, but what he didn't know was that a light of hope would appear in the future. 8 years had passed since then, and Issei couldn't be more insecure about everything. If bullying at school was bad, it was far from pleasant. The reason for this was that he got very nervous or stuttered so much that the boys took advantage of him, and the girls weren't much better, as they manipulated him to do whatever they wanted. This continued all the way through middle school. Today marked his first day at Kuo Academy. He had gotten in somehow, but he didn't know how. He just showed up without studying or anything like that, and yet he managed to pass, which surprised him greatly. The other reason he chose this school was its proximity. However, had he known that his brothers were there, he wouldn't have picked that option, but there was nothing he could do now. His brothers were attending together. He only found out that Marcos hadn't studied until Samuel graduated from middle school. He lost a year, but it didn't bother him much. Also, this academy was accepting boys now. It used to be for girls, but the rules had changed. In fact, no one in the family knew that Issei was going to Kuo Academy. They only knew he was going to a school. Interestingly, when he graduated from middle school, the bullies gathered to give him their farewell, and they did, but the next day they woke up with convulsions, broken bones, or simply traumatized. The only thing they had in common was that they saw red eyes and something shiny and red, but in the darkness, they couldn't identify what it was. Initially, an investigation was launched, but in the end, they found nothing about the supposed attacker. Rumors could spread, but somehow they felt that if they did, A fate worse than death awaited them, so they decided to stay silent. But that wasn't the important part, because today Issei would meet the one who would become his hope. At the Hyodo house, supplies ready, notebooks ready, everything seems to be in order, Issei said, checking to make sure he had everything. What I regret is not going somewhere else, Issei thought, disappointed as he opened the door and headed down to the kitchen. Good luck, boys, Mickey said, bidding farewell to Samuel and Marcos. Thanks, Mom, both sons replied as they said goodbye to their mother and father. Issei, are you still here? Goro asked, sounding somewhat annoyed. I was just leaving, Issei replied without hesitation, a hint of disrespect in his tone before heading out. Perhaps all the unjust scolding had made him lose respect for them. It might be time for me to show myself, but tonight I need to take care of a certain matter, the toy thought, watching as Issei left for the academy. At Kuo Academy. Well, I guess this is the place, but where do I go? Issei said, scratching his head, unsure of which direction to take. Excuse me, are you new? Asked a girl with brown hair tied in pigtails. Yes, Issei stammered. It. Maybe things will be different here. Oh, I see. So what are you doing here? What's your name? The girl asked. Issei, ma'am, he replied. Oh, how polite. Issei, what are you looking for? She asked. In my classroom, but I can't find it, Issei said, handing her the paper with his schedule. I see. If you enter that building and turn right, you'll find your classroom, the girl said. Thank you, miss. Issei said, realizing he didn't know her name. Hihi, Murayama, at your service, Issei-sen, Murayama said with a smile, pleased to see at least one boy who wasn't a troublemaker like a certain duo she knew. But before Issei could respond, they heard a loud scream. Kaya! The sound of several girls echoed. What just happened? Issei asked, a bit dazed by the scream. 3, 2, 1. Murayama said, watching as a duo of boys were chased. Get back here! Shouted a pink-haired girl, accompanied by other girls wielding wooden swords. Never! The duo shouted. Excuse me, Issei, I have to attend to something, Murayama said, rushing off to chase the duo with the rest of the girls. Things here sure are lively, hee, Issei thought, amused, realizing that perhaps things would be very different here. After that, nothing interesting happened for the rest of the day, just presentations that made Issei a bit nervous, some work, but no homework. The best part was that he didn't run into his brothers. He loved how calm everything was. Eventually, he decided to head home. Well, nothing interesting happened, Issei said as he walked into his room. As soon as he entered, he was left speechless at the sight of his doll. Floating. Issei didn't know what to say. He was simply dumbfounded. Hello, the stuffed toy said, raising its hand. In his astonishment, he did the most logical thing a normal person would do. He fainted. I think I might have overdone it with the presentation, thought the doll, scratching its head in embarrassment. For hours later. Oh, what? Where am I? Issei asked, sitting up in a panic. What happened? The stuffed toy inquired. Oh, nothing. I just dreamed that my doll came to life. Why, what? Issei was about to respond when he realized the doll was right next to him. It was real, you know, the stuffed toy said, pointing out the obvious. Issei was on the verge of fainting again. Don't you dare faint. I've waited long enough for you to wake up, the stuffed toy scolded him. Inhale and exhale, Issei said, repeating the process to try to calm himself, which he finally managed to do after a while. Are you good now? The stuffed toy asked. Yeah, I guess, Issei replied, though he still felt quite shocked. All right, with everything settled, let's start over, Issei, the stuffed toy said. How do you know my name? Issei asked, since he hadn't told it his name. I'm your doll that's been with you, the stuffed toy replied. Oh, can I know your name? Issei asked. Of course, you can call me Tails Doll or TD for short, TD said, bowing. Okay, Tails, Issei said. Tails? TD asked, surprised, as it had been a while since anyone had called it that name. Is that not okay? Issei asked, thinking Tails didn't like that name. Oh no, it's just that no one has called me that in a long time, TD said, sounding a bit nostalgic. So I can call you that? Issei asked. Of course, TD confirmed. Okay, can you explain why you're here? Issei asked. I could explain, but it's too late for that, TD said. Why? Issei asked, puzzled as he didn't understand why it was late. 1, you fainted, and 2, it's 11 p.m., TD said, raising 2 fingers. What? Issei shouted, just realizing it was night and that he hadn't had dinner yet. He rushed to the kitchen to see if there was anything to eat. I probably should have told him that from the start, TD thought, scratching its cheek. Issei may not have known it, but sometimes you have to hit rock bottom for hope to finally appear, because that's the last thing you should lose. Chapter end. The next day, Issei woke up normally, but at least he knew Tails was there. He wondered why he didn't feel nervous around it, but maybe it was because it was a stuffed toy. Even though Tails said it wasn't one per se, somehow, whoever created it gave it this form, perhaps to avoid frightening people or simply to make enemies think it was harmless. Still, it had another form, but it would show that later. For now, it would stay in this shape. Another thing he learned was that it had healed him in the past, so that mystery was resolved. Boea, yum yum, good morning, Issei, TD said, yawning as it woke up. Good morning, Tails, Issei replied. Do you have plans for this afternoon? TD asked. No, I don't think so. What? Issei asked. Good, because I'm going to give you a special lesson, TD said, making air quotes around the word. Special? Issei asked. Let's call it that, TD replied. Why? Issei asked, not understanding why it was special, and Tails didn't specify. I'm sorry, but I can't reveal anything right now, TD said. Besides, the world is bigger than you think, Issei. Well, Issei said, though he was doubtful. Also, one more thing, Tails said. What thing? Issei asked. I'm going to accompany you, TD said. Really? Issei said, surprised by that answer. He was about to ask how, but Tails cut him off. Yep, so just wait a moment, TD said as it glowed red. Issei closed his eyes due to the brightness, but when he opened them, a necklace with a ruby in the center appeared in front of him. Wow, Issei said, amazed as he put on the necklace. By the way, I don't want to be a party pooper, TD said, though inside, it was about to burst out laughing at what it was about to say next. I don't understand, Issei said, feeling that he wouldn't like what was coming. You're going to be late for school, Tails said. Issei thought, oh. Upon realizing Tails was right, so he quickly got dressed, grabbed a piece of fruit for now, and dashed out the door. Once at Kuo Academy, Issei managed to arrive on time, so to speak, and to be honest, nothing significant happened that day, except that Tails detected some familiar presences that reminded it of a certain tall red demon with horns. Honestly, Tails was half surprised and half alert, but not to the point of being serious, just cautious. The first presence it detected was that of a certain white-haired girl in the same classroom as Issei, but aside from that, it felt another type of energy, which it would investigate later. Although it felt like it had sensed it somewhere else before, it was now lunchtime, and our dear Issei, having left late, forgot a certain little detail. Well, I wonder what's in the cafeteria. Issei asked. You're really hungry, you know, TD said mentally. You know I almost freaked out from the scare yesterday, Issei complained. At least you didn't scream, TD replied. If now I'm wondering what? Issei was about to say something but stopped halfway. What's wrong? Let me guess, you don't have any money, right? TD asked, though to be honest, it hadn't considered that detail either. Yeah, Issei said, dramatically throwing himself on the floor and comically crying at the realization that he wouldn't be eating for a while. Issei was about to leave when someone appeared, perhaps his salvation. Issei, the person in front asked. Murayama, Issei stuttered, getting up when he saw Murayama. What are you doing here? Where are you going? Murayama asked, though he had an idea of where this was headed. I'm going to buy my lunch, Issei replied. Then why don't you go? Murayama inquired. Ahem. Issei hesitated, his cheeks turning red with embarrassment. You don't have any money, do you? Murayama said, and when he saw Issei drop to the floor, he broke into a sweat. No, Issei admitted, lying on the ground and comically crying. Well, I'll treat you to lunch, Murayama offered. Really? Issei asked, surprised as he quickly got up. Besides, it's a good opportunity for me to show you around the academy, Murayama said with a smile. Yes, thank you, Issei exclaimed, jumping for joy at the arrival of his savior. Murayama thought with a smile, noticing that Issei seemed different from the other boys at the academy. At the end of the hallway, a pink-haired girl observed, Murayama. With another boy. I definitely didn't see this coming. After Issei finished eating and Murayama showed him around the academy, he shared some information about the 2-1 Samus of the academy, the prince, and the academy's pet, which surprised Issei. However, everything went smoothly for the rest of the class, but on the way out. Excuse me, are you Hyodo Issei? Asked a student who looked to be a grade above. Why yes, Issei replied. Come with us, commanded the one who seemed to be the leader. Okay, Issei said. They headed to the back of the building where about 10 people were waiting. It was a blind spot where no one could see anything, except for a few details. On the roof of the building, 4 girls could be seen, 2 black-haired girls wearing glasses, one with longer hair than the other, a redhead, and another black-haired girl tied back in a long ponytail. They were chatting until they heard a noise below and realized what was happening. They were about to intervene, but the short-haired black-haired girl stopped them. Why are you stopping us, Sona? The redhead asked. The other 2 black-haired girls remained silent but were also wondering why. Calm down, Rias. Something tells me something interesting is about to happen, Sona replied. Okay, but if things escalate, I'll have to step in with Akino and Tsubaki, Rias said, and both black-haired girls nodded in agreement. Okay, Sona said, although she was also planning to intervene if things got out of hand. Around the corner of the building, Murayama was with a pink-haired girl. When they noticed that Issei was being taken away, they decided to follow him. Murayama, seeing what was about to happen, wanted to intervene, but the pink-haired girl stopped her. What are you doing, Kates? Don't you see they're going to confront Issei? Murayama said, annoyed at being held back. Don't worry, I'm just curious to see if your friend can defend himself, Kates said, causing Murayama to blush in embarrassment. He's not my boyfriend, just a friend, Murayama stammered, blushing even more, as she had never seen the brown-haired boy that way. By the way, do you know his last name? Kates asked. I didn't ask, Murayama said, scratching her cheek as she realized she only knew his first name. With Issei, what do you want? Issei asked fearfully, as the stares from the others were anything but friendly. Are you the brother of Marcos and Samuel? Someone asked. Why yes, Issei replied, but when he saw their smiles, he regretted answering. At least you can serve as our revenge, said the leader, ready to take it out on Issei. Issei asked. Your brothers might seem like good people, but if you really get to know them, they're the complete opposite. They always think they're superior and humiliate anyone who dares to surpass them, the leader commented, annoyed. But what does that have to do with me? Issei asked. Knowing that your brother is here means we can take our revenge on you, another added. Everyone here has suffered because of them, so you'll see what's coming, the leader said with a smile. The girls were shocked to learn that he was the youngest of the Hyodo brothers. They had never encountered them, whether due to their status or other reasons, and they had never mentioned having a younger brother. Issei didn't know what to say. He was aware of how his brothers were, but he never imagined he would have to pay for their actions. Enough talk. Now, boys, get ready for revenge. The leader shouted, and everyone took a fighting stance. Issei was frozen, unsure of what to do, so he closed his eyes. The first one threw a punch, grinning at the thought of succeeding, but that grin vanished when Issei caught his hand. He tried to pull away, but Issei had a firm grip. He threw another punch with his other hand, only to face the same result. In the struggle to free himself, he didn't notice the kick aimed at his stomach. By the time he realized it, he was pushed back, clutching his stomach, and ended up unconscious. Everyone was shocked, as they hadn't expected this outcome. Open your eyes, said Tails. When Issei opened his eyes, he was surprised, but there was no time to react. Duck? shouted Tails. Issei obeyed and ducked just in time as a kick flew over him, and without knowing why, he delivered an uppercut to the chin, knocking the attacker out. Now the others were so surprised that they had to take this more seriously, although Issei was simply following Tails' instructions. The leader couldn't believe his companions were out of the fight, and before the second-to-last could charge at him, he stopped him with his hand. "I'll take care of this." "I hope you don't disappoint me," the leader said with a smile. "I hope so too," Issei replied with a grin, amused to discover his own strength, even though he didn't know how it had happened. He believed Tails had something to do with it, but he would ask later. The leader charged and Issei did too. When their fists collided, both stood firm, but seeing that neither was backing down, they repeated the process. If one looked closely, those strong punches caused a small, imperceptible shockwave. After a while of intense fighting, the leader began to show signs of fatigue and stepped back. "Hiya. You're good," he said, breathing from exhaustion. "The goes for you," Issei replied, equally out of breath. "Get ready, because I'm going all out," the leader declared, taking a fighting stance. Issei remained silent but positioned himself defensively. Though the leader was slightly faster, his fatigue limited his movements. After delivering a blow, he knelt down, struggling to stand. Just as the other person prepared to attack, the leader raised his hand to signal a stop. "Why?" the other person asked. "Let it go. It doesn't matter. It can't be even. Hyodo is tired," the leader said, holding his stomach. But he began to protest, but upon reflection he realized the leader was right. "So, is that it?" Issei asked, also kneeling. "Yes. You've shown me that you're not like your brothers. If you were, you would have mocked me or done something else," the leader said, recovering slightly. "Thanks," Issei replied, confused and unsure if it was a compliment. "Don't worry, Hyodo. No one will harm you. You can leave," the leader said, giving a thumbs up. "I enjoyed the fight," Issei said as he got up to head home. "Hyodo Issei, you are destined for great things," the leader thought, smiling. The girls had no words to describe the fight that had taken place. With Rias, Akino, Sona, and Tsubaki, despite living in a different world, they were impressed that a human could fight like that. Keitase and Murayama were speechless, surprised that someone could withstand the efforts of 9 opponents. What they all shared was the thought, "Who are you really, Hyodo Issei?" They shook their heads to dismiss the idea and returned home. After the fight, Issei entered his room, feeling more tired than hungry for dinner. He needed to ask Tails about what had happened. "So, what did you think?" Tails asked, taking the form of a plush toy. "How did I think?" "It was incredible," Issei replied with a smile. "And did you enjoy it?" Tails asked. "Of course. But how did I do that?" "I've never fought or trained," Issei said, puzzled. "That's because of me," Tails said, pointing to himself with his thumb. "And before you ask how, I just enhanced some of your senses. I didn't expect such results, but it was only temporary. If it had gone on longer, you would have lost," Tails explained. "I see," Issei said. "Before I forget, are you ready for your special class?" Tails asked. "Of course," Issei affirmed. "Okay, get ready because your perspective on the world is about to change," Tails said. It was time for Destiny to surprise Issei with great challenges, as he would soon face every trial that would change him in some way. In Issei's room, "Hey Issei, do you believe in the supernatural?" TD asked. "Yep," Issei replied affirmatively. "Seriously?" TD questioned, surprised by the answer. "You're an example, right?" Issei said, pointing at Tails. "Well, yes, but I meant something else," TD clarified. "Like what?" Issei asked, unsure of what else it could be. "You know, angels, demons, and fallen angels," TD said, although the last one felt a bit strange to him. "Do they exist?" Issei asked, astonished. "Yep, and believe it or not, they're scattered all over the world. Although I'm not too sure about that, since I could only gather a little information, so I don't know what beings inhabit this world," TD explained. "But wouldn't it be good for others to know about this?" I don't think it's that bad if they show themselves, Issei said, not understanding why they didn't. Look, Sei, I'll be honest with you. Not everyone is ready for that, or rather, nobody shares your point of view. Humans fear what isn't like them. Besides, it would spark conflicts over who would be the DMT species, TD thought to himself. But are demons really bad? Are there good angels? Issei asked, since he knew that was how they were often portrayed. Don't let stories dictate what might or might not be true, TD replied. But what would you be? Issei asked, since Tails had told him he wasn't a stuffed animal, but that was all he knew. Let's say I'm a demon, so to speak, TD said, making air quotes around the word. Let's say. Issei questioned. Yes, although the more accurate term would be creepypasta, TD said. A creepypasta? Issei asked, as the term was completely unfamiliar to him. Yep, and let me tell you, nobody knows about us. Not even demons, angels, or fallen ones, TD said. If they don't know the term, then what are you doing here? Issei asked, confused about Tails' presence. I don't remember much, I just know that some kind of rift absorbed me, and I ended up unconscious in this world, TD explained. Were those beings not present in your world? Issei inquired. Not really, although I'm not too sure about that part, TD admitted, realizing he hadn't thought about it before. To be honest with himself, if angels and demons did exist in his world, they never intervened. Oh, now that I think about it, are there more like you? Issei asked. Yep, there are more like me, although there are many differences among us, TD replied. Like what? Issei asked. Different abilities, some can teleport, others can float, etc. But the most important thing is that we're all physically different. You could say we're like a family, in a certain sense, TD said, reminiscing about his friends. Okay. Issei said, momentarily at a loss for more questions. The word family affected him in some way. I can only tell you that I don't know if I'm the only one in this world or if someone else came here or was brought here. Although I have this feeling that we're going to run into them in the future, TD thought, but if they were to encounter a certain grinning figure, it would create quite a mess. But enough about me for now, it's time to train, TD declared. But why? Issei asked. Look, the fight you had was fine and all, but in other situations it would be different. To make it easier, you'll need to work out, TD explained. And what would the training involve? Issei asked. It would be physical conditioning for now, and since no one is around, follow me, TD said, jumping out the window and starting to walk down the wall. How? Issei began to ask. Even though it looks like I'm walking, I'm actually floating. It's a trick you'll learn in the future. But for now, jump to the tree and try to get down, TD instructed, pointing at the tree. Issei jumped toward the tree and managed to grab a branch, but it couldn't support his weight and broke. He closed his eyes, bracing for the fall, but it didn't happen. When he opened his eyes, he saw that Tails had caught him by the collar of his shirt. I think we need to improve your escapes if you don't want to take a painful fall, TD said as he released Issei, giving him a playful smack on the backside. And now, where are we going? Issei asked, rubbing his rear, as he had no idea where they were headed. To a forest, TD said, and suddenly they both glowed red and vanished from the spot. In the forest, and Tada, we've arrived, TD announced, appearing alongside Issei. Seriously? I thought we'd walk, Issei said. We would, but it would take too long, and it would get more into the early morning, so I don't want to waste time, TD explained. But I'm fine, I don't need training, Issei insisted, trying to skip out on it. You need it, TD said firmly. No thanks, Issei continued to resist. Come on, a little won't hurt. If you keep this up, I won't have any choice, TD thought, still trying to persuade him. No thanks, Issei repeated, but seeing Tails flash a big grin made him start to regret his decision. Well, if it's not going to be by persuasion, then it'll be by force. This isn't personal, Issei, but it has to be done, TD said, raising his hand. Before Issei could ask, he noticed an axe spinning toward them from a distance. He didn't see when it reached Tails' hand, but Issei was starting to turn pale and sweat. What is that for? Issei stammered, as his instincts screamed at him to run as far away from that place as possible. "Oh, this. Well, let me introduce you to my little friend," TD said with a grin, showcasing the axe. "And what do you need it for?" Issei asked, immediately regretting the question. "Well, for training, TD replied. Issei saw Tails raise the axe, and realizing it was coming toward him, he had to dodge it. Not satisfied with that, Tails began swinging the axe around energetically. "Run, Issei. I'm coming for you like you have no idea." "Muha." "Because that happens to me," Issei thought, comically lamenting his luck as he realized that Tails wasn't going to take it easy during today's training. A week had passed, and somehow Issei had survived the training. For the first 3 days, he had to flee from a relentless Tails because he refused to train. However, from the 4th to the 7th day, he trained on his own to avoid Hatchin. After all that fright, Issei swore that was the name of the axe. As a result, he gained a bit of muscle mass, his endurance increased slightly, and his reflexes improved a little more, though he still needed to work on that aspect. The more he trained, the stronger he would become, but Tails warned him not to expect too much improvement overnight. For now, no one knew about the academy, so he could relax, at least for the moment. On the street, Issei sighed. "Phew, I'm glad it's all over." "Yes, and things are calm now," TD thought to himself. "I know, but I still can't feel my legs, Issei replied. The results might be positive, but after the first day, he couldn't feel either his legs or his arms. "Come on, it's not that bad. Besides, this will help you in the very near future," TD said. "If you say so," Issei replied, not entirely convinced but knowing his luck, anything could happen. As he walked, Issei passed through a street and headed toward the bridge when he spotted his brothers. He was about to change direction when a black-haired girl appeared in front of them. He decided to wait and see what would happen, and judging by Marcos's reaction, jumping with joy, it seemed something good was happening, although Samuel gave him a light punch in the ribs, telling him to calm down. The girl said something, but he didn't catch it before she left, and his brothers continued on their way home. "I don't know what to say about that," Issei remarked, pondering the situation. "Don't even mention it. I'm surprised someone like that would choose your brother," TD replied. "Well, I can't deny that," Issei admitted. It seems no one noticed the ominous intentions, which is understandable given her pretty face. The other presence is demonic, but it's not surprising she went off to gather information, TD thought. "So, shall we continue training?" Issei asked. Just keep an eye on your brother. That idiot is likely to get himself into trouble," TD said, knowing that someone like him wouldn't prefer to save him. "Are you sure?" "It's not that I'm worried about what happens to Marcos," Issei replied, confused about why he should keep watch. "Yes, and besides, it's useful for us to discover one thing or another," TD suggested, although he would have to make certain changes later. "Okay," Issei said. After that, nothing else happened. The following days were spent watching over Marcos, and they were about to give up when one Sunday he announced he was going on a date with his girlfriend. Issei and Tails knew that was unusual, but before they left, Tails suggested that Issei stay behind. However, he insisted on accompanying him, but if things turned bad, he would have to back off. Issei had no choice but to agree, although they didn't consider that Samuel was also watching, and none of them knew what would happen next. After observing that the date seemed normal, they were about to withdraw, but upon noticing they were heading to the park, they decided to follow. Tails suggested they go to the roof of a building, which Issei agreed to. Tails took Issei up to the rooftop to see what would happen next. In the park, the black-haired girl said, "I had so much fun." "Me too," Marcos replied with a smile. "Could you do me one last favor?" the girl asked, leaning in close to Marcos's ear. "Of course," Marcos said, unaware of the change in her demeanor. "Could you die for me?" she whispered. What did you say, Yuma-chan?" Marcos stammered, unable to believe he heard her correctly. "Could you die for me?" the girl repeated, her appearance shifting dramatically, complete with black wings and a revealing outfit. "Why, you?" Marcos stuttered, witnessing her transformation. "My real name is Ryanair, but that shouldn't matter to you since you'll be dying soon. If you want to blame someone, blame the god who gave you something dangerous," Ryanair said, forming a lance made of light. Marcos was speechless and couldn't react as the lance pierced his stomach, causing him to collapse. On the rooftop, Hyodo said, "Well, I didn't have to intervene in this, did I, Issei?" When he heard no response, he turned around, finding it strange. What? Issei vomited over the edge of the rooftop, unable to bear the sight. "Jajage, it's true you're not used to this kind of thing," TD remarked. "Do you think?" What? Issei replied, continuing to vomit. "Come on, this was bound to happen sooner or later," TD said, dismissing the matter. "What a good friend you are," Issei thought, noticing that Tails wasn't paying attention. "Now let's see what you'll do next," TD thought, observing that Ryanair wasn't moving, which struck him as odd. In the park, Ryanair called out, "Come out of there if you don't want to end up like this human." Samuel was agitated. Witnessing her brother die was something she had never imagined. But after hearing that he was going to die, she hesitated to leave her hiding spot. "Okay, if you don't come out by the count of 3, I'll come for you," Ryanair warned. Samuel was sweating at that. 1, 2. Ryanair was about to count to 3 to see if anyone would emerge from the bushes. "Here I am," said Samuel, who didn't want to face a fate like his brother's. "All right, now can you tell me what you're doing here? Don't you see it's dangerous?" Ryanair asked, a hint of concern in her voice. "But you just killed my brother," Samuel replied. "Look, kid, I'm not going to lie to you. My boss wanted him dead, and believe me, if it wasn't me, someone else would have done it. So this isn't personal," Ryanair explained. "But my brother is, Samuel struggled to finish. "Dead? Yes, there's nothing that can be done now. If I were you, I'd check his pockets, maybe you could find help that way," Ryanair said, winking cheerfully before stretching her wings and taking off into the sky. "His pockets?" Samuel asked, confused, but he figured he had nothing to lose by trying. As Ryanair flew, she turned her head toward a rooftop and saw what looked like a stuffed animal waving goodbye. She rubbed her eyes to see if it was real, but when she opened them, there was nothing there. How strange, Ryanair thought, wondering if it was just an illusion. On another rooftop, "All right, our job is done, so let's go," said TD. "Done? Don't you see he's dead?" Issei, now recovered, pointed toward the park. "I know, but don't worry, tomorrow everything will return to normal. And don't ask why, because my instincts tell me so," TD replied, noticing a redhead approaching and already forming an idea of what was about to happen, but he would have to wait until tomorrow to see how it unfolded. "Okay," Issei said, disappearing with Tails to his house, unaware that a redhead had just appeared. Chapter and the next day, a scream echoed through the Hyodo house. Marcos woke up in a sweat, and upon realizing he didn't have a wound on his stomach, he thought it had been a nightmare. But the reality was different, as there were 3 witnesses to the event. Issei simply covered his ears, while Samuel and his parents headed straight to Marcos's room to see what was happening. When they realized it wasn't anything serious, they preferred to leave, although Samuel knew the truth and chose to stay silent to avoid upsetting his brother further. "They really don't let you sleep," Issei said, still drowsy. "True, but if it weren't for that scream, you wouldn't be awake, so get up," TD said. "Seriously, not even a little bit," Issei replied, burying his face in a pillow. "Hachin," TD said. "You convinced me," Issei said, immediately getting up to change and go have breakfast, making sure not to forget his money like last time. Everything was normal until that day, but when Issei returned home, he felt something strange and shook his head to dismiss it. The next day was similar to the previous one, and nothing significant happened. But on the 3rd day, everything was about to change. At the academy, dismissal time, "Kaya!" A scream was heard. "What's going on now? The perverted duo again?" Issei asked, covering his ears. "I don't think so, this time feels different," TD said. "Seriously? Then what could it be?" Issei questioned. "No idea, but you should head on while I go investigate," TD said, manifesting like a ghost. "Whoa, wait. The others are going to see you," Issei said, getting anxious. "Relax, only you can see and hear me unless I do the same with other people," TD said, calming Issei down a bit. "Okay, and how did you do that?" Issei asked, having only seen Tails as a collar and stuffed animal. "A trick I learned, But I'll see you later, TD said, drifting away to see what was happening. Okay, Issei said, stepping back. Tails floated toward where the scream had come from and saw the Hyodo brothers following a blonde. The presence is demonic, and from what I can see, they're heading to that old building, TD thought, landing on a tree branch that pointed toward the building. As he waited, he saw the brothers enter, and the president of their club, Rias Gremory, explained the supernatural events, revealing that they had used chess pieces to revive him, employing 4 pawns on him and 3 on Samuel. Although she already knew this, it didn't impact her much. She recounted the war they had in the past, the celestial dragons and the sacred gears, which impressed Tails. So, celestial dragons, huh? This will be interesting, TD thought. Continuing with the conversation, they told Marcos that he had won and just needed to imagine someone strong. At that moment, a green flash appeared, revealing a red glove with a gem embedded in it. Well, I guess it's unnecessary for me to stay here, TD said, disappearing in a mini red flash that no one noticed. In Issei's room, and done, TD said, appearing in Issei's room. Hey, what was the incident about? Issei asked, not surprised since Tails often pulled the same trick. Oh, nothing much, your brothers were just called, that's all, TD replied. Where did they go? Issei asked. Just to see their savior, TD said. Okay, Issei said, not asking anything more, knowing that no matter how much he questioned Tails, he wouldn't reveal much more. After some time, the Hyodo brothers returned home. Samuel went to his room while Marcos stayed in the living room, processing what had happened to him, the events he had faced the day before, his ex-girlfriend, and so on. Lost in thought, he didn't notice that night had fallen, so he headed to his bedroom. At the same time, Issei was opening the door to his room, and they passed by each other, absorbed in their thoughts. But as if time slowed down, silhouettes began to form behind Issei and Marcos. Marcos's silhouette was a red dragon, and Issei's was a fox. The two silhouettes seemed to analyze each other, but nothing happened, and they turned away as if nothing had occurred, allowing time to return to normal. However, Tails was considering asking a specific being something but would have to wait until everyone was asleep. That night, in Issei's room, all right, it's time to go, TD said, passing through the wall to head toward Marcos, his silhouette barely visible in the dark. Hey, are you awake? TD asked Marcos, though not specifically addressing him. Why, who's calling me? Someone asked from Marcos's left hand, still thinking it was a person since he didn't know who it was. It's me, but don't you want to come out and chat for a bit? Go ahead, ask, TD said. He chuckled. If you want to try, go for it. Many have attempted and failed, said the being, whose voice, though not visible, carried a hint of hope about escaping this place. Well, don't expect results on the first try, TD replied as he approached the hand. With his own hand, he became transparent, and like a ghost, he passed through Marcos's hand. Almost there. Just a little more. Done. TD exclaimed, pulling his hand back along with a tiny ghost dragon. The being shouted, astonished to see someone achieve what no one had managed for millennia. Feeling happy now? TD asked with a smile. Boo, sniff. No one has cared this much about me, boo. The being cried, overwhelmed with the realization of his newfound freedom. Hey, don't get too excited. Your physical body is still there, but your form is made of energy, TD said, thinking to himself, how sentimental. After a while, once the being calmed down, TD returned to Issei's room to transform into a gem and head to the roof of the house to chat without interruptions. Are you feeling better now? TD asked. Yes, I feel better, though it's a shame I can't fully escape. But I'll settle for this, said the being, for whom the most important thing was to get out. So, who are you? TD asked. I am Drake, one of the 2 celestial dragons, the Red Emperor Dragon, or Sekirei. And you? Drake replied. Call me Tails Doll, TD said. So, what did you want from me? Drake inquired. Just to chat and maybe gather some information since this world is still quite unfamiliar to me, TD explained. You're not from around here, are you? Drake said, suspecting he might belong to some faction, as it was cloudy, and he could only see the tails. Let's just say I'm not from around here, Drake, TD replied. Where are you from then? Drake asked. More like I don't belong to this dimension, Drake, TD said as he detached from the cloud, revealing that his savior was a plush toy. Dimension? What are you? Drake asked, surprised, as it was the first time he had seen something like this, and he only knew a few who used dimensional rifts. You're not the first to react like that, TD laughed. And so they chatted for a long time until dawn. It's worth mentioning that Drake had a great time. Tails told him that if he needed help or anything he would be there, and to communicate, Tails gave Drake a sphere that he absorbed. What Issei didn't know was that his luck and peaceful days were about to come to an end, which could bring either positive or negative consequences. 2 days later, everything seemed normal, or at least that's what Issei thought, because somehow he knew something was going to change today, although he didn't know what it would be. Lost in thought, he didn't notice when he bumped into a blonde girl dressed as a nun. Ouch, the red-haired girl exclaimed. Oh, sorry. I didn't see where I was going, Issei said, unfazed by the slight bump he received. Don't worry about it, the girl replied. If you'll allow me, Issei said, offering her his hand. Thank you, the red-haired girl said, unsure of his name. Issei, at your service, he replied, bowing slightly. Nice to meet you, Issei-sen. My name is Asia Argento, she introduced herself. A pleasure, Argento-san. What brings you here? Issei asked. I was sent to a church, but I got lost, Asia admitted, embarrassed at having lost her way. Oh well, just a heads up, that church has been abandoned, Issei said, although he thought to himself, as far as I remember, they were about to tear it down. But I was sent all the way there, Asia insisted. Well, I still have plenty of time, so I can guide you there, Issei offered. Thank you, Issei-san, Asia said with a smile. I don't know why, but I have a feeling I'm going to lose my peaceful days here. Nah, I don't think that will happen, Issei thought, brushing off the concern. Before they left, they noticed a child crying, and Asia went over to help him. When she healed him with a green aura emanating from her hands, Issei was taken aback. I didn't know you could do that, he said, surprised. Doesn't that surprise you? Asia asked, equally astonished. Let's just say I've had some unusual experiences, Issei replied, scratching his cheek. After guiding Asia to the church, nothing bad happened, except for Tails. Don't get too close to the church, Tails said. Somewhat nervously. Why not? There's nothing wrong, Issei said, puzzled by Tails' unusual nervousness, as it was the first time he had seen him like this. For you, there's nothing wrong, but for me, it brings back bad memories, so please, let's go, TD said, still anxious. Okay, Issei agreed. Would you like to come in for a cup of tea, Issei-sen? Asia asked. No, thank you, Argento-san. Maybe another time, but I have school right now. Thanks for the invitation, see you later, Issei said, waving goodbye as he headed to the academy. See you, Issei-san. Asia called, waving her arm. At the academy, Issei thought, she reminded me of the times you healed me, Tails. Somehow, even though it felt strange, that sensation. TD replied. What sensation? Issei asked. Being close to someone who still believes in God, TD said. You say that as if I weren't here, Issei teased. Nah, how could you think that? TD replied, sweating a bit, as Drake had mentioned something difficult to believe. By the way, I'm going to take you to a new place to train, TD said. Where to? Issei asked. Just wait until night and you'll see, TD replied. Alright, Issei said. That night. Okay, can you tell me why I'm here and why we're walking? Issei asked, since last time they teleported, and now they were just walking toward an abandoned factory. Well, this place is perfect for your next training, TD said, still in his plush form. I suddenly feel chills. Tails, are you sure this is the right way? Tails. Issei said, feeling uneasy as he noticed Tails was no longer near him. Sniff. I see there's delicious food around here, said a being that only revealed its head. Food. Issei asked, sensing his instincts on high alert. Instead of responding, the being began to reveal itself more, and Issei found himself at a loss for words as what he saw was beyond comprehension. The creature in front of him had a human head, but its body resembled that of an insect, specifically a praying mantis. In his astonishment, he ducked as a blade whizzed overhead. The creature, not satisfied, started attacking both vertically and horizontally with its blades. After a while of this relentless pattern, the creature showed no signs of fatigue, while Issei felt the opposite. He had been training with tails, but this was different. As he stumbled, the creature seized the opportunity to launch itself at him. Panic surged through him, and he could only widen his eyes. What the creature didn't see was tails appearing above, delivering a kick to its head that drove it partially into the ground, leaving it unconscious. "Well, it seems you survived for about 15 minutes, Tails said as he approached Issei and offered him a hand to help him up. "Tails, it's your fault I almost lost my life," Issei exclaimed, agitated. No matter how much he trained, he didn't want to face whatever that was again. "If I had told you, would you have accepted?" Tails asked. I don't think so," Issei replied, realizing Tails had a point. "But what are these things?" Issei asked, still shaken by the terrifying experience. "This, my good Issei, is a renegade demon," Tails explained. "A renegade demon?" Issei echoed. "To put it simply, they are those who have disobeyed or betrayed their masters for one reason or another," Tails said. "Okay, but why did you make me face it?" Issei questioned. "Well, that's because you'll be facing them from now on," Tails replied. Issei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. His days of peace had gone down the drain. "Don't worry, I'll intervene if I see your life in danger, like I did just now," Tails assured him. Issei thought, "Yep, this definitely got more complicated. It can't possibly get worse than this," unaware that by thinking that, he was sealing his fate even further. "Then let's continue," Tails said with a chuckle. Issei thought comically, "I think I need to stop inviting bad luck." Chapter and a day had passed since the new training session, and Issei managed to hold his ground against the renegade. He spent 3 hours in that factory, mostly dodging attacks. Every attempt to strike the renegade resulted in him losing feeling in his hand, realizing the renegade had tough skin. Recognizing the pattern, Tails decided to knock the renegade unconscious again and teleported with Issei to their room. Issei didn't protest, he was exhausted, so he took a shower and went to bed. "Good morning, Issei," Tails said. "Zzz." Issei was still fast asleep. "Well, I'd let him sleep, but there's school, so," Tails said, conjuring a spray bottle and starting to spray Issei. "Zzz." Issei remained asleep. "Fine, he can't say I didn't try nicely," Tails said, floating above and then landing on Issei's chest on his knees. "Aha!" Issei finally woke up. "And there you go, problem solved," Tails said, transforming into a necklace. What a way to wake up, Issei thought, feeling sore from Tails' abrupt landing. Issei knew that when he slept, Tails would wake him up in a way that was even worse than before, so he decided to get up. While he was in the kitchen preparing breakfast, he heard something curious on the news. Recently, there have been reports of murders. We advise everyone to stay safe at home. In other news, a human organ trafficker has been reported in the city, sending victims to hospitals, the news anchor announced. "Murders here. Well, that's surprising, but organ trafficking is something else entirely," Issei thought, realizing that such events were uncommon. "I just hope the one doing the killing isn't who I think it is, because if it is, we're in serious trouble," Tails thought. Not wanting to dwell on the news any longer, Issei decided to head to the academy and then to training. Even though he didn't like it, he had to find a way to defeat the renegade so he wouldn't pose a danger to society. In the abandoned factory. "Sniff, you again. Last time you got away, this time I won't let you escape," the renegade said angrily, frustrated that his prey had escaped. "Yeses, I missed you too," Issei replied, lacking any excitement about returning. Seeing Issei's lack of enthusiasm, the renegade charged at him, and all Issei could do was step aside because he had no other option. "All right, how can I defeat him?" Issei thought, searching for a quick solution. In the midst of his thoughts, he didn't notice a blade coming toward him. By the time he realized it, he tried to jump back, but he received a painful cut on his stomach. Issei grabbed his stomach, but he didn't have time to think about it. He looked around and spotted a chain, so he grabbed it. Well, something is better than nothing, Issei said. He managed to dodge the blade and wrapped the chain around it, trying to wrestle with it. However, the renegade effortlessly yanked him as if he were nothing and sent him crashing against the wall. Issei didn't know how to feel because the impact nearly broke his back, and he had no choice but to retreat. But the renegade wasn't going to let him escape again, so he lunged at him. Just then, Tails appeared above and, as if it were déjà vu, did the same thing he had done last time. I think that's enough, Tails said. Yes, is it normal not to feel my back? Issei asked, as he was not used to that kind of hit. Come here. Trying to wrestle him was not the best idea in the world. What were you thinking? Tails scolded Issei for his reckless approach. I thought I could do it, Issei replied, believing that the training had made him stronger. Issei, next time you do something that foolish, just make sure you have more strength, Tails reprimanded him. Okay, Issei said, his head down, feeling like it was the first time he had been scolded for his mistake. Look, Issei, don't take this the wrong way. Just consider it another experience. I care about you, Tails said, changing his tone to a calmer one. But wasn't this supposed to make me stronger? Didn't the training make me stronger? Issei asked. Issei, I'm only going to tell you two things. Yes, this is to strengthen you, answering your first question. As for your second question, yes, you've gotten a bit stronger, but you're human, and for now, you have limits. But as you progress, you will become stronger, Tails explained. Understood, Issei replied. After Tails healed Issei's back, they decided to walk, but as they passed by a street, Kaya, someone screamed. What was that? Issei asked. I don't know, but it's best to be cautious, Tails said. Okay, Issei said, running in the direction of the scream. When Issei arrived and looked through the window, he was surprised to find Marcos fighting against a deranged priest. Next to all of that, he saw Asia, frightened, watching as Marcos was about to be harmed. But then a magic circle appeared, bringing Rias and her entourage, who forcefully took Marcos away because he was trying to save the nun from the deranged man but couldn't. Issei was about to intervene when he saw the deranged man heading toward Asia, but Tails told him not to. He was going to ask why until he heard the glass shatter, and what he saw caused him a bit of panic. He wasn't sure if he could even consider the man human because he was wearing sneakers, dark denim breathes, a white hoodie, but most notably he had pale skin, dark hair, wide open eyes, and a kind of smile that filled him with dread. But he managed to hear the following, "Go to sleep," said the pale-skinned man. Well, here comes the first one. This just got complicated, Tails thought, rubbing his nose as he recognized one of his friends. Chapter end, jejejejejej, but look who we have here. Just another demon, ha, said the exorcist, liking his sword. Jejejejejej, all I see here is a toy, said the pale-skinned man, liking his knife. Tails, shouldn't we intervene? Issei asked from outside, only to realize he was facing two potential murderers. I suggest you don't get involved since we found another creepy one, Tails replied. But Argento-sen, Issei started to say. He's right next to you, Tails warned. What? Issei turned to his side and saw that Asia was indeed unconscious. Forget it, Issei muttered. This demon will suffer the punishment. He will suffer in the name of Fried Selzen, said the one identified as Fred. I couldn't care less about your punishment, replied the dark-haired man. Fred lunged at him, but the dark-haired man deflected the sword with his knife and, taking advantage of the moment, slashed Fred's cheek. Seeing the cut, Fred became so excited that he started laughing maniacally and charged at the dark-haired man. Anticipating another attack, the dark-haired man readied his knife but had to react quickly when Fred pulled out a gun. With no other option, he used the unconscious body as a shield. When Fred realized he was out of bullets, the dark-haired man charged at him, knocking him down, with Fred on the bottom and himself on top. Well, look at your face. It's not as appealing as mine. Let me make you as handsome as I am, the dark-haired man said, pressing the knife against Fred's lips. I'd love that, but I have some unfinished business, Fred replied, pushing the dark-haired man off him and throwing a flash grenade to the ground. Everyone covered their eyes, but when they opened them, Fred was gone. The dark-haired man stood there for a moment, ensuring nothing else was amiss, but then, clap, 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 bravo, bravo, TD said, applauding with a smile. Thank you for my show, the dark-haired man said, bowing without realizing who was in front of him. Congratulations. You're quite agile. Too bad Slender isn't here to challenge you, TD said with a mocking smile. Dull. The dark-haired man said, noticing Tails in front of him. The one and only Jeff, TD said, pointing to himself. If you're here, then the others are too. Jeff asked. I'm sorry, Jeff, but you're the first one I've seen, TD replied. Oh, I see, Jeff said, slightly annoyed that he didn't get a more positive response. But I think Jack is nearby, TD added. Which one of the two? Jeff asked, recalling there were two Jacks. Haven't you heard the news? TD asked. About the organ trafficker. Oh, Jeff said, realizing which Jack was being referred to. Tails, who is he? Issei asked, emerging from his hiding spot. Hyoudou. Jeff shouted, launching himself at Issei. Jeff, wait. TD exclaimed, appearing in front of Jeff and elbowing him in the stomach. Jeff ended up unconscious. All right, let's go. There are presences approaching and I don't have time for questions, so let's move, TD said, teleporting with Jeff and Issei. In Issei's room. Let's wait until tomorrow, but just in case, TD said, conjuring a chain in his hand. Help me, TD said, prompting Issei to come closer and start chaining Jeff to a chair, and just to be safe, he also chained his feet. Can I ask why this is necessary? Issei inquired. Trust me, you don't know his strength, TD replied, recalling certain times. Now that I think about it, where is Argento-san? Issei asked, realizing Asia was missing. Beats me. When I noticed, she was already gone. But don't worry, my senses tell me she's fine, TD assured him. Well, I would ask you more, but it's late, so good night, Issei said, throwing himself onto the bed and drifting off to sleep. Good night, Issei, TD said, lying down as well. The next day. Mahea, yum, I slept so well, and the good news is that there's still time, Issei said as he got up. Mahea, good morning, Issei, TD replied. Good morning, Tails. What about our guest? Issei asked. They both turned to see Jeff still fast asleep. He's still out cold, TD and Issei said in unison. By the way, Issei, this time you're going to school alone, TD said, noticing Issei getting a bit nervous about it. But are you sure? Issei stammered. Don't worry, believe me, when Jeff wakes up, he'll make a lot of noise, and the last thing we need is unnecessary attention, TD reassured him. Issei said, feeling a bit anxious about being separated from Tails. Besides, I need you to come straight back here when you leave because I have a few things that will help with your training, TD added. Okay, Issei said, not very convinced, but seeing TD jump toward him left him with no choice but to accept. He then took a shower and headed off to the academy. Well, in the meantime, let's get to building and reading, TD said, preparing some surprises for Issei. At the academy. All right, Issei, you can do this. There's nothing wrong with coming alone. If you've done it before, there's nothing to fear, Issei thought, as being without Tails somehow didn't sit well with him. Hello, Earth to Issei, are you there? Asked the person in front of him. Oh, hello, Murayama-san, what are you doing here? Issei asked. I just came to invite you out since you seemed a bit lost in thought, Murayama said. Oh, well, I'm going to have to decline that invitation because I already have plans for today, so I'm sorry, Issei replied. Okay, Murayama said, feeling a bit down, though she didn't quite know why. But if you want, we can go tomorrow, Issei said with a smile. Really? Murayama asked hopeful. Of course, Issei said, giving her a thumbs up. Yes. Thank you for accepting the invitation, Tae, Murayama said, embarrassed by her excitement. Okay, Murayama-san, see you later, Issei said, bidding her farewell as he headed home. So, did you accept the date? Keites asked, appearing in the classroom. Yes, but it'll be tomorrow, Murayama said with a smile. Got it, Keitase replied, happy that her friend had someone to consider a friend and possibly something more. Chapter and Issei was walking home and arrived without any issues. When he got to his room and opened the door, he was taken aback to find Jeff gagged and struggling to free himself. Tails was reading a book, seemingly unfazed by the scene, while Issei wore a look of confusion as if to say, "What is going on here? Is that normal?" Issei asked, pointing at an agitated Jeff. Just give it some time. He'll calm down, Tails replied casually, still engrossed in his book. Jeff, still gagged, looked more like a wild animal than a person. Issei chuckled, somehow finding the situation amusing. By the way, it's great that you're back, Tails said, closing his book. So, do you have something for me? Issei asked. Well, just 2 things, so here we go, Tails said, opening his hand to reveal 2 circular objects. All right, take off your shirt, Tails instructed. It what? Issei asked, somewhat confused. Just take off your shirt, please. I'm not asking you to take off your breathes, Tails clarified. Okay, Issei replied, unbuttoning his shirt. The circles floated to Issei's back and attached themselves to his shoulder blades, as if they had embedded themselves there. When they stuck, a red trail emerged, resembling a scarf, before disappearing. It feels weird, you know, Issei said, putting his shirt back on. That was the first one. Now for the second, Tails said, and metal gloves and bracers appeared. Awesome! Issei exclaimed as he put on the gloves and bracers, only for them to vanish. Where did they go? Issei asked, puzzled. Don't worry, just imagine you're putting them on, and they'll appear, Tails said. Okay, Issei replied, following Tails' suggestion, and they indeed appeared. I hope you like them because they're not just for decoration. They come with some enhancements, Tails explained. Like what? Issei asked, excited. Well, the gloves increase your strength, though I'm not sure by how much, while the bracers provide a slight boost to your defense, but only for your arms. If you get hit anywhere else, don't expect it to work, Tails said. And what about the circles on my back? Issei asked, pointing to his back. A boost, in a sense, Tails replied. Okay, Issei said. I asked you to come back not just for your gifts, but because it's time for your victory against that renegade, Tails said. But isn't it a bit early for that? Issei questioned, surprised since it was only 3 p.m. and normally they wouldn't go out until night. Yep, but just come with me and you'll see what I mean, Tails said. Jeff growled, feeling ignored. Oh right, I almost forgot. Look, Jeff, just calm down. I'll untie you, but you need to promise to behave, or you'll stay tied up until we get back tonight. So, it's your choice, Tails said. Jeff replied. Oh wait, Tails said, removing the GG. I choose the first option, Jeff said, opting for the first choice. All right, Tails said, freeing Jeff. You have no idea how uncomfortable it was to be like that, Jeff said, rubbing his arms, which were starting to itch. Sorry, but it was necessary. With just ropes, forget it. And considering your strength, it's better to be safe than sorry, Tails emphasized. And who are you? Issei asked, not knowing who Jeff was. Call me Jeff, he replied. Okay, Issei said, feeling a sense of caution. So what are you guys going to do now? Jeff asked. We're going hunting. Want to join us? Tails asked. I have nothing else to do, so why not? Jeff said, smiling, though the cut on his face made it hard to tell if he was genuinely smiling. All right, let's go, Tails said, disappearing in a flash of red along with Jeff and Issei. At the factory, ready, Issei? Tails asked. Yep, Issei replied, fist bumping with the gloves and bracers on as they entered the factory. As soon as they stepped inside, Issei had to dodge a scythe strike from the renegade, who was clearly furious. You won't escape this time. The renegade shouted in a fit of rage as he lunged at them. Issei noticed something strange. The renegade's speed was slower than when they fought at night, so he dodged by jumping. However, he didn't see that one of the renegade's legs was coming straight for him. By pure instinct, he grabbed one of the legs and threw it against the wall. How strange. He might be a bit stronger, but this feels odd, Issei thought. Once the renegade recovered, he lunged at the same speed, and Issei instinctively raised his arms to shield himself. The renegade swung his blade, and to Issei's surprise, sparks flew when their weapons clashed. He was astonished that he could withstand the renegade's force, but he was also confused. Shaking off the trance, Issei decided to try what he did yesterday. He reached for a chain, but it was too far away. Without thinking, he propelled himself forward, and the circles on his back activated, giving him a quick boost. I'm starting to get the hang of this, Issei thought excitedly. Without wasting any time, Issei made another leap toward the renegade's head, grabbing it with the chain and pulling. The renegade, realizing his head was being yanked, attempted to retaliate. To his surprise, he couldn't pull Issei, so all he could do was struggle. But as the seconds passed, the renegade began to lose strength, ultimately leading to unconsciousness. Issei didn't stop there. He continued pulling until he managed to rip off the renegade's head. He didn't realize this detail until the lifeless body of the renegade fell, and Issei jumped to avoid being crushed. When he landed, the head rolled to the side, and upon seeing it, Issei couldn't hold back his nausea. Wah! Issei was throwing up. Okay, just breathe, it's all over now, Tails said, patting Issei on the back. Much better, Issei said, feeling calmer, though he looked a bit pale. Did you notice anything different? Tails asked. In a way, I felt like he was slower, weaker, and more exhausted. What's that about, Tails? Issei inquired. That's due to the daytime, Tails explained. Daytime? Issei asked, confused as he didn't understand why the day felt different. Let me put it this way, demons at night have certain stats boosted, like strength and defense, while during the day, the opposite happens, TD explained. I see. So that's why we don't hunt during the day. Issei inquired, realizing that if they did, he would have the advantage. It's not advisable since the renegades are more active at night, TD replied. No. Issei exclaimed, collapsing to the ground, defeated by the realization that his advantage had been shattered by those words. So this is what we were hunting? Jeff asked, though he didn't seem surprised. Yep, TD confirmed. At least it's over now, Issei sighed. By the way, congratulations. You defeated a low-class renegade, TD said, watching as Issei trembled slightly at this information. Low class? Issei asked nervously, as the implications of that label began to sink in. Yep, you took down one of the weakest categories, TD replied. Issei thought. If that was a low class, I can't even imagine what the medium and high classes are like, shuddering at the idea of training against the next tiers, which he found utterly unappealing. Don't even think about it, I won't throw you against medium and high classes, TD said. That's good, Issei said, feeling relieved, though knowing Tails, something told him he wouldn't be able to avoid regret for long. That'll be in a few weeks, TD said with a somewhat unsettling smile. Issei was left with a look of disbelief, his face paling even further. Poor kid. Though it seems Doll is keeping an eye on him. At least he'll be okay, Jeff thought. Well, I'm out of here, Jeff said. Wait, Jeff, one question. You didn't kill those people, did you? TD asked. Yeah, that was me, but it was only about 5. Other than that, I didn't kill anyone, Jeff replied, heading off in another direction. If it wasn't him, then who could it have been? TD wondered, suspecting Jeff but unsure who else could be responsible for the incident. A new day dawns in Kuo, and everything is normal for Issei as he attends the academy, accompanied by Tails. Issei mentioned to Tails that he had a date today, which surprised him a bit, but Tails reassured him that it was fine for 2 reasons. First, to celebrate his victory, and second, for some much-needed rest. It's good to exercise, but without a break now and then, the results would be delayed. Those were the reasons Tails agreed to Issei going on the date. It's worth noting that Issei blushed a little at the term date, but he decided to push those thoughts aside for later, as he didn't want to feel nervous at that moment. At Kuo Academy, at the exit, it was supposed to be today, but we didn't agree on a time, Issei said, not considering that detail. Well, it could be now, Issei, Murayama said, appearing. Murayama-san. Issei exclaimed, surprised. Hello. Murayama replied. Your date has arrived, Tails chimed in. Shut up, Issei retorted. So, do you have any plans for where to go? Marayama asked, even though she didn't have any plans herself at that moment. Well, to be honest, I don't know, Issei said, scratching his cheek. That's not good. How about we think of something on the way? Marayama suggested with a smile. That sounds like a good idea, Issei said, heading toward the center with Marayama. On the date, despite Issei denying it, they had a great time. They visited several places, starting at the park. At first, they were a bit nervous, but as they talked more, the nerves faded. Their second stop was the shopping center, and finally, they ended up at an arcade. Marayama spotted a plush toy she wanted but felt embarrassed to say so. Issei noticed where she was looking and decided to go for it. Alright, here I go, Issei said as he approached the machine. Wait, Marayama was about to say. Don't worry, if you wanted something, you just had to ask, you know, Issei said with a smile. Moo, Marayama pouted. How cute, Issei thought, blushing. Go ahead, Romeo, go and win your Juliet, Tails teased. Shut up, Issei said, slightly annoyed. Issei approached the machine and had to make 3 attempts to win a plush toy. And here you go. Although I'm not sure if this is the one you wanted, sorry, Issei said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Don't worry, Issei. Even if there are many, I'm happy with whatever you give me. Thank you, Marayama said, blushing slightly as she accepted and hugged the plush toy. I wonder what would happen if I showed up, Tails mused. Don't even think about it, please, Issei replied. Relax, I won't steal your girlfriend, Tails said. Tails! Issei exclaimed, feeling a bit embarrassed. The rest of the date went smoothly without any issues until they arrived at a park. You know, Issei, I had a great time today, Marayama said. Me too, Marayama-san, Issei replied. Neither of them knew what to say next, and it was clear that Marayama was feeling nervous about what was coming. Issei, see, can I tell you something? Marayama stammered. Of course, Issei said. And Marayama thought to herself, why is this so difficult? Yes. Issei encouraged her. And Marayama still couldn't bring herself to say it. What is she trying to say? Issei wondered. I really can't tell if Issei is being clueless or just plain oblivious, Tails thought, sensing that this was a confession. I like you, and I would love for us to go out. Marayama finally gathered her courage and shouted the last part, closing her eyes. Issei stared at Marayama with a blank expression, his brain going into Issei. EXE has stopped working mode, leaving him in a state of shock. Time to fix the problem, Tails thought, sending a small jolt to Issei. Issei was nervous and didn't know how to respond. I'm sorry, Issei, forget what I said. Marayama said, getting up and forcing a smile as she tried to leave, but Issei grabbed her arm. Wait, Marayama-san, I haven't said anything yet. Would you mind hearing my answer, please? Issei said kindly. Okay, Marayama replied, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Look, Marayama-san, I appreciate your feelings for me, but I think you're rushing things. It's not that it's wrong, but I can't reciprocate those feelings, so I'm sorry, Issei explained. Oh, I see, Marayama said, on the verge of tears. But let's get to know each other better first, and then we can start a relationship, Issei added, realizing he had made someone feel bad, which he didn't like at all. Oi, Marayama said, though a tear slipped down her cheek. I'm sorry, Marayama-san, but you know I don't like making people feel bad, especially if it was my fault. So give me that smile of yours because just seeing it cheers me up, Issei said, wiping away her tear with his thumb. You know, Issei, you made me feel better, but I won't give up. You'll see that I'll win your heart, just you wait, Marayama said, though she felt a bit sad. She also felt warmer because Issei had something that made her feel good. I know you will, Marayama-san, but for now, I'd prefer to just be friends, if that's okay with you, Issei said with a smile. Okay, Issei, Marayama replied, feeling better. And with that, as the date came to an end, it was time to take her home. May I see you, my lady? Issei offered, extending his arm. Oh, how chivalrous. I have no choice but to accept your request, my good knight, Murayama said, linking her arm with Issei's. Arriving at Murayama's house, it was a pleasure to be on this date, my lovely lady, Issei said, bowing. Likewise, my good knight, Murayama replied, performing a graceful bow. See you, Issei, Murayama said, giving him a kiss on the cheek before closing the door. Issei's mind drifted to the new world. A day had passed since the confession, and it was Saturday. With nothing else to do, Issei decided to train. Tails had gone off somewhere, leaving him alone this time. At least the team he had was safe. He spent a few hours like this, but somehow, he felt like something was missing, though he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Shaking his head to clear that thought, he continued on his way home. On the way, he ran into Asia, and as he was about to approach her, he realized that Marcos was there too. Seeing the incredulous expression on Marcos's face, Issei noticed that when Marcos tried to activate his sacred gear, he couldn't due to the pain in his arm. Seeing this, Asia decided to heal him. Marcos was a bit suspicious but had no other choice, so he let her proceed. Once Asia finished healing Marcos's arm, he moved it and confirmed that it was indeed healed. He decided to invite Asia somewhere to eat, which she accepted to avoid seeming rude. After deciding this, Issei kept an eye on them. Seeing that Marcos was being very kind to Asia allowed him to relax a little, but he still didn't leave. They passed by an arcade where Marcos got a stuffed animal for Asia, and then they went to the park. Issei decided to hide in the back, listening to both of them. However, hearing Asia's story made him feel a bit down. Everything was normal until someone appeared whom he didn't expect to see. Oh, look how cute they are. Too bad this is going to end, someone said from the front. Why, Marcos said, a hint of fear in his voice. Riner-sama, Asia exclaimed, surprised. Ooh, Asia, so this is where you were, Rainer said with a smile. What do you want here? Marcos asked, activating his sacred gear. Haha, so you can activate it. Too bad that's not enough to defeat me, Rainer said with a mocking grin. Do you think I can't? Marcos retorted, annoyed. You can't even HRSS its power, Rainer replied. Her power? Marcos asked. That sacred gear is known as the Dragon's Hand. It allows you to temporarily boost your power, Rainer explained, summoning a lance of light. So, a boost, huh? Marcos said, but ultimately ended up being pierced by a lance. Marcos-san. Asia cried out, wanting to heal him. In it, I won't let you take her. Marcos shouted, standing up. Instead of responding, Rainer summoned another lance of light and jumped, throwing it at Marcos. He pushed Asia aside, causing the lance to embed itself in the ground and explode, sending Marcos flying forward. Rainer simply stood next to Asia. Asia-chan, if you come with me, I'll spare his life, Rainer said. Except, Rionra-sama, Asia replied, allowing Rainer to cover her with her wings. Don't worry, Asia. Tonight, when the ritual is complete, your problems will be over for good, Rainer assured her. Marcos-san, thank you for today, Asia said, tears in her eyes. Asia. Marcos stammered. See you, Marcos-chan, Rainer said before disappearing with Asia. Asiaay. Marcos shouted, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. Issei felt a surge of urgency. He needed to act quickly. While Issei rushed home, Marcos decided to go to the club where his president was, seeking her assistance. At Issei's house, Issei entered the house. Issei, you're back. It's great that, Mickey started to say, only to watch her son walk past her without paying attention. Issei, have you seen? Goro began, but it was the same as with Mickey. What could have happened to him, dear? Mickey asked. No idea, dear, but he might just be tired, Goro replied, not very convinced. Okay, Mickey said, though she wasn't entirely convinced either. Samuel observed this but said nothing, intrigued by his brother's behavior. He didn't have time to think about it, as he received a message from the club and had to leave. In the room, Issei entered his room and saw that Tails was indeed there. Tails, I'm so glad you're here, Issei said. Hey, are you okay? You seem a bit nervous, Tails remarked. Yes, but I need your help urgently, please. Issei said, entering a state of desperation. And what could that be? Tails asked. Just help me, please. Issei exclaimed, unable to hold back his urge to rescue. Tails simply slapped him. First, calm down. If you tell me why you're so agitated, I'll help you, Tails said. After that, Issei proceeded to explain what had happened before he got home. I see. Look, at least I need you to wait because I need to build something in the basement that will help you, Tails said. But... Issei started to say. Look, it's fine that you want to be the hero, but at least you know where you might find her, right? Tails replied. Okay, I'll wait, but please hurry. Just thinking about it makes me nervous, Issei said, calming down a bit. Okay, Tails agreed. Wait, we have a basement. Issei asked, just now realizing that. Yep, or did you think I built the bracers and gloves out of thin air? Tails said jokingly. No, but I didn't expect that, Issei admitted. So, do you want to come with me? Tails asked. Yep, Issei replied. Tails gently stomped his foot on the floor, and a hatch opened up. Wow, Issei said, astonished. Tails went down into the basement, and Issei followed. What he saw were two rooms. One looked like a medieval blacksmith's shop, while the other appeared more modern. Tails shimmered a bit, resembling a more natural fox. Of course, he still had his antenna, but it was strange. He put on a black apron, a pair of protective blue goggles, and some blue gloves. Seriously? Issei asked, amazed. Issei exclaimed, surprised to see Tails in a non-plush form. Hey, we need to match the moment, Tails said. Okay, Issei replied, although he thought this might mean Tails had another transformation. Now, if you'll excuse me, I only have time to do one or two things, but don't expect anything great, Tails added. Alright, Issei said, returning to normal. After all, time was against them, and as long as he had something useful, he could overlook the design. 6 hours later. And done, Tails announced. Seriously? Issei asked. Yep, although I only had time to make this, Tails replied, showing a type of mask. Okay, but what's it for? Issei asked as he put on the mask and summoned his bracers and gloves. Its only function is to detect, although I'm not entirely sure about that, Tails explained. Well, let's give it a try, Issei said, focusing. Bingo! The mask indicates that there's a lot of magic concentrated in the church. Issei said, puzzled. Well, you know where to head, Tails said. Can you teleport me? I feel like I'm not going to make it in time, Issei urged. Alright, but next time you'll have to run, understood? Tails said, removing his gear and transforming into a necklace to teleport into the forest. Thanks, Issei said, taking off running toward the abandoned church. After running for a while, Issei finally spotted the church. However, as he took another step, he jumped back as a lance of light appeared and exploded upon hitting the ground. So reinforcements have arrived in this area. I didn't think that Brat had anyone else with him. Good thing Middlet and Calawarner are busy with the other two, said a man wearing a trench coat and hat, with a pair of black wings protruding from his back. Who are you? Issei asked. Why do you want to know that? Greetings, the Fallen said. Sorry, I couldn't hold that back. Take two. Who are you? Issei asked again. Why would I tell a filthy demon that? The Fallen replied. You know I'm not interested. Now get out of my way, Issei said, clenching his fists. Nobody gives me orders, especially not a filthy demon, the Fallen said, summoning a blue lance of light. The Fallen lunged at Issei, who dashed backward but had to sidestep to avoid the lance. Interesting, but you'll have to do more than that, the Fallen said, conjuring two lances of light. Seeing this, Issei dashed forward, surprising the Fallen. He landed a punch to the Fallen's face, but the Fallen tilted his head slightly to dodge and took the opportunity to stab Issei in the stomach with the lance. Issei raised an arm to defend himself. As the lance made contact with the bracer, sparks flew while the Fallen tried to push harder. Issei matched his strength, resulting in a stalemate to see who would yield first. So this is what a tower can offer, the Fallen said. Well, it's the first time I'm facing someone like you, Issei replied, aware that the being in front of him was nearly his equal. Seeing neither of them yielding, they both pushed backward, but the Fallen threw a lance. Issei dodged it, but forgot about the second lance, which embedded itself in his stomach. Gah! Issei coughed up. Is this really all you've got? What a disappointment, the fallen taunted. You. Issei's vision was blurry, but he didn't want to give up. He still had to save Asia. You know, I'll tell you the name of the man who killed you. My name is Danasik. The fallen introduced himself, positioning himself above Issei and aiming a lance at his neck. Any last words? Danasik asked, seeing that he had won. I will save Argento-san, Issei declared. What a shame that won't happen, Danasik replied. But before he could strike, they heard a loud scream of someone in distress. What is that? Issei asked, fearing that the scream was not from who he thought it was. Yes. The boss did it. Danasik shouted, grinning as he turned toward the church. What did she do? Issei asked, terrified of the answer. The boss took the sacred gear from that nun, Danasik said. But what happens to the person? Issei inquired, but what followed shocked him. They die, Danasik said. What? Issei said in disbelief. Yes, if the person loses their sacred gear, they die because it's connected to the user's soul. Well, you get the idea, Danasik said with a smile. Argento-san is dead. Argento-san is dead, Issei repeated in shock, still processing the words. Yes, now let's finish this, Danasik said, turning back to Issei, his gaze sending a chill down Issei's spine. She's dead. This is a joke, right? No, it can't be a joke, Issei stammered, his eyes glazed over. Danasik stood still, but he didn't expect a blow from behind that sent him crashing into a tree. Was it my fault? No, it wasn't. But you will pay for this. Issei shouted, rage boiling within him. Issei shouted as fiery wings sprouted from his back, dropping to all fours. Danasik felt a hint of fear creeping in as he observed the unsettling sight before him. This is bad, but just in case. TD thought, transforming into a plush toy to quickly escape and summon a dome to avoid unnecessary attention. I hope that fallen angel is ready, because there's no escaping this one, TD said, perched on a branch of a tree, watching the fight unfold. Danasik pondered, but what kind of transformation is this? Issei growled on all fours, his fiery wings flaring, accidentally burning his shirt while his breaths darkened. He lunged at Danasik, catching him off guard, but Danasik managed to dodge. Unexpectedly, Issei kicked him from behind, sending Danasik crashing into a tree. How strange, even though I dodged, it felt hot around me, Danasik thought, feeling a bit frightened. What Danasik didn't realize was that Issei wasn't thinking clearly. He was simply following his instincts. In rage mode, he thought like an animal to a certain extent. Well, he's strong in that mode, but just how strong? TD wondered, having never seen this form before. He had no idea where those fiery wings came from, but the circles on Issei's back were clearly the source. Issei circled Danasik as if he were prey, leaving behind black marks with smoke rising from each step, a sign of his heat. Danasik was at a loss. This demon had arrived normally, and he thought he could win. He almost did, but now he wasn't sure if Issei was even a demon at all. He didn't have time to think further, though, as he had to dodge again, only to be shocked when the tree split in two. If that had hit me, I would be dead, Danasik thought, filled with fear and astonishment. Issei approached the broken tree and lifted it to throw it at Danasik. Danasik jumped to evade, but Issei appeared above him, clasped his hands together, and struck down. The gloves amplified the force of the blow, making it not only painful but a critical hit. That hurt, and it burns. Danasik thought, wincing from the sensation. Issei continued to growl. Danasik was unsure of what to do. That blow had already been excruciating. He summoned a lance of light and hurled it at Issei, hoping it might cause some damage. To his surprise, when the lance made contact with Issei's skin, it shattered. Issei lunged at Danasik and embraced him. Danasik felt the heat and thought he was burning, but there was nothing he could do. As time passed, Danasik could no longer move and simply allowed himself to be scorched. Issei released him, and Danasik collapsed to the ground. Judge, what a shame you couldn't save her, Donasek said, but upon seeing Issei, he regretted it. Issei roared before delivering a punch to Donasek's chest that pierced through him. What is this strength? Was the last thought Donasek had before he fell lifeless. Issei gradually calmed down, the fiery wings disappearing as he returned to normal, but he ended up unconscious as a result. So this is how things are. I wonder what it's like inside the church. TD mused as he removed the dome and floated toward the church. Inside the church, Rainier appeared weakened. Despite having the twilight healing, she hadn't escaped the beating. What surprised her, however, was Marcos's sacred gear, which turned out to be the boosted gear instead of what she had expected. Overconfident, she had been defeated. When she learned that her two allies had been eliminated, she was shocked, but then something surprised her even more. What had happened to the third? T2. But there were three. Rainier thought in shock. It's time to destroy you too, and another thing. Don't ever flirt with my pawn again, Rias declared, charging her power. Rainier didn't want to try anything else. She simply closed her eyes. Samuel, who was there, chose not to say anything. She knew Rainier deserved it, but she still felt grateful for the advice she had received during that incident. I could interfere, but sometimes it's better to let things take their course, TD thought, watching from the roof as Rainier was disintegrated into nothing. It's time to return this to its owner, Rias said, holding the twilight healing. Once the sacred gear was returned to Asia, nothing happened, and everything seemed lost. But Rias pulled out a pawn, giving hope once more. So this is how they bring people back to life. Very interesting, TD thought, observing the ritual as Asia was revived. He then returned to Issei and teleported to the room. Alright, let's see what happened to you, TD said, letting his hand glow a little red as he began to analyze Issei's body. After checking, he found no internal issues except for the wear from entering that mode, but nothing that a good rest wouldn't fix. The exterior, however, was a different story. There were third-degree burns on his shoulder blades, arms, and hands, but everything else was fine. Tails was able to heal the arms, but the shoulder blades remained with permanent scars. Well, it seems my healing can't help you any further, but everything else is normal. For now, rest, TD said, deciding to rest as well. The next day, Mihaya, good morning, Tails. Issei said, stretching his arms but feeling their heaviness. Good morning, Issei, TD replied. Why does my back feel hot? Issei asked, touching his back, only to feel a slight pain as if he still had a burn. Don't you remember what happened yesterday? TD asked. Arjun. Issei was about to shout, but TD covered his mouth. See, we don't want anyone waking up now, but don't worry, everything is fine. I'm just going to take my hand away without you screaming, understood? TD said. Issei simply nodded. Alright, now let's head to the academy, TD said, transforming into a necklace for Issei to wear. Okay, Issei replied, lacking enthusiasm. At the entrance of the academy, Issei sighed. Well, here I am, but I don't feel like doing anything, he admitted, still affected by the loss of Asia. Issei-san. A voice called from beside him. Argento-san. Issei stammered, surprised and unable to articulate a word. Yes. Asia said, eagerly awaiting a response. Don't mention anything, I'll explain later, TD advised. Are you studying here? Issei asked, still unaware of the circumstances. Yep. Asia replied with a smile, showing off her academy uniform. That's great. So, should I show you around the academy? Issei asked, feeling a bit more at ease. I'd like that, Issei-san, but someone else will do it, so I'm sorry, Asia said. Oh well, Issei said, a hint of disappointment in his voice. But another day would be fine, right? Asia added. Okay, but now you should go inside. Classes are starting, Issei said as they entered the academy together. Okay, Asia agreed, walking alongside Issei. Outside, Issei reflected, well, it seems like everything's over. Yeah, but things will be different now, TD remarked. By the way, what happened? I don't remember much, Issei inquired. Well, here's what happened. Tails recounted the events from the previous day. I see. At least she'll be safe, Issei said, feeling relieved, but he couldn't shake the uncertainty of what would happen if he were to die and be reincarnated. A part of his journey came to an end, but unbeknownst to them, a drone was watching, specifically targeting the ruby in Issei's necklace. Target located, sending data, it reported before disappearing into the sky. A day had passed since the events and everything seemed normal, or at least normal in a certain sense. What? Both parents shouted in disbelief. Yes, as you can see, that's how things are, Rias explained. But how is this possible? Goro asked, astonished. Our son is growing up. Miki said, tears of pride in her eyes. You might be wondering what was happening. Asia had moved in with the Hyodo family. It's worth mentioning that Issei was initially out on the street. How was that possible? Thanks to Rias, who helped Marcos and Samuel convince their parents to let Asia stay without resorting to hypnosis. Marcos-san helped me a lot, and I'm grateful he saved me, Asia said, a bit embarrassed. He saved you? Goro asked, surprised, leaving Asia looking a bit pale for having spoken too much. Yes, you see, father, Asia was in trouble, and Marcos rescued her, Samuel explained, sensing the situation was somewhat unfavorable. Phew, saved by the bell, Marcos thought, wiping some sweat from his brow, unsure of what to say next. I'm glad he helped you. I wish Issei were like that, Miki said, a hint of sadness in her voice when speaking about her younger son. Issei-san lives here? Asia asked, surprised as she hadn't known this, and Rias was equally astonished. You know Issei? Goro asked, surprised, drawing the attention of the siblings and their mother. Well, he was the one who helped me before with something, plus he studies at the academy, Asia said, unaware that this information was only known to Rias. He studies at Kuo Academy. Samuel asked, surprised as they had never heard of that, even the rest of the family was shocked. But he never told us anything, Miki said, somewhat bewildered. Oh, I see, Asia said, embarrassed for revealing something no one knew. By the way, where is he now? Rias asked. Before anyone could respond, they heard the door open. Phew, seriously, I swear that got complicated, Issei said as he entered the house, bypassing the living room and heading straight to his room. He's back, Samuel announced. But he didn't come to say hello, Miki pointed out. He must be tired, Rias said with a smile. Yeah, I think that's it, Goro agreed. They chatted until Rias left. Marcos and Samuel helped with Asia's things while she went to Issei's room to talk. Knock knock. Who is it? Issei asked coldly, surprising Asia with his tone. Him Issei-san, Asia said nervously. Argento-san. Issei asked, surprised as he opened the door. Hello, Issei, Asia greeted. Hi. Issei replied, feeling a bit awkward. Can I come in? Asia asked timidly. Oh, of course, Issei said, stepping aside. Thanks, Asia said. What a curious room. What's that? She asked, pointing at Tails. It's my stuffed animal, Issei replied, though something crossed his mind. Does it have a name? Asia asked, tilting her head slightly. Yep, it's called Tails Doll, Issei said with a smile, and Asia didn't notice, but Tails was starting to feel a bit nervous under her gaze. Don't you dare, Titi warned. You know, it likes hugs, Issei said, ignoring Tails. Ooh, can I give it one? Asia asked, a bit embarrassed as she clasped her hands together. Of course, Issei replied, watching as Asia approached Tails and gave it a warm hug. Help me, Tails thought, giving Issei a look to convey the message. Issei simply looked away as if he didn't understand anything. Tails thought, comically crying over the type of affection Asia was giving, evident by the hearts floating around her. I'm sorry, Tails, but this is a little revenge for the other times, Issei thought with a smile, pleased that his plan had worked perfectly. After that, they continued chatting, and Asia refrained from asking overly personal questions because she knew how uncomfortable that could be. However, night fell, and Asia went to her new room while Issei slipped out as usual through the window with Tails to head to more remote places. He found an abandoned house, and upon entering he summoned his gloves and bracers. He put on his mask to gauge the magical energy and detected 2 traces of corrupted magic, 2 renegades. When he spotted them, he had to cover himself from their swift attacks. He dashed forward, managing to grab one and deliver a punch that sent him crashing into a wall, but he had to turn around to defend against another blow, only to be hit from behind, sending him flying forward several meters. Well, they're fast, but their strength is weak, Issei analyzed, considering this as he dashed backward to resume the fight. They continued like this for about 2 hours, during which Issei held up well, spending most of the time defending and landing a few hits. However, in the end, the 2 renegades retreated, leaving Issei with some observations. Alright, my strength has increased a bit, which is why their hits didn't affect me as much. My endurance has improved slightly, though not as much as I'd like. My recovery is going well, but I still feel some burns. Other than that, nothing new, Issei said as he dismissed his gear and left the abandoned house. So, how did it go? I asked TD. It went okay for me, although I didn't get to see who my attackers were, and I don't understand why my strength increased, Issei said. Oh, that might be due to yesterday's mode, TD replied. You're talking about the one where I was in a rage, Issei said. Yep, but I'm not so sure that's the case. Anyway, I need to check you in the basement, so let's go, TD said, transforming into a necklace. They left, but as they passed by a street, they began to hear some relaxing music and Issei unconsciously followed the sound. When he realized it, he found himself in front of a luxurious bar, or something like that, judging by what was visible from the outside. There was no security, perhaps because it was new. Something urged him to go inside, and when he did, he was amazed by how spectacular it was. The atmosphere blended old and modern styles, but the most surprising sight was the waitstaff. One wore a blue mask, another looked like a child with blonde hair, a waitress had a white mask, and the bartender resembled a dark-haired man with a pointed nose and black and white stripes. Wow, Issei said. Looks like I don't need to go anywhere else now, TD thought with a smile. A kid here? Well, we don't deny anyone entry to this place, but, said the bartender. What can I get you, young man? Asked the masked waitress. Sorry, but the music somehow drew me here, Issei said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Well, if that's the case, don't worry. Although I've never seen you around here, so I don't know if you're with him to order something, the waitress said, pointing at the bartender. Thanks, Issei hesitated. Jane, Kitty said. Jane-sen, Issei said as he approached the bartender, not noticing Jane's surprise. I didn't tell him my name, Jane thought, astonished as she watched Issei walk toward the bartender. Okay, before you start asking who's who, let me tell you this. The one with the mask is Jack. You don't need to worry about Jeff. The one who served you is Jane, the blonde is Ben, and the bartender is Jack, TD explained. There are 2 Jacks, so how do I differentiate them? Issei asked. One is eyeless and the other is laughing, so there you go, TD replied. So they are, Issei was about to say. Yep, say hello to the creepypasta family, TD said with a smile. A kid here is quite a surprise, LJ said. Oh right, Issei said, unsure of what to say. Do you want something? LJ asked. No, thanks, although it's the first time I've seen this bar, Issei replied. We haven't been here long, but you could say we've been here for about a week, which is why there aren't many customers. But that's fine for now, LJ said. So how did you all end up here? Issei asked. Good question, kid, but that's a personal matter, LJ said. Yeah, it would be weird if a portal just swallowed you up, right? Issei said with a smile, though he tensed up a bit as he felt a heavy pressure. Yeah, that would be really strange, you know, LJ said with a smile, along with the other staff who were approaching them. But before anyone could say anything. Hello, Issei, Jeff said, breaking the atmosphere. Hi, Jeff, Issei replied with a smile. What time do you close? Issei asked. At 1 a.m., Jeff said. I'll wait until then, Issei said. Time passed, and soon it was 1 o'clock. So, who are you? LJ asked. Wait, 2 are missing, LJ said. Who's missing? Issei asked. Our boss and a girl, Jeff said. Jeff, you shouldn't reveal information like that, you know, EJ scolded Jeff. Don't worry about it, Jeff said nonchalantly. If you say so. Boss, special guests have arrived. LJ shouted, and then a tall man in a suit, with dark hair, and a brown-haired girl about 8 or 9 years old appeared. "So, who is the guest?" the tall man asked. The brown-haired girl stood behind the tall man's leg without saying anything. "Well, Slender, he's someone who knows us, according to him," Issei said, pointing at Issei. "So, young man, can you tell me who you are?" the man said, removing what looked like a mask to reveal a featureless face with tentacles emerging. "Wow, creepypastas are really terrifying," Issei said, not feeling scared at all. "I said RSVD to me," the tall man said with more authority, and Issei tensed up a bit since the appearance was somewhat intimidating, making it hard for him to respond properly. "Calm down, Slender, you're scaring the kid," someone next to Issei said. Everyone was in disbelief at what they were seeing, and no one could articulate anything. But before anyone could say anything, "Tails!" the brown-haired girl shouted as she ran toward Tails and hugged him tightly. "Jejejejej, hello, Sally," TD said, petting the girl's head. "So this is Tails' family, how envious," Issei thought, feeling a bit sad seeing Tails like that since he didn't belong to it. Chapter and 2 days had passed since Issei met the creepypasta family, and he had to admit that despite feeling a bit out of place at first, he was enjoying himself as time went on. When Sally asked him who Tails was, he told her that Tails was a relative of sorts. Sally tilted her head and put a finger to her chin, and the next words nearly left Issei speechless. She called him Oni-chan. Issei nearly fainted from the sheer cuteness but set that aside and confirmed that yes, he was her Oni-chan. Upon hearing this, Sally lunged at Issei to give him a hug, which he returned by gently stroking her head. Sally wouldn't let anyone else, aside from Tails and the rest of the creepypasta family, touch her head, but with Issei, she felt comfortable and safe. In a way, Issei was happy because he finally had someone he could consider family. The others asked him questions, and he answered all of them except those about his past. He discovered some details about them. Jeff hated tomatoes, Ben was the most up-to-date on games and technology, EJ liked eating livers, which made Issei panic a little, but it passed quickly. Jane hated Jeff but tolerated him for the time being. LJ was a fun guy with his illusion tricks, and Sally was sweet and a bit innocent, but she knew how to take care of herself around bad people. Slender was the boss of this bar but always stayed upstairs because people were somewhat afraid of him, not because he had no face due to his mask, but rather because of his height and the fact that he could teleport and give headaches to anyone he wanted. He only used that trick when there were troublesome people in the bar. They mentioned that so far, they were the only ones present because they confirmed there was no one else in this world besides them. They would act differently if it weren't for the fact that this world was very different from theirs, inhabited by beings that wouldn't pose a problem for them, but they preferred not to attract the attention of those beings. From then on, he spent more time in that place. Considering he hadn't slept at all that night, going home felt like it would take forever. The others offered him the chance to take a shower at the bar, which he accepted, and to shake off his sleepiness, they offered him a drink that supposedly resurrected the dead. When Tails recognized the drink, he was about to warn Issei, but it was too late, Issei had already downed it. The good news was that it worked to wake him up. The bad news was that it left him with a terrible stomachache, but nothing a little healing wouldn't fix. They told him that if he wanted to come back in the future to chat or something, the doors would always be open for him, which Issei appreciated. At least he was having a better time than he ever had in his life. Today at the academy, there was an event happening because the president and vice president of the student council were facing off against the 2-1 Samus of the academy. Issei didn't know why, but when he asked Asia, she said, Sonakaishu and Bucho didn't agree on a school event. Issei thought she was definitely lying, or at least that's what he suspected. Meanwhile, Tails said, well, only someone can solve this, and called someone. Issei was about to ask who when he heard another unfamiliar voice say, hello. Hello, Drake. Do you know why they're competing in this contest? Tails asked. That's because they're going to the Forest of Relatives, Drake replied. And that's because... Tails prompted. Well, that's because the student council acquired a new member, and as you know, your host's siblings and the nun, since they're new, need relatives, Drake explained. Oh, I see. So to summarize, they're going for pets, And since neither president would back down, they decided on this, Tails said. Yep. What do you think? Would you be interested in going? Drake asked. Of course. Just call me back to let me know when to go, Tails replied. All right, see you, Drake said before hanging up. And there you have it, the answer, Tails said. Who was that? Issei asked. His name is Drake and he's a friend of mine, Tails replied. Okay, so a forest of relatives, huh? Sounds like a good idea to go, don't you think? Issei said. Let's just wait and see, Tails said. And so, things ended in a tie since the rackets broke, which puzzled Issei a bit because those rackets were supposed to be sturdy, but somehow, he wasn't surprised. A day later, Tails received the call. All he needed to do was locate Drake's energy and teleport. Issei was going to go, but to be safe, he decided to wear his gear to avoid drawing attention. He also needed something to cover his hair, so he put on a beret to keep it hidden. Just in case, Tails improved the beret in case Issei accidentally burned it. Once prepared, Tails transformed into a necklace and teleported with Issei to the forest of relatives, landing near Rias's entourage. Upon arrival, Issei was surprised to find that this place, aside from being eerie, gave off a feeling he couldn't quite describe. He heard sounds nearby and decided to investigate. As he got closer, he saw Rias and her group talking to a very strange-looking guy, but he decided to leave and explore on his own. After wandering aimlessly for a while, he realized he was lost, unknowingly stepping into a somewhat dangerous area. Just when Issei was about to shout, the mask began detecting a very strong energy. He knew they weren't renegades because their energy, or rather, magic, was darker. This energy was blue. Once he figured out where the energy was coming from, he turned to face it, and what appeared before him was something astonishing. A three-tailed fox perched on a tree branch. Okay, this is definitely dangerous, so I'll just slowly back away and problem solved, Issei thought, turning to leave. But before he could take a step, the fox blocked his path. Alright, I'll just take another route, he thought, trying to turn again. But the same result occurred. Every time Issei turned, the fox got in his way. Okay, I'm starting to get annoyed now, so could you please move? Issei said. The fox merely positioned itself in an attack stance. Great, this isn't good. The last time I said something like that, something bad happened, Issei thought, freezing in place. The fox lunged at Issei, who dodged by moving to the side, though he had to use a dash since the tails nearly hit him. Issei seized the opportunity to dash toward the fox and land a hit, but instead of dodging, the fox shielded itself with its tails. When Issei struck the tails, it hurt a bit because he felt like he hit something solid. The fox grabbed Issei by the arm with one of its tails, slammed him to the ground twice, and then threw him toward a tree. Issei quickly recovered from the blow and saw the fox grinning at him, as if mocking him. All he did was dash toward the fox to deliver a punch, but the fox covered itself with its tails again. Instead of hitting, Issei grabbed one of the tails. The fox was surprised by this, and before it could react, Issei started slamming it against the ground 4 times before tossing it into a tree. The fox stood up and looked at Issei with a grin, also mocking him, which began to annoy the fox as well, though it had to admit that Issei deserved it. So, it prepared for the second round. After dodging, hitting, and mocking each other, the fox decided to stop, and Issei mirrored the action. The fox gestured for Issei to follow it, and he decided to do so, eventually leading him to a cave. The fox signaled for him to wait outside while it entered the cave, and Issei waited outside. Interesting fight, don't you think? Tails said. True, I was so focused on that I forgot about you, Issei replied. You know it was just playing with you, right? Tails said. Seriously? Issei asked, surprised. If it had fought seriously, it would have used chakra or senjutsu, Tails explained. Senjutsu? Chakra? Issei asked. I'll explain later. The fox is coming back, Tails said. The fox emerged from the cave, carrying a smaller fox with 1 tail and 2 red markings on its face, while the rest of its fur was white with red eyes. The smaller fox approached Issei, studying him, and before Issei could speak, the little fox jumped onto his head and settled down. Well, little buddy. Before Issei finished speaking, The little fox slapped him in the face, demanding his attention. Friend? Issei asked, prompting the fox to nod as if it understood human language. Okay, can you explain who you are? Issei inquired, but as he looked at the white fox, it began to fade into particles that dispersed into the air, leaving behind a note. Issei was left speechless, but he approached the note, which read, "You might wonder why I fought with you, and I apologize for that. It was to test you. I would have fought more seriously, but my energy was running low, and there wasn't much time left. However, thanks to your appearance and our fight, I feel confident leaving her with you. Oh, and before I forget, she doesn't have a name, so please name her and take care of her." Great, now I have to be a babysitter. What name should I give you? I think I'll call you Kiri, Issei said, unsure of why these things kept happening to him, but then he remembered his luck and said nothing more. Coo, the fox squeaked, raising her paw in acceptance of the name. All right, I think it's time to go, Issei said, and Tails teleported him to his room to figure out what to do with Kiri. A week had passed for Issei, and things were anything but calm. This was largely because Kiri wouldn't leave his side, which wouldn't have been a problem if Issei didn't need to go to school, train, or visit the bar. The day after their encounter in the forest, Issei had told Kiri to wait at home. She seemed to understand, and it worked. What Issei didn't know was that she could be quite persistent. A demonstration of this was when she hid in his backpack. He was unaware of her presence, but when he arrived in class and tried to pull out his notebooks, she jumped onto his head and squealed happily, leaving him feeling both embarrassed and uncomfortable. The reason he hadn't felt her weight in the backpack was that it didn't feel heavy. Issei received a warning because animals weren't allowed, but the others found Kiri adorable and wanted to pet her. She growled at everyone except for a few people. Kaneko, who was in the same class as Issei, noticed that Kiri was no ordinary fox and went to inform her president about it. Murayama managed to pet Kiri on the first day. By the second day, the student council found out, but Issei assured them it wouldn't happen again, whether it was true or not. Now the council had their eyes on Issei because of this, along with Rias, but he ignored them. He did have to keep a bit of an eye on things, though. When he was with the renegades, he spent the entire time acting as Kiri's personal guardian. Issei wasn't too angry, but it did annoy him, so he told Kiri to keep her distance just in case. She simply nodded in response. On the third day, at the bar, Kiri saw her dad interacting with these beings and didn't growl at them. Instead, she warmed up to them. Everyone welcomed her, but Sally in particular became quite fond of Kiri. Instead of growling at her, Kiri allowed Sally to pet her. The fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh days were almost identical, but Kiri decided it was better to stay at home. She understood that her dad could get into trouble because of her, so she always waited for Issei in his room. She might not see Issei as her dad, but after he scolded her and showed concern for her, she began to think of him as one. Whenever Issei was with the renegades, she kept her distance, watching how her dad confronted them. Afterward, they would either go to the bar or head home, depending on how things went. After a long week, Issei woke up as usual, with Kiri sleeping on his head. If you're wondering what happened to Tails, he introduced himself to Kiri, who was startled at first but then got used to him and considered him her uncle. Tails could understand what Kiri said, so when he heard her call him Uncle Tails, he felt a bit awkward, but he eventually got used to it. Tails told Issei that he was Kiri's dad, which made Issei nervous. However, when he saw Kiri lower her ears and stop wagging her tail, he had to accept that he was indeed her dad. It's worth mentioning that Kiri was happy about this. Today, he was heading to the academy with Tails, leaving Kiri at home. Issei was seriously considering getting a job if he wanted to take care of his daughter, but he didn't know where to look. He could ask Slender if he could work at the bar. He knew that the country had laws preventing minors from working, but in urgent situations, there weren't many options. At the academy, dismissal time. All right, how do I make some money? Issei thought. Still thinking about money, said Tails. You know what I have won't be enough to support her, and you know it very well, Issei replied. Where are you going to find a job? Tails asked. I'll ask Slender if he can let me work at the bar, Issei said. You know the law won't allow you to work, Tails reminded him. I know, But tell me what other option I have, Issei insisted. Before he could take another step, his mask appeared and detected different demonic energies. Well, according to the mask, they're in the old building, Issei said as he headed toward the old building. When Issei arrived, he saw that it was the occult club, a club that only the most popular students attended, not counting their siblings. Why does it indicate that it's here? Issei wondered. Do you want me to take a look? Tails asked, switching to ghost mode. Yes, please, Issei replied. Tails floated to the tree near the window, and what he saw was Rias's entourage along with two guests, a maid and a blonde man. He barely caught the beginning of their discussion and learned that the man was Razor Phoenix, from a prestigious lineage. Tails found Razor's introduction boring and lost interest. The maid's name was Graphia, who served Rias's older brother. Razor summoned his entourage just to show off, but Tails had to admit he found it amusing to watch Marcos try to protect his president. Razor, feeling insulted by someone of a lower class, was about to throw a punch, and so was Marcos. Tails then had an idea. He quickly grabbed some stones and threw them at both of their arms. Marcos and Razor had no idea what had happened, but the next thing they knew, they had hit each other in the groin. Everyone was shocked, but Tails was laughing hysterically, pleased that his plan had worked. Both of them got up, red with anger, ready to continue fighting, but Graphia intervened, realizing that this wouldn't be resolved easily. The solution was a raiding game, which Razor accepted to prove that Rias had no chance and left with his entourage. Well, it seems there won't be any more fun, Tails thought as he climbed down from the tree and headed back to Issei's house. End of chapter. Issei. Rias shouted, noticing he was still in his gear. Issei stammered, unsure of how to respond. Let's rewind to the moment when Tails returned to Issei. Flashback outside the occult club. So, what did you find out? Issei asked. Nothing interesting, just some marriage problems, Tails replied, transforming into a collar. If you say so, Issei said as he headed for the exit. Inside the club, there was a palpable tension. Rias had accepted something, but after reflecting on her words, she began to regret it. She had spoken in the heat of the moment, and there was no turning back. So, she decided they would train tomorrow. After the incident, Graphia appeared to explain the conditions of the upcoming battle, and everyone attended except Rias, who was lost in thought. She hadn't realized that night had fallen, and she decided to take a walk. She could have teleported, but she had too much on her mind. As Rias walked, contemplating the type of training they would do, she sensed demonic energy and felt compelled to confront it. However, as she approached, she heard the sounds of clashing metal and punches. Curious, she rushed over and found another person facing off against them. She initially thought it was a priest but decided to stay outside and see what happened. Inside, it was Issei, fully geared up, battling a rogue duo. He called them that because they had attacked him as a team. They had been at it for 2 hours, but Issei was getting frustrated. With a sudden dash, he grabbed both of them and began to overpower them. The rogues started to kick and struggle, but as their resistance weakened, Issei knocked their heads together with enough force to knock them out, throwing them to the ground. The loud crack that followed signaled their defeat. The reason it took him so long to deal with the duo was that they were quick and managed to evade him for a while. Once he stepped outside, he was about to take off his gear when he heard footsteps. He turned to see who it was and immediately wanted to leave because standing in front of him was Rias Gremory. Issei thought she would scold him or ask him why he was there, but what he heard next took him by surprise. Please train me, Rias shouted. And a flashback, and here we are, back where we left off. Issei didn't know what to say to that. Please, I'm begging you, Rias said. But I don't understand why it has to be me, Issei replied, confused. You defeated those rogues, right? All by yourself, while I have to ask for help, Rias said, pointing toward the abandoned house. Well, yeah, I defeated them, but they weren't that strong. Plus, I've been fighting them for a week, Issei said. Oh, I see, Rias said, sounding somewhat disheartened. Besides, I don't even know you, so I don't get why you're asking me for help, Issei added. Oh, sorry. My name is Rias Gremory, heir of the Gremory house, And I'm asking for your help because I got myself into a bit of trouble, Rias said, a little nervous about revealing too much. Your engagement, right? Say guess. How do you know? Rias shot him an annoyed look. Oh please. It's common knowledge. Everyone knows, Issei lied, trying to sound confident, though he was a bit nervous inside. Oh right, sorry. But then will you accept to train me? Rias asked, feeling a bit embarrassed about that detail. I can give you my answer tomorrow because I wouldn't be facing those rogues if it weren't for my sensei, Issei replied. Your sensei? Do you think he can handle it? Rias asked. Possibly, but I'd have to ask him, Issei said. Okay, just tell him he'll be rewarded for this, Rias said with a smile. Alright, but where should we meet for me to give you my answer? Issei asked. Good question, Rias said, pondering where to meet. I just hope I don't regret this. Do you know the Hyodo residence? Issei asked. Yes, why? Rias replied. I'll give you my answer there, Issei said. Okay. Thanks, Rias trailed off, unsure of Issei's name. Call me Kanjite Knight, Issei said. Okay, Kanjite Knight, see you tomorrow, Rias said before disappearing in a magic circle. Phew, that was close, Issei said, removing his gear. Seriously, you couldn't think of another name. Tails said, appearing next to Issei. You know how it is when someone's under pressure, you can't think of anything else, Issei replied. Good point, Tails agreed. So, what do you think of the proposal? Issei asked. To be honest, I don't know what to think, Tails admitted. Wouldn't you be interested in being her sensei? Issei asked. I'm your teacher, and besides, if I accepted, you'd come with me, Tails said. But I can't skip school, Issei protested. Well, I built something for situations like this, Tails said. And what would that be? Issei asked. Well, just come to your room and we'll be all set, Tails said, teleporting with Issei to his room. Okay, now what is this about? Issei asked. For this, I need to go down to the basement, so just wait a moment, Tails said as he headed downstairs. Issei waited for a while and saw Tails coming back up, but he was carrying someone covered with a blanket. So, what's your solution? Issei asked. Let me introduce you to Priestess, Tails said, pulling back the blanket to reveal another Issei. What? I don't know what to say, Issei stammered, unable to articulate a word at the sight before him. Don't worry, he'll only be used in certain cases. Plus, if they go to train, they'll have a justified absence, but you won't. So tell me, isn't this a good option? Tails said. Well, wait, you accepted the offer. Issei said, surprised by the last part. Let's just say I'm curious about how the demons here are, so why not? Besides, she'll think I'm training the others, Tails said. I'll just let my family know I'll be out for a while. By the way, I hope they're not too insistent the first time, Issei thought, feeling a chill run down his spine as he remembered his first 3 days of training. The next day Rias was outside her house with her entourage, waiting. They were all about to leave when they noticed Rias was waiting for someone. Ah, Bucho, isn't it time to go? Who is it? Samuel asked. Don't worry, I'm just waiting for someone, Rias replied with a smile. Everyone shared the same curiosity about the newcomer until a strange figure approached them. All right, I'm here, Issei said, fully geared up. Great. What did your sensei say? Rias asked. He agreed, but first, I'm coming with you so he can locate me, Issei explained. Sorry for not introducing him yesterday. I asked for help, and he agreed to assist me with training, Rias said. Silence fell over the group. No one spoke, but they accepted the situation and moved on. Issei thought to himself, this is going to be a bit problematic. Rias's entourage, along with Issei, headed to the training field. Rias, Aquino, Samuel, and Asia carried no luggage, while the others had their gear. Marcos had a package, Kiba carried another, and Kaneko was lugging a large bag. Issei only had a regular backpack. The others offered to carry it for him, but Issei declined, preferring to carry his own things. After walking for a while, they arrived at a house, entered, and dropped off their belongings before heading out again. All right, we're outside, Marcos announced. Yeah, but Knight, when is your sensei arriving? Rias asked. Right now, Issei replied. At that moment, a red flash appeared, causing them to shield their eyes. When they uncovered their eyes, they saw a figure cloaked in a hood, with a few strands of black hair peeking out. All they could make out were red eyes, which looked somewhat intimidating. All right, I'm here. Knight, Tails said, his voice altered, almost revealing Issei's identity. Thanks for coming, Sensei, Issei said, nearly making the same mistake as Tails. So, who requested my help? Tails asked. That would be me, Rias said, stepping forward with a hint of apprehension. All right, what do you need? Tails inquired. Training, Rias replied. Training for what? Tails asked, knowing the answer but not wanting to raise any suspicions. I just want to get out of a condition that was imposed on me, Rias said, reluctant to give details. Okay, but first, could you tell me what you plan to do? Tails asked. I want to train my team, especially Marcos, Asia, and Samuel, for the confrontation in 9 days, Rias explained. All right, I want to see what you have in mind, Tails said. At that moment, Kiba stepped forward and handed a wooden sword to Marcos for a demonstration. The next thing Tails observed was Marcos attempting to strike Kiba, who dodged every swing. Enough! Tails called out, signaling both to stop. Well, that was one part. What's next? Tails asked. Magic lessons, Akino said. And after that? Tails probed. Physical conditioning, Kaneko added. All right, that sounds good, but here's the plan. You all continue with your training, but after the conditioning, everyone comes outside with me because I need to assess your performance. Understood? Tails instructed. Yes, everyone replied except for Issei. Now, I'm going to train you in something so you'll come with me, understood, Knight? Tails said. Understood, Issei replied. Everyone went off to do what they had planned while Issei and Tails ventured deeper into the forest until they reached a specific spot. This distance should be fine, Tails said. Phew, that was close. We almost blew our cover, Issei remarked. Yeah, and tell me, how did Kiri take it? Tails asked. She took it pretty well, let's just say, Issei replied, somewhat puzzled. Well, I'm not sure what kind of training I'll be doing, Issei admitted. Let me analyze you, Tails said, and his hand began to scan Issei for a while before he finished. So, what happened? Issei asked. Well, your levels are good, all things considered, Tails said. But why did you do that? Issei questioned. Well, you see, they're going to learn magic lessons, Tails explained. Yes. Wait, am I going to learn magic? Issei asked, surprised. No, Tails replied. Then what? Issei pressed. You see, I'm going to explain this to you. There are several types of energies. The first is magic, which is used by demons, fallen angels, and some humans. Then there's senjutsu, which is used by other species, although that's a more general term, Tails elaborated. Is there more? Issei inquired. Yes, but as I said, that's the general way to refer to them. Now, everything constitutes the following: MP or mana, ki, chakra, chi, etc. There are more types, but those 4 are the main ones that most people are familiar with, Tails explained. Okay, but why are you telling me this? Issei asked. Well, it's because your magical reserves are low, so if you were to cast a spell, you wouldn't last long. You have regular amounts of chakra and ki, but we don't have a MSTR for that, so no. Chi is a bit complex, so that's out too, although most of them operate on the concept of being vital energy, just in different forms, Tails clarified. I see, Issei said. For each type of energy, you need concentration and imagination as they, so to speak, work with the mind, Tails explained. And you know how to handle these energies? Issei asked. Partially, but only the basics. I don't know a technique for each one, and I'm not a master at it, so that's out except for one thing, Tails said. What's that? Issei asked, intrigued. The energy, or let's call it that since no one knows about it at all, Tails said. And why is that? Issei asked. Because I can control it, Tails said, and his hand began to glow with an aura of orange and yellow. Wow, that's energy! Issei exclaimed. Yes, this is my energy, but as you can see, it emits an aura. In this case, mine is between orange and yellow, Tails explained. Interesting, Issei remarked. If you found that interesting, then check this out, Tails said, lifting and opening his palm to create a gentle hurricane. Now, look at this, Tails said, allowing his aura to flow from his hand, pointing it forward to unleash a more powerful hurricane. Sometimes you can ask nature for help to enhance your attacks, but it depends on the attack, Tails explained. Why are you teaching me this? Issei asked. Well, you usually fight with your fists, but there are times when close combat isn't an option, so I'm teaching you this. However, I warn you, handling this isn't easy, but it's not difficult either. It's intermediate, Tails cautioned. Okay, so when do we start? Issei asked. Now, I'm going to teach you the basics, TD said. Understood, Issei replied. After 5 hours of physical conditioning, everyone was waiting outside when Issei and Tails finally arrived. Issei looked a bit tired and had a bruise or two, but nothing serious. All right, since everyone is here, how do the newcomers feel? TD asked. Tired, Asia, Marcos, and Samuel replied. Good, because there won't be any breaks from here on out, so stand up, TD instructed, prompting the mentioned individuals to rise. What are you going to teach us? Rias asked. You'll see. But the only condition I'm imposing is that you cannot use magic, TD said, causing everyone except Issei to widen their eyes. But Rias started to protest. Nana, no objections. My training, my rules. Understood. TD said firmly. Understood, the entire group replied. Now, the next thing, attack me, TD said casually, but everyone was confused until they saw Marcos charge at Tails, who simply dodged and tripped him, causing him to fall. Good move, but unfortunately you're slow, TD said, stopping a punch from Kaneko with his hand, which surprised everyone since Tails didn't even turn to look. You did well to attack, but don't assume that just because I'm distracted by someone, I'll let my guard down, TD said, delivering a light punch to Kaneko's stomach and pushing her back a bit. He then had to dodge a sword strike from Kiba. Good speed, but, Tails said, blocking Kiba's wooden sword with his arm, you lack strength. What happened next was that he disarmed Kiba and delivered a solid punch to his stomach. Tails noticed that 4 people weren't going to attack: Rias, Aquino, Samuel, and Asia. This was understandable since they weren't used to close combat. Alright, with this, I've finished my evaluation of you, TD said. Wait, we can still fight. Marcos exclaimed. I know you can still fight, but as I said, the issue is that you need to attack, and only a few of you did, TD replied. No one said anything. What would your evaluation of us be? Asia asked. To put it bluntly, you're lacking. You attacked me and that's fine, but it was a total mess. If you were fighting someone else, you'd be in serious trouble, TD said seriously, as he expected more and ended up a bit disappointed. But now I'll allow magic, so attack me, TD said, only to see Rias and Aquino launch their attacks while the others hesitated. Despite Tails only using a small portion of his strength to deliver a light blow, they hadn't fully recovered. Tails dodged for quite a while Rias and Aquino tried to hit him. Both, despite not having trained with the others, began to show signs of fatigue, as their magical reserves were starting to deplete. In a last-ditch effort, they combined their remaining magical power and launched it at Tails. Meanwhile, Tails simply stood still while Rias and Aquino smiled, thinking they had tired him out. But what happened next was unexpected. Tails merely raised a hand in front of him, and instead of their attacks colliding with the ground, he sent them upwards, causing an explosion. Rias and Aquino were about to continue, but Tails raised his hand in a signal to stop, causing both to fall backward. Well, you did well, but you couldn't even touch me. I have a rough idea of your abilities, but first, my evaluation of you. Gather around, TD instructed, prompting everyone to come together. Ready, Asia said. Good, but tell me, why didn't you attack me? TD asked, pointing at Samuel and Asia. I don't know any spells yet, and I'm not used to close combat, Samuel admitted. I'm the same. The only thing I can do right now is heal, Asia said, making her hand glow green. Alright, here's my evaluation. First, the one with the wooden sword, TD said, pointing at Kiba. As I said, your speed is good, but you lack strength. And a piece of advice, don't try to enter your knightly mode or whatever you have in your head, because in a battle, no one will respect that. If someone shows you that respect, then it counts, but if not, don't follow those rules. Now you, he said, pointing at Kaneko. Your strength is impressive, but I'll just say this. You rely too much on your strength and neglect your defenses and reflexes to the point that a simple oversight could be your downfall. You need to improve your awareness of your surroundings. Now you, he said, pointing at Marcos. All right, you're clumsy and rely too much on your strength, but you need to understand this. There will always be someone smarter or better than you, possibly with more experience. If you don't think about how your enemy will act, forget about continuing. Now you too, he said, pointing at Rias and Aquino. While close combat isn't your strong suit, you've shown me that you're lacking in this regard. If it's long range, no problem, but as you've noticed, you only wasted magic hoping to hit me with luck. On top of that, you didn't attack with all your strength, so I'll just say this. Attack me to win, because your attacks, instead of hurting me, I deflected as if they were nothing. So don't hesitate, unleash your strongest attacks. Now you too, he said, pointing at Samuel and Asia. I'll let it slide since you've never participated in a battle, but you need to train. And tomorrow, I expect to see more interaction, TD said. No one said anything as they were taken aback by his blunt and ruthless criticism. They didn't like being criticized and were about to respond, but before they could. If you don't like being criticized, I'm sorry, but that's life. If no one tells you that you're lacking, I will. Until then, show me what you're made of. Understood? TD said. Everyone was silent, their thoughts laid bare. I said, Iandesindi, TD commanded in a deeper voice. Why yes, the group replied nervously. From now on, I am your teacher, so make the most of this training, TD continued seriously. Yes, sensei, they all responded with a firm salute. TD couldn't help but wonder what the future held. 8 days had passed, and now only 1 day remained before the confrontation. Everyone was resting after the small tournament, preparing for what was to come. He said, yes, training, but to summarize, it went like this. Day 2, everyone continued their routines from the first day, and while there wasn't much improvement, they were analyzing their actions more carefully, which helped them avoid reckless attacks. Asia and Samuel engaged in some sparring, with Tails taking it easy on Asia since it was her first time. Samuel, having experienced tougher battles, was a bit rougher but didn't push too hard. Issei struggled to control his energy and saw little progress. Day 3 on this day, Rias's group attempted to attack Tails, but they still couldn't land a hit. Tails had advised them to hold back their strength, and while they couldn't win, they managed to last a few seconds longer, an improvement, however slight. Asia participated but found herself too weak, prompting Tails to consider giving her something to help her, though she first needed to build her physical strength. Samuel focused on long-range surprise attacks and discovered he could manage basic elemental magic, despite being a beginner. Issei continued to struggle with his energy. Day 4 today was different as Tails suggested they attack as a team, but the outcome was less than ideal. Marcos struggled with the teamwork aspect, leading to their failure. Tails took the opportunity to tease him a bit, recalling past events. Issei made a small advancement. He could feel energy flowing within him, but he still couldn't unleash an aura or attack. Progress, albeit minimal. Day 5 the group devised a strategy to corner Tails, and while they aimed to defeat their sensei or at least land a hit, they ultimately failed. Still, Tails praised their teamwork and advised them to be less predictable next time. Issei attempted to summon an attack but ended up exhausted. Tails suggested he start with a small fire, about the size of a matchstick. Day 6 this time, the group planned a more ambitious strategy, resulting in everyone ending up on the ground. Tails explained that their approach might work with animals but not with experienced beings. After some adjustments, they faced the same outcome. Tails then gave Asia some gloves, and to everyone's surprise, she lifted a rock twice her size with a bright smile, showcasing her excitement. They all thought, Sensei just created a mini-monster. Issei, following Tails' advice, made a small breakthrough, experimenting with various elements. A matchstick-sized fire, a gentle puff of wind, a small amount of earth, and a little water. He wanted to attempt something larger but refrained, recalling past exhaustion. Day 7 Tails decided to change things up, including Issei in the training. Everyone agreed, though Issei thought, "Not again, please." He had to shake his head, knowing what was coming. The result was that Issei learned to dodge but ended up with bruises and cuts, realizing this was a different challenge than facing the renegades. The others were surprised by Issei's resilience, especially when he revealed he was human. He was gentle with Asia but fought normally with the others, particularly with Marcos and Samuel. Issei continued to train with his energy as he had the day before. Day 8 Issei faced a one-on-one fight while the others watched. He performed well, activating his dash instinctively to dodge, moving so fast that no one saw it. Tails noted that he did this for Issei, who lacked speed. Issei faced Kiba and Kaneko, acknowledging their improvements and counterattacking. He dodged close-range attacks from Rias and Aquino, but they struggled at a distance. Thankfully, he blocked their attacks with his bracers. Asia, feeling confident with her gloves, uprooted trees to throw at Issei, who managed to push them away. When she attempted a close attack, Issei shielded himself with the bracer, creating a shockwave that left Asia's arm numb. Issei showed improvement against Samuel but took a strong hit to the stomach, leaving Samuel momentarily stunned. His match with Marcos was postponed. Despite his energy training, Issei maintained the same levels as the day before. Day 9 everyone shifted to hunting mode, as Tails suggested they find him this time. It took them about 4 hours to locate him, as Tails had concealed his essence. After a lengthy search, he fell asleep, only to wake at the entrance of the house to find everyone triumphant. The fight between Marcos and Issei commenced, and they were evenly matched since Issei wasn't wearing gloves. When they got serious, both invoked their boosts, Issei with the gloves and Marcos with the boosted gear. Marcos launched a powerful shot, and Issei defended himself with his bracers, managing to push Marcos back a few meters. Marcos had expended half his magic on that attack, while Issei was nearly exhausted but chose to continue. The fight ended in a draw, but both enjoyed the experience. Issei momentarily forgot about the past and had fun battling. His energy increased slightly, but he still couldn't launch strong attacks. However, he managed to enlarge the elemental sizes a little. As the days of training continued, Tails suggested they take a break, which everyone welcomed. They had been expecting something more demanding, but upon hearing break, they relaxed and headed inside the house, while Issei and Tails ventured into the forest. "How is your progress going?" "I ask you today." "It's going well, but all I managed to do is this," Issei said, demonstrating a fireball the size of a tennis ball. With water he could only produce the same amount. With air, he just created a gust like that of a mini fan, and with earth, he could only use a small portion. "Well, at least you're balanced," TD remarked. "Why do you say that?" Issei replied. "Normally, one element would stand out more, but from what I see, they're all in balance," TD explained. "I see," Issei said. "Though I'm surprised you managed to control it in such a short time," TD added. "Well, you told me that each energy requires concentration and imagination, so I don't have a problem with that. Besides, I just need to visualize which element I need, and I'll see how my attack will turn out," Issei responded. "Right about that, but it took me some time to control it well, and then some more to specialize in it," TD said. "I understand," Issei replied. And so they continued until nightfall, lying on a rooftop while Rias was downstairs reading a book in the kiosk with Marcos. They were chatting, and strangely enough, Marcos wasn't being arrogant or superior. Instead, he was being kind and courteous. Rias mentioned to Marcos that she wanted someone who wouldn't see her as a trophy, but as Rias, not just as a gremry. Marcos encouraged her to fight, no matter what happened, and they talked for quite a while until Marcos decided to leave. Rias was about to do the same until she looked up at the roof and saw Issei and TD chatting. Curious about their conversation, she approached to listen more closely. "It's an appealing night," Issei said. "I know," TD replied. "So, what did you think of this?" Issei asked, And Rias, eavesdropping, became interested in her teacher's response. To be honest, I entertained myself for a while, but I never took it seriously, TD said. What will we do now? Issei asked. Wait, TD replied. And what about our little pest? Issei inquired, leaving Rias puzzled as to why he was asking. If you're talking about that bird or pet that showed up on the second day, I'll just say that when I see it, I'll make a delicious roast chicken or whatever comes to mind first, TD said with a smile that sent a slight chill down Issei's spine. One question, why did you let them catch you? Issei asked, surprising Rias, who didn't know about this. I fell asleep, right? So it doesn't count, TD replied. I'd believe you if I didn't know you pulled that on me once, Issei said. Alright, you win. I did it to boost their confidence, TD admitted, while Rias was astonished, thinking they had caught him with great effort. And before you ask, it's because sometimes you have to let them win to build their self-confidence. If I had kept going, I don't think they would have been excited to see they had no chance, TD explained. Do you think they have a chance of winning tomorrow? Issei asked, with Rias eager to hear her teacher's answer. If I put it in percentages, they'd only have a 5% to 15% chance of winning. If they had continued with the training she mentioned, then it would be 0%, TD said. Don't you think that's a bit exaggerated? Issei questioned. It would be, but we're talking about someone with experience in these matters. So if what I was told is true, that he's immortal, then they can use that to their advantage, TD replied. How? Issei began to ask. I'd tell you, but for now, it's time to head back. Tomorrow is Saturday and it's time to return, TD said, floating toward the window with Issei. Rias, who was downstairs, overheard their conversation and was surprised that her teacher had never been serious. He had let them win in their hunt on purpose. She had thought she could win tomorrow, but based on what he just said, it was only a slim chance. However, she wasn't too surprised, given that TD, being someone with experience, had made it very clear what the difference was. And if what he said was true, then she needed to think about how to win, even though she didn't understand why he said his immortality could be used against him. She decided it was better to rest since tomorrow was the decisive day. I just hope I can win tomorrow, Rias thought. In the Hyodo house, Marcos, Samuel and Asia were in their nun outfits, waiting in a room for the time to appear. Meanwhile, when Issei arrived in Kuo, he decided to visit his family. Kiri was with them so she wouldn't be alone, so he picked her up and also asked Slender if he could give him a job there. Slender said he would think about it and would have an answer by nightfall. Issei then decided to head home and enter through the window. It's worth mentioning that when he entered, the team disappeared, and there stood Robo Issei. Glad you're here, said Robo Issei. Anything to report? Issei asked. Robo Issei simply pulled a large needle from his arm. What's that for? Issei said, a bit nervously. Instead of answering, Robo Issei injected the liquid into Issei. What's happening? Issei exclaimed, convulsing on the bed. Well, I expected that, TD said, appearing in his plush form. The creator also needs information, Robo Issei said, preparing to inject the liquid into TD as well. Stop! TD cried out, convulsing alongside Issei. Kiri squealed, though she eventually started laughing at the antics of her dad and uncle. My job is done, Robo Issei said, heading down to the basement to deactivate. After an hour, the effects wore off. Ouch, that really hurt, Issei said, getting up. I expected that for you, but I didn't think he'd apply it to me too, TD said, also rising. Karma works, Issei said, enjoying seeing TD suffer alongside him. Okay, I admit I deserved that, TD conceded. By the way, what time is the confrontation? Issei asked. In 1 hour, TD replied. Shall we go? Issei asked. Of course, why not? Replied Tails, getting into character. Issei summoned his team and, before leaving, told Kiri he would be back soon. Kiri squealed with excitement, having been waiting for her daddy. Issei promised her that if she behaved and was patient, he would make her a chocolate milkshake upon his return. Kiri thought it over and nodded, realizing it was a good deal. Issei assured her he would try to return quickly and headed straight to the club, where Rias had said they would be waiting. Upon arriving at the academy, he made his way to the old building, climbed the tree, and knocked on the window. The others, lost in their thoughts, didn't notice him until they heard the knocks. Inside were Rias, Akino, Kaneko, and Kiba, who were surprised to see Issei, or rather, Knight, since he was in his gear. Issei stepped inside and noticed everyone was tense. Just as he was about to speak, Marcos, Asia, and Samuel entered, surprised to find Issei there. They greeted him and took a seat. Knight-san, is the teacher around here? Asia asked. Sorry, Asia, he's not here, but he told me to wish you good luck, Issei replied. Oh, I see, Asia said, sounding a bit down, and the others felt gloomy too. Issei didn't know what to do until an idea struck him. You know, I can contact him and have him come, Issei suggested. Really? Asia asked, her spirits lifting. Yeah, just give me a second. He sometimes shows up unexpectedly, Issei said as he stepped into the hallway. Tails, could you, Issei began. Don't worry, I heard you loud and clear, Tails said, appearing beside Issei, though he was hooded. And done, Tails added. All right, let's go back in, Issei said, re-entering the room with Tails. Sensei, everyone shouted upon seeing their teacher. Hello, everyone. Are you ready? Tails asked. More or less, Rias replied. Well, don't worry, this will be your first battle in this arena, but don't get nervous, or you'll mess up, Tails advised. Everyone calmed down a bit, but they were still nervous, so they waited until the game was about to start. Just before it began, two people entered the room, Sona and Tsubaki. Excuse me, Sona said. Hi, Sona, Rias replied. May I ask what you're doing here, Sona Kaicho and Tsubaki Fukukeicho? Marcos inquired. Another clan will be monitoring the raiding game, Rias explained. We volunteered since it's Rias's first time, Sona said, but then she noticed something. Sona looked around and realized there were two uninvited guests, or rather, from her perspective. Who are you two? Sona asked, her voice turning serious. Calm down, Sona, they're here on my behalf, Rias reassured her. Before Sona could respond, a magic circle appeared, revealing Grafia. Rias-sama, is everyone ready? Grafia asked. Of course, Rias replied. When it starts, this circle will send you to the battlefield, Grafia explained. Battlefield? Samuel asked. It's a field created outside the limits, so feel free to be as reckless as you want, Akino said with a smile. Reckless? Issei thought. By the way, Rias-sama, who are our unknown guests? Grafia asked. These are Knight and his teacher, Rias introduced them. Grafia gave both a quick glance but lingered on Tails, unable to sense his presence. Something told her he was dangerous, but she decided to set that aside for now. Well, let me introduce myself. I'm Grafia, a maid in the service of the Gremory House, Grafia said. And I'm the amazing T, and this is my apprentice, Knight, Tails said, striking a heroic pose alongside Issei and shooting fireworks from their backs. As they introduced themselves, Sona, Tsubaki, and Grafia felt a sense of unease, but when they saw the introduction unfold, a bead of sweat formed on their brows due to its unusual nature. The occult club tried not to laugh, having not expected such antics from Knight or his teacher. Oh, Sensei, seriously? Rias said with a genuine smile. All the members struggled to hold back their laughter at their teacher's antics, which eased their nerves and reduced the tension in the room. Sona, Tsubaki, and Grafia were surprised, having never seen the occult club enjoy themselves, especially Rias, who hadn't smiled sincerely at anyone outside her family or close friends in a long time. But they decided to set that aside. Well, we'll head to the monitoring room, Sona said as they prepared to leave. Wait, before anything, we can't accompany you since we're just here to observe your match, Tails said. I don't think that will be a problem, Sona replied as she left with Tsubaki. See you, and good luck in your match, Tails said as he followed Sona. Me too, Issei added. Wait, Knight, if you don't mind, would you like to be part of my nobility for this match? Rias asked, hoping he would accept. Sorry, Gremerson, but I think I'll pass. Don't take it the wrong way, but I prefer to stay as I am, Issei replied. Oh well, it's fine if that's your decision, I'll accept it, Ria said, a bit sadly, as having Issei on her side could have increased their chances in this match. I'm really sorry, everyone, Issei said as he left the room with Tails. Issei, Tails, Sona, and Tsubaki headed to the student council, where they would watch the rating game. Knight-san, excuse my question, but may I know who informed you about this matter? Sona asked. Oh, that's because Rias asked my teacher and me for help with her training, Issei explained. And where did she ask for help? Tsubaki inquired. Well, that would be when I was facing a rogue duo, Issei said with a chuckle. You faced rogues? Then you must belong to someone of high status. If it's not too much trouble, may I ask which family your teacher and you belong to? Sona asked, thinking her emissary had sent them to this city, but it was strange because if that had been the case, they would have been informed. Excuse me, but before we introduce ourselves, could you tell us who you are? Issei said he knew they belonged to the student council, but that was all. Oops, forgive me. My name is Sona Citri, and this is my queen, Tsubaki Shinra. Sona introduced herself. Okay, Citri-san and Shinra-san, to answer your question, well, don't be surprised by my response, Issei said. Why do you say that, Knight-san? Sona asked, puzzled. It's just that I don't belong to any noble class, Issei replied. Then, Tsubaki prompted. That's because I'm human, Issei stated. Sona and Tsubaki fell silent, contemplating Issei's words. If he wasn't a demon, then he could be an angel, a fallen one, a dragon, etc. But a human. That was hard to believe. It left them wondering if Tails was also human. I see. And you, Thisen? Sona inquired. Also human, TD said, telling a little white lie. I understand. So, you wouldn't mind answering a few questions, T-san? Sona asked. I wouldn't mind, but it will have to be another time, TD replied. Why not after Rias's match? Sona suggested. Well, that's because I have things to do afterward, plus Knight needs to take care of something too, TD explained. I understand, Sona said, realizing that if she wanted answers, she would have to wait for another time. After that, the match began. In the club, is everyone ready? Rias asked. Yes, Bucho, the club members replied. All right then, let's go in, Rias said as she entered the magic circle with the others. On the battlefield, how strange, nothing happened, Marcos remarked. Welcome to the Gremory and Phoenix clans. I will be the commentator for this match. I'm Grafia, a maid from the Gremory clan. This battle will take place in a replica of the academy that Ria-sama attends in the human world, Grafia announced, her voice echoing throughout the area. A replica? Samuel questioned. Jejejage, look outside, Aquino said, prompting Asia, Marcos, and Samuel to gaze outside, where the sky resembled a northern lights display. How much power do they have? Marcos asked. This is a pocket dimension, Kiba explained. Alright, the rules are as follows. Ria-sama's base is located in the old school building where the occult club is, while Razor-sama's base is in the new building, Grafia continued. In the monitoring room, good advantage, TD remarked. Why do you say that, T-san? Son asked. Well, if you know your terrain, you'll have a certain advantage over the enemy, TD replied. In the pocket dimension, if a pawn reaches the opponent's base, they can be promoted, Grafia stated. So if Samuel or I reach it, we can promote ourselves to queens, Marcos said. Be careful because it works the same way for the enemy, so someone has to stay behind, Kiba warned. Oh man, Marcos exclaimed. By the way, take this, Rias said as 3 small red spheres appeared. What are these? Samuel asked. These will help us communicate, Rias explained, demonstrating by placing one in her ear. Got it, Samuel said, putting one in his ear along with Marcos and Asia. Now that that's settled, let the game begin, Grafia announced. The Gremory entourage was nervous, but nothing in the world would stop them from achieving their goal. Rias pulled out a map of the school, pointing out the strategic points. Alright, everything's set. We need traps, so Yuto, Aquino, and Kaneko, could you please set up surprises for our guests? Rias instructed. Understood, Bucho, the three replied as they headed out. And what about us, Bucho? Marcos asked. Well, Marcos, I had planned to remove the seals you had before, Rias said. Wait, I had seals? Really? Marcos said, surprised since he hadn't known that. Yes, and as I mentioned, you had them because you wouldn't be able to handle the power of the boosted gear, but I took them away during Sensei's training, Rias explained. I understand, Marcos replied. So, Samuel, how are you progressing with your spells? Rias asked. I'm doing well, Bucho. Although I can only cast attack spells like fireballs or similar things, I still need more training. However, Sensei said I can defend myself up close well enough not to be defeated, Samuel answered. Got it? And Yuisha, you have the gloves, right? Rias inquired. Yes, Bucho, Asia replied, wearing the gloves. Although her nun's robe covered everything, they were clearly part of Asia's outfit. All right, only those who will stay with me will be Asia because of her healing abilities, and Samuel will serve as support or a distraction. But until then, they will stay with me, Rias stated. They waited for Aquino's call, which didn't take long. Bucho, the preparations are ready, Aquino announced. Understood. Now the plan is as follows, Rias said. In the monitoring room, Tsubaki remarked, Rias-sama is about to make her move. With so few pieces, it will be difficult for Rias to win, Sona commented. That may be true, but we'll see, Tails said, his red eyes shining with a hint of excitement. Why do you say that, T? Tsubaki asked curiously, piquing Sona's interest as well. Well, maybe I need to see the battle to explain what I mean. Don't take it the wrong way, but looking at how you all are, I get the impression that you need to see it to believe it, Tails said, placing both hands in front of him under his chin. Sona and Tsubaki decided to watch the battle to understand what Tails was referring to, slightly surprised that he was analyzing them. On the battlefield, Marco stood alongside Kaneko, while Kiba and Aquino awaited orders. Asia and Samuel remained inside the club with Rias. All right, you all know this, but remember, if you enter the battle, it will be inevitable, Rias warned. Understood, they all replied. Now, let the operations begin, and one last thing. Remember what Sensei taught us, Rias instructed. Yes, they all said before dispersing. Marcos and Kaneko headed toward the gym, while Kiba waited in the forest and Aquino kept watch from a distance. Once Marcos and Kaneko entered the gym, everything was dark, but it didn't take long for the lights to turn on. We know you're there, so come out, someone called. We can't hide anymore, Marcos said, prompting Kaneko to nod as they both stepped forward. Well, look who we have here, a pawn and a rook, another person said. The last time, you only showed yourself to be pathetic in front of Razor-sama, someone with a staff remarked. I may have looked pathetic then, but not anymore, Marcos declared, taking a fighting stance. Be careful, Marcos-senpai, Kaneko warned. Same goes for you, Kaneko, he replied. Let us introduce ourselves. I'm Shuei, the rook, said the one who resembled a martial artist. I'm Mira, the pawn, said the one with the wooden staff. We are Kira and Meru, and we are pawns, the identical twin girls said, differing only by the color of the backpacks they carried. In a nearby building, a person sitting on a couch said, Well, it seems everything is set. What do you think, Razor-sama? Asked a purple-haired girl. Nothing in particular, just simply winning against those low-class fighters. Although I sensed Rias would be clever, I see it will be very easy to win, Razor said with a smile. Understood, the purple-haired girl replied. By the way, how are the other units doing, Yubaluna? Razor inquired. Our 3 pawns are heading to the enemy base, Yubaluna reported. Razor thought, what kind of training could they have had? Because when I sent my familiar to watch them, things didn't go well. Who could have caused that? He was about to scold the familiar for trembling when he realized things would be different. His thoughts were interrupted by Graphia. One pawn of Razor-sama has withdrawn from the game, she announced. So they've already started moving, Razor said, not entirely expecting one of his pieces to be eliminated so quickly. Moments earlier, in the forest, the 3 pawns were confident they would face simple traps, and they indeed were, but what came next was unexpected. Don't you think this is too easy? Asked someone in a maid outfit. What did you expect? They're novices, so I don't think they can put up a tough fight, replied another in a dancer's outfit. The third, also in a maid outfit, was very quiet. What's wrong, Violent? Do you think these traps will stop us? The dancer said mockingly. Don't you think this is too easy, even for novices? Right, Marian Shuria? Violent said. Before they could respond, Marian stepped on an explosive trap, triggering it and announcing their withdrawal. Violent and Shuria didn't notice and were about to ask what happened when they had to dodge a sword aimed directly at them. Once they gained some distance, they saw it was Kiba. I see, attacking from a low position. I didn't expect that from someone like you, Violent said. Jajage, that would be an insult, but now that we're in this game, the rules change, Kiba replied. And how do you plan to defeat us when you're at a disadvantage? Shuria challenged, but upon seeing Kiba's smile, she wasn't sure they could win. We'll see about that, Kiba said with a grin, closing in at greater speed toward Shuria, catching her by surprise and delivering a cut that made her disappear, announcing her withdrawal. Violent, who was there, couldn't believe what he saw. A knight piece was fast, but that was a speed beyond that of a knight. How can you? Violent began to say. You'll find out in due time, Kiba said with a smile, striking a combat pose. In the gym, things could be said to be even, as Kaneko had only been defending the entire time and hadn't counterattacked. Meanwhile, Shuei was surprised that Kaneko had lasted so long against all her attacks. Impressive. I've never encountered anyone like you, Shuei said, amazed that someone could withstand her. Kaneko remained silent. What's wrong? Did the cat get your tongue? Shuei mocked. Sensei is stronger than you. Your hits would have hurt me before, but now I feel like I can beat you, Kaneko replied. Shuei's annoyance grew, and just as he prepared to attack, he heard that one of his teammates had been eliminated. It didn't surprise him, but shortly after, he learned that another had also been taken out. What the? Shuei began to say, but he had to block a punch from Kaneko, along with a kick aimed at his stomach. He managed to defend himself, but she sent him flying to the far end of the gym. Despite his high defenses, that hit hurt. How is it possible that she's so strong, he thought. Who are you? Shuei asked. Just a servant in the service of Ria-sama, Kaneko said as she continued pursuing the enemy tower. Meanwhile, Marcos faced a challenge, outnumbered 3-1, but he was surprised that he wasn't tiring as quickly anymore. He had to dodge a wooden staff, and if he managed that, the twins with their chainsaws were waiting to deliver a potentially devastating blow. However, he was beginning to adapt to this style of combat. Stop dodging us! Mira exclaimed, annoyed. She remembered when he was weak, but now he was not only giving them trouble but could also endure a prolonged fight. But this is getting boring. I thought you'd be a bit faster, but you feel really slow, Marcos said, not mockingly, but rather comparing them to Issei, whose speed was much greater. We'll see about that, Mira replied, getting into a combat stance alongside the twins with their chainsaws. You know, I'm tired of your toys, so let's get rid of them, Marcos declared, invoking the boosted gear to enhance his strength and moving into. The three of them braced themselves, but they didn't realize it was a feint. The next moment, Marcos kicked the legs out from under all three of them, causing them to lose their balance. They fell and scrambled to get back up, but when they reached for their weapons, they found that Marcos had taken them. Goodbye, Marcos said as he shattered their weapons. He slammed the wooden staff against the ground and smashed the chainsaws together with such force that they broke apart. The three of them could only stare in shock at the sight of their destroyed weapons. Anger surged, and they attacked him with fire spells. Marcos stepped in and delivered a punch to their stomachs, exploiting their neglected defenses. The three thought the hit would be weak, but it was anything but. It hurt a lot. When they tried to rise, they found they couldn't feel their arms or legs, leaving them gasping on the ground. Phew, I'm done. How are you doing, Kaneko? Marcos asked, only to see that Kaneko had knocked out the enemy tower. All right, Marco-senpai, it's time to go, Kaneko said as she headed toward the exit with him. The three who were still conscious didn't understand why they were being abandoned until they saw through the windows that dark clouds were gathering, a sign of an impending storm. By the time they realized it, it was too late. A lightning bolt struck and destroyed the gym where they were. 1 tower and 3 pawns of Razor-sama have been eliminated, Grafia announced. What just happened? Marcos said, having narrowly avoided the attack. Looking up, he saw Akino in a priestess outfit, liking her fingers with a somewhat chilling smile. It's Akino-senpai's identity, Kaneko explained. Her identity? Marcos asked. They call her the Priestess of Thunder, Kaneko replied. If she was strong before, now with Sensei's training, I can't imagine the poor soul who faces her, Marcos thought, feeling a bit intimidated. In the monitoring room, Sona and Tsubaki, who knew the level of Rias's nobility, or at least they used to, couldn't believe what they were witnessing. Incredible, Sona said, while Tsubaki, usually few of words, shared the same sentiment as her king. Now the training is really paying off, TD remarked. If it's not too much to ask, what kind of training did T-san give them? Tsubaki inquired. Oh, nothing special, just regular training, TD replied, something that Sona and Tsubaki didn't quite understand, but Issei did, as he was the first to experience it firsthand, sending a chill down his spine just thinking about it. Do you think Rias has a chance of winning, T-san? Tsubaki asked, who had previously thought that Rias and her nobility wouldn't stand a chance, but now she was beginning to doubt that. That's a good question. So far, they've been doing well, but I think what's coming next won't be easy at all, TD said, acknowledging that they had the advantage at the start, but now the difficult part was approaching. I don't think Razor will just sit back now, Issei added. What will your next move be, Rias? TD thought, knowing that the battle had only just begun. Chapter end in the new building. Riser was in his base, contemplating what to do. Losing 2 pawns wouldn't be too bad, but hearing that more pieces had been eliminated gave him an uneasy feeling, though he didn't know why. He decided to push those thoughts aside. All right, Yubaluna, it's time for you to go, Riser said. Understood, Riser-sama, Yubaluna replied as she headed out to the destroyed gym. Meanwhile, Marcos and Kaneko were outside the ruined gym. Do you think this will grab their attention, Kaneko-chan? Marcos asked. I think so, Marcos-senpai, Kaneko replied. And what about Kiba? How's he doing? Marcos asked. I think he's doing well, Kaneko said. In the forest, Violet was tired. She was supposed to have combat experience thanks to her MSAR, and this should have been easier, but facing someone like Kiba proved to be a challenge. Enough of your games, Violet said, activating a magic circle. I feel the same way, but first, let me leave you with some final words, Kiba said with a smile. What final words? Violet asked, puzzled. Just look down, Kiba said, pointing to her feet. Violet looked down and realized she had stepped on some sort of mine. Before Violet could speak, he abruptly announced his withdrawal. A pawn of Razor-sama has withdrawn, Grafia declared. And that's without using Akino-san's barrier, Kiba noted as he moved on to the next target. Kaneko and Marcos, having heard the announcement, waited for someone to appear. Soon, the queen arrived, flying in with her demon wings. I can't tell if they're overconfident or just plain foolish for not relocating, Yubaluna remarked, hoping for a distraction to take one of them down. Maybe, but you can't expect much from them, Marcos replied with a hint of mockery. Era, isn't that the explosive queen? Akino said as she descended to confront Razor's queen. But look who it is, none other than the Thunder Priestess. I've been wanting to face you, Yubaluna said. Fufufu, I've been wanting to face you too, Akino replied, releasing an aura of lightning while Yubaluna unleashed her purple aura. Keep going while you can, Akino instructed Marcos and Kaneko as they headed to the next target. However, they soon encountered Kiba. Before they could proceed, Rias called them, prompting them to hide in a storage room. Bucho, what's going on? Marcos asked. There will be a change of plans, Rias said over the communicator. What? Marcos replied. Our plan was to gradually corner them, trapping them in buildings with Akino's help. But now that Razor's queen has emerged, we must attack by surprise, Rias explained. Are you sure, Bucho? It's risky to leave the base, Kiba cautioned. Don't worry, I have another plan. You all attract the remaining pieces to distract or disqualify them, and I'll send Samuel with you. Understood? Rias instructed. Yes, Bucho, Marcos replied. The three of them headed to the center, surprised to find Samuel already there. They paused for a moment until, "Get out of there. We know you're hiding," Marcos shouted, sensing a presence, and they turned to see a woman dressed as a knight. "So, these are the leftover pieces, huh? Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Carlem, the bishop, and I challenge you, knight of the noble Gremory," she said, drawing her sword and igniting it with flames. "Oh, I see. If that's the case, I accept the challenge. I've always wanted to face another knight," Kiba said, eager to test his training against another piece like himself. Carlemine lunged at incredible speed, and Kiba mirrored her movement, leading to a clash of swords. "Then we're all set," Marcos said, preparing to retreat with Kaneko and Samuel. "Not necessarily," said a figure with half a mask. "Seriously? Just when I thought I'd find someone cute, it turns out to be another sword fanatic," remarked a blonde woman accompanied by twin girls in cat suits, a woman wielding a large sword, and someone wearing an oversized yuka. "Who are you?" Marcos asked, causing everyone to fall back in surprise. "You don't know who she is," the masked figure said, annoyed by the perceived insult. "Should I?" Marcos replied, a hint of mockery in his tone. "You'll pay for your insolence," the masked figure warned, ready to attack. "Wait, Isabella, it's normal for him not to know who I am, so calm down," the red-haired girl said. "I understand," Isabella replied, complying. "Since Ria-sama is marrying Oni-sama, let me introduce myself. I'm Revel Phoenix," said Revel. "Wait, Phoenix. So you're Razor's little sister?" Marcos asked, surprised. "Of course, it's normal for you low-class folks not to understand that," Revel said with an arrogant attitude. "Oh, I see. Yes, that's surprising," Samuel said, lacking enthusiasm. "But Ria-sama certainly has strange taste in men and women," Revel mused. "Wow, I didn't know Yakitoris had such big mouths for their little egos, but whatever." "Boosted gear," Marcos said jokingly, receiving a boost. "Sorry, but I won't fight," Revel said, pointing to Isabella, who readied for battle. As Revel-sama said, "I'm Isabella, the Tower of Razor-sama," she said, preparing to charge, but she saw Marcos raise his hand in a signal to stop. "Oh, sorry, but I'm not your opponent," Marcos said. "Then who is?" Isabella asked, surprised. "She is," Marcos said, pointing to Kaneko. "I'm Kaneko, the Tower of Ria-sama," she said, launching herself at Isabella, who blocked the strike but was unexpectedly dragged several meters away. "Well, if you're not going to fight, then why are you here?" Marcos inquired. "Even as a bishop, I'm just a spectator," Revel replied. "Okay, that answers my question, but now who will be my opponent?" Marcos asked. "That would be Ri and Ni," Revel said, indicating the twin cat girls, distinguishable by their hair and glove colors. "Oh, I see. So, Samuel, are you ready for this?" Marcos asked as Samuel stepped forward. "Yes, innocent," Samuel said, charging at both twins and signaling for them to follow her elsewhere. "Well, if you don't mind, I prefer to choose the one with the sword," Marcos said, getting into a fighting stance. "Oh well, Cirrus, make it a quick fight, understood?" Revel instructed, and the mentioned girl took her fighting stance. "Don't worry, Revel-sama, this will be over quickly," Cirrus said, approaching Marcos at high speed, but he dodged. "Well, for now, just wait for the fight. Get ready," Marcos said while dodging another slash. Kiba observed Rias and Asia heading toward the enemy base, thinking, so they all came here. Then the president will make her move. Just as Rias and Asia arrived before entering, Rias said, "Asia, before we go in, I need you outside." "But why? Why are you surprised?" Asia asked. "I'll need support from outside. I know you don't have a strong repertoire with your magical attacks, but if Sensei gave you the gloves, you'll understand," Rias said. "Got it, Bucho," Asia replied, realizing the necessity of waiting outside. "And if you can support the others, that's fine. Just make sure they don't see you. But in case of an unavoidable fight, Remember the teachings, understood? Rias instructed. Yep, Asia said as she headed toward where the others were. Let's see what fate has in store for us, Rias said as she entered the new building. Initially, she heard nothing, but then a laugh echoed from above. Ah, welcome my dear Rias. I've been waiting for you, Razor said with a smile. Razor, Rias said, a hint of anger in her voice, but she needed to calm down if she wanted to win. According to what I heard from Sensei, I can use his immortality against him, but what could he mean by that? Rias thought, recalling the conversation Tails had with Issei. In the monitoring room, Sona watched as Rias's pieces moved. She thought it was risky, but given how the previous matches had gone, they might have a better chance of winning. Do you think they'll win, Kaicho? Tsubaki asked. I don't know, Sona replied, her gaze fixed on Issei and Tails, who seemed calm. Hee, I see. But it looks like they're just having fun, Issei said. Excuse me, Knight-san, what do you mean by having fun? Sona asked. Oh, nothing, Citri-san. It just seems to me that they're enjoying themselves a bit, Issei said with a smile. T-san, if it's not too much trouble, could you tell me if Rias has any chance of winning? Sona inquired. Good question. If Rias plays her cards right, she could win for sure, but it all depends on that Razor guy, Tails replied. Why does it depend on Razor? Tsubaki asked. Well, if he's immortal, as they say, I'd share my perspective, but I'd need to see how Razor performs in this game first, Tails explained. What kind of answer will T-san give for that? Sona wondered, curious as she awaited Tails' response. And meanwhile, Aquino was battling Yubaluna, exchanging magical attacks. Aquino used electricity, while Yubaluna relied on explosives. At one point, Yubaluna let her guard down, giving Aquino the chance to strike and injure her, causing Yubaluna to nearly collapse onto the roof of a building. So this is your strength, Priestess of Lightning. You really are formidable, but you're out of magic now, Yubaluna said with a confident smile, thinking Aquino had exhausted her magical energy. I just need to rest for a bit, so that detail doesn't matter, Aquino replied, playing along, though she still had half of her magic left. If she did run out, she would switch to hand-to-hand combat. I wonder if you'll have time for that, Yubaluna said, pulling out a vial. What's that? Aquino asked, not expecting this. You're finished, Yubaluna declared, using the liquid from the vial to replenish herself and soar into the air, enhancing her aura. Fu, then you're finished too, Aquino said with a smile. Why do you say that? Yubaluna asked, puzzled. I'll just tell you that I still have magic left, Aquino said, releasing her lightning aura. She still has magic. I made sure she used it all, Yubaluna thought, surprised to realize Aquino hadn't exhausted her magical energy. Meanwhile, Kaneko was facing Isabella, and they were evenly matched to a certain extent. Kaneko applied the same strategy she had used against Shuei, but she needed to be more vigilant since Isabella's style was more akin to kickboxing. If there was a comparison, Isabella was a bit faster than Shuei, responding more quickly to punches and kicks. When Isabella landed a hit, Kaneko managed to block it but was pushed back slightly. Oh, I see you're not weak at all. I suppose Rias Gremory trained you well, Isabella said, still in a combat stance. Sorry, but Rias Bucho didn't train us, Kaneko replied, also in a fighting stance. If it wasn't her, then who? Isabella asked, not expecting that answer. I can only tell you that he's a very good sensei, Kaneko said. Well, if that's the case, then I see that this sensei must be quite impressive, Isabella said with a hint of respect. More than impressive, he taught us very well. But now that we're here, we can finish warming up. I want to see how my training has paid off, Kaneko said as she charged at Isabella. Isabella had to dodge Kaneko's strike, but she also had to evade a kick aimed at her head. Suddenly, they felt a slight tremor. When Isabella realized that Kaneko's kick had caused the tremor, she felt a chill run down her spine. Had she taken that kick, she would have been disqualified. But now that she heard Kaneko say it was just warming up, she knew she had to pay more attention to her movements. What kind of sensei could have taught them? Isabella wondered, intrigued by the thought. Meanwhile, Samuel was facing the twins, who were giving him a tough fight since they were well coordinated. When one finished attacking, the other continued the combo. The only thing he could do was endure, but he was gradually getting used to their rhythm. In a moment of carelessness from one of them, Samuel seized the opportunity to land a punch to her stomach and pull back. That hit hurt, and I said, "Impressive. I thought you were just a punching bag, but it seems you're more than that," re-teased. All Samuel could say was that their many hits hadn't hurt him at all. The twins were annoyed by this and took up a combat stance, and Samuel mirrored them. He could use spells, but given that this was close combat, they wouldn't be very effective. He had to endure, as unlike the twins, Samuel didn't have as much stamina as the others. Meanwhile, Kiba had been fighting for a while, and he noticed that his speed was equal to Carlomine's, or at least that's how she saw it, as she only saw Kiba cutting and defending himself. This pattern continued until at one point, Kiba's sword broke, prompting a smile from Carlomine, who thought she had the upper hand. "It looks like you no longer have your sword," Carlomine said. "Oh well, it lasted a long time, but what do you think of this?" "Freeze!" Kiba exclaimed, conjuring ice that ultimately took the shape of a sword. "Do you have 2 sacred gears?" "Wow," said Carlom, surprised. "I can only imagine what sword I want to have, that's all." "So let's skip the warm-up and continue," said Kiba, positioning his sword in front of him, which Carlomine accepted as they prepared for another clash. Marcos, clad in knight armor that reflected his speed, had to dodge numerous strikes. Cirrus, on the other hand, was delivering cut after cut, yet she still couldn't land a hit, although she received another boost. "Alright, that makes 3 boosts, but I still need 1 more," thought Marcos. "What's wrong? Can't you keep up?" asked Cirrus. "It's not that, it's just that your speed doesn't compare to Kiba's, let alone someone I know," replied Marcos, receiving another boost. "Demon it," said Cirrus, closing in at high speed. "Excellent. This may not be strong, but take this," shouted Marcos as he unleashed a dragon shot, only for Cirrus to dodge it, leaving a trail of destruction that, while not massive, ended in an explosion. "That sacred gear is really dangerous," said Cirrus, somewhat cautious since that attack nearly took her out. "Hee, the good thing is I'm still standing," said Marcos, recalling how he had nearly collapsed the last time he used it against Issei, but now he could remain upright, thanks in part to the 4 boosts he had stored up. "That same trick won't work twice," warned Cirrus, sword at the ready. "Want to find out?" challenged Marcos, launching himself at Cirrus, who dodged the strike. Ravel, observing their evenly matched combat, began to doubt whether they could win. They weren't supposed to have experience in this, but seeing it firsthand was hard to believe. Then she spotted someone floating in the sky. Focusing her gaze, she realized it was Rias, and she smiled. "Hey, what's that?" Ravel called out to Marcos, who paused the fight to see Rias floating there, but without Asia. "Have they discovered our plan?" "I don't think so. If they had, they would have noticed someone was missing," thought Marcos. "Are you surprised to see your king outside of his base?" Ravel asked. "Not really, it's just that they might get a surprise," said Marcos with a grin, resuming his battle with Cirrus. Meanwhile, Rias was on the rooftop. "Just give up, Rias, and accept this engagement," Razor said arrogantly. "I don't think so, Razor. Besides, I won't marry someone like you," Rias replied angrily. "You're only delaying the inevitable, so you can do this the easy way or suffer the consequences," Razor warned, increasing his fiery aura. "We'll see about that, Razor," said Rias, her dark red aura flaring up, embodying the power of destruction. "Bucho, do you think this is all right?" Marcos asked over the communicator while still fighting. "Don't worry, this is just the beginning, so please stay focused," Rias replied. "Understood," said Marcos. Rias launched an attack that Razor blocked, but the wound was regenerating, showing no signs of affecting him. "Alright, now I don't know what to do other than hold on," thought Rias. "In the monitoring room, Rias is taking too many risks," said Sona. Tails remained silent, observing Razor and noting his regeneration. In the pocket dimension, everyone was busy. Ravel ordered the knight peace with her to attack for a better chance. The knight was about to comply when both felt someone behind them. They turned to find Asia standing there. "Well, I don't think it'll be a problem to eliminate you," Ravel said smugly. Asia smiled and simply walked toward a tree. "What are you going to do, hit me with a branch or something?" "Huh?" Ravel mocked. All Asia did was grab the base of the tree and started pulling it upward. Ravel and the girl in the yukata thought nothing would happen. A grave mistake. Because the next thing they knew, Asia uprooted the tree. "I wonder if everything they said is true." Asia mused with a smile. Asia was still the same innocent person, but thanks to Tails, well, it's unnecessary to say what happened. Ravel and the other girl froze, a bit scared, unsure if Asia was playing around or not, but they didn't want to find out. Not long after, something unexpected happened. "The Queen of Ryusama has withdrawn," announced Grafia, which made Marcos and the others nervous, but not Razor's entourage, who grinned, though not for long. "The Queen of Razor-sama has withdrawn," Grafia said, and now it was Razor's entourage that was nervous because the balance of power was equal. With both queens out of the fight, it remained to be seen who would win, and no one knew whether it would be Rias or Razor, but that would soon be revealed. The mentioned fighters were exhausted. Rias had held on for as long as she could, but she still hadn't discovered a weakness. Using magic was tiring her out, so she approached Razor. He noticed her coming and simply waited for her next attack, but he didn't expect to receive a blow to the stomach, causing him to gasp for air. Rias followed up with a combo of punches and kicks, which Razor countered with his own strikes, but Rias managed to dodge or defend against them. Both were fatigued. Razor might not tire quickly from using magical attacks, but regenerating constantly was taking a toll on his magic reserves. As the battle progressed, Rias realized that Razor's regeneration was slowing down. That's when she understood what Tails had meant. Is this what Sensei was talking about? Rias thought. Rias said breathlessly. Same here, Razor replied. Razor said in the same condition. But, this ends. Now, Rias declared, rising and amplifying her aura. The same goes for me, Razor replied, standing up and increasing his own aura. Both were raising their auras to high levels, causing the others who were fighting to stop as they felt the energy radiating from Razor and Rias. They lifted one hand, and soon two spheres began to form and grow. Rias's was a dark red, while Razor's was engulfed in flames. When the spheres were large enough, they launched their attacks at each other, resulting in a collision that ended in an explosion, sending up a cloud of smoke. No one could see anything, just smoke. In the monitoring room, Sona, Tsubaki, Tails, and Issei stood still, waiting to see who emerged victorious, but it seemed no one knew anything. The smoke obscured the screen showing the fight, but then it cleared to reveal something that shocked everyone, including Tails. The result was no one spoke. The Gremory and Phoenix clans hadn't expected this outcome. They knew Rias had trained to defeat Razor, but witnessing this level of power was unprecedented. The Mao observing the battle hadn't anticipated this, especially from Rias. However, based on what he saw, perhaps Rias's team had a better chance, but now he was at a loss for words or actions. In the monitoring room, it felt as if time had frozen, or rather, everything was silent, and that silence lasted a long while. Teasing, I knew this could happen, Sona said, a bit shocked. I didn't expect this outcome, Tails added. Issei and Tsubaki remained silent. In the pocket dimension, both teams were speechless. They couldn't believe what they were witnessing, let alone accept it, given that Rias and Razor were. Ryusama and Razor-sama have withdrawn, so the match ends in a draw, Grafia announced, her tone calm, though internally she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Everyone, for the first time, experienced something that would never happen in a rating game, leaving the question of what would happen next. If it was a draw, would there need to be another match? Both sides had either won or lost, and they didn't know what would happen next since such cases were unheard of. Indeed, it seemed impossible. But now, it appeared something had to be done. In the monitoring room, well, I wonder what Lucifer-sama will do now, Sona said. Why do you say that, Citri-san? Issei asked, puzzled. That's because Lucifer-sama helped in this rating game to free Rias from her engagement, Sona explained. You say it as if they're close, Tails remarked. That's because Lucifer-sama is Rias's brother, Sona replied. Now Tails understood why Rias was allowed to participate despite not having a complete set of pieces. Excuse me, Citri-san, where is the room for the disqualified? Issei asked. Tsubaki, if it's not too much trouble please, Sona added. Understood, Kaicho. Please follow me, Tsubaki said as she stood up from her seat. Okay, well, Sona Citri, it was a pleasure meeting you, Tails said, extending his arm. Likewise, T-sen. But if it's not too much trouble, I would love to play a game of chess one day, Sona replied, reaching out to say goodbye to Tails. Maybe, but it will be another time, so see you later, Tails said as he prepared to leave. See you another day, Citri-san, Issei said, departing with Tails and Tsubaki. In the disqualified pieces room, Akino and Yubaluna were just waking up, and when they saw each other, it was a small surprise. They looked around and saw the eliminated pieces of Razor who were awake, and they also noticed Ria sleeping, which saddened Akino but made Yubaluna smile. Akino, when looking elsewhere, smiled, and Yubaluna was puzzled by Akino's smile. But when she turned in the same direction as Akino, her smile faded as she saw Razor sleeping as well. After a moment, they wondered who had won and were about to ask each other when 3 people entered, Issei, Tails, and Tsubaki. Well, I'll take my leave, Tsubaki said, heading toward Sona. Nike-sensei, thank you for coming, Akino said with a smile. How do you feel, Himejima-san? Issei asked. Fine, Nike-kun, Akino replied. Before everyone asks who won, please wait until everyone arrives, Tails said. Akino nodded, and although the others had questions, they had to wait for their king to wake up to find out what had happened. After a while, the remaining members of both teams arrived, followed by a red-haired man who entered with Graphia, causing both teams to bow, except for Issei and Tails, who didn't know who he was. Good, I see everyone is here, and for the new guests, let me introduce myself. My name is Surzex Lucifer. Don't worry you two, Graphia informed me of your assistance, Surzex said calmly. Don't worry Lucifer, we won't cause any trouble here, Tails assured him. I understand. Well, from what I see, you two would prefer to know what will happen, right? Surzex continued. Actually yes, but first, Rias and Razor, you can stop pretending to be asleep because you're clearly not fooling me, and besides, Lucifer will provide an answer, Tails said, prompting the two to ignore him. Well, Razor did, but Rias did not, so he continued. Well, Rias, since you don't want to get up as your older brother, I have no choice but to use this, Surzex said, a hint of excitement in his voice, causing Rias to tense up a bit, so she had to sit up. No, you wouldn't dare, Rias stammered nervously. Oh, but my dear little sister is up. How exciting. Surzex said with a smile. Okay, sorry about that, but I think this isn't known for sure. So, Rias and Razor, to avoid keeping you in suspense any longer, your game ended in a draw, Surzex announced. Wait, a draw? Does that mean? I was going to say Rias. Exactly, Rias. No one won, and therefore we don't know what to do, Surzex said. Everyone was speechless. This was not the expected outcome. With no options left, what could they do? Every idea was welcome, but they couldn't be sure if the same thing would happen again. They pondered this for a while until, hey, if you don't mind, I can suggest an idea, Issei said. Now everyone focused on Issei, making him a bit nervous, but that feeling quickly faded. How about we settle this with a one-on-one match? Issei proposed. A one-on-one match. I don't see anything wrong with that, but why not another rating game? Surzex asked, intrigued. Look, Lucifer-sama, I don't mean to be rude, but given how things went, it would almost result in the same outcome. Besides, that game wasn't official, so it's off the table, Issei explained. I understand. On one hand, you're right, but on the other, tell me what the rules would be, Surzex replied. Well, you can either fight or choose someone to represent each team, as long as the person being represented agrees, Issei said. I see. Normally, I would discuss this further, but considering how things turned out, there aren't many options left, So those conditions are accepted, Knight, Surzek said. Now that this is decided, how many days do you want before the match? TD asked. That should be decided between Rias and Razor, Surzek replied. Well, Rias, since I see we aren't getting anywhere, I propose it be in 2 days, Razor suggested. I have no problem with that, Rias said. Now, who will represent each noble house? Surzek inquired. I, Razor Phoenix, will represent my team, Razor declared. And you, Rias? Surzek asked. I choose. Knight, Rias said, leaving everyone except her team stunned. Everyone thought she would choose Marcos, but only Rias and her team knew how strong Issei was. She could have chosen Tails, but she felt he wouldn't accept. You know, Rias, normally I would say no, but I'm curious about the person who trained you, so I accept, Razor said, intrigued by Issei. Alright, where will it take place? Surzek asked. It will be in a pocket dimension, Razor replied. Well, since both parties agree, there's no problem. To make things more interesting, the winner will receive a favor from me, Surzek said, surprising everyone, as that's not something you would get easily unless you were someone important. Surzek-sama, but that. Grafia began to say. Don't worry, Grafia. Besides, I have a certain interest in this match, so everything is fine, Surzek reassured her. But, understand? Grafia said. Everything is settled. The match will begin in 2 days. Until then, see you all, Surzek said before disappearing in a magic circle with Grafia. Well, we should take our leave too. See you later, TD said as he left with Issei. With both teams now in the room, they waited, some resting while others processed what would happen next. In the Hyodo household, Issei and Tails entered through the window into the room and took off their gear. When Kiri saw them, she simply raised her paw in greeting. All right, Kiri, ready for your milkshake? Issei asked, receiving a nod in response. He then went to prepare the milkshake, which took about 15 minutes, but he returned with a disposable cup. Okay, Kiri, I'm going to visit the family. Do you want to come, or will you stay? Issei asked. Kiri climbed onto Issei's head. Alright, that's a yes. Before I forget here, Issei said, handing her the milkshake as they headed to the bar with Tails. Let's see how it goes with getting a job, if I can even manage it, Issei thought. Chapter and 2 days have passed since the rating game. Naturally, Rias and the others were nervous because the outcome would determine whether Rias would be free or not. But where were Issei and Tails? They were somewhere training. During that time, Slender had given Issei a job, but there were rules. 1, he had to come in formal attire, 2, if there were any issues, he had permission to use brute force if necessary, and 3, there was a special rule for Issei. He had to be careful about who he brought to this place. Other than that, there were no problems. Issei mentioned that he would have to wait for now because he was going to train. Tails explained the situation, and Slender understood. After that, Tails asked him for the gloves, as he was going to make some improvements and also a surprise. Meanwhile, he would train his energy, which Issei did. During that time, he made some progress, but it was still challenging. That was all. Today, everyone was waiting in the occult club. Present were Rias and her team, Sona, Tsubaki, Razor and his team, all curious to see who would be compared. Grafia and Surzek were also there, just waiting for the last 2, who didn't take long to appear at the door. Okay, do you remember what you need to do? Tudi cloaked us. I remember, Issei replied. Good, now that you're here, are you ready? Grafia asked. Yep, Issei and Razor said simultaneously, and both teleported to a special pocket dimension. In the pocket dimension, I'm curious to see how you fight, but I'll only give you the chance to surrender, Razor said with a smile. I would take the offer, but I can't right now. So, are you ready? I'm ready for battle, Issei declared, striking a combat pose. Well, don't say I didn't warn you, Razor replied as he lunged at Issei. Issei dodged the blow and attempted to counterattack, but Razor blocked him and retaliated with a kick that sent Issei flying back several meters. Continuing his assault, Razor began firing fireballs. Issei dashed to the left just in time, causing the fireball to explode, leading Razor to believe he had won. Hey, I'm right here, Issei shouted, raising his arms and inviting Razor to throw another fireball, but the same thing happened again. "Hey, over here!" Issei called out, repeating the process. In the club, everyone was astonished to see that they could barely keep up with Issei's speed, except for Rias and her entourage. It was the first time they had witnessed such a significant increase in speed compared to their training. Surzex and Grafia, on the other hand, were able to follow his movements. "Impressive. I can barely keep up with him," Kiba remarked. "Excuse me, sensei, just out of curiosity, did Night Kuin hold back, or is that his actual speed?" Akino asked, catching the attention of the others. "In a way, that is his speed, but for now he's just playing around," TD explained, surprising everyone a bit. In the pocket dimension, Razor shouted in frustration, "Stop moving," demanding Issei to halt. "They then take this?" Issei replied, launching a stream of water that splashed past Razor. "This is an insult," Razor exclaimed as he hurled fireballs at Issei, who merely dodged them, creating puddles of water around him. Those watching the fight didn't understand why Issei was doing that, but they decided to save their questions for later. Seeing this, Razor closed the distance and delivered a punch, which Issei blocked with his bracers. They continued exchanging blows until Issei landed a kick and created some space. "Alright, I hope you're ready for this," Issei said, bringing his hands together with a small gap between them. Razor didn't understand what he was doing, but his question was answered when he noticed the accumulated water starting to swirl towards Issei, forming a water sphere the size of a person. "Do you think that's going to stop me?" Razor scoffed, believing it wouldn't harm him. "Well, since you can regenerate, I don't think it'll hurt you, but here comes Aquaforce," Issei shouted, launching the water sphere. Razor stood still, thinking it was just water, but when the sphere collided with him, it felt like a solid object hit him. To make matters worse, when it exploded, the water cut his hand slightly. Thanks to his regeneration, it didn't cause any lasting damage, but he was still bewildered by what had just happened. So that's how it works, huh? "Thanks for the upgrade on the gloves, Tails," Issei whispered, grateful that the enhancement allowed him to handle energy better. "Well, time for the second surprise," Issei said, extending his hand to summon a sword. Razor simply spread his fiery wings and flew out of reach. "Ha! What are you going to do now that you're not close to me?" Razor taunted. "I don't necessarily have to get close," Issei replied, positioning himself to launch an attack. Razor didn't know why Issei was about to strike, but he had to dodge as the sword extended, narrowly avoiding a serious cut. "Seriously, how cowardly of you to do that," Razor remarked. "And coming from someone who's flying, that's rich. But I warn you, come down or I won't be responsible for what happens next," Issei warned. "And what if I don't?" Razor challenged. Issei dashed quickly toward Razor, jumping at him, which took him by surprise for the third time. Before Razor could react, Issei landed a punch followed by a cut, but Razor quickly regenerated. "You know you can't hurt an immortal, right?" Razor said nonchalantly. Immortal or not, you'll see that you'll fall," Issei declared as he charged at Razor, landing several cuts. In the club, everyone was puzzled as to why Issei kept attacking relentlessly, knowing the outcome would likely be the same, except for Tails, who had suggested something. It was now up to Issei to decide what to do next. In the pocket dimension, Issei and Razor had been fighting for quite a while, and surprisingly, Issei had been holding up well. However, fatigue was starting to set in. Razor was dodging cut after cut, some of which landed, but thanks to his regeneration he was able to keep going, albeit he was getting tired. To end it, he soared into the sky and invoked the technique he had used against Rias during their encounter, alarming almost everyone since that technique was difficult to evade. I had fun, but now it's time to finish this," Razor said, launching a massive fireball. Issei simply watched as the fireball approached. When it got close, he remained still, but all he did was touch the ground with the palm of his hand, summoning a dome of earth, a detail that went unnoticed by everyone except Tails. When the fireball hit the ground, it created a massive explosion. Now everyone thought Issei had lost. Razor, having expended a lot of magic on that attack, descended to the ground, his magical reserves nearly depleted. Just as they were about to announce the winner, the ground began to crack, and Issei emerged from a mound of earth. Everyone gasped as they saw Issei, kneeling with his sword as support, visibly burned but still alive. Razor was exhausted, barely able to continue, but his pride was too great to accept defeat, so he pressed on. Well, Razor, I'm going to confess something. That attack almost defeated me. I had to use several layers of earth to avoid being completely burned, which drained almost all my reserves. But now, I hope you can withstand this, Issei said, rising despite the pain in his body, knowing that executing this next move would leave him even more injured, but it was all or nothing. He gripped his sword with both hands. Razor struggled to rise, preparing for the attack. Here I come. Ah! Issei shouted as he executed his attack. There were so many strikes that Razor couldn't dodge any of them. He let himself be hit, thinking his regeneration would save him. However, he realized too late that something was going wrong, as his regeneration was too slow. The relentless attacks continued until they finally stopped, but Issei rushed at Razor to deliver a series of blows that left him severely injured. Do you surrender, Razor? Issei asked, barely able to stand. Razor lay on the ground, unable to get up due to his serious injuries. Issei approached him with his sword in hand, alarming everyone who feared he might kill Razor. But Tails raised his hand, signaling for everyone to stop. Can't you see, Oni-sama? They're going to kill him. Ravel exclaimed, worried for her brother. Calm down, little girl. If I wanted to kill him, I could have done it with a burst of speed. Besides, Knight doesn't have the energy to continue, Tails reassured everyone. So, what's your answer? Issei asked, standing next to Razor. I surrender, Razor said, utterly exhausted. When he saw Issei offer him a hand, he accepted it. The next thing that happened was they were transported to a circle in the occult club, where everyone was watching. You heard him, Now, if you'll excuse us for a moment, Issei said. Why do you say that, Knight-san? Asia asked. For this, Issei replied, collapsing alongside Razor, which worried everyone except for Tails. Knight-san / Razor-sama. Both groups exclaimed, concerned for their respective companions. Don't worry, they're just exhausted, Tails said. Phew, that's a relief, everyone sighed in unison. Now, Asia, could you please heal Knight? He can't regenerate, Tails prompted, and Asia quickly complied. Upon closer inspection, it was surprising that Issei had endured such intense heat. Before you ask, Lucifer will have to wait until both of them wake up, Tails added. Everyone was intrigued by the fact that they had to wait longer, but some understood while others didn't. They decided to leave it alone, assuming Tails had his reasons for the delay. They didn't have to wait long, as 30 minutes later, Issei and Razor woke up. Although both were exhausted, they still had enough strength to stay awake. If you don't mind, could you tell me which family you belong to, Knight-san and you, T-san? Surzex asked. Well, for that, I only ask for the condition that what is said here must remain a secret. Understood. Tails said, prompting Surzex to nod. All right, but don't be surprised, except for a few people who already know the answer, Tails warned. Why do you say that? Grafia asked. Rias or Sona, could you please answer that question? Tails requested. You see, Oni-sama, he doesn't belong to a recognized family because those two are, well, I don't know how to say it without it sounding hard to believe, Rias said, unsure of how to express it. Why is it so difficult, Rias? Surzex asked, confused. That's because T-san and Knight-san are humans, Lucifer-sama, Sona explained. Only Razor and his entourage, along with Grafia and Surzex, who didn't know this before, now understood why it was hard to say. But the idea of a human defeating a high-class demon was hard to believe. Of course, if he had a sacred gear, it would make sense, but defeating Razor without one left them unsure of what to think. By the way, Knight, before I forget, Tails said, taking Issei's gloves and modifying them to how they were before so he could put them back on. Hey, you could have left them like that, you know, Issei said, and let you take the easy way out. No thanks. Besides, I don't want you to rely too much on that if you still don't know how to handle it well, Tails replied, making it clear that Issei couldn't argue. Although he wanted to disagree, Tails had a point, so he accepted it. Haha, this is the strangest thing that has ever happened to me in my life, Razor said, strangely happy. Rias and her group were surprised. Razor should have been angry or scared, but his acceptance left everyone confused. Razor, Surzek said, sending him a look that seemed to say, your mask is slipping. Let it go, Lucifer-sama. After all, Rias would have found out sooner or later, Razor said calmly. Surzek sighed, and Grafia patted him on the back to calm him down a bit. Razor's entourage was relaxed, while Rias and the others were still confused about what was happening. What is Razor talking about? Rias asked. Well, Rias, let me tell you that the marriage was just a cover, Razor said. A cover? I don't understand, Rias replied. Let me explain. Since you were going to be the next heir to the clan, I trusted you. But our parents were worried about imposing a heavy burden on your shoulders, and even though I care for you, I was a bit afraid to leave you in charge, Surzek explained. That's why your parents came to my family proposing the marriage. Of course, I said no, but when they told me that the marriage wasn't mandatory, just a little lesson, I accepted, Razor continued. But we didn't count on the following, Surzek added. What thing? Rias asked. Surzek and Razor exchanged glances with Tails and Issei, indicating why it had taken them by surprise. I sent a familiar to check on your training, but the next thing I knew, it came back traumatized, and I didn't know why, Razor said, summoning his familiar, which quickly hid behind him upon seeing Tails. I apologize for that, Tails said, somewhat embarrassed. Well, now that that's resolved, I accept your apology. But Rias, whether you won or lost, the marriage wouldn't happen. If I wanted you to take me more seriously, I had to seem like someone you wouldn't want, so I apologize for that time I came, Razor said. Rias felt a bit uncomfortable as Razor's calm demeanor made her nervous. I understand. So now that this is resolved, it's all over, Rias said. Yes, but as I promised a reward, what are you longing? Fame, fortune, money? Surzek asked. I hadn't thought about it. Would it be alright if I saved my reward for later? Issei replied. I don't see a problem with that, Surzek said. Hey, I don't want to be rude or anything, but could you tell me the time, please? Issei asked. Oh, it's 10 p.m., Night-kun, Akino said with a smile. Wait, it's 10 at night. Seriously? Did that fight really take that long? Issei said, surprised, but he didn't realize an important detail. Tails was holding back laughter, and when Issei saw him, he knew it was a bad sign. Tell me what I'm forgetting, Issei said, resigned, because whenever something bad happened to him, Tails ended up laughing. I just hope they don't dock your pay, Tails said cheerfully. But I don't. No, not again. Issei got up and ran to the house to grab his work uniform. Sensei, why did Night-sen run off? Asia asked, uncertain. Oh, it's nothing, Asia. I just remembered something I had to do, but I forgot what it was, so I'll see you later, Tails said as he walked toward the exit. Rias, Sona, see you later, Surzek said as he left with Grafia. See you, Rias, Razor said before disappearing with his entourage. Those who remained decided to head home, although they needed to contact Tails and Issei to celebrate their victory. Additionally, Rias had to speak with Marcos and Samuel about an upcoming meeting. Unknown location, so that's where the others are. It would be interesting to pay them a visit, don't you think? Said a tall, demonic-looking being with horns. I think so, replied a figure with red eyes, almost resembling Jeff. A visit to my friend wouldn't be a bad idea, said another being with red eyes and black scara. At an airport in Europe, two hooded figures could be seen. Ready for the trip? Asked a serious blue-haired woman. Of course, replied another, more cheerful person. On the outskirts of Kuo, so this is where the target is. It must be eliminated, said a figure in somewhat futuristic armor as he walked out of sight. What events will unfold now that dangerous times are approaching for everyone? Chapter End. 3 days passed, during which Issei kept himself occupied with work at night, training, and facing challenges that weren't too great. he had encountered another renegade, and given the speed and strength that was to be expected. However, this one had magic, making him a rogue pawn. Issei spent those days preparing, and today he found himself facing the renegade. Tails wasn't with him, as he had gone to check on something. Issei had just arrived at a spot outside Kuo when, to his surprise, the renegade was waiting for him. Before they could start fighting, the sound of a shotgun blast rang out. Something hit the renegade, causing an explosion. Issei turned to look but saw nothing. He thought it was his imagination until he heard the sound of a reload, so he stayed alert. The next thing that happened was a blow to his left side, so powerful that it sent him crashing into the wall. That hurt too much, Issei said as he got up and looked around for his attacker, but there was no one there. Just as he was about to take a step, he received another blow to the stomach, and then another and another. Issei had no idea what was happening, so he simply covered himself with his bracers, but the hits still hurt. To shake off his enemy, he dashed to the left, distancing himself. He tried to see who his attacker was, but the darkness made it difficult. "Hey, I don't know who you are, but I'm not a bad guy," Issei said, keeping his guard up. The other figure didn't respond and dashed toward Issei, catching him by surprise. Acting purely on instinct, Issei dashed backward. He has a dash too, but it's different from mine, Issei thought. When the attacker jumped, Issei leaped to strike, but surprisingly, the attacker dashed to the side and tackled Issei midair. "Okay, I can't do that," Issei thought as he got back on his feet, waiting for the next move, which came quickly as the attacker dashed at him again. Issei did the same, and they continued this way for a while. Seeing that this wouldn't end anytime soon, the attacker pulled out a shotgun. Issei swallowed hard at the sight. The attacker aimed the shotgun at Issei, who covered himself with his bracers. A shot rang out, and the next thing Issei knew, he was standing with his arms down. "The force of that shotgun nearly broke my bones," Issei thought, feeling his arms go a bit numb. Issei felt something sticking to his chest. When he looked down, he saw a kind of hook. He heard something approaching, and when he saw it was the attacker, he tried to dash away, but to his surprise, he couldn't because the hook had him trapped. The result was another blow to the face, sending Issei flying out of the area illuminated by the moonlight. When Issei lifted his gaze, he saw his attacker approaching, and when the moonlight revealed him, Issei was taken aback to see that his attacker was a human in somewhat futuristic armor. The armored figure reloaded his shotgun, and what followed was a shot that didn't fire bullets but rather a kind of bomb. Issei recognized it, recalling what had happened with the renegade. He dashed to the left, dodging the bomb just before it exploded. However, that didn't prevent the attacker from grabbing him by the shirt. Issei struck the attacker's chest, hoping to break free, but to his surprise, the blow had no effect. The attacker, seeing this, decided to throw Issei aside and switched his shotgun for a pistol. When Issei saw this, he raised his arms as best as he could because bullets started flying his way. They might not have been as powerful as the shotgun, but they were faster. He spent a while trying to shield himself, but he was starting to tire. On top of that, the attacker was using dashes to close the distance, which didn't help at all. Lost in thought, Issei didn't notice the attacker getting closer until he grabbed him by the neck. Issei hit the attacker's arm with all his strength, but it was futile. His punches had no effect. To make matters worse, he was struggling to breathe as the attacker tightened his grip. Despite his efforts, Issei felt helpless. As a last resort, he decided to use his energy. Normally, it would be easy to tap into it, but desperation changed everything. He unleashed flames, resulting in a small explosion. Issei thought he might have freed himself, but when he tried to move, he found he still couldn't because of the grip around his neck. When the smoke cleared, it was evident that the attacker still held him. The attacker delivered a punch, and Issei raised his arms to shield himself. Unfortunately, his defense was insufficient, and the attacker continued to rain down blows on his arms, legs, head, and chest. This went on for a while until the attacker finally stopped. Somehow, Issei was still alive, but barely. His arms and legs were dislocated, his ribs were broken, and he wasn't sure about his internal organs. He was so weak that he didn't have the strength to scream. All Issei could do was close his eyes, thinking he was going to die. But then he felt the grip loosen as Tails appeared behind the attacker, delivering a kick to his head. Tails rushed to Issei, and when he saw him, he was taken aback, but there was no time to waste. He scooped Issei up and teleported away. As for the attacker, he got up from the blow but saw no trace of Issei. He was about to pursue them when he received a transmission. "Sorry to bother you, sir, but I need you to come here," said a robotic voice through his helmet. The attacker simply vanished through a portal that appeared, leaving as if nothing had happened. When Tails arrived in the room with Issei, "See you later," Issei said as he left. Issei stepped out of the house, where Kiri was waiting to hop onto his head. "You like being up there, don't you?" Issei remarked, and Kiri nodded in agreement. Issei headed to the park and sat on a bench to rest, or rather, to think. Kiri climbed down from his head and settled in his lap, waiting for his father to stop pondering. They stayed like that for a full hour, Issei lost in his thoughts, disconnected from the world around him. "Issei-kun, is that you?" someone called out. "Oh, hello, Murayama-san," Issei said, turning to the person who had called him. "Are you busy here?" Murayama asked. "No, it's free." "Don't worry," Issei replied, inviting Murayama to sit down beside him. "I see you brought Kiri-chan," Murayama noted as Kiri moved to settle in her lap, and she gently patted his head. "He likes you," Issei said with a smile. "That's what I see. But what are you doing here?" Murayama asked, looking at Issei. Just thinking," Issei said, but to Murayama he looked somewhat pensive. "Can I know what that is?" Murayama inquired. "Sorry, Murayama-san, but that's something personal, so I apologize," Issei replied. "Oh, I'm sorry, but sometimes talking about it helps to vent, you know," Murayama said, observing Issei, who hesitated about whether to share or not, but perhaps she had a point. "If you say so. Can I ask you a question?" Issei ventured. "Of course, but if it's, do I have a boyfriend, then the answer is no," Murayama said with a teasing tone. "Haha, that wasn't the question, but thanks for answering," Issei said with a smile. And they stayed like that for a few moments. "Have you ever felt inferior to someone who isn't you?" Issei asked. "Let me think." No, not really," Murayama replied. "I see," Issei said. "Sorry if that's not the answer you were looking for, Issei-kun," Murayama said. Another silence passed. "Though, you know, I'll share a little tidbit from my past," Murayama said. "Go ahead," Issei encouraged. "In the past, I was never good at kendo, and I still have a lot to learn. But do you know who introduced me to that world?" Murayama said, capturing Issei's attention. "Who?" Issei asked. "A friend, or rather, my mentor," Murayama said with a nostalgic smile. "You had a mentor?" Issei asked, surprised. "Yep, and to be honest, out of all the matches we had, I only won once," Murayama said. "Only once? But what about the other matches?" Issei asked, astonished, as he couldn't imagine Murayama losing to anyone, whether they were of a higher or lower rank. "They were defeats on my part. If I faced her again, I feel like it would be hard to win a second time," Murayama said without a hint of embarrassment. "Didn't you get depressed knowing you couldn't win?" Issei asked. "At first, yes, I got depressed and blocked myself, thinking I would never win," Murayama admitted. "And what did you do?" Issei prompted. "Haha, I just had to think about what else I could do. Besides, she told me that one day I would defeat her or at least tie with her. When that day came, she congratulated me. Of course, I had to come up with strategies and keep training until I reached a strong level," Murayama explained. "So you just trained?" Issei asked. "I trained under her guidance. She pointed out my mistakes and motivated me, even knowing that my goal was to defeat her. She inspired me," Murayama said, smiling at the memories. "And where is she now?" Issei inquired. "I have no idea, but I at least have a feeling she's alive," Murayama said. "Interesting story. Thanks to that, you resolved one of my dilemmas," Issei said. "I'm glad you know," Murayama replied. "Do you want to go grab something to eat?" "My treat," Issei offered. "I would love that," Murayama said, accepting Issei's invitation. And so they went out to eat together with Kiri, who obviously snuck in despite the rules, but luckily no one noticed. Afterward, they said their goodbyes, and Issei and Kiri returned home. As they were about to enter, the door swung open to reveal Kiba, looking very angry, not realizing that Issei was standing right in front of him and brushed past him. "Hyodo-sen, what are you doing here?" "Say," he said. "Hello, Issei-sen. I'm sorry about that, but we had a club meeting here today." Kiba-san saw an image and reacted like this. "I don't know what happened, but I'd prefer not to ask," Asia explained. "I understand, Argento-san. Don't worry, it might be uncomfortable to ask about it," Issei replied, empathizing with her feelings. "Would you like something to eat, Issei-sen?" Asia asked. "I'm sorry, Argento-san, but I've already eaten. However, I would gladly accept another invitation," Issei said. "I understand, Issei-san," Asia said as she headed to the kitchen. "All right, let's see how the equipment turned out," Issei said as he entered his room. "Well, if Tails isn't here, he must be in the basement," Issei remarked as he made his way downstairs. There was Tails in the workshop, checking some final details. "If you're trying to scare me, nice try," Tails said without turning around. "I wasn't planning to, but tell me, is everything in order?" Issei asked, noticing that Tails was already wearing the gear, which shimmered and vanished into particles. "That's something I should be asking you. But from the looks of it, you seem more relaxed. Don't worry about your gear, it's been repaired. I did have to increase its durability, but if you run into that armored guy again, what will you do?" Tails inquired. "I don't know, but I hope I won't encounter him for a long time," Issei replied. "I'd be careful if I were you. You never know when you might need to act, especially since I might not show up like last time," Tails warned. "All right, then I'll double my training," Issei said, realizing that if he encountered the armored figure again he wouldn't know what to do. "Exactly, but for now, rest. I'll give you 3 days to recuperate. Don't worry, you can continue with your normal routine for the time being," Tails said. And 2 days later, Issei was at the academy, and everything seemed normal. However, as he was entering, he noticed 2 hooded figures. He didn't pay them much mind and walked past, but Tails, who was in the pendant, felt an uncomfortable sensation. He decided to stay silent, not wanting to jump to conclusions. Everything seemed fine, and instead of heading home, Issei chose to go somewhere else. He went to an abandoned place, hoping to find another renegade. To be honest, he found nothing, so he moved on to another location, which was the same. After 5 hours of searching and finding nothing, he decided to head back home. Upon entering, he overheard a conversation and decided to see what was happening. He noticed 2 people talking with the Hyodo family and Asia. He was about to leave when his mother spotted him. "Issei, why don't you come over and say hello?" Mickey called out. "No, thanks," Issei replied somewhat curtly, preparing to leave, but a brown-haired girl with pigtails stood up. "Oh wow, Issei-kun. I didn't recognize you," the girl exclaimed. The siblings froze, recalling what had happened in the past and knowing it was their fault. They didn't know what to do, or rather, they were nervous about their brother's reaction. Issei stared at the girl in front of him, noticing his classmate had a serious expression as she observed him. She then turned away, pretending it wasn't interesting, but her gaze returned to the front. "Do I know you?" Issei asked. "Don't remember me?" "It's me, Irina Shido," she said, but Issei's reaction confused her. "Let me see. Irina. Oh yeah, I don't remember anyone by that name," Issei said, turning to leave, but a hand grabbed his arm, stopping him. "Wait, Issei-kun. You don't remember me. I'm your friend, remember? I promised." Irina insisted. "Oh, now I remember you. You're Shido. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'd like to leave," Issei said, losing his patience. It wasn't that he was generally impatient, but with her, it was different. "But Irina began, but Issei cut her off. "Don't speak to me so casually, and stop calling me Issei-kun. You mean nothing to me, and don't act like I care that you've come back. I remember what you told me in the past, and that's when I realized that the promise we made was foolish and worthless. So let go of me, I have more important things to do than waste time with someone like you," Issei said, now visibly annoyed. He was close to losing his temper. Irina was left in shock, recalling that promise. Hearing Issei call it worthless and express indifference saddened her, so she let him go. Irina returned to the sofa, feeling downcast. Her companion beside her was surprised to see her like this, as she had always known Irina to be energetic and happy. If someone's words could bring her to such a state, they must be someone significant. The Hyodo family was taken aback by the scene. The parents didn't know what to do, but the siblings felt guilty. They had been nervous before, but now they felt responsible. If they told Irina the truth, it would only make her sadder or perhaps angry, so they decided to keep quiet for now. They needed to tell the truth, but at a later time. Issei-sen will be fine, Asia whispered to Marcos. I'd advise against that, Asia. Issei doesn't want to see anyone, Marcos whispered back. I can go give him a lesson if you want, said the person next to Irina. Let it go, Zenobia. I thought we were still friends, but I've forgotten what happened in the past, so please, just leave it, Irina said sadly. Zenobia might be serious, but that didn't mean she didn't care about her friends and teammates, even if she was upset about the situation. After a while of uncomfortable silence, the parents decided to change the subject, which helped lighten the mood a bit. However, as night fell, they had to leave. Issei lay in bed, waiting for nightfall to go to work, but he wasn't calm. He was angry and upset. Kiri and Tails were there. Kiri didn't know what to do because she had never seen her dad this angry, while Tails understood the reason behind Issei's frustration. It was pointless to ask how he was doing. His emotional state was evident, so he had to choose his words carefully. So, what are you going to do? That's a good question, Tails, but Arga, this caught me off guard. Seeing her here is really unsettling, Issei said, not turning to look at Kiri and Tails, but his tone was clearly annoyed. Issei, turn around, Tails urged. It's not necessary, Tails. I'm fine, Issei replied, though Tails knew him too well. Well, I won't force you, but just relax. It's already passed, Tails said, sitting down on the bed next to Issei and giving him a reassuring pat on the back. Although Issei wanted to keep his feelings hidden from Tails, he knew he couldn't. Tails understood him too well, and even if he wanted to, it would be difficult. They stayed like that for about 30 minutes. Better? Tails asked. I think I'm feeling better now, Issei said, sounding more at ease. Cool, Kiri called out to Issei. Sorry, Kiri, it's just someone I didn't expect to see, but don't worry, I'm okay, Issei reassured her. Ready for work? Tails asked. Of course, Issei replied, changing into a formal outfit without the jacket. I'll see you later. I wonder if I can do something similar to the Phoenix Tears and maybe ask Drake for help with Issei, Tails said as he headed down to the basement, planning to use half of the vial that contained the Phoenix Tears so they wouldn't have to rely on it. Issei climbed out the window onto the floor below and was on his way to work when he crossed a bridge and spotted Marcos with a man who had half black and half blonde hair, which triggered the mask to activate on Issei. So, he's fishing, but why does the mask indicate that this guy has a different energy? More like Fallen. I'll leave it for later. I'm running late for work, Issei thought, deactivating the mask and continuing on his way. He arrived at work, and everything was normal. Issei helped out as a waiter like Jack, Jeff, Ben, or Jane, or as a bartender like Jack. If anyone asked how he prepared the drinks, it was because Jack helped him with that, and he wasn't doing too badly, although he needed to improve in that area. It all depended on the day. Still, he decided what to work on at the start. The bar had seen a slight increase in clientele, but they weren't very famous yet. At the rate they were going, they might become so. As the workday came to an end, everyone was resting, but Issei didn't realize that his co-workers felt he was more tense or annoyed today. Are you okay, Issei? Sally asked. Oh, sorry, Sally. It's just that I had an unexpected visit today, and it affected me, Issei admitted, though just mentioning it seemed to irritate him even more. I'd tell you something, but first, I need to ask you something, Jeff said. And what would that be? Issei replied. Do you know someone here, or did you bring someone to the bar? Jeff asked. No, why do you ask, Jeff? Issei said, confused. Well, that's because I brought someone here yesterday, and based on the uniform they were wearing, I thought you knew them, Jeff explained. Where are they? Issei asked, curiosity piqued. Go check on Slender, he's either asleep or passed out. Honestly, I'm not sure, Jeff said, urging Issei to head to his boss's office. When Issei arrived, he knocked and heard a sound from inside. He entered to find Slender in his usual form, with Kiba slumped in a chair. What's Hyodo-san doing here? Issei asked, taken aback. So you know him, Issei, Slender replied, standing up. I'm somewhat acquainted with him, but how did he end up here? Issei inquired. Jeff found him unconscious on his way here. Apparently, he was facing off against a dangerous opponent and ended up passing out from his injuries. Do you know anything about that? Slender explained. Not really, but I do know the guy in a way. I just don't understand why they brought him here, Issei said. Don't worry, if he wakes up, I'll just give him a headache or alter his memories. But now that I've finished my work, you can leave, Slender said. Yeah, about that, I think it's better if I take him home. From what I heard, he missed school yesterday and today. Gremry-sen might be worried about him, Issei replied. Well then, I'll leave him in your hands, Slender said. All right, Issei said, summoning his gear and lifting Kiba as he headed home. To avoid drawing attention, he chose to move from rooftop to rooftop until he reached his house. He arrived home, but since it was early morning, everyone was likely still asleep. Before entering his room, he debated whom to wake up. Who should I wake? Argento-san might be a bad idea, Marcos could be okay, but I feel like he'd hit me, and Samuel, well, maybe she can help me this time, Issei thought as he climbed a tree and opened the window to Samuel's room. When Issei entered, he made sure to be quiet. Laid Kiba on the floor and shook Samuel a bit, but it didn't work. So, he climbed on top of her, covering her mouth and nose while immobilizing her arms. When Samuel felt the lack of air, she woke up startled, trying to move but finding herself unable to. She attempted to scream but couldn't, which frightened her into thinking she was in danger. Calm down, it's me, Issei whispered, which helped Samuel relax a bit, though she blushed when she realized their position. I'm going to let go now, but don't make any noise, okay? Issei instructed, and Samuel nodded, allowing him to get off her. Night, you almost gave me a heart attack. But tell me, how did you know where I lived? Samuel asked in a whisper, now more at ease but still blushing slightly, which Issei didn't notice. I'd tell you, but I think you'd be more interested to know who I found, Issei said, pointing to the unconscious Kiba. Samuel was about to scream, but Issei covered her mouth again. Now, calm down, he's alive, but you should call Gremry. I have a feeling she's worried about Hyodo-san, Issei said, and Samuel nodded, reaching for her phone to call Rias. Samuel, do you know what time it is to be calling? Rias said, sounding sleepy. I know, Bucho, but I wouldn't call for nothing. You should come, Samuel replied. The call ended, and a magic circle appeared, revealing Rias, who was almost dressed, causing Issei to turn away in embarrassment. Rias was about to ask what was going on, but when she felt something below, she saw Kiba unconscious and was about to scream when Issei quickly covered her mouth. All right, Gremden, first things first, this is how I found him. I'll explain more later, but I'm tired, so I'll tell you tomorrow. See you, Issei said, slipping out the window and heading back to his room. Rias wanted explanations but decided to wait until tomorrow. She focused on Kiba and teleported to her apartment, grateful to Issei for finding him because she had no idea where he was. She needed to know more about her friend's problems to prevent this from happening again. Meanwhile, Issei's gear vanished, and he flopped onto his bed, thinking that maybe tomorrow would be better. Chapter and a new day dawned, and Issei woke up feeling optimistic, as if nothing could go wrong today. Setting that aside, he got up to prepare his breakfast, changed, and left his house with Tails, who was wearing a collar. He headed to the academy, but he still needed to meet with Rias and the others to explain how he found Kiba the day before. Time flew by, and soon it was time to leave, so he made his way to the occult club. But before he could enter, "Wait, Issei, I'm sensing holy energy," TD said. "But I don't feel anything. The mask didn't warn me about that," Issei replied. "I have an idea. Come with me to the tree and we'll check it out," TD suggested. Issei summoned his gear and climbed the tree with him, while Tails put on a hood to ensure they went unnoticed. Once they reached the top, they saw Irina and Zenobia talking to Rias and her entourage, except for Kiba, who wasn't with them. Everything seemed fine, and they were about to leave when they stopped upon seeing Asia. Issei sensed that something was about to go wrong. At one point, Marco stepped in front of Zenobia to defend her, which annoyed Issei due to what they said about Asia. Zenobia was about to draw her sword when someone interrupted. "So this is where everyone is," Kiba said, appearing in the doorway. "Who are you?" Zenobia asked. "Your senpai," Kiba replied, his expression mocking. Before anyone could say anything, they heard knocking on the window. When they turned, it was Issei and Tails, who opened the window and stepped inside. "Hey everyone, sorry I'm late," Issei said casually. "Now who are you?" Irina asked. "Just nobody in particular," Issei replied, slightly annoyed, though no one noticed except Tails. Knight, I didn't expect your visit," Rias said. "Don't you remember last night, Grammarton?" Issei reminded her. "Oh right. I'm sorry, but since you came with the church's envoy, I forgot about your situation." "My bad," Rias apologized. "I didn't know I had demons on my side," Rias Gremory, Zenobia remarked. "That doesn't," Issei was about to speak when Rias interrupted him. "Well, demon or not, I don't understand what's going on here," Issei said. "Nothing you'd be interested in, demon," Zenobia replied with a smile, trying to provoke him. "Oh come on. To think that a useless human like you follows someone like your, stupid god," Issei said, grinning, which only irritated Zenobia further. "A demon like you has no right to speak the name of God," she said, visibly annoyed. "Well then, in the name of the useless god of angels, I apologize," Issei said, bowing dramatically, which only made Zenobia angrier. Rias Gremory had better keep her servant under control if she doesn't want this to spiral out of her hands, Zenobia thought, hoping to provoke Rias. Issei nodded at Rias, signaling her to play along. "Knight, don't you see you're only making things worse for us?" Rias said, feigning annoyance. Everyone watching suddenly got the hint but wisely chose to remain silent. "Forgive me, Bucho, but I couldn't let these useless followers of a useless god bother you," Issei said, drawing laughter from everyone except Zenobia and Irina. "If this keeps up, I'll be forced to take drastic measures," Zenobia said, gripping the sword she had. Irina decided to stay quiet, as listening to Knight felt oddly familiar, though she couldn't quite place it. "How about we have a match? You two against me and someone else," Issei suggested, catching Zenobia and Irina's attention. "Sounds like a good idea," Zenobia agreed, unaware that she had fallen into Issei's game. "Okay, but first, who will be my partner?" Issei asked, prompting Kiba to raise his hand. With that settled, everyone headed to the back, but before they could start, "Alright, before you begin, who are you fighting against?" TD asked. "I'll take Irina," Issei declared. "I'll fight the other one," Kiba said, eager to start the match. "Good, then I'll need you to SW each opponents," TD said, drawing the attention of both. "Before you ask, Knight, just trust me and Kiba, follow my lead, understood?" TD instructed, and both nodded. "Isn't it a good idea to let them fight?" Aquino inquired. "We could say something, but at this point, there aren't many options," Rias replied. And so, both removed their hoods and prepared their swords. "It may not be official, but this should be entertaining," Zenobia remarked. "Oh please, God, give us strength for this," Irina added. "Well, Hyodo-san, be careful," Issei said. "Same goes for you, Knight-kun," Kiba chimed in. Zenobia charged at Issei, who stood still, thinking a single cut would suffice. But when she struck, Issei simply blocked with a gauntlet, sending sparks flying. Zenobia was taken aback. Being close to a holy sword was surprising, yet Issei seemed unfazed. "The Excalibur should have harmed you, how is that not the case?" Zenobia asked. "Seriously, that's Excalibur. Wow, that's impressive. But why don't we even the odds a bit?" Issei said, summoning his own sword and taking an attack stance. Rias and the others already knew what was coming. Why is he attacking when he's too far away? Zenobia thought, her eyes widening when the sword extended, forcing her to defend herself. That sword just elongated, I'll have to be cautious, she thought as she moved in to strike back, prompting Issei to respond in kind. Meanwhile, with Kiba and Irina. Hee ha. Kiba was laughing, leaving Irina puzzled. What's so funny? She asked. Nothing, it's just that I finally found something I want to destroy, Kiba said, summoning a bunch of swords. Zenobia noticed this and realized the reason behind it. Swordbearer? Now I remember, there were rumors about a boy escaping from the Holy Sword Project, she said, causing Issei to momentarily halt his attack. I'd ask why, but that can wait. So get ready, Issei said, resuming his assault on Zenobia. This ability comes from the hatred I have for my captors. This is my revenge against Excalibur and its wielders, Kiba declared, grabbing a sword and launching himself at Irina, who was barely managing to dodge his strikes. With Rias. Alright, Kiba, for now that's fine, but being close to a holy sword isn't a good idea. Meanwhile, Knight seems to have some advantages as a human, Rias observed, watching Kiba recklessly charge at Irina while she dodged, and Issei merely defended against Zenovia's attacks. Forgive my question, Rias, but why does Kiba harbor such hatred for Excalibur? TD asked. Well, Sensei, I tell you, but that'll have to wait until after this match, Rias replied, and everyone continued watching. With Issei. Hee, I didn't know a demon could be good at this, Zenobia remarked. Yeah, it's quite interesting, but I see you rely on brute strength, Issei said, which didn't anger Zenobia. And you're just dodging, aren't you afraid that Excalibur might hurt you? She countered, but Issei remained unfazed. It's not that big of a deal, it just feels a bit strange, but that's for another time. So get ready, I'm going to get a bit more serious, Issei warned, prompting Zenobia to prepare for a counterattack. With Kiba. He was attacking without thinking, while Irina was dodging, but in a moment of carelessness, Irina's Excalibur destroyed Kiba's swords. He stepped back to grab more swords, one engulfed in flames while the other froze, but Irina easily destroyed them. Without a second thought, Kiba created another, larger sword. Let's see which sword is stronger, Kiba said, running slower now. Irina simply extended her sword, piercing Kiba and sending him crashing to the ground, causing Rias to worry and rush to him. When she saw it was just a non-vital hit, she relaxed and called for Asia to come and heal him. Now we just have to watch Knight's match, Rias said as they all observed the fight. With Issei. It seems the match with the wielder of sword BRH is over, Zenobia said. I see, but I think it's time to finish this, Issei said, making his sword disappear. Zenobia was puzzled but then felt her neck being grabbed and lifted. What's wrong? Cat got your tongue. Issei mocked, tightening his grip on Zenovia's neck as she struggled, dropping Excalibur and trying to break free, but to no avail. You know, I remember you called Asia a witch for being a sinner, but all I see is that you've committed a sin yourself, thinking you have the right to judge others. Do you really believe that just because you're affiliated with your god, you have that right? Or is it just because you were raised in some place near the church? Issei said, loosening his grip slightly, but not enough for her to escape. What do you know about God? Zenobia managed to say, barely able to speak. Not much, but if he didn't protect you from this, then your faith wasn't very strong, or simply not enough, Issei replied, leaving Zenobia wide-eyed. But don't worry, since you serve your Lord, you'll die in his name. But for that, you need to be purified, so take pride in it. You'll be purified by the flames of the Lord, Issei said, extending his left hand, summoning a flame powerful enough to burn, bringing it closer to a terrified Zenobia. Knight, TD called, prompting Issei to turn and understand. Alright, but I warn you, don't ever call Argento-san a witch again, understood? Issei said, releasing Zenobia, who nodded. Cough cough, you're quite strong for a demon, Zenobia said, clutching her neck. Well, that's because I'm not one. I'm human just like you too, Issei replied, surprising Irina and Zenobia. But you're affiliated with demons, and they're not to be trusted, Irina said, incredulous at the revelation. And who are you to tell me who I can and can't associate with? I decide that part, not you, Issei retorted, silencing Irina. Well, Rias Gremory, that's enough for now, Zenobia said, pulling her hood back up. Yes, but I just want to know if you know who stole the swords. Rias said. A leader of Grigori, Kokabeel, Zenobia replied. Do you really think about committing suicide? Rias asked. I'd rather destroy the Excaliburs than let them fall into the hands of the fallen angels, Zenobia stated. We know what we're doing, Irina added. One of us perished while investigating the city, Zenobia continued. I witnessed it, he was killed by Fried Selzen, and he also had a sacred sword, Kiba said. The crazy priest, Marcos and Issei chimed in, but everyone turned to Issei, wondering when he had encountered him. I'll tell you later, Issei said, sensing their curiosity. So we know what happened. We appreciate the information, but we ask that you don't interfere in our affairs. Goodbye, Zenobia said as she prepared to leave with Irina. Kiba, watching them go, felt frustrated for not achieving his goal. Well, let's all head back inside. Knight, I need to talk to you later, Tidi said, ushering everyone back indoors. Once inside, Issei asked about Grigori, since the church had sent them here, and why Kiba harbored such hatred for the Excaliburs. Rias answered Issei's questions, and it took so long that night fell. Kiba, feeling more recovered, decided to leave, but Rias stopped him. Wait, Kiba, you're a knight of the Gremory family. I won't let you go, Rias insisted, trying to hold him back. I'm sorry, Bucho, Kiba said, on the verge of leaving. Then I'm sorry too, Kiba, TD said, stepping in front of Kiba and placing his palm against Kiba's chest. Sensei, don't interfere, Kiba said angrily, feeling restrained. Just tell me, do you still plan to go through with this no matter what happens? TD asked. It doesn't matter if I become a renegade if it's to achieve my goal, Kiba replied, firm in his decision. Then you leave me no choice, TD said, making his hand turn transparent and pass through Kiba's chest, startling everyone except Issei. When TD withdrew his hand, it was closed, but when he opened it he held a knight piece, surprising Kiba and the others. Sensei, what did you do? Kiba stammered, unsure of how to feel. I'll tell you this, Kiba, as long as you have that thirst for revenge in your mind, no matter who stands in your way, you won't be part of the Gremory family, and you won't return. So take pride in that. The sacred swords won't harm you as much, and that way, you won't be a burden. You can leave now, TD said, allowing Kiba to depart, but now he had a lot to think about. Sensei, are you sure about this decision? Rias asked. Don't worry, I took it away as a precaution. Issei, it's better if we leave, TD said, handing the piece to Rias before leaving with Issei for home. Rias and the others also decided to head home, feeling surprised. Today had been a very stressful day. The return journey was quiet until TD decided to ask Issei something. So, what were you planning to do? TD asked. Planning to do what? Issei replied. The fight because I clearly saw you had intentions to injure and even kill, TD said. I just planned to give him a little lesson, permanently, Issei admitted. Or were you just trying to get back at him for the past? TD suggested, prompting Issei to stop. I'm not going to say what happened today was wrong, but you need to control yourself a bit, okay? TD said, expecting Issei to nod. All right, but it'll be hard to do, Issei replied. Well, if you say it that way, then get ready for tomorrow. I need you to wake up early, TD instructed. I'd ask what for, but knowing you, you'll just say it's a surprise, Issei said. Guess what? TD said, continuing the walk home. Issei woke up early at 5 a.m. He was obviously tired from the previous day's work, but if he didn't get up, TD would wake him, and knowing how he wakes him up, he preferred to avoid that. Anyway, he was in the forest where he had trained the first time, waiting to see what would happen. Glad you made it, TD said, standing next to a red dragon the size of a 6-year-old child. Can you tell me who your companion is? Issei asked, looking at the little red dragon. Well, he'll be your new emissary, TD replied. What's his name? Issei asked, curious about the red dragon. My name is Drake. The dragon introduced himself. You seem familiar, but from where? Issei wondered. You find me familiar because I'm the dragon that is, or rather, was, in the boosted gear, Drake explained. Issei was surprised. But seeing that TD had done this resolved some questions, though not all. This was the surprise you mentioned yesterday, Issei said. Yep, in exchange for a favor he asked of me, TD confirmed. And that favor is? Issei inquired. To help train my host, Drake said. Don't take it the wrong way, but why train him if he's already done it? Issei asked. Well, that's because my rival, the White One, won't take long to appear. I could train him, but if I have more help in strengthening him, I gladly accept, Drake explained. You know, from what I understand, a dragon is proud, but asking for help or showing respect to TD, or rather being grateful to him, is hard to believe, Issei remarked. I can understand your point, but still, he helped me with something, so I'll help him too. Even if he hadn't asked for the favor, I would gladly offer my assistance, Drake said. Wah, Niam, sorry, but I'm sleepy. But before anything, tell me what I should do, Issei said. Well, Drake will help you with that. I'll just be a spectator, so go ahead, Drake, Kitty said, taking a seat. Alright, kid, I'll be your emperor, and first things first, show me what you've got, Drake instructed. Issei glanced at TD, who nodded. Okay, here I go, Issei said, summoning his gear, which began lifting rocks, breaking trees, and finally unleashing elemental attacks. Elemental magic. I didn't know you were a mage, Drake commented. It's not magic, Issei clarified. Then what is it? Drake asked. Tails called it energy, which is why it doesn't register as magic, Issei explained. Okay, I'll ask TD about that later. Do you have anything else? Drake asked. Well, I can release my aura, Issei said, causing a light red aura to envelop him, allowing him to launch more powerful elemental attacks. Of course, doing this made Issei tire more quickly, but compared to the beginning he didn't collapse completely, he just knelt down. I still need to manage this, but at least I'm not completely exhausted, Issei thought. Is that all? Drake asked. I can ask nature for help with my attacks, but it depends on the environment, so it's variable, Issei explained. I would ask you, but I see that's random. Still, it seems sufficient. Tails trained you well, but now you'll be under my tutelage. I just hope you don't die, Drake replied. That doesn't motivate me at all, Issei said, feeling a bit scared. Don't worry, Issei. If you die, I already have your funeral and will prepared, so relax, TD added. That doesn't help at all. Issei exclaimed, now frightened and wondering if he was really going to die. After an hour of intense training, he returned home, crawling through the window, a bit singed, and dragging himself to bed. If it's not Tails, it's Drake. If it's not him, it's the other one. Seriously, do people in this world not understand common sense? Issei muttered. Believe me, Drake, by his words, it was gentle, he said. Gentle? Trying to kill you? I can't imagine what would happen if he were serious, Issei replied. Come on, you have to admit he gives good advice, TD said. Well, that's true. Who would have thought he could do that with energy? Plus, he put some weighted bracelets on my arms and legs for training. The good thing is I can take them off to sleep, Issei said. How much weight are you carrying now? TD asked. Considering one is 10 kilograms, then I'm carrying 40 kilograms, Issei replied. That's good advice if you ask me. This way, you'll see more positive results, TD said. Yes. I would talk more, but I need to have breakfast and head to the academy, Issei said, getting up and barely able to walk. Okay, I'll wait for you, TD said as Issei went to get ready for school. Once ready, Issei left, feeling normal but tired, almost falling asleep on his way. There was nothing urgent to do. It's worth mentioning that when he left, he was heading downtown but noticed two people he hadn't seen since yesterday. Marcos and Kaneko, along with a blonde guy who was the male member of the student council, Saji Genshiro. He decided to follow them, sensing something significant had happened yesterday. When he saw that his feeling was right, he entered the restaurant and sat at the back table, listening to their conversation. Eventually, they left, and he decided to stay a few meters behind until they reached a small park, where he decided to hide and see what would happen next. He saw Kiba arrive, looking a bit calmer compared to yesterday, but just as things were about to escalate, Issei put on his gear and stepped out. What are you doing here, knight? Marcos said, surprised, which was something everyone had not expected. Well, I was passing by and saw you. By the way, Kiba, how do you feel now that you're human? Issei asked. It feels weird not having the night peace, but is this really how you feel? Kiba replied. Believe me, Kiba, sometimes being human can be very powerful. It's just that other people don't see it from that perspective, Issei said. I see, Kiba replied. Who the hell are you? Saji asked. San-senpai, show some respect for Knight-san, Kaneko said, a bit annoyed. But he's a stranger, Saji argued. Don't worry, consider me an ally in this. Besides, Hyodo-san doesn't serve the Gremory family, but that doesn't mean I don't care about him like everyone here, Issei said. Well, if you put it that way, then I'll trust you, Saji said. You know we don't accept your help, right? Zenobia said. You said no to demons but not to humans, so Hyodo-san and I fall into that category, Issei replied. Fine, I'll accept the help, Zenobia said. Okay, now why were they going to start the conflict? Issei asked. Just mentioning the Holy Sword Project, which for us is an abomination, is the reason the leader was expelled and considered a heretic, Zenobia explained. His name was Valper Galilei, Irina added. That man. I see, Kiba said. There's a chance he has a renegade exorcist as an ally, Irina said. Freed, Marcos said. If you put it that way, then I accept the cooperation deal, Kiba. With this settled, that resolves our agreement, Irina said. One day, we'll pay you back for the food, Zenobia said as she left with Irina. Phew, that turned out better than I expected, Marcos said. Better than nothing. Almost because of this incident, we caused a war between the church and the demons, Saji added. But in the end, they accepted it. Besides, they've already said they prefer to destroy the Excaliburs rather than let them fall into other people's hands, Issei pointed out. Hey, I appreciate this, but I prefer you not to get involved. This is my personal revenge, Kiba said. I'm sorry, Kiba, but we won't back down, and I'm not the only one. Besides, Bucho will be worried about not knowing what to do to help you, Marcos said. Bucho, now I remember the first day I met her, Kiba said. So Kiba recounted his story while everyone absorbed the information. You can count on my help, Saji said, tearing up at the story. Count on mine too, Marcos added. I don't want Hyodo-senpai to leave, Kaneko said. Guys, Kiba said, looking at his friends who would help him through thick and thin. So that's your story, Hyodo-san. All right, I'll help you in any way I can, Issei said. That's great, Kiba replied. By the way, where will the meeting be? Issei asked. When night fell, Issei was at home waiting. He heard Asia talking to Marcos at the entrance, but she left. Before leaving, Issei made sure Kiri was asleep and that no one was coming. With that checked, he put on his gear, and before jumping, Tails gave him some sneakers. Issei didn't know what to say, but Tails told him they were for Kiba. Issei nodded and jumped out the window to head to the abandoned church. Upon arrival, he saw Marcos talking to someone, rejecting a contract he had. He was going to ask, but there were things to do at that moment. They entered the church and dressed as priests, except for Issei, who was comfortable. They told him it was necessary and he responded that they were already attracting attention, so there wouldn't be a problem. If anything went wrong, they would call Irina. Hyodo Marcos, I'll tell you this is gratitude. The white dragon has awakened, Zenobia said, shocking Marcos, and Issei understood why Drake had asked Tails for help. It's time to form two groups, some will go east and the others will go west, Zenobia said, prompting everyone to nod. Issei joined Zenobia and Irina's group. They would have preferred to do it solo, but there was no time to argue, so they reluctantly accepted. Before separating, Issei warned Kiba to be careful since he didn't have his normal speed and needed to be more cautious, but he handed him the sneakers. Kiba accepted the sneakers and put them on, even though he didn't think there would be a difference, but he would realize later. They had been investigating for an hour with no luck until Irina alerted them about a call, so they headed to the location. When they arrived, Kiba was about to block a sword strike from Freed, so Issei and Zenobia summoned their swords and stepped in front of Freed. "Oh, more company," Freed said with a grin. "Weren't you supposed to look handsome for being ugly?" Issei shot back, reminding Fried of his encounter with Jeff, which annoyed him a bit. "Don't remind me, you filthy demon," Fried said as his sword began to glow. Zenovia was about to do the same, but Issei pushed Fried a bit hard, and they clashed, but Issei's sword didn't break, surprising Fried, who was a priest since that sword should have shattered. "I don't understand, your sword should break," Fried said. "Then keep trying," Issei said, causing Fried to bend down a bit. Fried didn't understand, but he saw Kiba going for a vertical cut, which Fried dodged by moving next to that priest. "Fried, your mission is to eliminate whoever the church sends, but seeing how things are, it would be better for us to retreat," the priest said. "I understand, old man Valper." "See you," Fried said, throwing something to the ground that blinded everyone. When they noticed, Zenovia, Irina, and Kiba had decided to follow them, while the others stayed behind. "What a problem," Ria said, appearing in a magic circle with Sona, Tsubaki, and Akino. "Ucho," Marcos said, a bit nervous. "First of all, can you tell me what you were doing?" Rias asked. Marcos had no choice but to explain what was happening. It's worth mentioning that Saji accepted his punishment along with Marcos, who ended up getting what he deserved, while Issei was spared for not belonging to any of the clans, but they did thank him for being there to help them. With that resolved, Issei quickly left for home since he was running a bit late for work, so he dashed off, saying, "I'm late." Chapter end. These days, Issei enjoyed the peace and quiet, despite the fact that his weights had been increased to 22 kilograms each, totaling 88 kilograms. The reason for this was that he hadn't informed Drake and Tails that he had become accustomed to the weight, leading them to impose a more significant challenge. Beyond that, nothing particularly interesting had happened at school, so he decided to head to the center for a while. He was with Murayama, helping her by picking up some ingredients her family needed. However, once he finished assisting her, he was about to head home when his mask appeared, indicating that there was concentrated sacred energy at the school. "Tails, tell me the mask is lying," Issei said. "It's not lying, Issei." "I felt it too," Tails replied, appearing in a hooded cloak. "Seriously, this is a problem. But looking at it this way, the others must be heading there," Issei said as he donned his gear. "You go ahead, I'll bring in backup," Tails said, teleporting to another location while Issei dashed across rooftops until he reached the academy. Upon arrival, he saw both Sona and Rias, with Sona raising a barrier and Rias preparing to enter. He landed in front of the entrance, drawing their attention. "Before you say anything, I saw that light, which is why I came here. So tell me what happened," Issei said. Rias quickly filled him in as there wasn't much time. "Okay, Irina is in the hospital, and there's someone obsessed with fighting. Plus, that light isn't a good sign," Issei said. Before anyone could respond, Tsubaki appeared alongside Tails, who had brought someone wearing a white hoodie and a mask. Nobody knew who it was except Issei, but they would ask later. "Sensei, it's great that you're here," Rias said, visibly relieved. "Hello everyone. There's no need for a full briefing, but a summary would be appreciated," Tails said. "I'll just say this. A madman wants to start a war, and another madman wants to create another sword. End of story," Issei said. "Got it," Tails replied. "Rias, you haven't called your brother yet, have you?" Sona asked, causing Rias to tense up a bit. "You haven't called your sister either, right?" Rias shot back. "Yeah, that might be true, but your brother will respond quickly. I'm sure Surzek-sama will help us out fast," Sona said. "Don't worry, I've already sent an alert to Surzek-sama," Akino said. "Akino, what have you just done?" Rias asked, somewhat annoyed. "Rias, I understand you don't want to cause problems, but the one out there is a leader, and handling this on our own would be nearly impossible," Akino explained. "But we have Knight and Sensei," Rias insisted. "And that's great, Rias, but consider this a warning. Even with us, that doesn't mean the odds are in your favor. So if you go in there, be prepared for the enemy, and that means facing danger. Still, if you're willing to do that," Tails said, making Rias let out a sigh of defeat. "Kiba, do you know where he is?" Saji asked. "No idea," Samuel replied. "And Zenovia?" Marcos inquired. "We don't know where she is, but we can worry about that later. Right now, let's go in," Ria said as she entered with her entourage, Tails and Jeff. Sensei, who is he? Asia asked, only able to see that the hood of the hoodie covered his eyes and the mask obscured his face. He's a backup I brought just in case, Tails said. Issei knew he could have brought someone else, but he must have his reasons. He would ask later. First things first, do we have a plan? Issei asked. The plan is to either take down or, in this case, hold off Kokobile until the reinforcements arrive, Rias explained. Everyone agreed, and Marcos and Samuel promoted themselves to queen as they stepped outside the campus, noticing something yellow in the distance. What are they trying to do? Marcos asked. Fuse the Excaliburs, though it seems like something that man desires too much, Kokobile said, floating above on his throne. Kokobile. Look at the throne, Rias said, prompting everyone to turn their attention there. Who will come, Surzex or Serafal? Kokobile asked with a smile. We regret to inform you that we are the representatives, TD replied. When Kokobile looked at Tails, he couldn't see his face clearly, but he noticed the red spots. A slight chill ran down his spine, but it quickly passed. Instead, he summoned a lance of light and hurled it at the gym, destroying it and startling everyone. That lance is terrifying, Marcos said. I'm seriously scared of that, buddy, Drake, who appeared as a green glow on Marcos's left arm, commented. This is on a whole different level, Marcos said. And it certainly is. You're facing someone who survived a war, Drake replied. Can we even beat him? Marcos asked, uncertainty creeping into his voice. Possibly, but I suggest you tread carefully. This will be the toughest challenge you've faced so far, Drake warned. I understand, Marcos said, invoking the boosted gear. Since everyone is here, I'll let you have some fun with my pets, Kokobile said, throwing something to the ground that summoned 3-headed dogs. Cerberus, the guardian of the underworld, Rias said, surprised. It doesn't matter. Aquino, Kaneko, you two come with me. Asia, Samuel, and Marcos, provide support from a distance, Rias instructed, and everyone nodded in agreement. Jeff, go to that light and find out who it is. Knight and I will handle things here, TD said, and Jeff nodded before heading toward the light. Who said you could go over there? Kokobile shouted, launching a lance of light at Jeff, but Tails kicked it aside, surprising Kokobile. Leave him be, you're not part of the plan, so calm down, TD said. There were 4 Cerberuses, 3 charged at Rias while 1 went after Issei and Tails. With Rias and the others, the 3 Cerberuses attacked, but they managed to dodge all the strikes. 1 Cerberus targeted Marcos and Asia, another went for Kaneko and Samuel, and the 3rd charged at Rias and Aquino. With Marcos and Asia, do you still have the gloves? Marcos asked. Yep, Asia replied, pulling out the gloves and putting them on, getting into a combat stance. Perfect. I'll be the distraction and you attack. Got it. Marcos said, and Asia nodded as they charged at the Cerberus. With Kaneko and Samuel, Kaneko-chan, any ideas? Samuel asked. Just hold on until then, Kaneko replied, launching a punch at one of the Cerberus' heads while Samuel cast spells. With Rias and Aquino, they preferred to attack from a distance, as they were skilled with spells. They spread their wings and flew away from the Cerberus, but they still had to figure out how to stop Kokobile. With Issei and Tails, the Cerberus opened one of its jaws, trying to devour Issei, but instead of running, he accepted the challenge, holding its mouth open and dragging it a few meters while testing their strength. Tails could have joined in, but he decided to wait and see what Kokobile would do. Aren't you going to fight? Kokobile asked, not taking Tails seriously. I'd ask you the same, but I prefer to wait, TD replied. As you wish, Kokobile said with a smile. With Marcos and Asia, the plan was working well for the moment. Although the Cerberus had 3 heads, it could only focus its attention on Marcos, who was conserving boost to launch dragon shots while dodging. Whenever the Cerberus focused on Asia, she would simply hit it on the head or throw a small clump of dirt at one of its heads to distract it. However, in a moment of carelessness, the Cerberus took the opportunity to bite her, but Marcos appeared just in time to hold its mouth open. I won't let you hurt Asia-chan. I won't let anyone die in this fight, so you won't defeat me, Marcos declared as Asia landed a punch on the Cerberus's eye and backed away with him. I need power. It doesn't matter how, I just need more power, Marcos said, looking at the boosted gear. The boosted gear responds to the emotions of its wielder, so here I go, Marcos said, raising the boosted gear, unleashing a torrent of green energy. Everyone felt a surge of power, but they continued their fight. The boosted gear began to change slightly until golden spikes emerged, evolving into a more powerful form. Wow, Marcos said, amazed at the enhanced boosted gear. The gem glimmered, and Marcos understood something. Asia, take this, Marcos said, touching the boosted gear to Asia and transferring power to her. When Asia felt the surge, she became stronger, as if nothing could stop her. She charged at the Cerberus and landed a powerful blow. The Cerberus, feeling the impact, howled in pain, but Asia continued her combo of strikes, not giving it a chance to retaliate. With Kaneko and Samuel, the attack and dodge tactic worked for Kaneko, and thanks to Tails' training, she was a bit stronger and more alert than before. Samuel, with his vast magical reserves, could cast powerful spells, but he had learned not to waste them, so he stuck to basic spells that served only as distractions. With Rias and Aquino, they didn't have much trouble with the Cerberus. In fact, the Cerberus was struggling since it had no magic or anything. To finish it off quickly, they decided to combine Aquino's magic with Rias's, eliminating it completely. With Issei, what can be said about Issei? He was just keeping the Cerberus at bay, but he didn't want to prolong the fight, so he decided to deliver a quick uppercut to each head, applying more force than usual, resulting in the heads being severed from the body, leaving it lifeless. To erase any evidence, he set it on fire, turning it to ashes. Only 2 Cerberuses remained, but seeing there was no problem with them, they decided to wait. Kokobile, who had been watching, patiently waited for the right moment, though he was excited to see that they could at least have some fun. While Rias and the others were busy with Kokobile, Jeff went to investigate that yellow light. When he arrived, he found 2 people, but only one was familiar to him from the house fight. When Fried and Valper turned to look, they didn't pay him much attention, although Fried felt he had seen Jeff somewhere before but couldn't recall where. Hey, ugly, you still haven't made yourself handsome like me, Jeff said, causing Fried to remember and pull out a gun and a sword. Now you'll see. Fried said, launching himself at Jeff, who was ready, initiating a battle. But before anything could happen, swords erupted from the ground, forcing both to dodge, realizing that Kiba was the culprit. Kiba only looked ahead, contemplating attacking both, but Jeff signaled for a truce. Kiba didn't know him, but seeing they had something in common, he nodded. Fried, observing this, hesitated for a moment but then shook his head. Hey old man, Valper isn't ready yet, Fried said. A little longer, Fried, and it will be complete, Valper replied. Seeing Fried distracted, Jeff lunged at him to pull out his knife. Fried, when he turned, jumped but had to put his sword in front to block Kiba's strike, resulting in a small cut. Fried thought that would hurt him, but to his surprise, it seemed to have no effect. With Rias and the others, Issei went to help Kaneko and Samuel since, despite their strength, they were still not on the same level as the Cerberus. This made things easier for both, as no matter how hard they hit, it had no effect, but thanks to Issei, the tide began to turn in their favor. With Marcos and Asia, Asia managed to injure the Cerberus thanks to the power boost, but it still wasn't enough. After a while, the boost faded, leaving Asia exhausted. Marcos was in the same boat, and the Cerberus took advantage of that. Just then, Zenobia appeared, slicing the Cerberus in half and destroying it completely. Well, I didn't think I'd say this, but thanks for the help, Rias said. I normally wouldn't return the favor, but this time I'll make an exception. You're welcome, Zenobia replied. Zenobia was about to go after the other Cerberus but reconsidered when she saw it had already been defeated. With that settled, she headed over to where Jeff and Kiba were. Knight-sen, thank you so much for your help, Kaneko said, sounding stoic, though a small smile appeared. Anytime, Tuju-san, Issei replied. I see my pets didn't have much trouble finishing them off, Kokobile remarked. If that's what you call a challenge, then I'm somewhat disappointed, to be honest, TD said. Oh, so you imply that you're stronger than me, Kokobile said. I don't know, you tell me, TD replied. Interesting, Kokabeel said. But now we need to go with Kiba just in case, so goodbye, TD said, heading toward where Kiba was. Kokabeel was about to launch a lance at them, but TD turned around and gave him a look that clearly said, try it and see, causing Kokabeel to abandon the idea. When they arrived, they saw a lopsided battle of 3 against Fried. Knew it was only a matter of time before he was defeated, but that didn't last long when the ritual for Excalibur was completed, causing Valper to get excited and call for Fried, who quickly drew Excalibur. As he prepared to face the 3, Jeff, Kiba, and Zenobia stood back to cover a range, only to see Fried approach one and slash at Jeff, who either dodged or deflected the attack with his knife. Fried appeared before Kiba or Zenobia, and all they could do was defend themselves. Fried reached a point where he stood still, but they saw him multiply, making the sword invisible. They thought they were illusions but dismissed that idea when they defended themselves and realized they were real. They had no choice but to defend or dodge. The copies joined together, and Excalibur expanded like snakes, leaving them with no option but to keep dodging. Fried separated Zenobia and Jeff from Kiba, leaving him almost alone. He was about to return when he noticed Valper approaching. Upon seeing him, Fried wanted to charge, but Valper raised his hand in a sign of waiting. You know, I was told that a test subject had escaped. I didn't know whether to believe it, but now there's no doubt it's real, Valper said calmly. You are the reason this happened. Because of you, everyone died, Kiba said, pointing his sword at Valper. And what's the problem? All of you served a greater good, so you should be grateful. But the others never saw it that way, they just said I was insane. But look at the results now, Valper replied. You have no idea what we went through. You don't know how much we prayed. You know nothing, Kiba said angrily. Well, I was going to give you this, which was part of the research, but now it's useless to us. Besides, we can replicate it more finely. I'll give it to you as compensation, Valper said, tossing a crystal to Kiba, who caught it. That's the essence of everyone, you know, but it doesn't matter now, it's just a waste, Valper said nonchalantly. Seeing the crystal, Kiba could do nothing but cry, blaming himself for what had happened. He thought he had no right to live as the only survivor. He held on to that thought until he felt a tug on his breathes, discovering it was the spirits of his fallen comrades, all gathered around him. Rias and the others didn't know why, but they felt a wave of sadness wash over them, unable to stop crying. They couldn't tell if they should be happy about that or sad for the fate of the others, but one thing they were sure of was that Kiba would lift a weight off his shoulders. The spirits accompanying Kiba gathered around him, helping him release that burden. Seeing this, Tails decided to appear with Kiba's night piece in his hand. Rias was surprised and was about to ask. Kiba, take this, TD said, approaching Kiba and inserting the night piece into him. When Kiba felt the piece again, he didn't know what to say, but one thing was certain, he could now fight. He invoked the sword, and Valper thought it made no sense, but something happened. Kiba began to recite, I will be the sword, my comrades who share a bond with my soul, together we will overcome the unfulfilled dreams and thoughts, all who trust in me, sword be, Kiba declared, causing his sword to change in appearance. Sword of the Traitor, receive holy and demonic powers, Kiba said, and letters appeared in red on the sword. So that kid managed to do it? Drake said. How do you say, Drake? Marcos asked. Whoever surpasses the limits and has extraordinary will, that which could go against the natural flow of the world, a sacred treasure will appear before you, the balance breaker, Drake explained. Balance breaker, Marcos echoed. That's impossible. Fried, take care of this. Valper shouted, calling for Fried to appear. Oh, the pretty boy thinks he can defeat me just because he has a new sword, Fried said, raising Excalibur. Kiba walked toward Fried, and Jeff and Zenobia stood beside him. Hey, I know we don't know each other, but how about we take care of the ugly one? Jeff suggested. I'm fine with that, Kiba replied. I would normally refuse, but given the situation, I appreciate that part. Excalibur must be destroyed, Zenobia stated. You don't mind? Kiba asked, surprised. To me, it's a holy sword, but now it's nothing more than a corrupted sword, Zenobia said, setting her Excalibur aside and reciting a chant that summoned a blue sword with golden accents, chained. By the power granted, I release this sword, Holy Sword Durandal, Zenobia declared as the chains broke. Holy Sword Durandal. A sword capable of destroying this world, on par with the original Excalibur, said Zenobia. The Holy Sword Durandal. It's impossible, no one can wield it. My research doesn't clarify that part, Valper said, surprised. Unlike others, I am a natural wielder, Zenobia replied. A natural wielder. So you are the true bearer of the sword, Valper said. Even though I am its bearer, its power is very difficult to control, which is why I keep the sword in a separate dimension, Zenobia explained. Seriously, is it that dangerous? I don't believe it, Fried said, extending Excalibur, but Zenobia rejected it with Durandal. Seeing an opening, Jeff lunged at Fried, who dodged by jumping aside. It's impossible for me to lose, Fried declared. Well, it is possible, Kiba said, striking, but Fried blocked it with great speed. However, Kiba was faster than Fried, making it almost impossible to block. I won't let you harm anyone with that sword, Kiba said, shattering Excalibur and surprising Fried. Impossible. I won't be defeated so easily, Fried said before an energy struck him, causing him to fall unconscious. My power can break an Excalibur now, Kiba said, somewhat exhausted. It's not impossible, those energies should be countered. But if that happens, it means that God is. Valper began to speak, only to be struck in the neck and knocked unconscious by Tails. Who, I was going to kill him, but why leave him alive? Kokobile asked, intrigued. I just want a new toy. Besides, he must pay for his sins, but I'll think of a way to do it, Tails said with a chuckle. Kiba wasn't happy about that, but seeing that Tails would make him pay for everything, he was willing to leave it to him. You know, I'm bored of this spectacle. I don't care about his objectives at all. Hey kid, Kokobile said. Which one? Issei replied, prompting Kokobile to point at Marcos. What do you want? Marcos asked. Now that you've unlocked that ability, I want you to increase its power and transfer that amount to someone, Kokobile ordered. Are you really giving us that opportunity? Very interesting, Tails said. Stop playing with us, Rias said. Playing? Ha, you're the ones who are playing. Now who will face me? Kokobile taunted. Rias and the others didn't know who to send, the odds were against them. They took a moment until Tails decided to speak up. I'll take you on, Crow, Tails said, drawing everyone's attention. But Sensei, are you sure? Rias asked. Don't worry, Rias. I want to see the level of that crow. Besides, I'll be fine, Tails assured her, calming Rias and her entourage a bit. Marcos, please make the boosts. In the meantime, I'll fight him, Tails instructed, and Marcos nodded, starting to give boosts, which made Kokobile smile. The tension in the air was palpable. While Marcos was boosting, Tails walked slowly toward Kokobile, who waited with a smile. At one point, Tails stopped to look at Kokobile, surprising everyone except Issei when he began to fly without the need for wings. When he reached Kokobile's height, he simply stared at him. Well, do I start or do you? Tails asked. I'll let you have the honors, Kokobile replied with a grin. Okay, let's see if you can take it, Tails said, launching himself at Kokobile, who patiently awaited the punch. But Tails didn't stop there, he responded with a kick to the face. Kokobile blocked it, causing Tails to strike with his other arm, which Kokobile also blocked, returning the blow and pushing Tails a few meters away. Is that all you've got? Kokobile said, somewhat disappointed, as he saw that Tails wasn't putting up much of a fight. I could ask you the same, Crow. But now that I see you, it's true you have combat experience. How about I raise the stakes? Tails replied, releasing a bit of his power, exciting Kokobile. As soon as Tails released some of his power, everyone trembled at the noticeable difference. Is that really Sensei's power? Rias asked, astonished. If that surprises you, girl, then you know nothing, Jeff remarked, earning the gaze of everyone. What do you mean? Aquino asked. What you see is just a small part of what he can really do, Jeff explained. Oh, so you can do more. Then come at me, Kokabeel said, but he didn't expect Tails to appear quickly in front of him, delivering a powerful punch to his face that sent him crashing to the ground. Kokabeel got up, and when he looked for Tails, he was already gone, but he remained alert, summoning swords of light from his hands. Tails appeared in front of him, causing Kokabeel to swing his sword but miss as Tails appeared beside him, repeating the process. Although Kokabeel wouldn't admit it, Tails was proving to be somewhat difficult. Tails landed a blow from behind, pushing Kokabeel a few meters away and causing the swords of light to disappear. You know, I don't know how to feel, so to give you a chance, I won't use my hands. You can attack me if you want, Tails said, crossing his arms, which irritated Kokabeel. You BSTRD. Kokabeel yelled, launching himself at Tails and starting to attack with punches. If they were surprised before, now everyone except Issei and Jeff had their mouths agape, especially Rias and Aquino, who knew that a Grigori cadre shouldn't be taken lightly. But seeing Tails play with him left them unsure of what to think. Is he really playing with a cadre? Rias asked, confused. Yes. Jeff replied, unsure if it was a question or a statement. Now that I think about it, I don't know your name. Who are you? Rias asked. Call me Jeff. And if you're wondering, yes, Tails and I know each other, so don't worry, Jeff said. And is Knight-san also a friend of yours? Asia asked. Argento-san, not to be rude, but could you ask after the battle, please? Issei interjected, causing Asia to blush a bit for forgetting that Kokabeel was still there. Kokabeel could no longer tell if this was a game or what, as Tails continued to defend himself while Kokabeel kept attacking with punches. Somehow, he still wanted to continue, but he was starting to wonder if he had a chance of winning. It's impressive that you've lasted this long, Tails remarked. Hee, you know, it's impressive that beings like you are like this, assuming the balance is normal, Kokabeel replied. What do you mean by that? Rias asked. Oops, I seem to have spoken too much, but it doesn't matter, you would find out sooner or later, Kokabeel said. Not only did the 4 original Maos die, but God also died, Kokabeel declared, leaving everyone in shock. Zenobia and Asia, the most devout believers in God, found the news of his death to be a heavy blow. Asia was barely holding up under the weight of the information, and Zenobia couldn't move from her spot. Kokabeel thought that would be enough, but he didn't expect what came next. And why is that important? Tails asked, unfazed. Didn't you hear? God is dead. Isn't that shocking to you? Kokabeel exclaimed. Actually, I heard about it from someone else, but what does it matter? Besides, dead or not, his greatest creation still exists, Tails replied. And what is that? Kokabeel inquired. Humans, Tails stated. Oh, do you really believe that? I'm surprised someone like you would say that. But humans? What makes you think that? Kokabeel challenged. Well, they have achieved feats that your kind never has. They can be kinder than angels or more wicked than demons. If not, then why do you take on a form similar to them? Tails countered. Kokabeel had no way to refute Tails, who was partly right. But it doesn't matter, you'll be dead soon, TD said, directing his words toward Marcos. Now, TD continued, prompting Marcos to transfer power, which allowed TD to unleash even more energy, causing everyone to tremble. Feeling the surge, Kokabeel spread his wings to distance himself. The sensation from before returned, causing him to shake. I'll give you one last chance. Attack me with everything you've got, TD declared. Kokabeel conjured a massive spear, powerful enough to threaten everyone below. Rias and the others were alarmed at the sight of the spear, but Tails remained unfazed. Kokabeel launched the spear, but as it approached, Tails caught it effortlessly, leaving everyone in shock. He then hurled the spear back at Kokabeel, who couldn't dodge it and had to shield himself with his wings, resulting in severe injuries and one less wing on his back. It seems like it's all over, TD said, reducing his power. This isn't over yet, Kokabeel stammered. Oh, but it is. If it weren't, then why is there a white light descending? TD replied, causing the barrier to shatter and reveal a figure in white armor. I was going to take care of you, Kokabeel, but it seems someone got to you first, said the armored figure. You traitor. Kokabeel exclaimed, only to be knocked unconscious by a kick from Tails. I assume you're here to collect him, Tails said, and the armored figure nodded. I'll also take the other two for questioning, the armored figure added. The exorcist, yes, but I'm afraid I can't let you take the priest, TD replied. Well, one is more than enough, the armored figure said, grabbing Freed. As he was about to leave, Drake spoke up, indicating a destined encounter, according to Hakuryuku. In the end, he withdrew, and Sona's entourage appeared, surveying the damage. They were surprised to find the white dragon. Sona's gaze fixed on three individuals, Issei, Jeff, and Tails. Well, I just want to say thank you for your help, T-san, Knight-san, and you as well, Sona said. You're welcome, Citri-san, Issei replied. Before anything else, hey Kiba, I have a question. Do you still want to settle the score with him? TD asked. I don't know. I would have said yes before, but now that I've heard what my former family thought, I'm not sure. But if there's one thing I want, it's for him to suffer, Kiba admitted. Well, I have a better idea, TD said, moving toward Valper and waking him up with a series of slaps. What? Where am I? Valper said, disoriented. Oh, nowhere in particular. But now that you're awake, tell me how to deactivate the circle you made for the ritual, TD demanded. As if I would tell you, demon, Valper retorted. Well, I figured that would be your response, so we'll have to do this the hard way, TD replied. Valper didn't know what to do, but then he felt one of his fingers snap. This little finger went to play, this one disappeared, this one went to eat, and this one just got tired, TD said in a playful tone. The others watching didn't know how to feel, although Kiba, even without the intention of killing him, at least found some satisfaction in Valper's cries of desperation. Please stop. Valper screamed in pain. Then you'll tell me, TD said. Never. Well, I'm out of fingers. Where? Oh wait, I found more, TD said, causing Valper to pale. Okay, I'll tell you, but leave me alone, Valper replied. Don't worry about that, TD said, as he stomped his foot and a golden circle appeared, shattering into pieces. You could have done that from the start, Valper said in astonishment. Yep, I just wanted to give you an excuse to keep going. Since I have no more use for you, you're free, TD said, sounding very happy. Phew, okay, Valper said, relieved, but that didn't last long. Free to die slowly and painfully without giving you a quick death, TD said, making Valper turn pale again. Hey, I think you're not ready for this, so could you please wait at the entrance? TD said, prompting everyone to nod. Kiba was grateful that Tails was at least torturing Valper in some way, while Zenobia picked up the broken pieces of Excalibur. Everyone at the entrance heard the pleas, but they fell on deaf ears, and this went on for an hour until they saw Tails approaching. I'm done, and don't worry, there are no remains, TD said. Well, with that finished, I want to rest, Samuel said, causing everyone to nod, except for Sona and her entourage, who had to clean up the aftermath of the battle. Well, we're leaving, TD said, and Issei and Jeff vanished in a flash of red light. We're leaving too, Rias said, and her group used magic circles to return home. One day later at Kuo Airport, Irina had managed to recover from her injuries and was at the airport with Zenobia, Marcos, and Samuel, although the last two arrived a bit late. They had told Irina the truth about the past, which made her angry with both of them, but she understood why Issei would be upset with her. Just as she was about to leave, a voice stopped her. Wait, said someone. Hello Hyodo, Irina said, feeling somewhat awkward. Hello Shidu, Issei replied, somewhat calm, although he was still upset inside and wanted to clarify things. Well, I want to apologize. Could you forgive me? I didn't think your brothers would do that. If I had known Irina started. Look, Shidu, I'm still angry and upset with you. Your apologies might not mean much to me right now, but I can't stay this way with you forever. So I'm only going to say this once. Shidu, I'm not going to forgive you today, and I might not tomorrow either, but at some point, I will forgive you. Until then, we're just acquaintances, understood? Issei said, ensuring Irina didn't feel too bad and giving her a chance to correct her mistake. With that said, Irina left, and Issei turned to his brothers. Now you two, from what I can see, have changed, maybe for better or worse, but to me, you are just Marcos and Samuel Hyodo, along with your parents, Miki and Goro Hyodo. You're simply close acquaintances, and that's it, Issei said, leaving his brothers in shock since he didn't see them as family. But Ototo, Samuel was about to say, but Issei interrupted him. I'm not your brother, and that's how it will stay. If you have any dignity or respect, leave it that way. If you ask for help, I'll give it to you. If you ask for advice, I'll give it to you, but that's all I'll offer. See you, Issei said as he left the airport. Don't you think you were a bit harsh on them? TD said. Harsh or not, I had to get it off my chest and make things clear, Issei replied. Chapter and 2 days have passed since the confrontation with Kokobile. Issei continues with his routine. Marcos trains with Tails after school, and Rias and her entourage are either resting or cleaning the pool. But things have settled down, no disturbances, yet today there was news that Issei did not like at all. At Kuo Academy, and remember, students, tomorrow your parents will come to school, the teacher announced. My parents, huh? What a twist of fate, but I don't care, Issei thought, since he didn't have the support of Miki and Goro before, so why should he worry about them coming tomorrow? Curiously, Tails wasn't with him. As Issei left, he headed home to wait for work. He was so lost in his thoughts that he wasn't paying attention to anyone else. Issei, Earth to Issei, Tiddy said, waving his hand in front of Issei. What? Oh, what's up, Tails? Issei replied. That's what I should be asking you. You've been lost in thought since you arrived, Tiddy said. Oh, sorry, it's just that I have too much on my mind, Issei admitted, only half-truthfully. Are you sure it's nothing? TD asked. It's nothing. Tails, could you? Never mind, it's nothing, Issei decided to drop it. If you say so, TD said, knowing that when Issei is deep in thought, something is bothering him, but he would later ask why. Kiri, who had been watching, decided to call Tails over, and he approached. Kiri simply signaled for him to lean in closer. All right, seriously, oh, I see what that was about, TD said. What was it, Tails? Issei asked. Oh, nothing. Kiri just noticed something this afternoon when she was outside, but she got confused, TD replied. Well, now that I think about it, is it 9:30? Wow, I spent so much time outside, Issei said as he changed into his work uniform. Go ahead, Kiri, and I will catch up with you later, TD replied, prompting Issei to nod, open the window, and jump out to head to work. So it's true that the meeting is tomorrow, TD said, and Kiri nodded in agreement. I see. We'll figure out what to do tomorrow, but for now, let's go to the bar, okay? TD suggested, and they teleported to the bar with Kiri. The next day, Issei woke up early to continue his training, mentioning that he had gotten used to the weight. Drake and Tails had only increased it by 30 kilograms, bringing the total to 120 kilograms. Since it was just 8 kilograms more, he didn't feel much difference, except that it felt heavier, but nothing a few days wouldn't fix. While he trained, Tails and Drake were chatting. You know you've already defeated Albion, right? TD said. I don't understand why you say that, Drake replied, confused. I mean you're free, he's not. You'll enjoy delicious food and he won't. You'll enjoy everything and he won't. So why do you say you'll keep fighting when you can be free? TD explained. Ha ha, you know you're right about that. As long as he keeps saying he'll continue fighting, I'll be out here resting freely, Drake said, realizing that if he looked at it that way, Albion had already lost. Yes. TD exclaimed, turning to watch Issei train. I can confess something to you, Drake said. Of course, TD replied. I don't know why, but when I look at your host or friend, I get a strange feeling, Drake admitted. I didn't know you swung that way, TD teased. Ha ha, how funny, Drake said sarcastically. He's sorry, but strange in what way? TD asked. I can't explain it well, but when I see him, it feels like I've seen him before, or rather, like I'm connected to him, but that's just my speculation, Drake said. I see. Looking at it that way, I wouldn't know how to explain it either, but sometimes life throws certain surprises at you, TD replied. I believe you, Drake said, continuing to watch Issei train. So does your host want me to impose tougher training on him, or should we keep it like this? TD asked. For now, let's keep it as it is. He still hasn't gotten used to the current weight, so forget about him surviving if you increase the difficulty, Drake said, prompting Tails to nod in agreement. And so they waited to wrap up. When the moment came, they headed home. Issei entered, and before he could say anything, Hey Issei, can you go ahead? I need to prepare something, TD said. Okay, that's strange, but given the time, see you in the afternoon, Issei replied as he headed to the academy. Alright, here I go, TD said, transforming into a human. And how do I look? TD asked, prompting Kiri to raise a paw in approval. At Kuo Academy everyone was there. All the parents were present, including Rias's parents, except for Issei, whose parents were with Marcos and Samuel. Just before class started, someone entered, catching everyone's attention, a red-haired boy with Kiri on his head. Everyone was left speechless. The red-haired boy walked over to the parents, and they wondered who he was, but as class began, they had to focus on their children. Issei felt a familiar sensation and didn't know why, but seeing him brought him happiness, even though he couldn't explain it. He wondered why Kiri was there, but he would find out later. The class was about molding something, and Issei didn't know what to do. He looked at the others and saw they had already made a small part, so he closed his eyes, thinking about what to create. For a moment, he had nothing, and he continued like that until the idea of making Tails popped into his head. Unconsciously he did it, and when he opened his eyes, he realized he had created a sculpture of Tails, but without the gem. Everyone stared at him in surprise, but he simply said it was a stuffed animal he had as a child, and that's where he drew his inspiration from. When recess started, everyone was outside, and Tails approached Issei. Hello, Issei, TD said. Excuse me, sir, but I don't know you, Issei replied, a bit nervous. Oh, you've never seen me like this, have you? TD said. Do I know you? Issei asked. Well, I just need a ruby on my head, don't you think? TD joked. Issei was processing this until he realized only one person had that characteristic. He stood up and hugged Tails with a smile, tears in his eyes. Tails simply embraced him back. Okay, everything is fine, TD said, gently stroking his back. But, Issei stammered. Calm down, TD reassured him, still holding Issei. Kiri, who was on Tails' head, jumped to Issei's head, petting him with her paw. Issei appreciated the gesture, which helped him calm down and step back from Tails. So why didn't you tell me about this? TD asked. Well, to be honest, I was embarrassed. I didn't know how to ask you, and I felt like this was something different, Issei admitted. Oh, don't worry about it. I hadn't done this kind of thing before, but seeing that my presence makes you happy, I guess I should come to these kinds of gatherings, TD said. For the first time, Issei felt happiness. He didn't realize someone was approaching, and it was Murayama. Issei-kun, Kiri-chan, how are you? Murayama greeted. Hi, Murayama-san, Issei replied, and Kiri just raised her paw. Tails, who was there, gave a somewhat mischievous smile. Issei's body felt a sense of danger or something like that. He looked at Tails with that smile and understood where that feeling was coming from. So you're Issei's girlfriend, huh? TD said, causing both Issei and Murayama to blush. Tails. I'm sorry, Gremory-senpai, Issei said, feeling embarrassed. Don't worry, Issei. For now, I'll show you the steps of a relationship, or as I like to call it, the dating ladder, Tails said, making Issei blush even more. Please stop, you're not helping at all, Issei replied, flustered. Although he was intrigued by those steps, he decided not to ask further, knowing Tails would just tease him. Murayama, still embarrassed, watched as Issei got along well with Tails. She was curious about who he was and was about to ask, but the bell rang, signaling it was time to say goodbye to Issei. At least he took it well, Tails remarked. Well, I can't criticize you for that, Issei replied. But it's time for class, son, Tails said, prompting Issei to open his eyes. He shook his head and responded, Of course, Dad, with a smile. Hours passed, and it was time to head back. However, as soon as they stepped outside the classroom, A rumor spread about a magical girl in the gym. Issei, Tails, and Kiri went to see what all the commotion was about, and it turned out to be a girl with pigtails. They were about to approach her when Saji chased them away, but since they were far enough, he didn't notice them. When she introduced herself as Sona's sister and displayed a very different attitude, they were taken aback. They had expected her to be more serious, but instead, she was playful and expressive. After leaving the gym, they headed home, unaware that Mickey and Goru, who had come to check on Issei, were astonished to see him with someone else. What stood out most was that he was smiling like they hadn't seen him do in a long time. Marcos and Samuel, who were also observing, were surprised as well, but remembering what happened at the airport, it was clear to them why he hadn't been with them. When they arrived home, nothing particularly interesting happened, except that they all came back with Rias's father and her brother. It was no surprise that Rias felt a bit embarrassed and went upstairs to think, sitting in front of a door without realizing it was Issei's room. When Issei heard someone knock, he opened the door, causing Rias to fall. "Oops, I'm sorry, Gremory-senpai," Issei said. "How do you know who I am?" Rias asked. Issei simply pointed to her uniform. "Oh, sorry for looking like this. My family is downstairs," Rias explained. "Don't worry, but I must say it's surprising to see someone like you here," Issei replied. "Well, I suppose it is surprising when I think about it," Rias said, but then she noticed something. Issei wasn't nervous. He was calm, considering his reputation at school. "Oh, Gremory-senpai, may I ask you to step out? I need to change," Issei said, prompting Rias to nod and leave. Rias was deep in thought, but it didn't take long before Issei opened the door again, and she saw him in his work uniform. Issei just opened the window. "Hey, why don't you go out the front door?" Rias asked, puzzled. "Trust me, senpai, those are personal matters. But if anyone asks about me, just tell them a little lie." "So, see you later," Issei said before jumping out of the tree and landing on the ground. Rias was startled and rushed to the window, only to be surprised to see Issei unharmed as he continued on his way until he was out of her sight. "So, that's the youngest Hyodo. It's interesting to see someone talk to me normally, aside from my friends, Sensei and Knight. I wonder where he is right now," Rias thought, unaware that she had just been speaking with Knight a short while ago. 3 days passed, and today was the day of the meeting. The days went by normally, and Issei and Marcos made significant progress in their training. Issei's weight was increased to 45 kilograms, not as a punishment, but rather at Issei's suggestion. Together with Marcos, they decided to up the difficulty of their training a bit. Of course, they still had a lot to learn, but they felt they were doing well. During this time, it was impressive that Marcos received Ascalon from Michael, the leader of the Angels, but even more so that Zenobia joined Rias's entourage. She pondered this decision for a long time and concluded that it made no sense to serve heaven if there was no god to serve, so she joined Rias as the other knight. They also freed the second bishop, who turned out to be a half-vampire named Gasper Vladi. When Marcos learned about this, he was shocked. Rias's entourage decided to train Gasper, but they might have gone a bit overboard, which is why he sought advice from Tails. Tails told him to just talk to Gasper, but if that didn't work, he would go see him himself. That was all that had happened during those days. At the meeting today were Surzex and Seraphal as representatives of the demons, Azizel, the leader of the fallen angels, and Michael representing the angels. Accompanying them were Grafia, Sona, Tsubaki, Rias and her entourage, Irina, and the Haku. The reason for this gathering was that Kokabeel had almost caused a war, but fortunately, nothing serious happened. However, the involved parties had to provide a report on their encounter with Kokabeel. Sona and Rias discussed this, and to lend more credibility, they showed the video. When they reached the part where Tails was just playing with Kokabeel and never took him seriously, it caught everyone off guard, except for Rias, Surzex, and Grafia, who already knew Tails. They wondered just how far his limits extended. Aside from that, everything went smoothly, except for the moment when time stopped. Note: to avoid excessive filler, everything proceeded similarly to the anime, including Gasper's rescue, the control of time returning to normal, Azazel losing his arm, Kateria's death, Vala's betrayal, and the confrontation between the two celestial dragons until Biko arrived to confront Vale. Wow, they really gave you a good fight, huh, Vale? Biko said. What are you doing here, Biko? Vale said, they need us in the north, as Biko made a circle, preparing to leave. Suddenly, a force field restrained them, not just Vale and Biko, but everyone else as well, trapping Vale and Biko in one bubble and the rest in another. Oh, they leave so soon. That's not fun, a shadowy figure remarked, their silhouette barely visible. Who are you? Vale demanded. I'm nobody, but I can tell you that you are all inferior to me, the stranger replied. You think you're superior? Sure, Vale scoffed. Oh, kid, believe me, you are inferior because I am a god, the stranger declared. Now, let's see who we have here. But it doesn't matter, after all, you will all be dead soon, the stranger said as he lunged at them. However, he didn't get far because someone fell on top of him, delivering a blow. The culprit was none other than Tails, who was hooded, along with Issei, who landed nearby. Before this, they had been returning home when they sensed a change in the atmosphere. Issei, detecting magic at the academy, suited up, and they headed that way. Upon arrival, they noticed a barrier surrounding the place. As they entered, Tails felt nothing, but Issei was unconsciously releasing his aura. They made their way to the roof of the academy to observe the unfolding events. When Issei saw the red armor, he felt an urge to shout, "A pay dragon," with all his might, but he quickly dismissed the thought. Just as they were about to leave, Tails sensed a familiar presence. Looking down, he initially couldn't identify the figure, but upon hearing him, he realized who it was. He saw the figure launch an attack and acted quickly, landing a blow. When everyone recognized Tails, some were relieved, but the stranger merely got up as if nothing had happened and regarded the hooded figure, not recognizing him. You're not a god and you're certainly not strong, Tails said. And who the hell are you? The stranger retorted. Oh, right, you don't recognize me like this. But it's time for you to show your true form, don't you think? Sonic. Tails said, causing the stranger to dissipate his form and reveal himself as the unusual being that looked odd to the others. I see that only a few know who I am, but I think I'll spare you the question of who you are because only 3 can identify me, and the other 2 are outside, so I know who you are, Sonic replied. You're not supposed to be here. How did you get here? Tails asked. That's a good question, but now that you're in my way, I have no choice but to do this, Sonic said as he lunged forward at high speed toward Tails, throwing a punch. Tails managed to block it, forcing Sonic to pull back. Sonic kept his distance from Tails, analyzing him, but before he could make a move, a portal appeared. Everyone turned, confused, as footsteps echoed, and someone emerged, someone only Tails and Issei recognized. Issei began to tremble. No, please, why did you have to show up here of all places? Issei thought, feeling a twinge of fear. He had to shake off those thoughts because if this figure was here, it meant greater trouble. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Issei approached the armored figure, and a name appeared on Issei's mask, Doomslayer. Doomslayer. Well, at least I know who my attacker is, Issei thought to himself, glancing at Doom with the shotgun. The sight filled him with dread. He knew this was going to be a tough battle. Everyone else was at a loss for words, realizing they faced 2 new enemies who were intent on escaping the field that held them captive. Attempts to breach the barrier were futile, any attacks they launched were reflected back at them. Their only hope rested on Issei and Tails. Tails and Sonic stood still for a moment before suddenly disappearing, colliding fists and creating a small shockwave. They exchanged punches and kicks aimed at vital points, but neither could land a hit as the other deftly deflected or countered each blow. Despite their evenly matched strength, neither was fighting at full capacity yet. Meanwhile, Issei decided to throw a punch at Doom, who made no effort to defend himself, allowing Issei to land a hit without flinching. Doom simply aimed his shotgun at Issei. Upon hearing the shot, Issei dashed to the left, narrowly avoiding it. He realized his movements were slower than usual, a fact everyone noticed. It dawned on him that the weights he wore as bracelets were the cause. In a moment of urgency, he quickly removed the ones from his feet and arms, letting them drop to the ground. The impact created a small crack, and as he heard Doom reload, Issei dashed to the right, his speed noticeably improved. Surprised but without time to ponder, he focused on dodging. The others, unfamiliar with Tails, were astonished by his fighting prowess. However, it was clear from their conversations that they had a history. Trusting Tails was essential, as he was their only ally outside the barrier. Watching Issei face off against Doom raised questions among them, but they decided to wait until later to discuss it. Tails and Sonic fought barehanded, aware that a single mistake could be fatal. In a simultaneous strike, they pulled away from each other. "Come on, why don't you unleash 100%? If you don't, you know what will happen," Sonic urged, beginning to release his power. "Same goes for you," Tails replied, encouraging Sonic to do the same. Unbeknownst to them, everyone could feel their rising power except for Issei and Doom, who were still locked in combat. Rias and the others watched as Tails began to release more energy than Kokobile, recalling Jeff's words, "What you see is just a small part of what he can really do." They began to wonder just how powerful Tails truly was. Their powers reached a level that made the ground tremble, yet they held back their auras. All anyone could see were blurs of speed. Neither Valley nor the others could catch sight of them, except for the leaders and Graphia. Back with Issei and Doom, Issei was dodging Doom's shotgun blasts. When Doom shot a hook, Issei grabbed it, hoping to pull himself closer, but Doom's strength was overwhelming. He yanked Issei toward him and landed a punch to his face, sending him flying back. Doom switched his shotgun for a pistol, which Issei recognized, prompting him to brace himself. The shots never came until he felt a powerful blast. Realizing the shots were charged, he shielded himself as bullets flew. This time, Issei moved away, staying alert after nearly being caught off guard before. Doom switched to another weapon, and Issei remained vigilant, unsure of what it would do. Meanwhile, Tails and Sonic exchanged punches and kicks, their movements echoing around them. They reached a point where both held each other's hands, applying pressure. Realizing they were evenly matched, they decided to exert more force, causing cracks to form in the ground beneath them. They continued testing their strength until Tails delivered a kick that pushed Sonic back. Just as they were about to continue, Sonic dropped his guard. "I would continue gladly, but I only came for reconnaissance," Sonic said. "Then you're not the only one here," Tails replied. "Nope, the others are waiting for me, but I have a question. As far as I remember, you were stronger, so tell me why you're holding back," Sonic asked, drawing everyone's attention. "I could ask you the same thing, because this just tells me we're evenly matched," Tails replied. "I could tell you, but that will have to wait for another time. And before I forget, Zalgo is here," Sonic said, vanishing and freeing the others while Bequa disappeared with Valley. They were about to approach Tails when a shot made them turn to see Issei dodging a missile from Doom, who was now armed with a rocket launcher. Issei jumped, but he hadn't anticipated the missile exploding and injuring his back. He could still move but had to dodge more bullets, now from Doom's heavy assault rifle. The bullets resembled micro-missiles. Issei wanted to defend himself with his gauntlets but sensed that it wasn't a good idea, as the micro-missiles caused small explosions. In a moment of carelessness, one struck his shoulder, causing him to bleed and rendering his arm useless. Issei cried out in pain but had no time to waste. He got up, ready to fight with his right arm, but Doom simply put away his weapon. Issei remained on high alert, but when he saw Doom retreating through the portal he had arrived from, he finally felt relief wash over him, only to faint from exhaustion. Tails approached the others where Issei lay. Fortunately, he was prepared. He pulled out a small ball with a syringe, extracting a green liquid and injecting it into Issei. His wounds healed instantly as if nothing had happened, though the fatigue remained. They were about to ask questions when Tails preempted them. "If you want answers, you'll have to wait for night to wake up," Tails said. Only Surzex, Graphia, Sona, Tsubaki, Rias and their entourage recognized Tails, so they settled in to wait. Michael, Azazel and Seraphal were eager for answers, but seeing that the majority accepted the condition, they had no choice but to wait patiently. After the incident with Sonic and Vala's betrayal, Everyone had been waiting for Issei to wake up, but it had been an hour since he fell unconscious. They were about to speak when Issei suddenly awoke, but they weren't prepared for what came next. Phew, I'm still alive. Issei exclaimed, waking in a panic before calming down. Good to see you're still with us, Tails said. You know, for a moment I thought I was going to die for the second time, Issei said, drawing the attention of the others. Knight-sen, were you going to die? Asia exclaimed in shock, and she wasn't the only one. No one had seen that coming. Whoa, what are we doing here? Issei quickly changed the subject. We were in a meeting until things escalated to the point where you and T faced some unexpected guests, Surzex explained, prompting Issei to nod in understanding. Issei tried to stand up but found he couldn't move his left arm. He could feel it, but it was too numb to respond properly, so he just sat back down. Alright, for the newcomers, my name is T, and this is Knight, T introduced, and the others nodded in acknowledgement. Feel free to ask whatever you want, but I'll only answer what's necessary, T said, leaving the others to ponder their questions, with Rias being the first to speak up. Sensei, I want to know if you knew the being you faced, Rias asked. Well, I won't say it's new to me, but let's just call it an old acquaintance, T replied. I have a question for Knight. Do you know who you faced? Asia asked. I don't know him, but all I can say is that this is the second time I've encountered him, Issei answered. Is he more like the being that faced T? Surzex inquired. I can't confirm that since I'm not sure if there are more like him. Although, if Zalgo is here, then I need to stay alert. The others won't be pleased with this news, T said, realizing that the family would need to be prepared. I have a question. Who are you guys? Michael asked. I'd prefer to answer that another time, T replied. The questions continued, but only a few were answered by Issei and T. Azazel asked about Issei's team, and T responded that he had done it to pique Azazel's interest in seeing what else he could do. Most questions remained unanswered for now, and no one pressed further. T noticed Gasper and approached him. So, you're the half-vampire I heard about, T said. Everyone looked on, ready to intervene, but Rias and the others signaled that nothing would happen. Whyas? Gasper stammered nervously. Oh, sorry, you'll need a bag for that, so here, T said, handing a paper bag to Gasper, which caused everyone to break into a sweat. Thank you, Gasper said, taking the bag, though he wondered how T knew that. If you're wondering, I'll just say that Marcos mentioned that detail about you, T explained. Oh, I see, Gasper replied. I've been told you have trouble controlling your sacred gear and that you're scared, T continued. I don't like this power, I hate it, Gasper admitted. Well, then I'll come by tomorrow for a little visit. Until then, Knight, it's time for us to leave, T said. Sure, but can I ask a favor of Michael, if it's not too much trouble? Issei requested. Oh, Knight, you don't need to call me Sama, just Michael is fine. What's the favor you want to ask? Michael replied. Could you let Argento and Corda pray without harming them? Issei asked, leaving everyone surprised. I'd say no, but considering you saved us from unknown beings, I can accept that request as a thank you, Michael said before disappearing. As a gesture of gratitude, Asia hugged Issei and kissed him on the cheek, leaving him stunned and blushing, which everyone noticed. When Asia realized what she had done, she blushed too, but a smile crept onto her face. T, isn't it time for us to go? Issei stammered, still unable to shake off his blush. Of course. It was a pleasure, so see you later, T said, and they vanished in a flash of red light. The others left, realizing there was no longer a need to stay. T and Issei appeared in an alley. Issei dismissed his gear, while T kept everything on. They decided to head to the bar, but on the way, I know it might be uncomfortable to ask, but could you tell me who he was? Issei inquired, causing T to sigh. He hadn't expected to run into Sonic, especially not in this world. I'll answer your question, but only when we're with the others, T replied, and Issei nodded. They arrived at the bar, and everyone saw it was Issei and T. Before anyone could speak, T jumped in. Everyone gather around, I have news, and it's not good, T said seriously, capturing everyone's attention, and they complied. putting up a sign that read, "Closed for leak repairs." Everyone gathered in Slender's office, which was also his room. Issei was included as well. They only cast a soundproof spell since the topic was important. "Hey, before anything else, do you know someone named Sonic?" Issei asked, and he could feel the atmosphere grow heavy. "Where did you hear that name?" Jeff asked, very seriously, making Issei a bit nervous. Well, T faced him today at my school," Issei stammered. "That's not the only problem," T added. "Why do you say that?" Jack asked. "Zalgo is in this world," T stated. If the atmosphere was heavy before, it was now turning hostile. Issei struggled to breathe and to stay upright. "So can you all calm down, please?" "I'm feeling uncomfortable," Issei said, and at that moment, everything calmed down a bit, but the tension still lingered. "I'm sorry, Issei, but mentioning that name isn't exactly welcome here," Slender explained. "Okay, but can someone tell me why there's so much hostility towards that name?" Issei asked, not wanting to mention it again for fear of feeling that hostile atmosphere once more. "Before we tell you about it, tell me, do you think we're good?" Slender asked. "I've known you all for 6 months, which reminds me that I'm about to go on vacation. But to answer your question, Slender, I think you all are good," Issei replied. "I understand. I'll just say that you've seen the good side, but not the bad side of the creepies," Slender said. "I don't understand," Issei said, confused. "To put it simply, those of us here have a different ideology than Zalgo. If you encounter him, I suggest you don't confront him, as he is a dangerous individual." "Understood," Slender said, prompting Issei to nod. "Okay, but are there more like him in this world?" Issei asked. "I can't answer that with certainty. I used to think we were the only ones, but now that the others and Zalgo are involved, it's not clear. It makes me wonder, is someone else with Zalgo?" Slender said, "I'm not sure, but Sonic. The XE is with him," TD replied. "That's true, it's been on my mind. But one question that was raised is why you're so weak. According to Sonic, he mentioned it, but you said the same thing. Were you stronger before, Tails?" Issei asked. No, Issei. The thing is, I didn't fight at 100%, TD said, offering a half-truth. The other creepypastas began to ponder when Issei brought this up, allowing Slender to focus and uncover the reason behind it. Slender thought, "Don't tell me you and Sonic are no longer," contemplating how to address Tails about the matter. They continued talking for hours until Issei decided to leave, but Tails stayed at Slender's request. The others also departed, leaving Slender and Tails alone. "All right, now tell me why he's not with you," Slender said. "Who isn't with who, Slender?" TD asked, confused. "Seriously, because as far as I remember, you were stronger than the others, but always beneath L. Jack, Zalgo, and even me. But with Sonic, you were on equal footing," Slender said, causing Tails to tremble, as he knew what Slender was referring to. "Always keeping an eye on you." Slender was about to say, "Don't you dare say it." TD shouted, both angry and a bit scared. "So it's true. I thought you were too calm without worrying, but that means Sonic is the same," Slender remarked. Just promise you won't tell anyone about this, especially Issei, please," TD said. Slender found it strange to see him so fearful. "All right, I promise, but tell me what happened," Slender replied. Tails sighed and continued talking with Slender for a while. Chapter End. Nowadays, Issei was taking a break, especially since it was a day off, which Tails had given him as an opportunity to rest. With no work and nothing to do for the moment, Issei's arm was responding well, although it took a long time to recover fully. In fact, today they were going to visit Rias and the others. Drake also called him because they were having problems with Gasper. Issei just put on his gear. In this case, he wore only the mask and beret, leaving the gloves off. Once they were ready, they teleported, but when they did, they appeared at an inopportune moment as Gasper collided with Tails. Obviously, Tails didn't budge, but Gasper fell hard. They were about to ask what was going on when they saw Zenobia a few meters away with Durandal, and they started to piece together what had happened. "Sorry for the sudden appearance, but I came to see what was going on, and now I see what happened here," TD said, prompting everyone to greet Tails and Issei. Can someone explain to me what exactly you're doing? TD asked. Well, Sensei, the thing is, we're helping Gasper train, Samuel replied. Well, if training means Gasper is running away in a panic, then in a way, it is, TD said, somewhat amused as he recalled when he trained Issei. But can I ask what you're doing here, Sensei? Rias inquired. You see, someone told me you might have gone a bit overboard with the training, so I came to check, TD explained. I understand. You're the one who trained them, right? Then you can help us with him, Zenobia said. Sure, but I need to talk to Gasper first, TD replied. I don't understand if training is about having a healthy and fit body. Zenobia began. You're not wrong about that, but I think if a person doesn't have the motivation or longing to do it, then don't expect good results, TD said, and Zenobia had to admit he had a point. We'll take our leave, Aquino said, prompting everyone to exit except for Issei. As soon as they disappeared from sight, they watched from a corner, curious about what kind of training they would give Gasper. Now that we're here, let me introduce myself again. My name is T, and the one beside me is Knight, TD said. Nice to meet you, Issei replied. Likewise, Knight-san, T-sensei, Gasper said. So, you have problems with your sacred gear, TD stated. Wait, before I say anything, I hope you don't mind me being like this, Gasper stammered. Trust me, I've met some very peculiar people with their tastes, so it doesn't bother me, TD assured him. Well, as you can see, I hate having this because it's dangerous, especially if I lose control, Gasper confessed. Oh really? But you're half vampire, so why aren't you with your family? TD asked, only to see Gasper trembling and wanting to cry. Sorry, sensitive topic. You don't have to answer that. The only thing I need you to tell me is, do you hate having that sacred gear? TD asked. I fear and hate it. I don't like being used as an object because of it, Gasper said, looking down, only to feel someone gently petting his head. He looked up to see Tails stroking his hair. Look, Gasper, you may say you hate having that, but believe me when I tell you that sometimes a power, no matter how much you hate or fear it, can be your salvation, TD said, making Gasper look at him, and he wasn't the only one. The others watching were also wondering why he said that, but there were two people in particular, Aquino and Kaneko, as those words resonated in their minds, though they would have to talk privately with Tails. For example, Gasper, before I became like this, the power that was imposed on me was something I didn't want. It was forced upon me, and on top of everything, I couldn't control it. I lived in fear the entire time, but there were people who believed in me. They helped me more than you can imagine, TD said, surprising Gasper. But how did you manage to control that power? Gasper asked, intrigued by the answer. Well, I had to ask someone for help, TD replied. Seriously? From what I've seen, you seem to be able to do everything, Gasper remarked. Oh yes, I can do everything, but at the same time, there are things I can't do, TD said. Really? Like what? Gasper asked. The first time I tried to cook, Issei chimed in. Hey, don't exaggerate, TD retorted. Let me remind you of the first times you cooked, and let's be honest, when you served your dish, no one wanted to try it. I still wonder how you managed to create life with that, Issei said, recalling how Tails, after finishing cooking, produced a large purple blob that he could swear he heard breathing and saw an eye on it. Well, I won't criticize you for that, TD said, not knowing. But those were just the first attempts. You improved in the following tries, Issei added. I see, but unlike you guys, I'm scared to use this, Gasper admitted. Well, Gasper, it's normal to be afraid. Just ask Knight about the first time he faced a renegade, TD said, prompting Gasper to look at Issei. Well, that time T came with me only for me to end up almost abandoned. But the good thing is that now I'm not as scared, Issei said. Interesting, Gasper replied. As you can see, Gasper, in the beginning, there are only failures and fear, but as you get the hang of it, you start to gain confidence, TD explained. So if I train this power, there won't be any more incidents like yesterday. Gasper asked, feeling optimistic. Exactly. So what do you say? Do you want to try to control your sacred gear? TD asked. Yes. All right then, Let's see how you try, said Tails enthusiastically. For the next few hours, they continued training Gasper's sacred gear. Even when he failed, he no longer appeared nervous or afraid. Everyone watching couldn't help but smile, especially Rias, who recognized that Tails had achieved what had taken her years to accomplish. Once they felt satisfied, they decided to head back to the building. After some time, Tails arrived with Issei, carrying Gasper, who had overexerted himself during training. They decided to stop for the day. As Tails and Issei were about to leave, Rias stopped them, inviting them to spend their vacation in the underworld. They agreed, noting that the following week marked the start of their break. Akino and Kaneko asked if they could see Tails during the week, but he explained that he wouldn't be available until their vacation began. They accepted the terms. Tails also privately asked Rias why Gasper was with her, and she explained, allowing Tails to understand at least one reason for Gasper's fear. With nothing else to do, they left, knowing they could reach out if any issues arose. When they got home, Issei headed to his room while Tails went to the basement to think about what to do next. If this keeps up, I don't know what will happen. It scares me to think about what enemies await us in the future. Issei is human, and I fear that a battle could lead to death, but what can I do? Tails pondered until an idea struck him. A project that would help Issei in case something went wrong. Project R doesn't sound bad, he said with a smile as he began sketching plans. The week passed without any major incidents, although there were surprises. The house had been remodeled into what now looked like a mansion, Rias and the others had moved in, and Azazel was the new advisor for the occult club. This news was a surprise for Rias and her entourage, but everyone else was equally astonished. As a security measure during the renovations, Tails discreetly reduced the size of the basement, which served as both his workshop and laboratory. He didn't want to explain to Issei why the basement was there. Training had been fruitful and intense, but nothing out of the ordinary. According to Drake, Issei was now at the level of a high-class demon with some experience, while Issei himself was at a high-class level with experience, at least theoretically. In practice, he couldn't say if that was true. Besides, the weights were set at 60 kilograms. They could ask Rias and the others for help, but since they were already familiar with them, it didn't seem necessary. Sona could help, but she was busy with school matters, so that was out of the question. That was all that had happened over the course of the week. Today, Issei woke up early but forgot that it was the start of vacation. He had gotten so used to his routine that it was hard to think of doing anything else. Just as he was about to get up, he felt an extra weight on his chest. When he looked down, he saw Kiri curled up on him, her tail wrapped around him. Kiri sometimes slept in the bed Issei had bought for her or with him. It varied. Issei didn't mind, so he just waited. What struck him as odd was that Tails wasn't awake, but he could hear Tails's breathing. When he turned to look, he saw Tails in his plushy form, completely still. Fortunately, his breathing was barely noticeable, so Issei decided to let it go, knowing Tails had been very tired lately and whenever he asked, he said it was a surprise. Issei would have asked more, but he knew Tails would give him the same answer or change the subject, so he let it slide. He simply closed his eyes as he was also tired, unaware that he had fallen asleep again. 3 hours passed, and the sunlight began to shine on Issei's face, waking him up, but this time he was no longer sleepy. Kiri stretched and Tails did the same. "Good morning," Issei said. "Good morning to you too, Issei," Tails replied, while Kiri just let out a soft "Q" in response. He changed and headed to the kitchen. He still wasn't completely accustomed to the house, but he wasn't one to criticize tastes. Kiri perched on Issei's head, only getting down when things got difficult. When Issei arrived in the kitchen, he intended to prepare breakfast but found Asia already there. "Hello, Issei," Asia greeted. "Hello, Argento-san," Issei replied. "Would you like me to prepare something to eat?" Asia asked. "I would say no, but I'd like to see how you cook, so I'll accept the offer," Issei said with a smile. Asia was about to leave when she noticed Kiri. Kiri raised her paw, and Asia decided to prepare breakfast for her as well. It didn't take long. Issei set the table, and they sat down to enjoy the meal. After a while, everyone else arrived to taste the breakfast Asia had prepared. Throughout the week, all the members had gotten to know Issei, and according to them, he was reserved, as he spoke little or gave short responses. Akino tried to flirt a bit but was surprised to find that Issei didn't blush or react, so she backed off. Kaneko didn't talk much, but she would occasionally accept sweets from Issei or enjoy chocolate milkshakes he made for her. It was her way of communicating. Kiba didn't speak much with Issei, so he didn't know what he thought. The brothers preferred to avoid talking to him due to the awkwardness, and when they did, Issei would respond neutrally. Gasper was nervous, but the good thing was that Issei responded gently or played with him. He chatted a bit with Rias, but as everyone said, he was very reserved. The only one he was open with or talked to more was Asia, and that was because they maintained a close relationship. In the end, they finished breakfast and prepared to head to the underworld. Issei got ready, going up to his room to put on his gear, minus the gloves and bracers. He activated his Robo Issei mode in case he needed to justify his presence and climbed out the window with Tails, who was hooded. They spotted Rias and called out to her so she would turn and see Issei with Tails. They made their way to the train station, where they saw the Gremory family emblem. Azazel was already inside, so they hopped on and let the train take them away. As they traveled, everyone began sharing their experiences. Marcos and Samuel discussed important matters, while Aquino and Rias contemplated their next steps. Tails sat with his arms crossed, but his breathing indicated he was asleep. Kiba was reading, Asia and Zenobia were playing cards, Gasper was playing on his PSP, and Kaneko looked deep in thought. Issei just sat there but wouldn't have any issues with work since Slender had given him his paycheck, which he had been saving for a while, plus he had a vacation that would last until school resumed, so his absence would be justified. However, if they encountered another creepy situation, Tails would mediate if necessary. The train stopped to pick up Sona and her entourage, but they decided to mingle with Rias's group to chat or play cards. Issei, who was sitting, went to wake Tails. Gasper paused his game to see what Issei would do, and he wasn't the only one. The others were also intrigued. Tails woke up when someone called him. Issei asked if he could summon his items. No one knew what he meant, but Tails simply nodded, and a glass and 6 drinks appeared, 4 sweet ones and 2 regular, along with some ice, like what bartenders use. Issei somehow disconnected from the world and focused on making a drink. When he finished, he took a small sip and liked it. Realizing where he was, he quickly apologized, though he did offer the drink to everyone. It's worth mentioning that Azazel appeared out of nowhere and approached Issei to give him a thumbs up. When he tried the drink, Azazel asked if Issei could make more, which he agreed to. First, he prepared a sweet drink for Kaneko. She was about to refuse, but Issei assured her it was just sweet with no alcohol. After taking a sip, Kaneko really liked it and thanked Issei. He asked if anyone else wanted a drink, but everyone politely declined, so he prepared one for Azazel instead. An hour later, Sona's entourage left, but the train stopped again. Rias explained why they were there, but before they realized it, they were teleported to a rocky place. When everyone noticed where they were, they wondered where Rias and Tails had gone, but they didn't have time to listen because they heard heavy footsteps, and a large dragon suddenly appeared. They had to react quickly as it unleashed flames. Kaneko rushed in, wanting to strike, but ended up being hit by the dragon's fist, sending her crashing into some rocks. If it hadn't been for her tower piece, her back would have been fractured, but she was still left immobilized. Everyone, seeing this, had to go on the defensive. Issei summoned his gloves and bracers, Kiba and Zenobia drew their swords, and Aquino transformed into her priestess outfit. Asia only put on her gloves, and Marcos summoned the boosted gear. Due to the absence of Bucho, I will take charge. Kiba and Zenobia, focus on holding it back. Asia, assist Kaneko and provide support if necessary. Samuel, help cover Asia. Marcos, gather power to defeat it, and Night-kun, I know you're not part of the entourage, but could you lend us your strength? Aquino instructed. Of course, Issei replied, fist-bumping his palm. Understood. Try to give us cover or a distraction to defeat it, Aquino said. With the orders given, they decided to split up. Issei was the first to attack, launching fireballs to draw the dragon's attention, which retaliated with flames. Issei dashed, albeit slowly, but it was enough to avoid serious burns. Kiba and Zenobia charged at the dragon, but it managed to block their swords with its horns, pushing them back. Kaneko observed everything but couldn't get up since she was still immobilized, so she had to endure while Asia healed her. As Marcos gained a boost, the dragon focused its attention on him, but it changed its mind when Issei appeared below and dashed upward, landing an uppercut. However, the dragon seemed unaffected and countered Issei's blow, forcing him to block with his arms. Even so, he was thrown against the rocks, hitting his back. Issei felt a sharp pain, nearly breaking his spine, but fortunately, that didn't happen. He just needed to be more careful. Samuel charged intermediate spells to strike the dragon, but it unleashed fire at her. Everyone watching was far away, so she closed her eyes, but when she didn't feel the flames, she opened them to see Issei in front of her, hands on the ground, raising a pillar of earth to block the attack. The fire ceased. "Are you all right?" "What?" Issei said, turning around. "Weiss," Samuel replied nervously, her heart racing after night had saved her life. She placed a hand on her chest, feeling the strong thump of her heartbeat, unsure if it was from feeling protected or the lingering fear of danger. "Okay," Issei said, prompting her to remove her hands and causing the pillar of earth to vanish. The dragon was approaching Marcos. "I'm not going to let anyone get hurt," Gasper declared, activating his sacred gear to immobilize the dragon. However, his nerves got the better of him, and he felt anxious and scared, as he wasn't used to situations like this. Just when it seemed all hope was lost, the boosted gear shouted, "Explosion," signaling that it was at full power. Everyone attacked together. Issei shouted, positioning himself next to Marcos. "Understood, let's do it together," Aquino said, unleashing a bolt of lightning. Dragon shot. Marcos yelled, firing his attack. "Gaia Force." Issei shouted, summoning his red aura, his hands almost touching as he formed a fireball the size of an adult and launched it. The attacks struck one after another, creating a cloud of smoke. However, those strikes were not enough, as the dragon remained standing. Everyone was astonished that their attacks hadn't even left a scratch. Issei knelt down, feeling a bit fatigued from the effort, while Marcos found himself unable to do more. Just when it seemed the battle was about to restart, they heard a voice. "That's enough," Azazel said, standing on a mountain alongside Rias and Tails, which made the dragon halt. "Bucho, Sensei, and Azazel Sensei," Marcos said, confused by the situation. Once things calmed down, they explained that the creature they faced was an ex-dragon king named Tannen. He had come at Surzek's orders and made an exception for them. Tannen even mentioned that they had performed slightly better than he expected, specifically noting that it was only Marcos and Issei whose attacks had caused him some annoyance, as he had to exert a bit more force just to defend himself. This revelation left everyone, including Azazel, somewhat impressed. Having witnessed how they handled the pressure, Azazel already knew how to train them. However, he was uncertain about what to do with Issei. Tails, seeing how things were unfolding, began to formulate a plan for whom to ask for additional help. Just a glance from Marcos and Issei toward Tails and the direction of his gaze sent a chill down their spines. They knew he would dare to do what he had in mind, but they also understood that it was only a matter of time. They confronted Drake and Tails for not informing them, to which they replied that it wouldn't have made sense to tell them if they didn't feel true danger, reminding them that they still had much to learn. Tails approached Gasper, congratulating him for attempting to use his sacred gear, but he told Kaneko that he wasn't disappointed. Next time, he should think things through, which made Gasper lower his head. After that, they headed to some hot springs nearby. Tails preferred to go somewhere else, but it was fine. Issei agreed and entered the bath with the others, obviously separated by gender. For some reason, Gasper was seen entering the women's bath, prompting Marcos and Issei to adopt mischievous looks. Gasper instinctively turned around and saw both of them approaching. He began to back away until he bumped into a wall. Just as they were about to catch him, Gasper activated his sacred gear, and without saying a word, they chased him all over the place. Chapter end. The next day, they arrived at Rias's house and were taken aback. If her previous home, a mansion, was large, this one was a castle. "Welcome to my home," Rias said nonchalantly. Issei, Marcos, Samuel, and Tails exchanged glances, thinking how different this was from their usual living conditions. As they entered, Grafia greeted them politely, followed by several maids offering formal welcomes. This made Issei and Asia a bit uncomfortable, as the treatment felt overly formal. Suddenly, a red-haired boy came running in and hugged Rias. "Milikas, you've really grown," Rias exclaimed, recognizing him. "Wow, Rias Wanisama, who are they?" Milikas asked, looking at the group. "Hey, first introduce yourself, it's rude not to," Rias replied. "Oh, sorry. My name is Milikas Gremory," he said, bowing. "May I ask who your father is?" Marcos inquired. "He's the son of Surzex," Rias answered. Issei wondered about Milikas's mother but kept his thoughts to himself, knowing it wasn't the right moment to pry. Milikas noticed Issei's mask and got excited, thinking he was a hero. His curiosity bubbled over. "Are you a hero? Do you have powers? Can you show them?" Milikas asked eagerly. Grafia opened her mouth to reprimand him, but Issei jumped in first. "Slow down, Speedy. You're going to trip over your words," Issei said, causing Milikas to blush slightly. "To answer your questions, let's just say I'm a bit of a hero. I have super strength, but I can't show you right now. One day, though, I'll demonstrate," Issei said, hoping to excite Milikas even more. After the introductions, they headed to the dining room, where two people awaited them, Zioticus and Venelana Gremory. Milikas ran to hug his grandmother before greeting the others. When he looked at Issei, he asked, "Excuse my rudeness, but may I ask who you are?" "Allow me to introduce myself, madam. I am T, and the one beside me is Knight," T said, bowing alongside Issei. Rias and the others braced themselves for one of T's peculiar introductions, but he delivered it normally, leaving them with a strange feeling. "So, you are the famous Knight Kuin and T Kuin," Venelana remarked. "How?" Issei began to ask. "If you're wondering why, it's due to the battle, and it's something Razor has been talking about," Venelana explained. T thought to himself, realizing he hadn't considered the implications of revealing Issei's identity. "My daughter has spoken a lot about you too," Venelana added, causing Rias to become a bit nervous. "What are you saying, Okasama?" Rias replied, slightly flustered. "Not to mention that you two interfered in our plans. Although the council got upset, thanks to Surzex, they calmed down. But if you do something, it won't matter to let you two leave a few memories with them," Venelana said with a sweet smile. Issei, Tails, and Marcos exchanged glances, surprised by her words. "Well, since you're here, it's time for dinner. Daughter, could you please guide them?" Venelana prompted, and Rias nodded, leading them to the dining room. Once everyone was seated, they chatted and learned that Zioticus was responsible for the renovations. However, when they discussed how the renovations would originally have been, Issei and Marcos felt a bit nervous, as the castle had already surprised them, and the presence of maids almost made them choke on their food. They were grateful to Rias for sparing them from that part. Issei watched everyone eat, until his gaze fell on Kaneko, who seemed deep in thought. He planned to talk to her later. "Well, we've almost met everyone who accompanies our daughter, but for the newcomers, tell me how you've been," Venelana said. "We've been well so far. I'm grateful to Rias for giving me a second chance. If it weren't for her, who knows how I would be right now. I would protect her from any danger, no matter the consequences, just to see her safe and sound," Marcos said sincerely. He had changed from being arrogant to calmer and more humble, a transformation that had not gone unnoticed by his peers. Upon hearing this, Rias blushed, realizing he was indirectly expressing his feelings for her. Her mother's giggle only intensified her embarrassment, and she covered her face with her hands to hide. Samuel chuckled, realizing the implications of Marcos's words and feeling a bit embarrassed himself. He was about to say something when he noticed that Rias's parents were not upset. Rather, they were pleased that someone cared for their daughter. Issei observed his brother's transformation. While he might not fully forgive them, at least their change was a positive one. "Fufufu, I wouldn't mind having grandchildren now, you know, daughter," Venelana said with a smile. "Oke-sama," Rias exclaimed, her face turning even redder. Rias screamed, feeling embarrassed next to Marcos, who was also shy. Hee, it's amusing to see Rias react so naturally, but now I'd like to know why Night-kun is here. It's not bothersome to have visitors, but Surzex mentioned that you and T-kun are quite peculiar in a certain sense. At least tell me how you are or if you have something in mind, Venelana said. To be honest, Venelana-sama, I can't tell you everything, but I will at some point. For now, let's just say I'm an ally of your daughter, Issei replied. I'm just a normal guy, within reason, and I enjoy a few things, so let's leave it at that, Tails added. Venelana and Zeoticus decided not to ask any more questions and finished their dinner. Everyone headed to their rooms, but before entering, Kaneko and Akino wanted to talk to Tails. He agreed, but they had to go in order of who would speak first. Akino and Kaneko exchanged glances, and it was decided that Akino would go first while Kaneko would follow. With that settled, Tails asked if Issei and Marcos could join, and both girls said it wouldn't be a problem, but it would be better if Marcos entered with Akino and Issei with Kaneko. The reason for this would soon become clear. When they entered Akino's room, Marcos was there with Tails. So, Akino, what do you want to talk about? Tails asked. Well, Akino stammered, feeling a bit uncertain. Akino-san, is your problem serious? Marcos asked, noticing that Akino's insecurity was quite unusual. It's not that it's serious, but the topic can be delicate. Akino, can I say something first? Tails said. Of course, sensei, Akino replied, though she felt as if something bad was about to happen. You're a fallen angel, aren't you? Tails asked. Marcos's eyes widened, and he started trembling, unconsciously moving behind Tails. How did you know? Akino asked nervously, as no one outside of her circle knew that detail. I have my methods, Akino, but your nervousness confirms it, Tails said, prompting Akino to sigh and turn around to reveal her back, showing her fallen angel wings. Marcos chose to remain silent, as his trauma began to resurface. I hate the BLD that runs through my veins with all my soul. It's because of this BLD that my mother died, because of that man who calls himself my father, Akino said. Tails observed Marcos and saw that he was shaking violently. I see, but tell me, are you sure it was his fault that he couldn't save her? Tails asked. Of course. He never arrived in time. I despise carrying his BLD in my veins, Akino said, her voice filled with hatred. All right, Akino, tell me, why do you think it was his fault? Tails pressed. He let her die as if it were nothing. He said he loved her, but he simply could never save her, Akino replied. Even so, is that really enough reason, Akino? Tails asked, causing Akino to frown. Of course it is. Akino said, annoyed, as it seemed like Tails was downplaying her feelings. Akino, don't misinterpret my words. I'm not saying that. Just answer me this, Tails said. What? Akino asked, irritated. When was the last time your father smiled? Tails inquired. It was since Mom died, Akino said, becoming thoughtful. When was the last time your father didn't worry about you? Tails continued. It was when I was a child, Akino replied, but she couldn't quite remember the last time her father had truly cared for her. So tell me, do you think he didn't feel devastated by the death of his wife? Perhaps he was thinking about how to take care of his daughter all on his own. Even if he had important obligations, he would have sacrificed everything just to see you happy, to see a smile on your face, Tails said. Akino fell silent, realizing she had judged her father without considering how he felt. Was there ever a moment when you admired your father? Tails asked. It was when I was a child, Akino said, recalling a memory of how she liked to see her father's black wings. Akino, I'll let that slide because it's something a child shouldn't have to witness. But let me tell you this, don't blame others for mistakes that can be unavoidable even if they are painful. That's what shapes us into who we are today, Tails said. Akino didn't know what to say, but tears began to well up in her eyes, realizing that despite the hurtful words she had said to her father last time, he still considered her his daughter. Marcos listened to Akino's story and was reminded of Issei. He still remembered the words he had said as if it were yesterday. He wondered if he would ever be forgiven by Issei, Samuel, and his parents, but that would be difficult since so many years had passed during which he made their lives miserable, blaming them. Perhaps he would forgive them, but if he did, his attitude towards them might not change at all. Akino-san, I suggest you forgive him because I have something similar with my younger brother, Marco said, trembling slightly. Akino had forgotten about him, but seeing him shake made her wonder why. Why do you say that, Marcos-kun? Akino asked. Because I did bad things to him in the past, and he knows what words I used against him, Marcos replied, still trembling. Akino nodded, mistakenly thinking his shaking was due to how difficult it was to say that, but what she didn't know was that he had a certain fear of fallen angels. They may have changed for better or worse, but to me, they are still close acquaintances, and that's that, Marcos said, surprising Akino. So he is like that because of you too? Akino asked, astonished. Believe me, Akino, even though he's gone, I'm grateful to Rias for reviving me. Dying and watching my life flash before my eyes made me realize that I was just an idiot, someone who took out his frustrations on a child who didn't deserve it, someone who deserved love but received the opposite. Believe me, Akino-san, I may not understand the pain you felt, but I do understand that if you don't forgive your father, you might never see him again, Marcos said, only to be surprised when Akino hugged him. Despite still trembling, he returned the embrace. Thank you for listening to me, both of you. But Marcos-kun, why do you keep trembling? Akino pulled away from the embrace. That wing makes me a bit nervous, Marcos admitted, hoping Akino would understand. You're afraid of my wing? Akino asked, gently touching her fallen angel wing. It's not fear, but it brings back some bad memories, Marcos replied. Noticing Akino's sadness, he added, but that doesn't mean you're the same. In fact, I think your wing is appealing, just like your hair. Your purple eyes create a lovely contrast, and from my perspective, you're quite pretty. He said this shyly, scratching his cheek in embarrassment. Akino blushed and turned her head away, trying to hide her reaction, but Tails, who was nearby, noticed them. He decided not to interrupt, as the atmosphere was pleasant, but they needed to rest. So, he said goodbye to Akino, who thanked him for listening, and Marcos bid farewell with a kiss on the cheek that momentarily made him forget the world around him. Tails thought, so, it runs in the family, recalling how Issei had experienced something similar with Murayama. Marcos shook his head and said goodbye to Tails, who was heading to Kaniko's room. He intended to find Issei but saw that he was already waiting with Kaniko. It was surprising, while Tails was with Akino, Issei had taken the opportunity to go to the kitchen. What he didn't expect was for Kaniko to accompany him, and they had decided to grab a drink. The silence between them wasn't uncomfortable, but it wasn't exactly comfortable either. It was neutral to a certain extent. About 30 minutes passed before they headed to Kaniko's room, only to be surprised to find Tails there. Well, let's see what you'll tell us, Kaniko, Tails thought as he entered the room with Kaniko and Issei. Chapter end in a room. Tails, Kaniko, and Issei were present, but Kaniko felt a bit anxious. Can you share if you have a problem? TD asked. Well, sensei, I don't know how to say it, Kaniko replied. That's not necessary, but would you allow me a few words first? TD said. Of course, Kaniko said, thinking it would be something motivational. You belong to a nearly extinct race of yokai, like Nicomedes, TD explained. That's true, Kaniko admitted. No wonder I sense two different signatures surrounding you, Issei remarked. How? Kaniko was about to ask. The mask detects magic or any kind of signature, Tuju-san, Issei explained. Doesn't it scare you that I'm with you? Kaniko asked. Why would it? TD replied. I'm the sister of a criminal, someone who killed her former emsir, Kaniko said, clenching her fists. You have a sister? Issei asked, surprised. Yes, my older sister, Kaniko responded. But what does your sister have to do with this? TD inquired. She used senjutsu but was consumed by her own power, and I'm afraid of becoming like her, Kaniko confessed. Oh, I see, TD said. So, Tuju-san, you've never even tried it once? Issei asked. No, Kaniko replied. You know, Kaniko, sometimes older siblings can be misunderstood, TD said. But she killed my former emissary, Kaneko insisted. Gremrisen wasn't your first was she? Issei asked. No, she's the second. I used to belong to another clan, Kaneko clarified. I see, but let me tell you, she might have had her reasons. Wasn't she looking out for you before? TD suggested. Before, but because her own power consumed her, I was condemned. If it hadn't been for Surzek-sama, I would be dead, Kaneko said. Well, I'm just saying that sometimes older siblings do things that may seem bad, TD explained. I don't think she did it for a good reason, Kaneko replied. I'm not saying you should forgive her outright, but give her the benefit of the doubt, TD encouraged. I'll try, sensei, Kaneko said. You know, you're not so different from Knight, TD remarked. Knight-sen, you also suffered because of your siblings, Kaneko said, but seeing Issei looking a bit shaky, she thought better of it. However, Issei spoke up first. Well, Tuja-san told me about her past, so I'll share a bit of mine, Issei said to grab Kaneko's attention. I have 2 older brothers and we used to be very close, but over time I suffered. At first, I wondered why they did what they did, but back then I was just a kid. As I grew up, they did too, and their attitudes changed. But it was during that time that I met T. He taught me things and how to be brave. In the end, I told them they were just acquaintances, Issei shared. Kaneko was surprised to hear this, as she thought he had always been strong, but hearing that his brothers had dragged him into something he didn't want to be a part of resonated with her. I understand, Kaneko said, lowering her head, but she felt someone petting her head. She looked up to see it was Issei. Normally she would pull away, but the affection felt nice. Kaneko let out a purr, causing her cat tail and ears to appear unconsciously. Issei blushed at the sight, finding it adorable. You're cute, Issei said, causing Kaneko to turn red and him to get flustered. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that, Issei stammered. Could you tell me why? Kaneko asked, making him feel flustered. It's just that your tail and ears make you look adorable, Issei said, scratching his cheek and looking away. But when he didn't receive a response, he turned back to Kaneko, only to see her getting nervous. This. Kaneko exclaimed, but someone hugged her. It was Issei. Kaneko, feeling the embrace, wanted to push him away. She struggled, but Issei's grip was too strong. Please, Knight-sen, let go. I don't want to hurt you. Kaneko said, still trying to break free, but her nerves made it hard for her to apply her strength properly. Don't worry, I'm here, so just relax. Everything will be fine, Issei said, gently petting Kaneko's head, and it seemed to be working as she began to calm down. After a while of Issei soothing Kaneko, he finally pulled away, but when he tried to leave, Kaneko wouldn't let him. Could you not stop hugging me? I'm scared, Kaneko said. Of course, Issei replied, wrapping his arms around her again. Can I ask how you did that? Kaneko asked. Do what? Issei responded. Calm the fear, make someone feel comfortable, Kaneko clarified. Well, I used to do this with someone when they were scared. To help them feel at peace, I would hug them and pet their head, Issei recalled. I understand, Kaneko said. Well, I don't mean to interrupt this lovely moment, but I'm still here, TD said, prompting Issei and Kaneko to stop hugging. Well, Kaneko, it seems you're no longer uncomfortable using your natural form, TD noted. I'm still scared, Kaneko admitted. But from what I see, it's different now, TD pointed out. I don't understand, Kaneko said, confused. From what you've said, your sister went down a dark path, but look at you, you haven't been consumed by power, you haven't lost control, TD explained, making Kaneko's eyes widen in surprise as she realized it was true, she was still normal. This is impossible, Kaneko said, unable to believe she was okay. So, tell me, do you want help controlling your Nikomata side? TD asked. Yes. Kaneko replied enthusiastically, having discovered she was in control of her Nikomata side. Okay, but it might be tomorrow or later in the week since Azazel has plans for you all, understood? TD said, prompting Kaneko to nod. With that said, it was time to rest, TD announced as he left. Issei was about to follow, But Kaneko tugged on a small part of his shirt to make him turn around. Night-san, can I sleep with you tonight? Kaneko asked, embarrassed. Of course, but it will be in my room, understood. But could you hide your Nikomata traits? Issei replied. Don't you like it when I'm like this? Kaneko asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. That's not it, it's more about surprising Gremory-san and the others, Issei said, prompting Kaneko to nod. How do I do that? Kaneko asked. Well, just focus or imagine that you don't have those features, Issei suggested, encouraging Kaneko to close her eyes, though it was clear she was struggling. Relax, don't push yourself too hard, and take it easy, Issei said, hoping to calm her down so her features would fade away. After that, they headed to Issei's room. When they arrived, Asia was waiting for them, asking for the same favor. However, upon seeing Kaneko, she hesitated to ask, but Issei quickly told her it would be for another time since he was feeling a bit sleepy. Asia agreed and lay down with Issei, hugging one of his arms, while Kaneko took the other. Issei felt a bit nervous, knowing he wouldn't be able to sleep soundly or comfortably, given that the bed was larger than he preferred. Plus, with Kiri not there, he was thankful to Slender and the others for looking after her. Still, he figured being alone might not be so bad after all. The next day, Azazel looked around at everyone, including Issei, and said, well, it seems like everyone is here. I've devised a plan that lasts 20 days in human terms, Azazel announced. I'd criticize it, but something is better than nothing, Marcos replied. First, let's start with you, Marcos, Azazel said, causing Marcos to look at him strangely until someone suddenly fell from the sky. It was Tannen. Seriously? Marcos exclaimed, surprised. He'll be your personal trainer, Azazel said, leaving Marcos speechless. This is the first time I'll be training a host of Drake, Tannen stated. I want you to use your balance breaker throughout this time, but just try not to die, Azazel instructed. Great motivation, Marcos said, only for Tannen to grab him. Try not to die, Issei joked, only to be lifted by Tannen as well. Well, Knight, I hope you can keep up with the training. I spoke with Azazel and Tannen, and they've agreed that you'll train with Marcos, TD said. You traitor. You'll pay for this. Issei said nervously alongside Marcos. What I need you to do is control that as well, understood. TD said. Well, you have a point, Issei replied, though he found it strange that Tails hadn't motivated him in his usual way. Don't worry, if you happen to die, your will arrive on the second day, so just relax, TD reassured them. That doesn't help at all. Marcos and Issei shouted, only to be taken away by Tannen to a location far from there. Everyone chuckled a bit at how Tails motivated them, especially Issei, who seemed to enjoy their interactions despite the teasing. Now that they're gone, I have a plan for each of you, Azazel said. Before anything else, Sensei, couldn't you help us? Rias asked, looking at Tails. Well, Rias, I would, but this time let Azazel take charge. Sometimes having someone else help or offer a different perspective can be beneficial, TD replied, prompting Rias to nod. Okay, then let's start with Rias. You need to improve your decision-making as a queen. Since T trained you physically, you need to work on your strategies, Azazel said, and Rias nodded, heading off to study that aspect. Now, Aquino, I need you to go to a place to meet your Azazel instructed. Out of pure curiosity, who is the Nithar? TD whispered to Azazel. Her father, Azazel whispered back, and Tails understood why he would be better, especially after their conversation last night. Aquino might be in for a surprise. I can't know who it is, Aquino said. Oh, don't worry, Aquino, he will help you a lot, TD reassured her, and Aquino nodded before leaving through a teleportation circle. Gasper, you need to face the others. For now, I just want you to make contact with people, Azazel said, causing Gasper to get nervous, but Tails approached him. Gasper, don't be afraid. If you could interact with strangers like me and with Knight, then there's nothing to fear, TD encouraged. But I'm scared, Gasper admitted. Then remember these words, there's nothing to fear. Do you know why? TD asked, making Gasper look at him. Why? Gasper asked. Because I'm here. Whenever you feel scared, remember that, and you'll see that over time, your fear will fade away, TD said. Gasper nodded and went to grab his box, causing Tails to sweat a drop. With Zenobia, Azazel said, the power of Durandal is very unstable. You need to have a strong will if you don't want the power to go out of control. Zenobia nodded and went to another location. Kiba, I need you to stay in Balance Breaker for as long as you can. Since you're new to it, it'll take time to get used to. In the meantime, I'll find a sword master for you, Azazel said, and Kiba nodded. By the way, Kiba, if you brought the sneakers I gave you, I'm going to ask you not to use them during this training unless your sword master says it's okay. Until then, I'll block them, TD said, doing something to the sneakers so Kiba couldn't summon them until his MSDR's order. At least he still had his night speed, so that was fine for now. As for Asia, I need you to release your aura and expand your healing area, Azazel instructed. I'll help you with the physical aspect again, TD said, and Asia nodded. Samuel, you have a good foundation in magic, but your reflexes are average. I need you to be at your limit, so you'll have an emissary for that, Azazel said, and he was about to mention the plan he had with Kaneko when Tails jumped in. If you don't mind, Azazel, I'll help Kaneko with her training. I have something planned for her, TD said. Well, I had something in mind, but seeing as you're her sensei too, I'll leave it in your hands, Azazel replied. Well, I still remember what happened yesterday, so do you think you're ready for the challenge? Of course, Kaneko replied. Well then, get ready. The challenge will be tough, but nothing is impossible, TD said, prompting Kaneko to nod in agreement before heading off to wait and see what challenge Tails would set for her. TD thought, since I'll be in several places, I'll have to divide my time, so let's get to work, as he left with Kaneko to train. Chapter N 20 days had passed since Azazel imposed the training, and the results were both surprising and somewhat unsettling. It wasn't anything bad, but Azazel suspected there would be issues from Akino, Kaneko, and Gasper. However, seeing them there, acting normally as if nothing was wrong, indicated that their training had paid off. He had to admit that Tails' interactions with them were beneficial, and he was grateful for the help they provided. Everyone was gathered, except for Issei, Tails, and Marcos. Well, it seems they finished well, Azazel remarked. But where are Knight-san, Sensei, and Marco-san? Asia asked. Well, they're still training even though they finished 3 days ago, Azazel replied. They finished early. Rias said, surprised that they had completed their training faster than everyone else. Yep, Azazel confirmed. Then why aren't they here? Samuel inquired. They stayed at Tannen's request as well as their own, Azazel explained. We can go check on them, Kaneko suggested. Well, I don't think there's any problem with that, Azazel said, forming a circle to take them to where the others were. Upon arrival, they saw Tails next to a light red dragon, though they didn't know who it was. Only 4 people, including Issei and Tails, knew it was Drake. Next to him was Tannen, who was the size of an adult. As they looked closer, they noticed Tails had Ascalon, while Drake held Issei's sword. They were about to ask questions when they heard an explosion in the distance. To get a better look, they ran over to Tails to see what was happening. Hello, everyone, TD said without turning to look at them. Hello, Sensei, Rias replied. So, how are those 2 doing? Azazel asked. Well, Azazel, I thought they would complain or something, but surprisingly, they adapted well, Tannen said. So they managed to meet their goals. Azazel inquired. Only a small part. They haven't achieved it 100%, but the results are more than sufficient for me. They managed to use 7% of my power separately, and together, they pushed it to 15%, Tannen said, leaving everyone speechless. Excuse me, but why did you stay longer, Tannen-san? Asia asked. They wanted to see how far their limits could go, and unexpectedly, they gained an audience, Tannen replied, pointing out that there were dragons betting on who would win, Issei or Marcos. Naturally, Tails and Drake had placed their bets on their respective champions. Rias and the others were unsure of what was happening until a red blur shot off toward the mountain. When it crashed, they discovered it was Marcos in balance breaker mode, just like when he faced Valle. However, Drake commented that the armor wasn't fully complete, but at least he could summon it. Issei looked ready with his gear, but both of them appeared exhausted. It was clear that the next hit would be decisive. They charged at each other and landed a punch to the face, sending them both crashing into a mountain, leaving them immobilized. Well, that outcome was unpredictable, TD said. I believe you, Drake replied. But who won the bet? Tannen asked, watching the others complain since both had lost. Let's just see who is conscious and go from there, TD said, heading for Issei while Drake went for Marcos, who was no longer in balance breaker mode. When they reached both of them, they found they were asleep. How long have they been fighting? Azazel asked. Well, since the day started, TD replied. Wait, all day without eating or anything. Rias exclaimed. Exactly, TD said nonchalantly. Before you say anything, they decided that themselves, but it would be better for the horns since they didn't hold back at all, Tannen said, prompting Rias to nod in agreement as they left. Unbeknownst to anyone, Drake entered the boosted gear. During training, Drake and Tails revealed to Tannen and Marcos that Drake was now free. Naturally, they were surprised, but both promised to keep the secret, understanding the reasons behind Drake's freedom. Upon arriving at the mansion, they intended to let Drake and Tails rest. At least that would have been the case if they hadn't woken up. Realizing where they were, they understood that their training had ended, but their stomachs growled, signaling their hunger. This made Marcos and Issei feel embarrassed, as they had been so focused on their training that they had forgotten to eat. They wanted to leave, but their arms and legs wouldn't cooperate, so they had to ask for help. Kaneko, Asia, and Akino gladly stepped in to assist. Kaneko and Asia were feeding Issei, which he found a bit strange. The same went for Marcos. Say ah, Asia said, holding a spoon to encourage Issei to open his mouth. Here you go, Knight-san, Kaneko said with a happy expression, offering a spoonful to Issei, who accepted it eagerly. Fufufu, let me pamper you, Akino said, prompting Marcos to open his mouth. Though they would deny it, both of them enjoyed being fed like this. However, they kept those thoughts to themselves. Of course, there were two people who knew what they were thinking, and they would find a way to tease them later. Once they finished eating, they needed to go to the bathroom. This time, Issei and Marcos had to escape because the girls wanted to help them, but they insisted that their bodies were starting to respond, which was true since they didn't want anyone meddling with them. Thus, they hurried to the bathroom to avoid any embarrassment. After a few hours, they were back in their usual clothes, except for Rias and Akino, who were dressed formally. They also met Sona and Tsubaki, who were dressed formally as well, along with Saji, who wore his academy uniform. Azazel had helped Saji with some training, and they headed to a specific area to watch a fight between two young demons. Nothing can ever be peaceful when two young demons get together, someone said as they stood next to Rias. Serorg, Rias replied. Marcos and Issei remembered seeing him during their training with Tannen, especially since he had shown them a glimpse of his power, which had surprised them. Bucho knows who he is, Issei said. He's my cousin Knight, Rias explained, and Serorg looked surprised to see Issei. So you're Knight? From what I can see, you're quite strong. But if you'll excuse me, I need to deal with these troublemakers, Serorg said, heading toward the two mischief makers. I can tell you that among all the young demons here, he's number one, Rias said. Issei thought, no wonder he mentioned Razor that time. Serorg went and slammed one of them against the wall, pushing Asia aside in the process. Someone was already there, but Issei stepped in to cushion the blow. Are you okay? Issei asked. Yep, thanks, Asia replied with a smile. Issei turned back to see the guy, who, despite maintaining a neutral expression, looked annoyed. In response, Issei simply smiled and hugged Asia, giving her a kiss on the cheek, which made her blush and the other guy visibly irritated as he walked away. Why did you do that, Knight-san? Asia asked, still blushing. Consider it a thank you for helping me earlier, Issei replied. Okay, Asia said, while Kaneko felt a twinge of jealousy at the sight. Hey, Gramerson, could you tell me who that guy was? Issei asked. Who? Rias replied. You know, that guy with the smiley face and dark green hair, Issei clarified. You must be referring to Diodora Astaroth. Why do you ask? Rias inquired. Just curious, Issei said, glancing at Tails, who nodded in agreement. Knight-san, T-san, I suggest you keep your identities a secret since everyone has heard of you too, Knight for defeating Razor and T for saving the leaders of the factions at the meeting, Sona advised. Why, Citri-san? Issei asked. Everyone wants to recruit you, and let's just say that dialogue isn't an option for them, Sona explained, prompting Issei and Tails to nod. A while passed, and nothing seemed out of the ordinary. In fact, Ravel appeared and came over to greet Issei and Marcos. It's worth mentioning that Ravel often said one thing but meant the opposite, leading both of them to think of her as Itsundra. Ravel invited Issei and Marcos to hang out one day, albeit in her own way. As a gift to Marcos, she gave him something as a token of friendship, mentioning that her brother wanted to face both of them someday if possible. They accepted. Issei wandered off to a corner but noticed Kaneko leaving and decided to chase after her. He wasn't the only one who noticed. Marcos also picked up on it and followed Issei. Issei saw Kaneko go down to the lower floor and enter another elevator, and just as he was about to press the button, Marcos stepped in. With just a glance, they understood the situation. Just as they were about to leave, Rias caught up with them, asking why they were leaving. Issei explained what he had seen, so she joined him and Marcos in pursuing Kaneko. When they reached the bottom, Rias was about to send her familiar, but Issei told her it might detect her, which it did, and they started running in Kaneko's direction together with Rias and Marcos. They arrived at a point where Kaneko was standing, so they stopped, only to overhear her conversation. However, they didn't stay hidden for long, as two figures appeared, Biko and another person who seemed more like a shadow. Issei thought it was Sonic but dismissed the idea since Sonic had looked like another shadow that time. He had to put that thought aside as Biko discovered them, leaving them no choice but to reveal themselves. Kaneko looked surprised to see them there. Ni Chiron, you didn't tell me you had guests, Naya? Said the person in the tree. Kuroka-ne-sama, Kaneko exclaimed. Ne-sama, so you must be her older sister, Issei said. Chiron, you never told them about me. You're so mean, Kuroka said with a smile. Remember your mission, said the shadow. You're no fun, Naya, Kuroka pouted. But we can have fun, Biko said, pulling out his staff. Well, I won't criticize you for that, the shadow said, drawing his sword. Hey, you're making me curious about how strong you are, the shadow said, addressing Issei. And you are? Issei asked. Call me Shadow, the figure replied, rushing at Issei at high speed, but Issei stopped him, summoning his bracers and gloves. That didn't prevent them from getting into a separate fight. Marcos was about to help Issei, but Kuroka summoned a barrier to prevent them from leaving. Biko was about to attack, but Tannen appeared to confront him, while Kuroka watched with amusement, along with Marcos, Rias, and Kaneko. Meanwhile, at the meeting, everyone noticed the absence of the previously mentioned individuals. Where are Knight-san, Kaneko-san, Marcos-san, and Bucho? Don't worry, Aisha. Besides, if something bad happens, remember that Knight is here, TD reassured her. Suddenly, two figures appeared, Odin, the father of all, accompanied by a white-haired Valkyrie named Roswes. Tails felt a mix of awe and discomfort. Odin, despite his age and status, had a tendency to speak freely, which made Tails sweat when Odin revealed a detail about Ross that brought her to tears. He really doesn't care about his position. I wonder if Sona is getting nervous, TD thought, noticing Seraphal's usual antics. He glanced at Sona, who was trembling, wishing the ground would swallow her up to escape the embarrassment caused by her sister. The meeting continued as if nothing had happened until an unexpected guest arrived. Finally, you've arrived, Odin said, eyeing Loki as he materialized before everyone. I oppose this gathering of inferior beings, Loki declared. Return, and I will forgive your disrespect, Odin replied. I would, but seeing you mingle with other mythologies causes me unbearable pain, Loki shot back. Loki Dano, despite being a god, cannot interfere, Michael interjected. I'm sorry to say that won't be possible as that would prevent Ragnarok from happening, Loki stated. So you're with the Cows Brigade, Azazel remarked. I admit I am with them, but this is of my own volition. Come, my son, and Rake, Loki summoned, calling forth Fenrir and another creature that put Tails on high alert. Impossible. He wouldn't take orders from anyone except Zalgo. If he's allied with that group, then my options and those of the others are limited, TD thought. Everyone recognized Fenrir, but the other creature was unfamiliar and merely growled. Suddenly, a loud stomp echoed as someone lunged at Rake. I'll handle the strange one, you all take care of the other, TD said, moving closer to Rake and delivering a blow to his chest, pushing him away from the group. Loki observed as his new ally was pushed back. He would deal with Tails later, right now he had to manage the others. In the meeting, Fenrir was instilling fear in everyone. Sona and her entourage were prepared for any trouble. The only one confronting Rake was Tails, who wanted to keep others out of it. He struck Rake, sending him crashing into the wall. Tails knew this wouldn't stop him, but it would buy him enough time to act, so he approached Akino and the others. Akino, I need you to get the other demons out of here, TD instructed. Understood, Sensei, Akino replied. Samuel, Asia, distract Fenrir, don't confront him directly, TD ordered, and both nodded. Kiba, I need you to create a sword for me. Also, if Fenrir gets too close to harming anyone or escaping, stop him with your swords, TD said, prompting Kiba to forge a sturdy metal sword. Gasper hide. When I give you the signal, activate your sacred gear, TD instructed, and Gasper nodded before sneaking away. What are you going to do, Sensei? Kiba asked. I'm just going to confront our unwanted guests, TD replied, launching himself at Loki. Loki was caught off guard by Tails' approach, attempting to strike him, but Tails dodged and kicked him in the stomach, pushing him back. Rake, having freed himself from the wall, lunged at Tails with claw-like fingers, but Tails countered with the makeshift sword, landing a blow to Rake's chest and embedding him partially into the ground. Loki, recovering from the kick, could only watch in annoyance as someone he deemed inferior humiliated him. How dare you harm a god, you inferior being? Loki exclaimed angrily. You a god? Sure, as if you're strong enough to defeat me, TD retorted. You will pay for your insolence, Loki said, summoning a magic circle to attack Tails. Let's see what you're made of, excuse for a god, TD replied, using the sword to deflect Loki's spell. He swung the sword like a baseball bat, sending the spell back at Loki, who struggled to create a magic circle to defend himself against the force. So this is the one they warned me about, I need to be careful, Loki thought, resuming the fight alongside Rake. Outside the meeting, Issei was battling Shadow. Despite his training, Issei found that Shadow had no trouble keeping up with him. Issei's mask revealed that magic was at play, and he considered retreating, but Shadow wouldn't allow it. Ah, I suggest you focus here, not over there, Shadow taunted, delivering a vertical slash that Issei blocked with his sword. Who the hell are you? Issei asked, fending off several strikes. I already told you, Shadow replied, landing a hit on Issei, who blocked it with his gauntlet. Better yet, who do you work for? Issei pressed, stepping back. Well, I suppose I can tell you that. I'm with Zalgo, but you can consider me your rival, Shadow said. Rival? Issei echoed. Yes, since the last time my MSTR faced yours, it ended in a draw. Although, from what I see, you were up against another guy in green armor back then, Shadow added, making Issei think until the name Sonic popped into his mind. Wait, your MSR is Sonic? Issei asked, surprised. Exactly, but enough chit-chat for now, Shadow said, launching himself at Issei, who responded in kind. Meanwhile, Kuroka launched poison at Rias, Kaneko, and Marcos. Marcos activated his incomplete balance breaker just in time, while Rias and Kaneko were not so lucky. Looks like someone avoided my poison, but that won't be enough, Kuroka said. Partner, even with this balance breaker boosting your strength, it's still incomplete, so be careful, Drake warned. I understand, Marcos replied. Are you not going to attack? Kuroka taunted. Is that all you've got? Kuroka said mockingly. Not necessarily, Marcos replied as he launched dragon shots at Kuroka. Confident, she let them hit her, believing the shield she had created would protect her. What she didn't count on was that the dragon shot was merely a distraction. The shot collided with her, but she quickly realized it wasn't a direct hit. She ducked just in time to evade a kick from Marcos. Unsatisfied, he followed up with a combo of punches that Kuroka easily dodged. So this is the person who gave Valid trouble. Interesting. But Shadow, why is he taking so long? He was supposed to finish off the other one. It seems he's found someone who can match him, Kuroka thought. Hey, is that really all you've got? Because if it is, I'll just take Chiron with me, Kuroka taunted. I can't let that happen, Sensei would scold me. Plus, Knight would be angry if I don't protect her, Marcos replied. And why is that? Kuroka asked. Well, that's private, but I suggest you be careful. I'm about to unleash a bit more power, Marcos said, releasing a surge of energy. Remember, if you unleash your power even a little, you have a time limit, so use it wisely, Drake warned. How long exactly? Marcos inquired. I couldn't tell you a specific time, but at most, about 15 minutes if you don't unleash 100%, Drake replied. Instead of responding, Marcos charged at Kuroka, catching her off guard with his increased speed, but she still managed to evade him with ease. Meanwhile, at the meeting place, Tails was facing off against Loki and Rake. He was controlling the flow of the battle. Even though Rake was present, he wasn't much of a threat. That didn't mean he was weak. He was quite agile and a skilled assassin. Fortunately, the location wasn't in Rake's favor. Loki was attacking with magic, but Tails countered with his sword. Rake attempted to strike Tails, but he continued to defend himself. It seemed like he was only stalling, having noticed the leaders preparing a countermeasure that would require time he was willing to give them. Fenrir was under control, unable to focus on anyone specific because Asia and Samuel were constantly distracting him. Whenever he had the chance to bite one of them, a flurry of swords would erupt from the ground, saving anyone Fenrir had targeted. What no one noticed was that Fenrir had spotted someone to attack. He seized the opportunity to go after Akino. She, along with the others, realized too late that Fenrir was approaching. Just as Akino thought it was the end for her, someone struck Fenrir with a powerful lightning bolt. The culprit was none other than Betrayal. Don't you dare touch this girl behind me, Betrayal said, stepping in to protect his daughter. Otsun, Akino thought, grateful that her father had saved her. Loki, witnessing this, considered attacking Betrayal but realized someone was about to trap him. He was about to launch himself when Tails spotted him and delivered an upward kick that pinned him to the ground. He then turned to Rake, delivering a heavy blow that sent him crashing down as well, before heading towards Fenrir to take him down alongside the other two. Gasper, now! TD shouted, prompting Gasper to nod and activate his sacred gear, paralyzing all three. This won't stop me, Loki said, beginning to move slightly along with Fenrir and Rake until a green glow appeared beneath him. You're very careless, someone said. Beelzebub! Loki exclaimed before being trapped with the other two and teleported to another location. Are you okay? Betrayal asked his daughter. Why yes, Akino replied, turning away, embarrassed. I understand, Betrayal said, heading off while Akino watched him. Phew, thank goodness that's over, TD said, curiously noting the sword he had shattered into thousands of pieces. Well, that sword certainly lasted, Sensei, Kiba remarked. Indeed. By the way, congratulations on that teamwork earlier, TD praised the others. Rias's group nodded in agreement, pleased that they had managed to hold their ground against someone dangerous. Odin and Ross were observing Tails, who faced off against two beings as if it were nothing. Odin was analyzing him, but no matter how much he scrutinized, he couldn't find any answers. Hey, do you know who that kid is? Odin asked. He's an ally, and I'm not sure calling him a kid is quite right since he's more than just a young man, Azazel replied. His name is T-san, so for now, Odin Dano, how about we introduce him to the others? Surzek suggested. Wait, isn't he the one who saved you in the last meeting? Ajuka interjected. Yep, and it seems he's done it again. But the other being seems to know Tikuin very well because the moment Loki summoned him, he was on high alert, Serafal added. Well, shall we hold a meeting? This won't last much longer, Ajuka proposed. Understood, Surzex replied. Outside the mansion, Issei was exhausted. The battle with Shadow had drained him, but he wasn't the only one. Shadow also looked worn out. They could fight more, but Shadow simply stopped and sheathed his sword. "It seems our battle will have to wait," Shadow said, speeding off toward Kuroka. "Hey, come here!" Issei shouted, dashing quickly to where the others were. With Rias, Kaneko, and Marcos stood protectively in front of Kaneko and Rias. He could barely move, and his limit had expired a few minutes ago. But seeing Kuroka trying to attack Rias, he refused to budge. At one point, Kuroka shot fire at him, pushing him aside. "I've taken care of one, now for the other," Kuroka said, still standing. "Not anymore, Ne-sama," Kaneko said sadly. "Then come with me," Kuroka urged. "Don't do it, Kaneko-chan. If you do, what will Knight say about this?" Marcos said, barely managing to stay on his feet. "Kaneko, you know we'll all protect you no matter what, right?" "You're not alone anymore," Rias said, embracing Kaneko, causing her to cry. "You're such a nuisance, so just disappear," Kuroka said, launching a fireball at Rias. Despite being exhausted, Marcos rushed to Rias's side, positioning himself in front of her to take the hit. Seeing Marcos fall to the ground, Rias hurried over to him alongside Kaneko. Kuroka seized the opportunity to throw another fireball, but Kaneko stepped in front, wanting to protect Rias. By the time Kuroka realized what was happening, it was too late. Kaneko shut her eyes, but the attack never came. When she opened her eyes, she found Issei shielding her with an embrace, though the fireball had struck him in the back. "Knight-san," Kaneko said in shock. Looks like I made it just in time," Issei replied with a smile, even though the pain in his back was intense. At least he had protected someone. Still, the attack forced him to kneel, but he kept Kaneko in his arms to shield her from further attacks. Kuroka was about to launch another fireball when Shadow charged in, leaping into the air, and Biko caught them mid-flight. "Hey, what are you doing?" "You're supposed to," Kuroka began, but Shadow interrupted her. "The mission is postponed," Shadow said, hoping Kuroka wouldn't understand. "Being distracted, you didn't notice what was happening around you and inside," Biko added, prompting Kuroka to nod as they disappeared in a magic circle. Once everything calmed down, Issei collapsed onto the floor. His back hurt, and he wasn't the only one. Marcos was in nearly the same condition, having taken the hit head-on. Neither of them could stand on their own, so Rias and Kaneko helped them up to head back to the meeting. Kaneko assisted Issei while Rias helped Marcos. They exchanged glances and gave each other a thumbs up, but they had to walk carefully since they were both sore. They thanked Tannen for arriving, but he mentioned it was Drake who had come, so they expressed their gratitude to him for the call for help. When they arrived at the meeting place, they were shocked to see everything in ruins. The others noticed their arrival but were startled by their condition, so Asia quickly healed them. After that, those who remained in the meeting discussed whom they had faced, but everyone kept staring at Tails, as no one in their right mind would confront a god. Yet here he was, still alive to tell the tale. Surzex, Seraphal, Michael, and Azazel approached him. "It's good to see you again, Teasing," Michael said, causing the younger ones to look on in surprise, realizing he was the one who saved the leaders. The one wearing the mask was recognized as Knight, and they were already considering recruiting him, but before they could ask, "If you think you can recruit us, don't even think about it, since the Gremory heiress got to us first," TD said. Rias and Sona knew it was a lie, but seeing how the others just clicked their tongues and walked away, they didn't press the issue. "So my cousin has already recruited you," Serorg said, joining them. "Not really, but I'd prefer to avoid annoying people. According to Sona, dialogue isn't an option, and since you had to use force to calm one down, you get the idea," TD replied. "Then, if it's not too much trouble, can you face me?" Serorg asked. "I owe you an answer, but right now, there are more important matters to attend to," TD said, glancing at the leaders. "I understand. Until then I will wait," Serorg said, stepping back. "T-san, could you please accompany us?" Michael asked. "Of course," TD replied, leaving with the leaders for a meeting. Rias and her entourage also departed, needing to rest after the exhausting battles. They encountered Irina in the hallway, as she was Michael's Issei. Irina was surprised to find Marcos and Issei's clothes partially destroyed, but they explained that they had been training and got a bit carried away. Rias and Kaneko knew they were downplaying it, as they spoke nonchalantly, but they had to part ways to take showers. Meanwhile, in the meeting, they were discussing what countermeasures to take against Loki, as Ajuka's seal, according to him, would last no more than 2 days. Everyone was debating what to do, knowing how to stop Loki, thanks to Odin's plan. However, they had no idea how to handle Rake, so everyone turned to Tails. "What do you need to know?" TD asked, almost anticipating their request. "Do you know a countermeasure for the other?" Azazel inquired. "Not exactly, but I think someone else might be able to help." "I'll have to call them," TD said, drawing the other's attention. "Who exactly, Tikuan?" Surzex asked. "A friend of mine, but the response may vary, so if you'll excuse me," TD said, stepping away to call Slender. Once he was far enough away, he called. "Hello, Tails. What do you need at this hour?" Slender said, sounding a bit sleepy. "We have a problem," TD replied seriously. "What kind of problem?" Slender asked, his tone shifting to match TD's seriousness, as he knew that when Tails was serious, it meant trouble. "Rake has appeared," TD said. "Okay, but what would the problem be?" Slender asked, not understanding if he was there. "He allied with supernatural beings, and believe me, Rake was obeying someone other than Zalgo." "You understand what I mean," TD explained. "Wait, Zalgo revealed our existence." Slender said, adamant about not revealing their existence under any circumstances. "I wouldn't say he revealed it entirely, but knowing him, he probably has. Plus, if he's allied with the enemy, you know what will happen, right?" TD continued. Slender knew the answer but wanted to avoid it if possible. "On top of that, I need someone's help to ensure Rake doesn't cause any problems," TD added. "Why don't you handle it yourself?" Slender suggested. "I could handle it, but knowing I'll be there, he would leave and immediately inform Zalgo. If he thinks I'm not around, he'll think otherwise. I'm not saying Zalgo doesn't know I'm in this world as Sonic must have told him, but he won't know you're here," TD clarified. "I understand. The only one available would be Jane. That's okay, right?" Slender asked. "That's fine. Just how long will it take?" TD inquired. "Not long, but she needs to rest. At the latest, she'll be ready by 8 a.m. When she's ready, I'll call you so you can come get her," Slender said. "Understood. Just in case, tell her to cover her hair, as we don't want too much attention," TD instructed before ending the call and returning to the others, who were watching him enter. "I have news. The only thing we can do is control him, but fortunately, I managed to get some help," TD announced. "What kind of help?" Surzex asked. "Well, just someone who can help us eliminate him if possible," TD replied, making everyone turn to look at him, unsure of what to say. "Trust me, I know that being too well," TD reassured them. "And where do you know him from?" Azazel said this just so Tails would realize he might have spoken a bit too much. "Let's just say he's an old acquaintance," Tails remarked. "Okay," Azazel replied. A day passed without anything out of the ordinary, but it's worth mentioning that Jane arrived early, just as Slender had said. She had something covering her hair, and since she wore a mask, there wouldn't be an issue with the rest. She introduced herself to everyone, but upon seeing her, they only wondered how she could help. Tails assured them that she would be enough. Only Michael, Azazel, Seraphal, and Surzex trusted Tails's word, while the others remained skeptical. However, time was of the essence, so any help was welcome. They needed to devise a containment plan for Loki, and Odin would send a weapon, the Mjolnir. Everyone agreed, but the question was who would go. Tails suggested that Issei and Jane should go due to Rake's involvement, but then there was the question of who would handle Loki. Everyone was deep in thought until Rhea stepped in, offering herself as a volunteer. She wasn't alone. Sona, Tsubaki, and Saji also volunteered. Michael would send Irina, and Ross would represent the Nordics. Surzex warned that he could send a maximum of 10 people, and even with everyone else's help, they could only manage a couple more. Rias, fully aware of the risks, insisted on going, so the chosen ones were Sona, Tsubaki, and Saji from their side, and Rias, Marcos, Kiba, Zenobia, Aquino, Irina, Jane, Issei, and Kaneko. The latter was eager to prove how strong she had become. Rias was hesitant, but Tails convinced her to let it happen. With everything settled, they just had to wait until morning, so they went off to rest. With Issei nervous, Tails asked. Maybe a little, Issei admitted. So tell me, how do you feel about facing a god? Tails inquired. I'd say I'm excited since no one really gets the chance to face one, Issei replied. Right, before I forget, take this, Tails said, conjuring 3 needles along with 3 green balls the size of marbles. And what is this? Issei asked. Consider it your medical insurance in case someone gets hurt, Tails explained. My medical insurance. Issei echoed. Imagine breaking a bone, just chew on one of the ball, and you'll be good as new. And if you lose an arm or get impaled, this will help you regenerate, Tails clarified. And what about the needle? Issei asked. Well, that's for if you find someone unconscious. The needle will help, but don't use both too often since the effect starts to diminish. Use them only when necessary, Tails advised, prompting Issei to nod in understanding. But how am I supposed to carry them if I'm worried they'll break? Issei questioned. For that, you'll carry them in a pocket dimension, Tails replied. How do I do that? Issei asked. Well, it's not that hard. In fact, you've already done it without realizing it, Tails explained. Since when? Issei wondered. Just tell me how your gear appears, and you'll get the idea, Tails said. Issei understood what Tails meant, as he had been subconsciously storing his gear in a pocket dimension. He focused, and the ball along with the needles vanished. With this, you're ready, Tails said. Got it? I'll rest up, Issei replied, wanting to conserve energy for the next day. Rest well, Issei, Tails said as he left the room. The next day, all the participants heading to confront Loki were gathered. To ensure their safety, Grafia handed out Phoenix Tears since Asia wouldn't be going. Issei was about to say something, but Tails shook his head, signaling him not to say anything as it would be a surprise. Tails approached Kaneko. Kaneko, remember this. Use it if the enemy is too strong, Tails instructed, ensuring Kaneko understood his words. The same goes for you, Aquino, Tails added, and Aquino simply smiled. Kiba, I'm going to unlock your gear, Tails said, causing a seal to appear at Kiba's feet, which summoned a pair of sneakers. Kiba nodded in understanding. Be careful, Argento-san, Issei warned. Don't worry, Knight. As long as I'm here, nothing will happen, Tails assured him. With everything prepared, they teleported to where Loki was. When they arrived, the seal was still working, but they noticed it was glowing, signaling that Loki was about to break free. Marcos summoned the boosted gear, Saji summoned a piece of Vritra, Issei donned his bracers and gloves, and Kaneko put on her personal gloves. With everything ready, Loki broke free. Beelzebub! Diamenit! Loki shouted as Rake let out a furious roar, frustrated at being caught so easily. Loki turned his gaze to the others. Seriously, this is what they send. I thought the leaders were smart, but this just proves they're foolish for sending a bunch of kids, Loki remarked, irritation evident in his voice. And that's coming from the guy who got trapped in the most embarrassing way, Issei retorted, shooting Loki a challenging glare. Should we just defeat him, or make it clear who's in charge here? Issei suggested, turning to the others, which brought smiles to their faces. Loki summoned Fenrir along with his 2 sons, Hattie and Skoll, and a dragon king, Midgardsorm, though it was merely a mimicry. So this is what we have to deal with, Issei said, summoning his sword just as Rake launched himself forward. He managed to defend himself just in time. So you're Rake. T told me about you, but unfortunately you'll have to go somewhere else, Issei said, pushing Rake away and dashing to catch up with him. Jane rushed to assist Issei to avoid further complications. Well, let's get started, Loki declared, prompting everyone to attack Rias and the others. Zenobia and Kiba charged at Fenrir, while Marcos and Saji positioned themselves as queens. Kaneko went after Hattie, and Rias, along with Aquino, Sona, and Tsubaki, faced the Dragon King, with Irina waiting nearby. Marcos summoned his incomplete balance breaker, catching Loki's attention. So the Sekirai is here, this must be fate, Loki remarked. Marcos unleashed a dragon shot, which Loki dodged. Skoll lunged at Marcos, but he evaded the attack. Irina joined him, drawing her Excalibur to team up with Marcos. Loki thought he had no one to confront, only to dodge a WHP that nearly caught him. Tisk, so close, Suji said, wielding a piece of Vritra. You brat will see, Loki shot back, but he had to defend himself from other incoming attacks, one of which came from Ross. You're the Valkyrie serving my father. What I've heard is that your strength is inferior to that of a god, Loki taunted. Loki-sama, you had no right to interfere, but I've been ordered to stop you, Ross replied. And how will you do that? Loki mocked, only for Ross to summon magical circles to defend himself. Meanwhile, Issei and Jane stood back to back, alert for Rake, who was hiding and taking advantage of the terrain. Issei had to stay vigilant. The only one who could detect Rake was Jane, but even that was difficult. Any idea where he might be? Issei asked, sword raised. Just stay alert. Even if he's stealthy, you can hear faint sounds, so listen closely, Jane advised, holding a knife in her hand. Issei nodded, focusing on the sounds around them. Rake circled them, the rocky terrain working to his advantage. He stepped on something, causing a few small stones to fall. He thought nothing would happen, but a fireball shot toward him, prompting him to jump. It was a bad idea, as Jane jumped too. Rake slashed down with his claws, but Jane deflected the attack with her knife, aiming for a cut. Rake defended himself with his other hand. Watching this, Issei was reminded of Jeff, but there was a clear difference in their fighting styles. While Jeff relied on brute strength, Jane's style was based on agility and precision, targeting vital points. Both used knives as their weapon of choice and could deflect attacks with them. Jane continued to strike at Rake, who responded in kind. Unbeknownst to them, they were descending rapidly. When Jane realized this, she kicked Rake forward, sending him crashing into some rocks. She inadvertently propelled herself in another direction, but that wouldn't prevent her painful fall. Luckily for her, Issei summoned a strong wind to cushion her landing. Thanks, Jane said. Anytime, Issei replied, keeping their guard up, knowing that the area where Rake was had no cover. Kaneko faced Hattie, recalling her time with the Cerberus, now feeling stronger. Hattie was about to bite her when Kaneko kicked him aside, deflecting his attack. Hattie yelped in pain, but Kaneko wasn't going to let up. She lifted him with all her strength and threw him into the rocks. It was tough because he was heavy, but she succeeded. At least without accessing my Nikomata mode, I can lift a lot of weight, Kaneko thought, taking a combat stance as Hattie got back up. With Kiba and Zenobia, they were cautious of Fenrir's resilience. Zenobia had learned to control Durandal, managing to unleash an energy slash. Fenrir tried to retreat, but Kiba summoned swords just in time, blocking its escape. Fenrir got distracted and took the hit, but remained standing. Looks like this will take a while, Kiba said. We still have to keep going if we don't want him to escape, Zenobia replied, preparing to attack Fenrir. Rias and Sona faced Midgardsorm alongside their queens. Akino attacked with her lightning, but it seemed ineffective. She launched fire, but Tsubaki countered using her sacred gear, Mirror Alice, doubling the damage. Yet, even after receiving the fire at double the power, Midgardsorm still stood. Even as a mimic, it has the strength of a dragon king, Rias said. We need to be careful, Rias, Sona warned, and Rias nodded in agreement. Marcos said to Irina, Hey, Irina-chan, you should be careful. But Irina shook her head. I wanted it to be a surprise for another time, but now is the moment to show it, Irina said, angelic wings and a halo appearing around her. Irina, is that you? Marcos asked, surprised. Then you ask why we need to stay focused, Irina replied, launching a ring that restrained Skoll while Marcos summoned Ascalon from his glove, piercing it through Skoll's chest, killing him instantly. That was easy, Marcos said, astonished by how simple it had been. Seems like they aren't as troublesome as their father, Irina remarked. Let's go help the others, Marcos said, and Irina nodded as they moved to provide support. With Issei and Jane, Seeing that the fight would continue, Issei decided to capture Rake quickly. He stomped the ground, causing pillars of earth to rise, sending Rake flying. Issei summoned air to hold him up and lower him back down. When Rake touched the ground, Issei summoned earthen HNFFS to bind his arms and legs, sinking Rake into the ground so he couldn't escape, leaving only his head above. Rake, realizing he was buried, tried to break free, but to no avail. He attempted to use more strength, but the result was the same, so he surrendered. Jane let out a sigh of relief. "Sorry for what I'm about to ask, Jane, but could you please watch him?" Issei said, dismissing his sword. "Don't worry, Issei. Go help the others," Jane replied, using Issei's name since they were far from the others, and being focused on their fights, no one would pay attention to them. "Okay, but please call me by the other name," Issei said. "Understood, Knight." "Be careful," Jane said as Issei dashed off to assist the others. "Now, what will I do with you?" Jane said, sitting down to keep an eye on Rake to ensure he didn't escape. Kaneko faced Hattie, who was still giving her trouble. In a moment of carelessness, Hattie was about to bite her, but Issei quickly intervened with a punch to Hattie's mouth. "Don't you dare!" Issei shouted, fist raised. "Thanks, Knight-san," Kaneko said with a smile. "Anytime, Tuju-san. But don't you think it's time to show your potential?" Issei encouraged, and Kaneko nodded, entering her Nikomata mode. She charged at Hattie, grabbing him by the mouth and launching him into the sky. Unlike before, Kaneko had no trouble lifting the wolf this time. Issei dashed in and delivered a punch to Hattie's stomach. "Good job," Issei praised. "Thanks," Kaneko replied. "Now for the finishing blow," Issei said, gathering energy in his right hand and dashing to deliver a blow to Hattie's chest, defeating him in the process. With Rias and Sona, Akino, seeing Kaneko in her Nikomata mode, decided to unleash her own potential. After her talk with Tails and the training she had with her father, she summoned her fallen half, combining her lightning with sacred energy to create a more powerful bolt, severely damaging Midgardsorm and knocking him out of the fight. "Sensei, thank you for helping my friends," Rias thought, watching her friends embrace their other sides. With Ross, Loki observed as Skoll and Hattie fell out of combat, but he had no time to think because he was still under attack from Ross. In a moment of distraction, he took a dragon shot to the back, injuring him slightly. Thanks to that, Saji managed to grab Loki, who struggled to break free but couldn't. Saji, who had only one piece, now had four, but one of his eyes changed to red with a slit pupil. Saji began to unleash dark flames at Loki. "So these are the dark flames of Vritra," Loki said. "Even if you're a god, no one can easily escape Vritra's curse," Saji said with a grin. "Don't be so reckless," Loki retorted, breaking free from Vritra's grip using his power and summoning a blizzard of ice that affected everyone. Kiba was caught in it, causing Zenobia to let her guard down, allowing Fenrir to break free from his prison. To continue his attack, Loki summoned 3 magical circles, merging them to launch a lightning bolt that split into many parts, raining down. Seeing this, some protected themselves with magical circles, but others weren't so lucky. Marcos rushed to protect Rias, who hadn't had time to summon a circle to shield herself. Rias was surprised to see him shielding her, telling him to stop, but Marcos didn't obey. Akino was protecting Issei and Kaneko, but with too many attacks, her circle broke. Akino and Kaneko felt they couldn't avoid the attack, but when they felt nothing, they saw Issei gathering his hands to the ground, summoning a thick pillar of earth above them, preventing the attack from hitting them directly. Ross and Irina managed to summon their circles quickly, but Saji and Zenobia couldn't, except for Kiba, who was moving fast. Still, the 3 of them couldn't avoid being hit in vital spots. When the attack ended, Rias noticed that Kiba, Saji, and Zenobia were severely injured, so she tasked Sona with healing them using the tears of the phoenix they had. The downside was that those were the only ones they had. Issei dismissed the earth pillar, but seeing Sona use the tears of the phoenix on the gravely injured, he knew there wouldn't be a second chance. He could say he had what he had, but he preferred to stay silent, as it was better if the enemy didn't know anything. However, Ross received the message that Mjolnir was arriving. "I've been informed that Mjolnir is here," and only the cherished can wield it, Ross announced as the hammer appeared. Understood, Marcos replied. Seeing the hammer, Loki felt fear but also anger. DMNU, Odin. You will pay for this. Loki said as he turned to the hammer, trying to avoid being grabbed, but someone seized him by the neck. It was Issei, who dashed toward him and slammed him to the ground. If I were you, I wouldn't get distracted, Issei said, holding Loki firmly. You will pay. Loki shouted as he attempted to summon a magic circle, but Issei stomped down hard, crushing Loki's hand and interrupting the spell. Ah! Loki screamed. Seeing this, Marcos took the opportunity to go for the hammer. Everyone could tell this was coming to an end, but unfortunately, they had forgotten about Rake, who ended up impaling Marcos. Even though Marcos was wearing armor, Rake managed to pierce it, hitting vital points. Issei was in shock. He had thought Rake was securely bound, but somehow he had freed himself. Loki seized the moment to shake off Issei and take to the air. Rake simply tossed Marcos aside. Issei turned to where Rake was supposed to be, only to realize that Jane was seriously injured, with several puncture wounds. Focusing more closely, he saw that Fenrir had freed Rake. "Damn it, you'll pay for this," Issei thought angrily, not for Marcos, but because Jane had been hurt. "Now there's no one to stop me," Loki declared. No one could process what they were witnessing, but a deep resentment grew within them as they watched someone hurt a friend. Issei, despite not forgiving his brother and feeling indifferent towards him, was not a killer. He simply stared at the hammer, and an idea struck him. "First, I'll help Jane, then I'll take my chances," Issei thought as he dashed toward Jane, a green marble appearing in his hand. "This is for everyone and for me, but I think you need it more than I do," Issei said, allowing Jane to barely grasp the marble. She lifted her mask slightly and swallowed it, healing her wounds. "What are you going to do?" Jane asked, recovering. "Just a crazy idea," Issei replied as he went for the hammer. Everyone turned their anger toward Fenrir and Rake, who could barely dodge the onslaught. Rias approached Marcos, feeling sad for him, and unconsciously began to release vast amounts of destructive power. Among the items she possessed was an emblem of the Phoenix family. Curious, she opened it and was surprised to find another Phoenix tear. Loki, observing this, realized he had a Gremory in front of him, but then he remembered the hammer was still there and ordered Fenrir to destroy it. However, the attack couldn't be executed because Fenrir was captured. Kuroka had ensnared Loki, who, in his anger, attacked her, but his strike was cut in half by the sudden appearance of two figures, a red-haired man and a shadowy figure. The red-haired man introduced himself as Artur, and the shadowy figure did the same, both stating they belonged to Vala's team. In the end, they took Fenrir and Rake with them, the latter obeying Shadow's command to retreat and vanish from the scene. Loki was now furious, but he noticed Issei approaching the hammer. "Don't even think about it, mortal. That hammer isn't meant for you," Loki said with a smirk. Issei ignored him and stood before the hammer. "Ross," he said, "I don't mean to be rude, but that hammer is programmed to be wielded only by cherished. If anyone else tries, it won't respond," Ross explained. Issei grabbed the hammer, but as Ross had said, it didn't respond. He tried to lift it, but it was too heavy, and on top of that, the hammer was repelling him with bolts of lightning. "Haha. Seriously, you're stupid," Loki laughed, grinning. Everyone was shocked to see that, despite being struck by the lightning, Issei still wouldn't let go of Mjolnir. "I know I may not be worthy, and I'm not the noblest or just, but please, just lend me a bit of your power," Issei shouted. What happened next was that the lightning ceased, and it seemed the hammer had heard Issei's words. Ross was equally surprised. "Thank you for lending me a bit of your power, though I suppose I have a time limit," Issei thought, and as if his thoughts were heard, the hammer sparked in confirmation. Loki was now frightened, not believing that a mortal like Issei could lift the hammer. Issei dashed toward Loki, aiming to strike him with the hammer, but Loki dodged. Issei knew he didn't have enough power to seal Loki, but he could at least injure him. An idea struck him. He raised the hammer, and thunder began to gather in the sky, directing itself toward the hammer. When the lightning struck the hammer, Issei hurled it at Loki, who couldn't dodge in time and was hit squarely in the chest, electrocuting him and paralyzing him slightly, though not enough to immobilize him. Issei raised his hand, and the hammer returned to him, but he realized that having it back nearly drained his strength. Fortunately, Marcos had already recovered, and Issei noticed. Marcos looked at Issei, and with a nod, they understood each other. Loki was just getting back on his feet when he saw Issei kneeling. Out of energy, are we? Loki taunted, but he couldn't move fully. Partly, but I'm just waiting, Issei replied. Waiting for what? Loki asked, only to hear a boost and transfer. When he turned, Mjolnir had grown large and was heading straight for him. Loki couldn't move. In a last-ditch effort, he cast a curse, but only Rias, Marcos, and Issei heard Loki's thoughts, feeling it was just their imagination, so they didn't pay it any mind. Everything had come to an end, but then Midgardstorm appeared. Issei and Marcos had no energy left to continue. They were about to attack it when someone appeared to end their lives. The culprit was Serorg, who destroyed it with a single blow. Everyone was at a loss for words, but now it was truly over. At the meeting, everyone observed the performance they had displayed, and there were no words to describe what they had witnessed, as once again, Issei surprised them with the unexpected. Tails was even taken aback. Odin simply stared at Issei, wondering how someone could lift such a weapon when he had programmed it to be wielded only by Sekyudai. So, they say that Knight is an ally, Odin said. Yes, but why do you ask, Odin Dano? Michael replied. Does he belong to a faction? What's wrong, Serzex? You seem a bit nervous, Azazel remarked, drawing the attention of the others. It's nothing, Azazel, Serzex replied, his unease evident. If you don't mind, I'd like to have a chat with him, Odin said, turning to Tails, who nodded in agreement. Just then someone walked in. Serzex-sama, the council requests a meeting, a demon announced. A meeting? Serzex asked, his brow furrowing in concern. Maybe it has to do with what happened earlier, Serzex said, referring specifically to T and Knight. The demon continued. Tails was silent, but he was starting to understand why. I swear that if they try anything against me or Issei, they will pay the consequences, T thought. Serzex, Seraphal, Michael, and Azazel watched Tails. The first two were familiar with how most of the Demon Council operated, so they kept a positive mindset to avoid any negative outcomes. However, knowing Tails, they anticipated conflict and simply had to wait and see. One day after the confrontation with Loki, Issei and the others were resting. Jane decided to return to the human world, and Tails thanked her for her help alongside Issei. After that, Issei went to rest, as he was exhausted. Tails asked Issei how much he was currently carrying since he hadn't been paying much attention to him. Issei replied that he was carrying about 100 kilograms on each bracelet. It seemed he was getting used to the imposed weights quickly, but he preferred to continue like this for a little while longer, as adjusting to a new weight so rapidly wasn't normal for him. Tails told him that being special or unique must have its reasons, reminding him of what happened yesterday. Although Issei denied it, he wasn't sure if he could say that it was normal. Upon reflection, since the incident with the Wrath mode, there hadn't been any changes, but perhaps these changes weren't bad since there were benefits for now. Continuing with that, Issei and Tails requested to stay because the Demon Council wanted to speak with them, as did Odin, and they agreed. Tails researched each member of the council and discovered some interesting things, but he would only use that information in case of an emergency. For now, they stayed at the Gremory mansion. How much longer do you think it will take? Issei asked. Not much, to be honest, T replied, just as a circle appeared, revealing Grafia. Issei and Tails nodded, indicating they were ready to go with Grafia to the location. At the council location, 8 elderly individuals were seated, waiting for the others. Sona's entourage was also present, along with Rias and the others, as well as Azazel, Michael, Odin, and the 4 Mouse. A magical circle appeared, revealing Tails, Issei, and Grafia, who moved to Serzek's side. Do you know why we called you here? Asked the first elder. Nope, Issei replied, while T remained silent. Then let us explain. We want you to serve us, said the second elder with a smile, a sentiment echoed by 5 others. And why should we? T asked calmly. You don't belong to a specific faction, so why not join this one? Said the third elder. Okay. T replied, causing 6 elders to smile, except for 2. But no thanks, Issei said, making the smiles disappear. I don't understand. You should work for us, and that's final, said the first elder arrogantly. I see no reason to do so, T replied. Seriously, we can offer you territories, titles, said the second elder. And why would that make me accept? All I see is selfishness, so no thanks. Besides, I already have someone to love, Issei said, though what he heard next made him angry. Why be with just any woman when no one compares to the beauties here? The first elder said, only for a water bullet to shoot out and hit his shoulder. The culprit was T, who had his hand shaped like a gun. Gentlemen, let's not be rude. I'm just asking for peace, that's all, T said in a calm tone, though inside he was somewhat annoyed. How dare you? You know that by doing that, you'll have the underworld as your enemy, the second elder said arrogantly, while only 2 elders sighed. I wouldn't mind exterminating an entire faction if it comes to that, T said seriously, causing 6 elders to tremble with fear. Don't you know what you would cause? Asked the third elder. Yes, I know what it would provoke, but I wonder who would be to blame, the person who exterminated them or the instigators who caused it all over a simple tantrum. T replied. The elders of the council didn't know what to say in response, but before they could speak, T said, false mouths, causing the elders' eyes to widen. Only 6 were surprised by this, and they didn't know what he was referring to. Why? The first elder stammered, terrified. That would be a shame, wouldn't it? I mean, having one of the 4 mouths against you, T said, making the first elder nervous. Tails pulled out some folders, sending chills down the spines of the 6 elders as they recognized the folder. Hey, Seraphal or Surzex, would you mind checking this? T said, prompting Surzex to approach. The elders wanted to run but felt paralyzed. Surzex read and examined the contents, and everyone watched as his expression shifted to one of anger and seriousness. When he finished reviewing, Surzex closed the folder, but what followed terrified the council. I, Surzex Lucifer, condemn the majority of the council to death, he declared, causing the council to turn pale. You Bisu, the first elder shouted, but suddenly a heavy atmosphere settled in, caused by Tails, who was emanating a terrifying power that paralyzed the council. Titan, would you do the honors, please? Surzex asked. Gladly, T replied, and his fingers transformed into metallic claws. In an instant, 6 council elders fell dead with a cut to their throats. Everyone was at a loss for how to feel, even Rias and the others were left shivering at the sight. No one knew what had happened, as Tails hadn't moved from his spot. He simply had his claws stained with BLD. The leaders, being the strongest there, didn't even notice when Tails moved. Even Surzex and Graphia struggled to keep up with Tails' speed, and Issei was shocked, as the speed was far superior. Calm down everyone. Those were the only ones causing trouble, the other 2 are clean, T said, causing everyone to quickly shake their heads. The remaining elders said nothing as Surzex showed them the evidence, and they thanked him for it, though Tails advised them to look for more trustworthy individuals. With nothing left to discuss, the next step was to speak with Odin, which didn't matter if the others were listening. Well, kid, to not waste more time, I'll be direct. You know that no one can lift Mjolnir unless I authorize it. What I want to know is how you lifted it, Odin said. Well, I don't know how to respond to that, Issei replied. How can you not know how to respond? Odin pressed. Exactly, I don't know how to respond because all I did was talk to Mjolnir, asking for permission to use it. That's all I did. I didn't force it to give me its power or anything like that. If it kept rejecting me, I would have fought using my own strength, Issei explained. Upon hearing this, Odin fell into thought. The only conclusion he could come to was that the hammer recognized who was worthy of it, but that would be impossible since Thor was the only one who could lift it. He would have to talk to Thor about whether something similar had happened in the past. Odin said that was all on his part, so Issei and Tails were going to return to the human world, but Rias and the others offered to take them back with them. The 2 gladly accepted. On the way back, Kaneko was very close to Issei, resting her head on his lap. He felt nervous, but Kaneko asked if he could pet her head. Issei complied, and Kaneko began to purr, indicating she enjoyed it. Asia watched this with jealousy, puffing up her cheeks in an adorable pout. "Moo, Kaneko-chan, that's not fair," Asia exclaimed. "Hey, Argento-san, if you want, you can sit next to me and I'll pet your head," Issei offered, prompting Asia to sit beside him and rest her head on his shoulder. "This is enough for me, Knightson," Asia said, closing her eyes and enjoying the comfort. Everyone watching the scene felt happy, especially Tails, as it seemed Issei had opened up a bit more to others during this trip, except for his friends, Samuel and Irina. Although it appeared he had confidence with them, the truth was different. Issei had been pretending with them. With the others, Issei would continue to be reserved and cold. Only time would tell if Issei would forgive them or remain this way. Meanwhile, Akino was just staring at her reflection, which Marcos noticed. "Hey, Akino-san, are you okay?" Marcos asked. "Yeah, I'm fine. Just forget it, it's nothing," Akino replied. "It's your father, isn't it?" Marcos said, causing Akino to fall silent. "You didn't forgive him," Marcos stated. "It's not that," Akino said. "Then what?" "I feel embarrassed looking him in the eye," Akino admitted. "Come on, sensei, I've already talked about this with you," Marcos replied. "Yes, I did that time, but I don't know how to look at him without regretting the things I said in the past," Akino said, longing for someone to hold her hand. "If you want, I can go with you to help you feel more at ease," Marcos offered. "Would you do that for me?" Akino asked, her eyes hopeful. "Of course," Marcos said, prompting Akino to embrace him. "Thank you," she replied, relief washing over her. "Anytime," Marcos said, returning the hug. Issei, who had been watching this unfold, chose to remain silent, feeling it wasn't his place to interfere in relationships that didn't concern him. The rest of the journey was uneventful, and when they arrived in Kuo, they parted ways. Asia and Kaneko were reluctant to separate from Issei, but he assured them he had some things to take care of and that he might be closer than they thought. Kaneko and Asia didn't quite understand the meaning behind his words, but they had to say goodbye. Tails bid farewell and teleported to Issei's room, while Issei stepped into a nearby alley to make his mask and beret disappear before heading to the bar. When he arrived, he found it closed except for the back entrance, so he slipped inside and made his way to Slender's office. As soon as he entered, he was tackled by two people, Sally and Kiri. Issei happily returned the embrace. Slender asked how his visit went, and Issei replied that it went well, staying there for a while to chat. With Tails, he had appeared in the room so that his hood could disappear, revealing his normal form. Robo Issei saw him and knew that the two had returned, but before he could do anything, he said, "Advance." 18% completed, Robo Issei reported. "I understand," TD said as he descended to the basement of the room, which served as a training ground. TD thought, closing his eyes, "Well, I expected it to be slow, though I hoped for faster progress. I guess I'm asking for too much." Issei hadn't returned home yet, and Tails was wondering why. It wasn't long before Issei came back, carrying Kiri in his arms. Kiri hopped down, but Issei looked around as if searching for someone. Suddenly, Robo Issei appeared behind him and injected him with a needle, transmitting his experiences. Unlike the last time, Issei didn't convulse, but he did feel a slight headache. Robo Issei then went down to the basement of the room to deactivate himself. Once the headache subsided, Issei noticed that nothing interesting had happened, just some messages, his homework completed, which he appreciated Robo Issei for doing, and an appointment with Murayama for tomorrow, nothing out of the ordinary. A date? Issei thought, caught off guard. "Alright, tell me why you suddenly got a bit hysterical," TD said, noticing Issei's expression change in an instant. "I have a date tomorrow," Issei confessed. "And why are you nervous?" TD asked. "I'm not nervous, it just hit me out of nowhere," Issei replied. "Hey, relax, you still have time, so just take it easy. Let everything flow naturally," TD encouraged. "But I don't know, it might go wrong. What if she doesn't like the places?" Issei said, growing anxious. "Hey, calm down, my good friend. The more you talk, the more paranoid you'll become, TD said, but Issei seemed even more nervous than before. So, Tails gave him a light slap. Issei didn't know how to feel, but at least his nerves eased a bit. Since I see you're nervous, I'll be right there with you, giving you advice, TD said, making Issei look a bit pale. I don't think that's necessary, Issei stammered, feeling that having Tails at the date would be a terrible idea. Come on, I don't think it'll be that bad if I go, TD insisted. Just stay please, Issei pleaded. You know that whether you like it or not, nothing will stop me, TD replied. If you say so, Issei said, trying to get some sleep to recharge for tomorrow. Tails transformed into his plush form and settled beside Issei, while Kiri perched on his head. The next day, Issei woke up early and went to the basement of the room to wake Robo Issei. He instructed him to restrain Tails, and Robo Issei accepted the order. Luckily, Tails was still asleep, so Robo Issei bound him with strong chains and ropes, using everything necessary. Once that was done, Issei got ready and left the house. Mickey and Goro were away on vacation, which was nice since he didn't have to explain where they were going or anything like that. The downside was that they would return at the end of the vacation. The meeting place was the park, where he waited for a while until Murayama arrived. She gave Issei a hug, which he returned happily, though he was noticeably blushing. Well, Issei-kun, are you ready for this? Murayama asked. Of course, Issei replied, allowing Murayama to take his hand and lead him away to another location. The date was incredibly exciting for both of them. At one point, Issei decided to take Murayama somewhere else, although he felt a chill run down his spine without knowing why. In the room, Issei, this won't stop me from giving you advice. TD let out a scream as he freed himself from his restraints, but Robo Issei stood guard. Forgive me, Creator, but these measures are necessary, Robo Issei said protectively. Nobody will stop me. TD shouted as he launched himself into an attack. With Issei they visited an arcade, then the mall, and finally a restaurant. Issei paid for dinner as a gesture of gratitude since Murayama had covered the first two outings. As night fell, they walked back to the park where they had agreed to meet. They arrived at a fountain and sat down, enjoying each other's company. I really enjoyed today, Murayama said. Same here, Issei replied with a smile. They sat in silence for a few moments until Murayama stood up and positioned herself in front of Issei. So tell me, Issei-kun, do you think I'm pretty? She asked, smiling. Of course, Issei said, but what happened next made his heart race. Murayama untied her pigtails, letting her hair fall loose, and looked at Issei with her eyes closed and a smile on her face. Now, she said. Appealing, Issei said, realizing the weight of his words. He turned his gaze away, blushing, but Murayama took his face in her hands to keep him from looking away. Issei got lost in Murayama's eyes. The next thing he knew, she pressed her lips against his. He was in shock but instinctively reciprocated. They had to pull away for air. What just happened? Issei stammered, sounding flustered. Just something I wanted to do, Murayama said with a smile. Issei didn't respond, but he enjoyed the kiss. You didn't enjoy the kiss? Murayama asked. It's not that, you caught me off guard, that's all, Issei said, a bit calmer now. So you did enjoy it, she said, smiling. But I won't deny it, Issei admitted, embarrassed. Then I have a chance, Murayama said. Of course, but maybe that could change now, Issei replied. Wait, are you saying that? Murayama said, surprised. Well, I realized there's someone who helped me a lot at first and also guided me when I was lost. So, Murayama-san, it might sound silly, but would you like to be this silly guy's girlfriend? Issei said, kneeling as he finished. I accept, Murayama said. But you might not be the only one, Murayama-san. There may be others who will be in my heart, Issei added. The idea of a HRM doesn't sit well with me at all, but I recognize that I won't be the only one. I'll accept, but promise me something, Murayama said. What is it? Issei asked. That I will always be in your heart, she replied. Of course, Murayama-san, Issei said. Can I ask you for one more thing if it's not too much trouble, she asked. Of course, Issei said. could you call me by my name this time? Murayama requested. Sorry for asking, but what is it? I didn't ask that at the beginning, so I'm sorry, Issei said, feeling a bit embarrassed since he had been calling her by her last name all this time. Right, apology accepted. My name is Kaori, she said. Thank you, Kaori-chan, Issei said with a smile. Don't mention it, Issei-kun, Kaori replied, also smiling. After that, Issei said goodbye to Kaori. Curiously, it started to rain, but Issei noticed 4 people chasing after her. It would have been normal, but something urged him to follow. Kaori had just entered an alley since it was getting late, but unintentionally, 4 guys cornered her and were about to make a move. They couldn't advance, though, because one of them was knocked out by something hitting him in the head. The others looked on, but only the silhouette of a person was visible in the darkness. 2 of them pulled out knives, but the third only needed 1 punch to take one down. The last attacker approached silently, but the other guy noticed him, dodged a punch, twisted his arm, and knocked him out. The unknown figure saw Kaori approaching but then moved to another place. Hey, wait! Kaori called, but she couldn't catch up to her savior, unaware that someone was hanging upside down. From a rope. Were you looking for someone? Issei asked, the one responsible for what had just happened. Whoa, so it's you! Kaori exclaimed. Call me Kanjite Knight, Issei said, having previously thought the name was a bit ridiculous, but now it felt fitting. Who would have thought I had a knight in shining armor following me? Murayama remarked. I was just passing by. A friend of mine warned me that his girlfriend was in danger, so I rushed over, Issei explained. I see. I think I'll thank him later, but I also want to thank you for saving me, Murayama replied. Don't mention it, but I need to get going now. I have other things to take care of, Issei said before dashing up to the rooftop of the building. Murayama stood there, watching her savior before heading off. Issei remained on the rooftop, ensuring nothing happened to his girlfriend. He moved from roof to roof, checking that everything was okay. When Murayama finally arrived home, Issei let out a sigh of relief and headed back to his own place. He ducked into an alley to take off his gear and entered through the front door. Once he reached his room, he was greeted by the sight of utter chaos. The most notable thing was Tails, bound and struggling to free himself from his new restraints, and Robo Issei, who had a few wires sticking out from his arms and face. Tails shot Issei a look that seemed to say, "You won this time, but next time you won't get away," prompting Issei to sigh. At least he was enjoying this life. A week later, classes were starting up again. Murayama's parents had arrived 2 days before school began. Everyone was happy to see them, except for Issei, who stayed in his room. An incident occurred with them just 1 day after they returned from their vacation. Flashback: it was a morning at the Hyodo residence. Issei's parents were planning a family outing when they noticed that Issei was acting strangely. He hadn't spoken to them in a while, and they couldn't remember the last time he had spent time with them. Just then, Issei appeared. "Hi, Issei," Mickey said. Issei ignored Mickey as he walked through the kitchen to open the refrigerator. He was thirsty. Mickey hadn't expected such coldness from him. "Hey, Issei, are you okay?" Goro asked. Issei calmly drank his juice, completely ignoring their questions. After finishing, he looked at his parents. "Were you saying something?" Issei asked seriously. "W just wanted to know if you'd like to spend some family time," Mickey said nervously, feeling the chill from Issei's demeanor. "I'm sorry, but I'm really busy. I have a lot of homework to do," Issei replied, putting the juice box back in the refrigerator. "Well, could you let us know when you're free?" Goro asked. "When I say so. Please don't bother me or distract me," Issei said harshly. "Oh, well, let us know if you become available," Mickey said, somewhat hurt. Issei ignored them and headed upstairs. Just as he was about to enter his room, he found Marcos there, holding a video game controller. "Hey, Issei, do you want to play for a bit?" Marcos asked nervously, hoping to earn his brother's forgiveness despite their earlier conflict. "Don't bug me," Issei growled coldly, pushing past Marcos. Marcos looked at Issei as he was about to close the door. "Don't act like you're my brother because you're not," Issei grumbled before shutting the door to his room. Marcos felt sad but had to accept that Issei wouldn't see them as family. When he turned to the side, he saw Samuel at the end of the hallway, who simply shook his head, signaling him not to bother Issei. End of flashback. As for his parents, there were no issues with the others, except for Akino, with whom it was difficult to get her to talk to her father. However, now she could look at him without having to look away. That day was somewhat amusing because Akino was on a date with Marcos when they ran into Odin along with Ross and Betrayal. Upon seeing Akino with Marcos, Betrayal's fatherly jealousy flared up. Instead of getting upset, Akino felt nervous, as her father wanted to protect his little girl. Akino told him she wasn't a child anymore, but Betrayal replied that as long as he was alive, she would always be his little girl. Marcos chuckled at this, causing Akino to blush, but unbeknownst to her, she wore a smile. When Betrayal saw his daughter smile, he realized someone had helped Akino confront a bit of her past. After that, they went to the Hyodo residence for a more relaxed chat. When Betrayal was leaving, Akino prepared a special meal for him and also gave him a hug, calling him Dad. Betrayal returned the hug with a smile. Tails was watching from above, although his eyes caught sight of a certain spirit nearby. This spirit took on a human form resembling Akino and embraced both of them before turning to Tails and giving him a smile before departing. Tails said nothing but wore a smile. After that, nothing particularly interesting happened, and today classes were starting. Issei simply arrived at the classroom and waited, but when the teacher entered, he had some intriguing news. Well, I think you all know, but today we have 2 new students transferring here, so they can come in, the teacher announced as a boy and a girl walked in. Ignore the doll and imagine it wearing the female academy uniform. Besides, it's the only appearance that looks like a teenager. The 2 new students caught everyone's attention, including Issei's and Kaniko's. Tails, who was present, found himself lost in thought as he looked at the girl, feeling that she seemed familiar, though he couldn't quite place where he had seen her before. "Hi, I'm Laz. I hope we all get along well," said the girl identified as Laz, her cheerful tone complemented by her red eyes that made her look endearing. "I'm Sir Kusog," said the boy identified as Sure, speaking in a neutral and somewhat polite tone during the introduction, despite wearing a ring-shaped necklace. "Any questions for the newcomers?" the teacher asked, prompting almost everyone to raise their hands. The only ones who didn't were Kaniko and Issei, as they had no questions to ask. After the usual inquiries about relationships and family, the teacher said, "Well, you can sit next to young Issei." Issei raised his hand to identify himself, and the 2 newcomers took their seats beside him. The class proceeded normally until recess. A crowd nearly formed around the newcomers, eager to ask them questions, but they managed to slip away. Issei was on his way to see his girlfriend when Laz and Sir caught up with him. When Issei saw them, he looked at them oddly. "Phew, the good thing is we lost them," said Sir. "You're right," Laz replied, both of them turning to face Issei. "And you 2 are here because?" Issei asked, his tone neutral. "Oh, nothing important. It's just that being inside is stifling," Sir said. "I understand," Issei replied. "Hey, do you mind if we join you?" Laz asked. "Well, I don't think it's a problem," Issei said, shrugging. They accompanied Issei to a specific spot outside the classrooms, where Murayama was with Keitase and another person, Aika Kiryu. When Aika glanced at Issei, she looked surprised, as if something was blocking her view of what she was focused on. Issei didn't know what to say but didn't think much of it. It's worth mentioning that Keitase blushed a little upon seeing Sir, which Murayama and Aika noticed, prompting them to smile. "Hi, Issei-kun," Murayama said. "Hi, Kari-chan," Issei replied with a smile, leaning in to give her a kiss on the lips, leaving Keitase and Aika stunned, as they never thought their friend would have a boyfriend. "Not here," Murayama said, blushing. "Oh, so you want to keep our relationship a secret, my love?" Issei said with a grin. "Don't say that out loud. It's embarrassing," Murayama exclaimed, playfully hitting his chest. "Hee hee, you're adorable when you pout," Issei said, drawing closer to Murayama. Sir and Laz noticed the quick shift from Issei's neutral demeanor to one of happiness. The others watching were unsure of how to feel, but Keitase was happy that her friend had found someone who cared for and respected her. "Sorry to interrupt your little scene, but we need introductions," Laz said. Oh right. Sorry, Keitei-san, Kiryu-san, and Kari-chan, these are my new classmates, Issei said. You might be wondering when he met Keitei and Aika. Well, that was one day when Issei was having lunch with Murayama during recess, and that's how he got to know them. Keitei was curious about Issei, but she discovered that he was someone reserved at first. However, once you got to know him, he could be quite helpful. Aika, on the other hand, was always trying to use her power to see Issei but never succeeded. Every time she tried, she was still surprised because something blocked her power. Nice to meet you, Seer and Laz said. Laz-san and Kasag-san, this is Keitei-san, Kiryu-san, and my girlfriend, Kari-chan, Issei introduced, stepping behind Murayama to give her a hug. Keitei and Aika were taken aback, knowing that Murayama despised perverts. Yet, seeing her act normally with a smile, albeit blushing, indicated that she fully trusted Issei. After showing that display of affection, they went to eat. Murayama mentioned that they also had new female classmates. She commented that she seemed to know Zenobia and Asia. Issei had no idea who they could be, except for those who faced Loki. He asked to find out that Irina was the transfer student. Tails told Issei that they might be helpful due to past events. Issei didn't think much of it and continued eating with the others. After school, Issei went home while the others stayed in the club to discuss certain matters. As he passed through the living room, he was surprised to see someone there. Who are you? Issei asked. What? I was abandoned here. The person cried, causing Tails and Issei to sweat. Old maid, Issei said, catching the person's attention as the one in front of him was Ross. I'm not an old maid, I just haven't found the right one yet, Ross replied. Now can you tell me who you are? Issei asked. Sorry, I'm Ross Weiss, Ross said, somewhat recovered. And could you tell me what you're doing here? Issei inquired. Well, I was abandoned, Ross said, shedding a few tears. And who abandoned you? Issei asked, already guessing who it might be. My leader went to a bar with a lot of women and then left me behind, Ross explained. Okay, but you still haven't told me why you're here, Issei said. Well. Ross stammered, unsure of what to say until the door opened, and Rias and the others entered, surprised to see Ross. Ross Weiss-sen, what are you doing here? Asia asked. Do you know her? Everyone was left speechless, Issei said, trying to break the tension. She's a friend of mine, Rias replied. I see, Issei said, stepping back so everyone could let out a sigh of relief. That was close, Kaneko remarked with a stoic expression. After that, everyone went shopping for a few things. Asia invited Issei to join her while Tails stayed at home. They finished their shopping without Issei asking many questions. He was simply there to accompany Asia. At one point, as they walked down the street, Asia almost tripped, but Issei acted quickly to steady her. However, when he looked ahead, he found himself face to face with Diodora. Thank you, Issei-sen, Asia said. Not a problem, but can I ask, do you know this stranger? Issei prompted, causing Asia to turn around. It's nice to see you again, Asia, Diodora said. Excuse me, but I don't remember seeing you before, Asia replied, struggling to recall anything. Don't you remember? I was the one you saved in a church, Diodora said. Oh right. Now I remember. I'm sorry, but so much has happened since then, Asia said. I know, but I've come for something, and that something is you, my beloved Asia, Diodora said, leaning in to kiss Asia's hand, but Issei intervened. Hey, Argento-san, I think it's time for us to leave since it's getting late, Issei said. Oh right. I'm sorry, but I have to go, Asia said, stepping back. Go ahead, I'll catch up with you in a moment, Issei said, allowing Asia to leave and leaving him alone with Diodora. Who do you think you are, getting in between Asia and me? Diodora asked, though his smile betrayed annoyance. Just someone who will protect her from people like you. I warn you, if you get close to Argento-san, you'll see what I'm capable of, Issei replied. You have no idea who you're messing with, Diodora said with a grin, believing he had the upper hand. Well, I'm leaving unless you plan to corrupt women who are nuns. Don't you think? Issei said, walking away and leaving Diodora frozen in place. Diodora thought, No, impossible. He can't. Or can he? He felt a flicker of fear, but it faded as he convinced himself he had misheard. Issei, meanwhile, thought, I have to thank Tails for showing me those little details. He realized that if Diodora was around, he needed to keep Asia close. Once they arrived home, Issei headed straight to his room. Asia invited him to join them for dinner, but he declined, saying he was fine for now. When he returned to his room, he found Tails waiting for him. Before you say anything, I ran into Diodora, Issei said. I see. Do you know why? Tails asked. Most likely he's after Argento-san. He couldn't take his eyes off her during the meeting. Plus, given what you showed me, I'll have to protect her from people like him, Issei replied. And he's also a traitor since he works with the Cow's Brigade, Tails added. Then, I'll deal with him, Issei said, his voice taking on a darker tone. Hey, are you okay? Tails asked, sensing something off about Issei's words. Issei shook his head slightly. Yeah, Issei replied, thinking, or at least I think so, but why did that thought come to me? He realized he normally wouldn't have such thoughts unless he was in a heightened state of emotion. Okay, Tails said, sounding uncertain about Issei's response. Putting that aside, why were you waiting for me? Issei asked. Right, I wanted to ask you to be careful, Tails said. Why? Issei inquired. Let's just say Kaneko came to your room smelling something. Fortunately, Rias had her do something else, but I heard she caught a whiff of night nearby. Plus, now that she's accepted her Nikomata side, she's become more sensitive to nature, so she picked up on your scent and signature, Tails explained, surprising Issei. Wait, you mean she already figured me out? Issei asked, astonished. She hasn't discovered you yet, but you'll need a different scent or something to avoid raising suspicion, Tails said. Can you help me with that? Issei asked. We can camouflage your scent with something, like perfume. As for your signature, there are two options, either you change your aura yourself, or we use a device to alter it. Which do you choose? I would ask for a device, but I'll go with the first one, Issei said. Alright then that will be. You're training now, although it's not too difficult to do, TD replied. How about tomorrow? Issei suggested. Sounds good, Issei said, preparing for his work while TD went down to the basement to finish the previous project. However, at the pace he was going, it was a bit slow. A month has passed. During this time, Asia received a few letters from Diodora, but she only got a handful and was unaware of the others since Issei disposed of the rest. Issei had become quite protective of her. Tails advised him to give her something to alert him if she was ever in danger, so he gifted her a ring with an emerald. He presented it as a confession letter with a unique design, pretending to be Night. Issei felt more at ease knowing Asia was wearing the ring he gave her. Another amusing incident occurred when Azazel came by for business. Marcos was quite popular in the underworld alongside Issei, and Azazel, along with Surzex, showed them where they were fighting against Loki, throwing in a few phrases here and there. However, Drake felt a chill because, while he didn't mind that his enemies were afraid, he didn't like the idea of his host being famous. Something told him that the name wouldn't sit well, especially coming from Azazel. Like a preacher, Azazel was searching for a name, and in the end, he and Odin dubbed him the Issei Dragon. Upon hearing the name, Marcos fainted but begged Azazel to change it, as it not only sounded strange but also quite bad for him. He didn't deny that he adored Betrayal, but he preferred to keep those thoughts to himself. Azazel agreed but insisted on choosing the name himself. Marcos opted for Heroic Dragon, reasoning that if he was going to be a hero for everyone, he preferred a simpler title. Drake thanked him but went to tell Issei and Tails about it, though that didn't stop them from teasing him about his little title bestowed by a humble angel. Setting that aside, Issei mentioned to Drake that the title felt oddly familiar, and Drake agreed but decided to drop the subject as it seemed strange. Issei also learned to control his energy signature and cover his scent. Kaneko no longer sensed night, although she swore he was very close. Additionally, Ross moved into the residence and joined the academy as a teacher. When she met Issei, she shared the same opinion as everyone else regarding his reserved nature, but Issei didn't mind much since he was somewhat used to it. Liz and Seer started hanging out with Issei and his group, which initially caused him a bit of distrust, but now they could be considered friends. Only Marayama and Aika knew that K-Tace liked Seer but couldn't confess. Thanks to the two of them, she finally did, but the response shattered her. Seer clarified that they would first be friends and then see what happened. Marayama had a déjà vu moment with that, but at least K-Tace had hope. Recently, Issei had been hearing strange thoughts from his perspective. He ignored them, but he also had a few dreams where he was with someone else. He couldn't quite identify the figure with him, but it felt like they were inviting him somewhere, though he wasn't sure. Marcos experienced something similar. Drake and Tails noticed this and checked them physically. They were fine, but they realized something was off psychologically, though they didn't know what was causing it. Rias had something similar, but nothing serious yet. Today, Issei was heading home when something triggered his mask to activate. It indicated that Asia was feeling nervous, but the place was the usual one. He arrived quickly and instead of going through the door, he climbed a tree. What he saw was Diodora waiting there. He overheard him wanting to make a pawn exchange. Issei was furious, thinking of Asia as an object. Rias denied it and Issei thanked her, but when he went to Asia and was about to kiss her hand, he knocked on the window. Rias opened the door for Issei. When Diodora saw him, his face tightened, but he managed to maintain his composure. "So, are you going to tell me why you're here?" Issei asked, stepping in front of Asia. "Nothing that concerns you," Diodora replied, annoyed. Then it wouldn't matter if you left, right?" Issei said, irritated. "I would say the same," Diodora shot back, equally annoyed. Diodora wouldn't give up. He would do whatever it took to have Asia by his side, but then he smiled. "Why don't we settle this in the next rating game? If you win, I'll back off, but if I win, I'll keep Asia," Diodora proposed with a chilling smile, which Issei noticed. He then hugged Asia from behind, causing Diodora's eyes to widen slightly. "I understand, then it doesn't matter if I do this," Issei said. "Understood," Tails replied, making Issei's hand invisible as he reached in and pulled out Asia's pawn, showing it to Diodora. "What did you do?" Diodora exclaimed, agitated, as he hadn't seen that coming. "Now that Argento-san is free, you have no reason to be here, so get lost," Issei said coldly. "You can't tell me that." Issei was about to say, "Diodora," just so he could lift him off the ground by the throat with one hand. "I warn you, and you'd better listen because people like you disgust me. I won't say it again. Come here or to Argento-san, and what I do next won't be pleasant for you, so get lost," Issei said in a serious tone. Diodora wasn't about to let someone of a lower class teach him a lesson, so he began to draw a magic circle aimed at Issei. But Issei released Diodora's neck and grabbed his hand instead, causing Diodora to cancel the circle while kneeling in pain. "You'd better heed my warning if you don't want me to break the bones in your miserable body," Issei said coldly. Diodora simply nodded, prompting Issei to let him go and step back. The others didn't know what to say, and the atmosphere felt tense, but Issei just sighed and turned to the rest. "Sorry about that, but the way he spoke really bothered me," Issei said in his usual relaxed tone. "Don't worry, Night-kun. Besides, I appreciate it since he came to exchange one of his pieces for Asia," Rias said. "Right before I forget," Issei said, putting the piece back into Asia. "So you have the same power as Sensei," Akino remarked. "Something like that," Issei replied. Threatening Diodora felt incredible, but something told him he had only threatened him and not tortured him. "It's unusual to see you threaten someone," Rias said, making Issei a bit tense. "Maybe. By the way, what were you all talking about?" Issei asked, changing the subject since he didn't like being seen that way. "We were discussing the upcoming rating games among us," Rias explained. "I see. Grammary-san, I'm going to advise you to be careful with Diodora because from what I've seen so far, he has an obsession with Argento-san," Issei said. "Can you tell me why?" Rias asked. "It's not normal for him to be obsessed with someone unless there's a reason. I'll just say this. Diodora doesn't inspire any confidence in me. You might want to inform a leader about him since I did a bit of research and found some suspicious activities. I have a feeling he might be working for the Cows Brigade," Issei said, making Rias serious. You know that doing that would turn the underworld upside down, Rias replied. I know, but you all know me well enough, and I wouldn't say it if it weren't true, Gremring, Issei said as he moved toward the window. Are you leaving? Rias asked. Sorry for not staying longer, but I urgently need to go somewhere else. See you later, Issei said, jumping out of the window and disappearing from everyone's sight. Rias began to think about what Issei had said, as the points he raised made sense. Perhaps she would ask her brother or Azazel about it. Everyone was unaware that Azazel was behind the door, listening. Azazel thought, so they also suspect Night in Tea. There wouldn't be any problem if they participated with Rias, assuming he's the traitor, as he left through a magic circle. 1 week later, that week passed without incident. Only Rias and the others were preparing for the raiding game. During that week, Kaneko, who was with Marcos making a contract, encountered Kuroka and Vale, who warned them about Diodora. They informed Rias, and she, in turn, told Azazel. Rias didn't take it seriously at first, but seeing how Issei had also warned her, she decided to take drastic measures. There were no further incidents regarding that matter. They simply went to the location where the raiding game would take place. Issei was at home when his mask appeared, as Asia's signs began to flicker, calming her down. But Issei grew angry, more like furious. Tails sensed this too, so he quickly activated Robo Issei, and they teleported to the location. When they arrived, they saw Diodora had Asia trapped. Diodorea! Issei shouted, grabbing everyone's attention, especially Diodora's. I warned you, but you didn't listen. Now get ready for the consequences. Issei's anger boiled over as Diodora's taunts echoed in the air. Oh, so you just have to go to that castle. I suggest you hurry if you don't want anything to happen to Asia, Diodora said, vanishing from sight. Furious, Issei unleashed his red aura, causing everyone present to tremble in fear. It was the first time they had witnessed him in such a state. Calm down, Nate. We'll get her back, don't worry, Tails said, his voice steady. Issei took a deep breath, managing to rein in his rage slightly. Demons appeared to assist Diodora, and Rias and Aquino prepared for battle. Suddenly, Odin appeared, his gaze lingering on Aquino. That's a nice backside, Odin remarked, while Tails remained silent. I see you all were aware of this, Tails said, his tone flat. Oh ho ho ho, I'm surprised someone like you pays attention to such details, Odin replied, stroking his beard. Then if you're here, we'll take our leave, Tails said firmly. But Sensei, we have to help him, Marcos protested. Trust me, Marcos. Despite appearances, Odin knows what he's doing. If you don't care about Asia, then stay and fight, Tails said. Though his words were harsh, everyone understood he was also concerned for Asia. Marcos reluctantly agreed and withdrew with the others. They arrived at the castle entrance, only to be confronted by enemy demons. Tails stayed behind, and the group knew what to do, so they retreated. Tails sent a message to Drake. Drake, keep an eye on Issei. His emotions will be out of control, so just calm him down if things get bad, Tails instructed. Understood, Drake replied. Upon entering, they found Diodora's entourage waiting. Diodora announced that there would be separate battles as part of his game, 8 pawns with 2 rooks on the right, and on the left, the queen with the bishops. Diodora had Asia as a hostage, and the order was for Samuel, Kiba, Aquino, and Rias to go left, while Issei, Marcos, Zenobia, Kaneko, and Gasper would go right. Once the order was set, they were transported to an arena. In the arena, Issei's fury surged. He heard a somewhat ominous voice instructing, "Make them invalid." He would question it later, but time was of the essence. As everyone prepared, Issei dashed toward a pawn who was caught off guard. He grabbed her and slammed her down onto his knee, breaking her spine and eliciting a scream of pain. The onlookers were speechless, but Issei didn't stop. He charged after the next pieces, rendering them incapacitated. It was a swift and brutal display, and everyone was terrified. This was not the playful Issei they knew. He was serious, silent, and relentless. They understood that if you threatened someone Issei cared about, you would face dire consequences. Rias was about to give an order when Marcos informed her that Issei had already taken care of it. Issei dashed over to where Rias and the others were, surprising them all. He quickly moved to the next opponents, leaving them unconscious with broken bones, having fainted from the pain. Rias felt a mix of fear and admiration for this side of Issei. He was proving that he would follow through on his threats to protect his loved ones. They pressed on until they reached Diodora's fortress, where they encountered Freed. He revealed that the night pieces had been devoured, transforming him into a monster. Freed recounted Asia's story and Diodora's obsession, igniting fury in Marcos and Issei. Just as they were about to retaliate, Kiba stepped in. "I'll handle this," he said, summoning his sword and moving with blinding speed. In an instant he sliced Freed into pieces, ending the threat. Marcos and Issei turned to pursue Diodora, who suddenly appeared. "Interesting, I didn't think Ryanair would fail at first," Diodora said, a smirk on his face. "So you were the one who planned all of this?" Marcos accused. "Yes, you should have seen Asia's face when I revealed the truth." "It was quite pleasurable," Diodora replied with a smile. "So you're the one responsible for all of this," Issei said, his voice low and dangerous. "Exactly. Didn't Freed tell you? For me, it's a pleasure. Now all I have to do is take Asia's virginity," Diodora taunted. "Shut up." Marcos and Issei yelled in unison, the boosted gear flickering as Issei's aura intensified. "It will be fun to see her in despair," Diodora continued, unfazed. "Shut up." Marcos and Issei shouted, their hair shadowing their eyes. "It will be amusing to see how you—" Diodora began, but Issei cut him off. "Shut up." Issei and Marcos shouted in unison, "Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker." Drake's voice resonated as Marcos's armor transformed, now complete with wings. Drake knew the balance breaker had been fully realized. Issei's aura intensified, his expression filled with fury directed at Diodora. The two advanced, declaring, "Bucho/Gramerson." "Go ahead," Rias replied, watching as Issei and Marcos moved forward. Diodora sat with a smug smile, but Issei dashed quickly, catching him off guard. Diodora merely raised a magical shield to absorb Issei's punch, leaving it unscathed. "Pathetic," Diodora sneered. Marcos joined Issei, launching rapid strikes against the shield. Diodora thought it would hold, but then he heard several boosts empowering Marcos, shattering the shield and surprising him. "Impossible. I have the power of Ophis. This can't be." Diodora exclaimed, only for Issei to grab him by the neck. "Hold him," Issei commanded, throwing Diodora to Marcos, who restrained him like a hostage. What do you think you're doing?" Diodora asked angrily. "I warned you, Diodora, but you didn't listen." "This is going to hurt," Issei said, delivering a powerful blow to Diodora's stomach, followed by a flurry of punches. Diodora writhed in pain, unable to escape as Issei held him in place for Marcos to continue the assault. Eventually, Diodora collapsed to the ground. Issei charged a fireball but paused when Diodora spoke. "If you kill me here, Asia will perish too," Diodora said. "What?" Issei shouted. "It's a special seal in case I fall, but it's impossible for you to break it," Diodora taunted. Instead of responding, Issei rushed to Asia's side. Seeing her restrained, he tried to pull her free but couldn't. Noticing Asia looking at him, he concentrated his power into his arm and struck the hands that held her. It seemed to work, and Asia fell into Issei's arms. "Impossible!" Diodora gasped in shock. "I'd let you go, but now I'm going to do something with you," Issei said, stepping toward Diodora, who began to back away in fear. Get away." Diodora stammered, terrified. "No," Issei said, closing the distance. "I'll tear the skin from your body," Issei threatened, preparing his fist, but someone stopped him. "It's not worth it, Knight-sen," Asia said with a smile. "But," Issei began to protest. "I know what he did, but please, I'm asking you," Asia pleaded. "Fine, but you better stay away, Diodora, because the next time you try this, you'll pay dearly," Issei warned, releasing Diodora. "I'm glad it's all over," Rias said. "Before we leave, can I do something?" Asia asked, starting to pray. "Seriously? Praying in a place like this?" Issei replied. Yes, it makes me feel good, Asia said as she continued her prayers. A light enveloped Asia, astonishing everyone. No one expected her to disappear, leaving everyone, especially Marcos and Issei, in shock. Stop playing, Diodora Astaroth, someone said, appearing through a magic circle. Shalba, help me. If we combine our powers, Diodora started to say before disappearing just like Asia. Pathetic, you asking for help? Shalba scoffed. Who are you? Rias demanded, unleashing her destructive power. The little sister of that false Mao. I am a true descendant of the great Beelzebub, Shalba declared. You made Asia disappear. Rias said, furious. And why should I care about that filthy human? It's your fault for not being strong enough to protect her. But that will be fixed by sending you to join her, Shalba said, raising his palm to reveal an infinity symbol. They were about to fight when Issei interrupted. Argento-san is here, right? Please don't play games with me, Issei said, his tone refusing to accept reality. Everyone heard him, concerned. Kaneko rushed over and hugged him. Knight-san, it's okay. Everything will be fine, Kaneko said, trying to comfort Issei. Hey, Asia, please come back. Knight is right, don't play like this. Marcos shouted, echoing Issei's plea, prompting Aquino to hug him in an attempt to console him as well. Drake, observing the scene, began to worry for his host, Issei. Seeing him react this way sent a chill down his spine, so he called Tails. Hey Tails, are you busy? Drake asked. Almost done, just a few left. Why do you sound worried? Tails replied. You told me to watch over Issei, but they made the nun disappear, Drake said, making Tails anxious about Issei, who was close to activating his rage mode. How's Issei? Tails asked. Not accepting reality, Drake replied. That's a bad sign. Warn everyone to get out of there quickly, Marcos and Issei won't hold back, Tails instructed. Understood, Drake replied. She'll still be alive somehow, Shalba said, prompting Issei and Marcos to turn and glare at him. I only sent her beyond the dimensions, but her body is likely disintegrated. In other words, she's dead, Shalba said, causing Marcos and Issei's eyes to widen in shock, which quickly morphed into rage. This is not a good sign at all, Drake thought. Shalba stood facing Rias's entourage, but Marcos and Issei walked with their heads down. Rias approached them. Rias Grammary, Drake said, causing Rias to step back. The Security. Rias asked, surprised along with the others. I suggest you leave if you don't want to die, Drake warned. But Rias began to protest. That's also from T, so get away. Trust me, you won't like what you see, Drake urged, prompting Rias and the others to move away. Hey, demon, you call yourself Shalba, right? Drake said. Any problem? Shalba replied. None, but I'll just tell you that you made the worst mistake of your life, Drake said, ensuring Shalba wouldn't understand why. Enlighten me, Shalba replied calmly. You messed with the wrong people, Drake said, causing Issei and Marcos to glare at Shalba with fury. Marcos, with his balance breaker activated, began to unleash a dark red aura, while Issei transitioned into rage mode, releasing his own aura. Marcos started chanting as green orbs began to emerge, their shapes indistinct, but voices could be heard. I, the one who will awaken, began one of the voices. I am the celestial dragon who stole the principles of God's dominion. Another voice chimed in, causing both arms to grow. I laugh at the infinite and scorn the dream, yet another voice declared, as the body began to swell into a curved form. I will become the red dragon of dominion. Another voice proclaimed, causing branches to emerge from the sword, functioning as wings. I will plunge you into the depths of the crimson purgatory. Another voice shouted, as the head transformed into that of a dragon. Juggernaut drive. Marcos finished, enveloped in a red aura. Issei, meanwhile, was in rage mode with his wings spread. He lifted slightly into the air, allowing his fiery wings to expand and envelop him completely, forming a sphere. After a moment, the sphere began to grow, and arms emerged, elongating and becoming larger, accompanied by what resembled armor and a head, along with a human body. The area where his legs should have been was replaced by flames, and 2 large horns began to form on his head, but the silhouette remained indistinguishable due to the flames. When the transformation was complete, both let out a roar. Groaeaware. Issei and Marcos roared in anger, while Shalba stood there, mute. Meanwhile, Azazel and Surzex had just dealt with someone from the ancient faction when they noticed a certain figure in front of them, watching with a slight smile, Ophis, the goddess of infinity. So, here you are, Ophis. Tell me, if you're not interested in the world, why did you create an anti-terrorist group? Surzex asked. Ophis merely looked up. I just want a place of silence. I want my dimensional gap, which is my home, to be silent, Ophis replied. In the dimensional gap, 3 silhouettes wandered, Arthur, Valet, and Shadow. So you think he's around here? Shadow said, sitting down. We'll definitely find him here, Valet replied, feeling a disturbance, which Shadow sensed as well. Change of plans, Valet and Shadow said, nodding at each other, but before they could leave, Arthur noticed something. That's not her, Arthur said, prompting them to look at who he was referring to. It was Asia, and Valet recognized her, but by the time they realized it, Shadow had already brought her over. So that's why there was a change, Valet said. Let's head to the underworld, Shadow suggested, and Arthur nodded. Back with Issei and Marcos, Marcos charged at Shalba, who summoned a magic circle for protection, but it wasn't enough. His arm was brutally torn off. Ah! Shalba cried in pain and was about to attack Marcos, but Issei appeared in front of him, landing a blow that Shalba dodged, but he couldn't avoid the second punch from Issei, fracturing his ribs and damaging a few organs. Ah! Shalba screamed, flying toward Marcos, who opened his mouth and unleashed a laser that struck Shalba. With Rias and the others, they were stunned, attacking purely on instinct, but it saddened and pained them to see Issei and Marcos filled with rage toward a common target. There's nothing we can do, Kiba asked in frustration. We can't do anything. If Asia's death put them in this state, we don't know how to bring them back to normal, Rias replied, equally frustrated. So that's Hyodo, Marcos, someone from behind said. Valet, everyone exclaimed, surprised, as they had never felt his presence before. So Knight is in the same boat, Shadow remarked. Shadow! Rias and Kaneko called out. I think this belongs to you, Arthur said, carrying Asia. Asia! Everyone exclaimed, relieved to see their friend safe and sound. How did you get here? Rias asked. Shadow and I felt a disturbance with those two, Valet explained, observing Shalba dodging attacks from both Issei and Marcos. With Issei and Marcos, Shalba stood facing them. You won't stop me, my light of judgment will halt you, Shalba declared, raising his palm, and an infinite symbol appeared, summoning the technique that had made Asia disappear. But Issei positioned himself and began to spin, creating a tornado of fire that halted the light, ultimately destroying it as he came to a stop. Shalba was taken aback but quickly grew angry, summoning a magic circle aimed at both of them. Issei merely raised his arm, conjuring a fireball that burned Shalba's arm, rendering it useless. Shalba screamed in pain, and to finish him off, Marcos opened his chest, the sound of boosts echoing with each moment, while Issei held his hands in front of him, charging his attack. Shalba was about to retreat but felt something paralyze him. Everyone was surprised to see Gasper, but he shook his head. Valet glanced at Shadow, who nodded, indicating he was responsible. Hey, if I were you, I'd get out of here. Those attacks are dangerous, Shadow said, grabbing Kaneko and Asia and moving them away with the others. When the attacks finished charging, they were launched at Shalba, who was completely disintegrated. Roheawe air. Marcos and Issei roared in victory, but nothing could quell their rage, so they began to unleash more power, alarming everyone as they launched attacks left and right. If this keeps up, they're going to perish, Valet warned. What do you mean? Rias asked. The state of the Juggernaut drive they're in now is incomplete. It will drain their vitality until there's nothing left, Valet explained, frightening everyone. And what about Night Kuan? Aquino asked. I can't say for sure what will happen, but it could leave positive or negative consequences. I just can't specify what they would be, Shadow replied. There's a way to save them, Kaneko said. In the case of the wielder of Drake, there's a chance to reverse the change, otherwise at the rate it's going he will die, Valis stated. As for Knight, just showing him the blonde might calm him down, but I can't guarantee that will stop him, Shadow added. I'll go warn them, Rias said, spreading her wings. But don't you see? If you get close, they'll attack you, Akino cautioned. She's right now, their instincts are telling them to attack anything they see, Shadow noted. It doesn't matter, they're important to me and to you all, Rias declared, taking flight and speeding toward Marcos and Issei. Akino looked at Vale, and Kaneko glanced at Shadow, both of whom turned to look. Help her, Akino urged. Save Knight-san and Marcos-senpai, along with Bucho, Kaneko added. Vale simply returned his gaze to Marcos, and Shadow stepped forward. Let's go, Shadow said. Are you sure? Yes, if I need help, since 2 against 1 doesn't seem fair, Shadow said, prompting Vale to sigh and take flight, activating his balance breaker. Shadow climbed onto Vale's back. I'm not your pack mule, Vale said, annoyed. I know, but I need a lift, so please, Shadow replied, causing Vale to turn to Marcos and Issei. What exactly are you two planning to do? Albion asked through his wings. I'll hold him long enough, Shadow said. I'll just contain his power, Vale added. As soon as they get close, they'll attack with everything they've got, Albion warned. We know, Shadow replied. You realize that in their current state, they won't be able to do that, Albion pointed out. Yep, but you know the saying, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, Shadow said as Vale began to chant. Shadow started to levitate slightly, his shadow expanding into a sphere that enveloped him completely. I, the one who will awaken, am the one who stole the principles of God's supremacy. I envy the infinite, and pursue the dream. I will become the white dragon of supremacy. I will take you to the farthest limits of innocence. Juggernaut Drive. As Shadow transformed, the sphere grew, forming a head, a humanoid body and arms. However, like Issei, the lower half was replaced by fire, shadows being shadow flames. He had 7 horns on his head, 5 thin ones at the top and 2 thick ones on either side. His body was more toned, with both arms muscular, but the left was normal while the right appeared to have a short sword instead of a hand. He also had a pair of wings on his back, but the silhouette was obscured by shadows, making it difficult to discern what kind of creature he was. As they finished transforming, they soared over Rias, surprising her. Vale went after Marcos while Shadow targeted Issei. Marcos opened his mouth to unleash an attack, but Vale intercepted him, tackling Marcos and separating him from Issei. Issei launched a fire blast at Shadow, but Shadow dodged it, tackling Issei and dragging him away to another location. With Vale, he began to drag Marcos through the sky, colliding him with rocks and structures along the way. Marcos struggled to free himself but couldn't break free. He wrestled to escape, but Vale wouldn't let go. The only thing Vale did was slam him to the ground, striking him on the head to disorient him before pulling away. Vale shifted from Juggernaut to Balance Breaker. As Marcos recovered from the blow, he opened his chest and unleashed his most powerful attack, but Vale simply began to divide it in half until the attack dissipated along with Marcos's red aura, leaving him in a weakened state without deactivating the Juggernaut. Rias, witnessing this, rushed toward Marcos while Vale deactivated his Balance Breaker. The rest is up to you, Vale said. With Shadow, Issei roared and charged at Shadow, who responded in kind, colliding with him and beginning to grapple. Neither was yielding, but Shadow applied more force, catching Issei off guard with a quick strike to the head followed by another to the stomach. Come on, Knight, this isn't fun. If you're not in your right mind, it's not worth fighting like this, Shadow thought as he knocked Issei to the ground and started delivering punches to his chest. With each blow, Issei's size began to shrink until he returned to his original form before entering rage mode, though he still maintained his strange appearance. Seeing this, Shadow decided to shrink back to his normal size, staying alert since, surprisingly, Issei hadn't fallen unconscious. My job here is done, Shadow said. With Akino and the others, Asia was waking up, and when she saw everything she was confused. Excuse me, can anyone tell me where I am? Asia asked. Asia. Everyone exclaimed as they rushed to hug her, which she reciprocated. After that, they all proceeded to explain what was happening. So it's my fault they're like this, Asia said. Asia, of course it's not your fault, Samuel reassured her. But they're like this because I wasn't able to defend myself. I was kidnapped and killed. How can I say it's not my fault when those two are like this? Asia cried. No one knew what to say in response, as no matter how much they told her it wasn't her fault, she wouldn't see it that way. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I need your help with Night, Shadow said, appearing out of nowhere. Asia looked at him but stopped crying. If there was something she could do to help Issei, she would. What do you need? Asia asked, determined. I just need you to come with me. You might be the solution, Shadow replied, and Asia agreed. I'm going too, Kaneko said. Are you sure? Shadow asked. Very sure, Kaneko said, following Shadow. Okay, hey, you fallen half-breed, Rias might need your help with Sekirai, Shadow said, prompting Akino to spread her wings and head toward Marcos. Shadow then vanished into the shadows with Kaneko and Asia, while the others went to check on Issei, who was near Marcos but at a safe distance. When they arrived, they saw Marcos roaring, while Akino and Rias tried to get his attention. Issei stood there, motionless. Asia and Kaneko spoke to him, but it seemed he wasn't listening. Why weren't they responding? The answer was simple. Something was happening inside their minds. Inside Marcos's mind he was in a black space, alone, or so he thought. It's a shame, don't you think? Someone said in Marcos's mind. He remained silent. Leaving things like this isn't right, the same voice continued. Marcos still said nothing. And to think you're my brother, said someone, but that someone was Issei. Issei, Marcos said, surprised. Hello, brother, or should I say ex-brother? Issei replied. What are you doing here? Marcos stammered, scared. Oh, nothing much, just watching you fail time and again at your pathetic attempt to rescue Asia. If you couldn't save me, what makes you think you can rescue Asia? Issei taunted. That's not true, Marcos protested. If it's not true, tell me where she is now. Tell me you were able to rescue her. Tell me you could help her at all, Dave challenged. Marcos had no idea how to respond. That's what I thought, hey, said stepping closer. Well, it's time to, he began to say. Leave him alone, someone said, causing Marcos to react. Akino-san. Leave him alone, another voice said, prompting Marcos to react. Ucho. Marcos stammered as two lights positioned themselves behind him, pushing Issei away. Don't get in my way, this is between him and me, Issei declared. Sorry, but it's time for you to leave, as you're nothing but a plague. Goodbye, Akino said as she and Rias began to expand the light, driving us away. Why you saved me, Marcos said. Of course. You helped me during my most difficult moment, so now it's time for me to return the favor, Akino replied, embracing Marcos as Rias joined them. Outside Marcos's mind, Tails had arrived just in time. Seeing that they were struggling, he decided to subdue Marcos and enter his mind. Akino and Rias decided to follow him in, and as they saw him beginning to give up, they resolved to help him return to normal. One out, the other in, Kitty thought, glancing at Issei, who was standing still. Inside Issei's mind he was floating in a black void. He was aware but had his eyes closed. There was no one around, except for a female silhouette beside him. Well, it seems that even if you're not in control, at least you listened to me and disabled the previous ones, the female silhouette said. Who are you? Issei asked weakly, feeling exhausted and unable to open his eyes, only able to listen. Let's just say I'm the little voice you've been hearing, but that's all I'll tell you, Issei, the silhouette replied. Why are you doing this? Issei inquired. I'm just curious. I have to thank that excuse for a god for putting me with you, but I couldn't communicate with you until you entered this state, the silhouette explained. So you're here on Loki's behalf? Issei asked. I came on his behalf, but not anymore, the silhouette said. How? Issei started to say. Night-san. The voices of two people echoed. Tuju-san and Argento-san. Issei said, surprised. My time is up, the silhouette said, disappearing. Outside Issei's mind, Night-san. Asia called out, making Issei turn to look. Argento-san, Issei said, his voice sounding deep. Yes, it's me, Asia confirmed. Tuju-san, Issei said. Yes, it's me, Kaneko replied. Issei could only listen, but he checked his appearance, turning away. Monster, Issei muttered, looking away again, but Asia took his face in her hands to make him look at her. Even if it burned, she would bring him back. You're not a monster, Night-san, Asia said with a smile, though tears streamed down her face, which alarmed Issei, causing him to pull away from her touch. You're not a monster, you're someone who cares about others, Kaneko added. Issei still felt insecure, even though the words he heard came from his new tenant. Calm down, Knight, Tidi said, standing in front of him. But Issei began to protest. Just relax, everything is fine, Knight. So just take it easy, Tidi reassured him. The monstrous appearance began to fade, returning to normal as the fiery wings disappeared. His torn shirt and darkened breaths, singed from the flames, remained intact, while Asia and Kaneko helped him to his feet. Tails removed the bracelets from his arms and legs and conjured a shirt for Issei to wear. Asia and Kaneko assisted him, but Issei couldn't fully stand up, and his body ached too much. He wasn't the only one. Marcos was being helped by Rias and Aquino. Valley and Shadow kept a prudent distance, but unnoticed by them, Ophis approached. Are you done? Ophis asked emotionlessly. As far as I'm concerned, yes, but I must say there's something I can't quite put my finger on, Vala replied. I feel the same, but in my case, that something didn't cause any harm. I couldn't say what it is, Shadow added. Ophis merely stared at Issei. He radiates something different, just like you, Ophis remarked, referring to Issei and Shadow. Different? Vala asked. The aura you both emit seems similar yet distinct, Ophis explained. Well, I wonder what that could be, Shadow mused, though he was a bit curious about it. Marcos and Issei were just sitting there. They saw Shadow and Valley approach but couldn't do anything since their bodies were exhausted. They could barely manage to sit up. Rias explained that they had helped, and once the others confirmed it, they calmed down a bit. The rest of those who participated in the fight joined them, observing as a very large red dragon appeared in the sky. Valley watched but then withdrew with Arthur and Shadow. Rias congratulated Marcos and Issei for their efforts, and they expressed their gratitude in return. All right, let's head home, Rias said, and everyone nodded as they prepared to leave. Sure, Marcos and Issei replied, but they ended up losing consciousness, worrying the others. What everyone noticed was that Marcos's body appeared red, as if it were hot, while Issei had black veins on his arms. No one knew what was happening, but Drake and Tails had a suspicion about it. We'll discuss this privately, TD said. I understand, Drake replied. With that in mind, they decided what to do about Marcos and Issei. 3 days had passed since Issei and Marcos lost consciousness. During this time, they remained at the Gremory mansion. Azazel spoke with Drake about a certain matter but didn't disclose much, except for the consequences of using the Juggernaut. Issei was another story, as Tails only mentioned that he was fine, though he didn't know what the black veins meant. This was a lie, as he did know what those veins were, but he didn't want to worry them more than they already were. Drake and Tails were like ghosts on the ceiling, talking. So you're saying that state was caused by something other than rage? TD asked. Exactly, but I can't tell you what it was, as no matter how hard I tried to delve into his memories, something prevented me from seeing further. What about Issei? Drake replied. I can only tell you that he now has a new tenant, but she didn't cause anything in him. However, those black veins worry me, as that's a bad sign, TD said. A bad sign? Listen, Drake said. Well, you see, TD replied, explaining the situation. Inside the mansion, everyone had gathered, though despite their stable health, there were no signs of waking up. Surzes, Ajuka, and Azazel were present. Azazel mentioned the possibility of Marcos healing, but they were at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Issei's gear was being examined by Ajuka and Azazel, who were cautious about removing the mask or beret due to Tails' warning. As they inspected the equipment, they noted its lightweight yet remarkably durable metal. Tails had crafted it from scratch. But where was Issei? He was engaged in a peculiar conversation with his tenant. Inside Issei's mind, "Kill them all, leave no one alive," the female silhouette urged. "Stop it, curse. Even if you suggest it, I can't move," Issei replied. After losing consciousness, Issei found himself in his mental space, where his tenant awaited him. Her monotone voice was filled with curiosity, and Issei quickly recognized her as Curse. Initially, she spoke in a flat tone while Issei remained neutral, but her frustrations soon led her to pout, breaking her composed demeanor. Lacking a name, Issei decided to call her Curse, derived from the English word curse, and she accepted it. As their conversation continued, Issei grew accustomed to her extravagant manner, entertained by her ideas of world domination and making everyone bow to their king. Although these thoughts were foreign to him, he found them amusing. He also noted her striking appearance: white hair reminiscent of Kaniko's, a face similar to Asia's, a bust smaller than Murayama's but larger than Asia's, and slightly taller than Asia. Her red eyes and the horns on her head were particularly captivating. When Issei inquired about the horns, she explained they might stem from adopting features of those she trusted, though she only recognized Tails as having red eyes. Issei couldn't deny her unique beauty as they continued their conversation. "Moo, you're not fun," Curse complained. "I know, but is there any other way to return?" Issei asked, hoping to change the subject. Outside of Issei's mind, everyone was gathered around Issei and Marcos. While Issei's mask appeared normal, it was actually beginning to rust after 3 days, and the mask and beret were turning a browner color, which puzzled Tails. He decided to investigate later, as removing Issei's mask wasn't advisable at the moment. Fortunately, the circles on Issei's back remained stable, which was a good sign. Azazel shared a plan with Tails, who agreed, boosting Asia's confidence. Everyone left, leaving Asia alone with Issei and Marcos. She released her green aura and took their hands, surrounding them in a gentle glow. She was willing to sacrifice herself to save them, regardless of the consequences. Slowly, Marcos's red skin began to return to its natural color. Although Issei showed no immediate change, Asia poured her last bit of magic into them before collapsing in exhaustion. 20 minutes later, Issei and Marcos awoke, stretching as if nothing had happened. Confused, they noticed Asia asleep beside them. They exchanged glances and nodded, carefully adjusting her in the sheets. Asia stirred, instinctively reaching out for something. Marcos considered lying down but chose to leave instead. Issei felt torn. Leaving was tempting, but something urged him to stay. "Hug her, she worried so much about you," Curse suggested. Issei lay down beside her, and Asia instinctively hugged him, murmuring an apology. "I'm sorry, I didn't want to worry you," she whispered. Issei gently stroked her head, and she smiled in response. "She cared so much for me. I wonder if I would have returned to normal without Argento-san." Issei thought, but he chose to let it go and fell asleep, embracing Asia. Unbeknownst to them, Tails, in ghost form, sensed their awakening and decided to keep watch. Issei's arms still bore black veins, but for now, he let them rest. A few hours later, everyone entered the room to find Asia awake, with Issei asleep in her lap. Asia looked at them with a sincere smile. Surprisingly, Issei had his head in her lap, hugging her around the waist. She gently stroked his head, caressing his hair despite the beret. Tails decided to rouse Issei. 5 more minutes, Issei mumbled, adjusting himself comfortably in Asia's lap. 5 minutes. No way. You need to get up, TD insisted, shaking him. Issei remained asleep, prompting TD to sigh. "It's nothing personal, Issei," TD said as he left the room, returning shortly with a bucket of water. He created a shield around Asia to keep her dry. What happened next was a loud scream that echoed through the mansion. Issei jumped to the ceiling, startled. "Stop acting like a cat and come down. Just accept it," TD said, prompting Issei to nod shakily and descend. After a moment, he calmed down. I forgot what happened when you didn't listen the first time, Issei said, sounding annoyed. Be grateful you're in that condition because otherwise, I would have woken you up the hard way, TD replied, causing Issei to shiver at the memory of Tails' past wake-up calls. After a discussion, Issei checked his arms but was confused about the black veins. Kurz didn't have answers, but Tails did. He asked everyone to leave except for Marcos and Issei. Once they were alone, Drake stepped outside. You know why only you two stayed, right? Drake asked. We have some idea, Marcos replied. All right, let's be direct. Consider this a lesson for both of you, TD said, causing them to swallow hard at his serious tone. First, you Marcos. You entered Juggernaut Drive, but since it was incomplete and you let your anger take over, you started consuming life. Use that as a last resort, Drake warned. I understand, Marcos said, deep in thought. Did anything happen in your mind while you were in that state? Drake asked. And no, not that I remember, Marcos replied, only partially truthful. Now you activated rage mode for the second time, and it seems to have evolved. But do you know why you have black veins? TD asked. No, Issei replied. Well, what you have is called energy poisoning, TD explained. Poisoning. You're pushing the limits of your energy when your body hasn't even reached that threshold yet, and it's causing another negative effect, TD said. What's that other negative effect? Issei asked, a bit apprehensive about the answer. Try to launch an attack with any element, TD instructed, hoping Issei would comply. Issei began to charge his attack, and everything seemed normal at first, but he soon felt a strange sensation, as if the attack was draining more energy than usual. A pain coursed through his veins, where the energy flowed within him. It hurt. Issei stopped what he was doing. Now do you understand my point? TD said. I won't be able to use this anymore, Issei said, sounding somewhat sad. Not exactly. All you need is a break and to avoid using it so often, but the nature is still present, TD replied. He extended his arm and formed water in the palm of his hand. Issei clasped his hands together as if to launch an attack, and indeed, the water flowed into his hands. He realized that if he couldn't use his attacks, nature could assist him. Try to unleash your aura. I'm curious about something, TD said, prompting Issei to manifest his red aura. However, suddenly his aura began to feel off. It was still red, but something had changed. Issei sensed a slight shift but couldn't pinpoint it. Kurz, tell me, is my aura changing because you're inside me? Issei asked. Yeah, I can't say if it's good or bad, though, Kurz replied. I understand, Issei said, causing his aura to dissipate. At least we know you're normal, all things considered, TD remarked. That's good, I suppose, Issei replied. The Juggernaut affected me in another way, Marcos said. It might have turned you into a dragon at 10%, Drake suggested. I see, Marcos said. Hey T, can you give me the weights? I want to check something, Issei said, prompting Tails to produce some wrist weights. Issei grabbed them and put them on, moving his arms and legs as if nothing were wrong. It seems the poisoning hasn't affected me physically, Issei noted. Knight, I'm going to ask you, just like Drake, to use the Rage Evolved mode only in emergencies. I don't know what damage it might do to your body, TD cautioned, and Issei nodded in agreement. Well, Marcos, since the Juggernaut caused you to lose life, there might be a solution for that, TD said. Seriously? What is it? Marcos asked. Drake said there are two ways. One is that Kaneko helps us, and the other is that the Valkyrie helps us too, TD explained. But she already left, Marcos pointed out, and Tails and Drake exchanged glances. Something tells me she didn't actually leave, Issei said. Why do you say that? Marcos asked. Just a guess. Although last time Odin forgot her, and I wouldn't be surprised if he did it again, Issei thought. Actually, she did stay, TD confirmed. But that old pervert did the same thing, Drake remarked, causing Marcos and Issei not to be surprised. How did I guess that? Issei pondered. Seriously, he forgot her. Wow, Kurz said. I was surprised the first time too, but a second time wouldn't shock me, Issei replied. Hey, does it matter if I introduce you to Tails? Issei asked. Not really, besides, sooner or later he would discover me, so why hide from him? Kurz said. I'll do it when we're alone, Issei promised, and Kurz replied with an okay. By the way, Azazel is the only one who knows about the consequences of the Juggernaut, but regarding the poisoning only we know, so Marcos, don't tell anyone about this, TD instructed. Speaking of which, have you tried to cure my poisoning? Issei asked. Believe me, I tried. Asia tried too, and nothing happened, TD said, prompting Issei to nod in understanding. And the others already know. Issei inquired. Don't worry, I've already informed them, TD assured. After that, there were no issues with the others. Drake returned to the boosted gear, and Tails went down to where Azazel was, along with Grafia, only to find him in a conversation with Surzex. When they noticed him, they greeted him and explained the situation after Great Red's appearance. Ophis made a mistake, TD said. A mistake? Azazel asked, drawing Surzex's attention as well. Think about it this way, Azazel, Ophis says the dimensional rift is her home, but according to her, Great Red is an intruder. But what you say is that Great Red has always been near that rift connecting various unknown universes, which means he is a guardian maintaining order there, TD explained. Guardian? Another guardian? That's just my speculation. Besides, if they say it's a dragon god, killing it could have serious consequences, TD remarked. Azazel pondered. Or do you want me to remind you that since God's death, the angelic system only functions to a certain extent? TD continued. I understand, Azazel replied. But that's just my perspective, except for the part about killing a god, TD said as he prepared to leave, leaving Azazel deep in thought. I wonder how smart you really are, Azazel thought, knowing that Tails had a few questionable ideas. Tails simply walked away, lost in thought. I wonder if he was the one who brought me to this world, or rather, who brought me and the others here. The more questions I have, the fewer answers I find, TD mused. Even after a long time, that question lingered in his mind, gnawing at him a bit, not knowing the answer. But he had learned that answers to such questions come sooner or later. For now, he would enjoy what he had. And 1 week later, Issei had returned to his normal routine. Of course, there were a few changes. He learned that Seer had been absent for 4 days, likely during the time she was saving Asia from Diodora while he was unconscious. But when she returned, he did too. He wanted to investigate, but for now, he would set that aside to focus on his new training. In fact, he was working on a new style, or rather, what he called an elemental style. The reason for this was twofold. First, he could no longer use his elemental attacks as he used to, and second, it was a suggestion from the leader he faced in his early days. Issei was surprised to learn that this leader was in the fighting club, a place where only people like him and the others he faced that day attended. Seeing Issei deep in thought, the leader asked what was wrong, and Issei mentioned he was looking for a style that suited him but hadn't found one. The leader couldn't help him directly but suggested that if he fought, he should make his strikes fast, as if he had boosters or something that allowed him to hit consecutively. Issei didn't know how to respond but thanked him. From that, the idea of using the elemental style emerged, a combination of a combat style powered by an element. Issei's gear was checked by Tails, and unfortunately, it was beyond repair. Issei asked if he could make him another set, which Tails agreed to. Issei had been thinking about telling him at some point, but he hadn't expected his gear to suffer that much. It still worked fine, but it looked like it could break at any moment. For now, he would use his usual gear but would be careful since it wasn't guaranteed to hold up much longer. Another thing he noticed was that Rias seemed a bit lost. It looked like something was troubling her. Issei asked about it, and Rias claimed she was fine, albeit with a forced smile. He noticed it but figured if Rias didn't want to share, he wouldn't push her. However, he wasn't the only one who noticed. The others in the club did too, but Rias refused to tell them what was bothering her. Tired of the situation, Marcos intervened and asked what was wrong, but she gave him the same answer. Not accepting that, he simply told her to trust him. Rias hesitated and didn't know what to say, so she continued with her usual response. Marcos wanted to keep insisting, but he knew that if he did, he would only get an empty answer, so he dropped it for the moment, though he wouldn't give up. When it came to Issei, well, he didn't have the courage to approach her about it. Ironically, the sports festival was just around the corner, and Issei had to participate. Thanks to Robo Issei, he would be running in the 100-meter race, and he wasn't the only one. Seer was included too. Being the good friends they were, they bet that whoever lost would pay for the winner's meal. Everything would have been normal if Laz and Aika hadn't raised the stakes, and Murayama and Keitase also joined in with their respective partners. The good thing was that both had enough money to spend big. In fact, when they realized how much they were going to spend, they considered canceling the bet. But thanks to Laz's kindness, he asked them to let it be, flashing a very happy smile along with an air of danger that Issei and Seer didn't dare to refute. They didn't know why, but Laz had gained their trust to that extent. And that's how things unfolded. Ironically, Ross stayed at the Hyodo residence. Not liking to be a freeloader, she started helping with household chores and assisting others with academy-related tasks. Her relationship with the others was good, except with Issei, who remained as reserved as ever. The others had warned her about Issei's personality. At first, Ross didn't believe them, but after spending a week there, she realized they were all right. As for the black veins, no one noticed them, likely because Issei either used makeup or, when he forgot, Kurz cast an illusion over it. Speaking of Kurz, it could be said that Tails had already met her. That day, Issei might have regretted it because Tails's personality combined with Kurz's was a somewhat dangerous yet effective mix, especially with their ideas, as it seemed like they were connected in some way. Issei learned the hard way that when they teamed up, they were to be feared, especially when it came to teasing him while he was with Murayama, Asia, or Kaneko. When Kiri met Kurz, she called her Aunt Kurz, which initially made Issei uncomfortable, but he got over it. It's worth noting that she could be with Kiri or Issei, depending on the situation. And that's what happened that week. Now, he was at the academy a bit late, not because of a renegade or anything like that, but because he was training with Seer for the race. When they were alone, they gave it their all, especially compared to when they were with others, which was when they slowed down. The only ones who knew about this were Murayama, Keitase, Aika, and Laz. According to Issei and Seer, they didn't like drawing attention. Meanwhile, in the club, Rias was alone, organizing papers, but her mind was preoccupied with something else. Am I a good king for the others? Rias thought, the incidents that had occurred previously making her question it. She couldn't resolve her friend's problems. She couldn't save Asia. The more she thought about it, the deeper she sank into a cycl of doubt. She was so absorbed in her thoughts that she didn't notice Marcos had entered. Bucho, Marcos said, but Rias didn't respond. Bucho, he called a bit louder to get her attention. Oh, sorry, I didn't hear you come in, Rias said, somewhat distracted. Hey, are you okay? You seem a bit out of it, Marcos said, sitting next to her. Of course, Rias replied, but her tone betrayed her unease. From what I can see, that's not true, Bucho, Marcos said. Don't worry, okay? I've got it under control, Rias insisted. Then let me help you, Marcos said, leaning in to kiss Rias. Rias was taken aback, but gradually she succumbed to the kiss, and they were about to continue when others walked in. Hey, Bucho, did I leave a... Marcos was about to speak when he was taken aback to see Rias with him. He wasn't the only one surprised. Aquino and Samuel were also present, equally astonished. Marcos was the first to act, launching himself forward, but Rias merely conjured a magic circle to protect herself. In response, Marcos cast a spell, causing an explosion within the building. Fortunately, Aquino created a protective barrier, but Rias vanished along with Marcos. The explosion caught the attention of the academy, including Issei and Seer. When they arrived, they saw the student council evacuating everyone. Issei and Seer decided to leave as well, pondering the situation. Issei was deep in thought. An explosion in that area was unusual. He knew it wasn't a gas leak since that building wasn't equipped with anything that would use such a source. He was so preoccupied that by the time he got home, he went straight to his room, oblivious to someone calling his name. Issei! Shouted TD, startling Issei. Whyus, what's up? Issei replied. That's what I should be asking you, Considering you've been lost in your thoughts, TD said. Sorry, it's just that the place where Rias and the others were exploded, Issei explained. Have you figured out what might have happened? TD asked. Not a clue. I was practicing for the festival when it happened, Issei said. TD had no idea what could have occurred until Kurz appeared as a tiny figure on Issei's shoulder. I can answer that, Kurz said. What's that about, Kurz? Issei asked. It seems that God's excuse hasn't given up, so he sent someone to deliver a low blow. In other words, he just wants to harm others, Kurz explained. I see, Issei replied. Anything else? TD inquired. They used something to teleport, but I can't say where specifically, Kurz said before disappearing. Issei was left deep in thought, so to clear his mind, he went downstairs, only to overhear a conversation. He approached cautiously, listening enough to learn that Rias was in a dimensional breach, a conclusion drawn by Ajuka since Rias hadn't been detected anywhere in the world. Everyone discovered that Loki was the culprit, having placed 3 curses. The second curse was on Marcos because Loki had cast it on him, but the third was the strangest. The person was supposed to be harmed, yet it seemed the curse itself rejected him and severed communication. No one knew who could bear the third curse, except for Issei. Still, to enter the breach, they would need help from Vale, or more specifically, Arthur. The only one who could assist them in contacting him was Kaneko. Issei carefully distanced himself to return to his room and summon his gear, which had a rusty appearance. He quickly briefed Tails and was about to jump out the window when Tails warned him. Issei, your new gear isn't ready yet, and I don't need to remind you of your current condition, TD said. Believe me, I know better than anyone, Issei replied, prompting Tails to sigh. Just don't overexert yourself and take care of the gear, it could break at any moment, TD advised as he descended to the basement. Issei took a leap, and Kiri observed this, realizing that staying was the better option. Issei was simply following Marcos and Kaneko, who had arrived at the destroyed occult club. They waited for a while until Kuroka appeared. Negotiations began, but it seemed Kuroka wasn't budging. Frustrated, Issei dashed forward, appearing between the two and surprising them both. So, you're not going to give in, huh? Issei said. Oh, of course not. Kuroka stammered, taken aback since she hadn't sensed Issei's presence at all. That would be something if it weren't for the fact that there are people who can't hide their signatures very well, Issei remarked as Vala's team, along with Shadow, appeared at the building's entrance. Impressive, Shadow said, surprised by Issei, or rather, by how the team looked entirely different. It wasn't just him, everyone remembered how they used to be. So, the negotiations are still ongoing, Issei stated. You know we haven't accepted, right? Kuroka replied. I know, but I'm sure Vala will have to accept, Issei said. And what makes you think I will? Vala challenged. You want your death match with Marcos. You helped him before, so why wouldn't you accept? Issei countered, causing Vala to raise his arm, but Shadow stopped him. Seriously, you're an idiot, you know that. Shadow said, releasing a bit of his aura. Oh really? Issei said, unleashing a bit of his own aura. The atmosphere was becoming hostile until, all of a sudden, the auras of Issei and Shadow vanished. But who am I to stop you from helping your friends? Shadow said. Then I should assume you'll help us, right? Issei asked. You know that those surrounding the red and white dragons will face ruin and destruction. Is that the work of fate? Even if that's what they'll bring, it doesn't mean you should be the one to bring it, Issei said, prompting Vala to smile. Arthur, Vali called out, and Arthur stepped forward to summon a sword. Marcos took a defensive stance while Issei relaxed, knowing Arthur wasn't in a position to attack. Once that was done, they waited for the others to arrive. Kuroka watched Kaneko with concern, fearing something might happen to her little sister. Issei noticed and smiled. Sensing someone was watching her, Kuroka turned to see Issei grinning at her. He simply gestured for her to be quiet, indicating he wouldn't say anything, which made Kuroka nod back with a smile. When everyone arrived, Azazel handed Asia over to Fafnir, saying he would protect her if necessary. Everyone was ready, but Ross and Irina were sidelined. Even with the alliance, they couldn't act freely. Arthur drove his sword into the ground, creating a golden sphere that surrounded them all, cutting a rift and transporting everyone to another location. Inside the rift, Arthur explained that they could only remain within the sphere for a maximum of 1 hour and warned them not to leave, as doing so would lead to death and becoming part of nothingness. He also emphasized the importance of keeping their hearts connected, as that was the reason they were there. With that, he left them to ponder his confusing words. Once alone, they began to grasp what Arthur meant. Each of them had something to thank Rias for, except Issei, who still felt a twinge of worry. Just then Rias appeared before them, but she merely stared at them. Asia, filled with joy, approached her, but Rias raised her arm, ready to unleash her destructive power. Issei acted quickly, dashing forward to pull Asia back, surprising everyone. They initially thought it was a clone, but quickly dismissed that idea since Rias's aura was unmistakably hers. She attacked again, releasing her destructive power, and they dodged once more. They tried to reason with her, but nothing seemed to work. Marcos spoke up again, and Rias barely reacted, raising an eyebrow slightly, though no one noticed except Kaneko. Rias continued her assault with her destructive power, and they all evaded her attacks. Gasper attempted to freeze her but quickly returned to normal. They didn't want to attack her, but Issei dashed at Rias to strike only for her to dodge and retreat, leaving everyone astonished. "Why did you attack her?" Marcos shouted, and the others were equally incredulous. "Look, I know you all like Gremry-san and everything," Issei said, "but for some reason, Arthur told us that." But Akino began to respond. "I'm not saying I want to hit her, but if no one else does, who will?" Issei said, preparing to reason with Rias. "Wait," Kaneko said, stepping in front of Issei. "What's wrong?" Issei asked. "Let us talk to her, please," Kaneko requested. "You know if she doesn't respond, I'll have to intervene, right?" Issei replied. "I know, but let us try," Kaneko urged, and Issei nodded, stepping back to wait. As Issei stood off to the side, the others decided to speak to Rias, but as usual, she didn't respond. Marcos attempted to engage her, but Rias began to charge her aura and launched another attack. Akino reacted swiftly, moving to protect Asia, but Rias targeted them again. Fortunately, Asia was saved by Fafnir. They were running out of options and Issei moved closer, but Rias continued to unleash her aura relentlessly. Akino noted that if Rias were at full strength, they wouldn't have been able to hide in that place. "Ucho, please stop. Please." Marcos pleaded, and Rias reacted slightly. Kaneko was now sure of what she had seen. "As I suspected, she can still hear us," Kaneko said. "Wait, so she's still conscious?" Issei asked. "She can hear us," Kaneko replied, encouraging everyone to speak to Rias, thanking her for their salvation and expressing their gratitude. Rias turned to them with a smile. "Ucho," Marcos said, stepping closer, but Rias's aura pushed him back, and something emerged from her chest, glowing to reveal a copy of Drake's balance breaker. They were taken aback but had to dodge as Rias attacked swiftly. Everyone was at a loss for words, but they couldn't stop since Rias was unleashing destructive power at every moment. Issei shielded himself with the bracers, but the force still pushed him back slightly, leaving a small dent. Marcos, observing this, debated whether to fight or not. Issei moved closer but was met with a punch to the face, leaving everyone speechless. "You'll be an idiot if you just stand there. The only thing that will happen is you'll get killed." Issei shouted. Marcos stammered, unsure of what to say. "Tell me, do you care about her?" Issei demanded. "Yes," Marcos replied, nervous and uncertain. "I said, do you care about her?" Issei shouted again. "Yes," Marcos said, more confidently. "Tell me what you'll do." Issei pressed. "I'll save her," Marcos declared, resolute. "I can't hear you. Tell me what you'll do." Issei insisted. "I'll save her." Marcos shouted, determined. "And how will you do that?" Issei challenged, prompting Marcos to step forward. "By stopping her forcefully." "Activate your balance breaker," Marcos urged Rias as they exchanged a fist bump, their powers surging. "You know you helped someone you don't like, right?" Kurz remarked. "I know, but in my current condition, I can't do much. The team wouldn't withstand many more attacks, and the poisoning isn't helping, Issei replied just as the ground beneath them began to crumble, pulling everyone in except for Marcos and Rias, who were far away. They watched helplessly as their friends were drawn in. Issei was about to be pulled in as well when the rift suddenly closed, leaving him exposed alongside Rias and Marcos in the midst of battle. Issei's aura began to surge unconsciously. It seems we're safe for now, Kurz said. Well, I guess I'll just have to watch how this plays out, Issei said, observing from a distance. The fight between Rias and Marcos was evenly matched, but Rias seemed to have more power, forcing Marcos to defend himself. Despite enduring many blows, Marcos refused to give up. He would protect Rias no matter what, so he deactivated his armor and stood still. Rias, charging forward with her fist raised, halted her advance. Bucho, please come back. Everyone misses you, I miss you, Marcos pleaded, trembling. Come back, Bucho, he shouted, causing Rias's armor to vanish and leaving her somewhat exhausted. Marcos simply held her up. It seems I always end up being a burden to others, Rias said with a weary smile. But you'll always have people to help you, Bucho, Marcos replied. That's true, Gremlin, Issei said, approaching them and surprising both. You didn't leave? Marcos asked. I was going to, but the rift closed, and I didn't make it, Issei explained. At least that's over, Rias said, only to see something forming above them, a copy of Marcos. UBSTRD. How dare you use my face, my body, and my power? I won't forgive you for this. Marcos shouted as the copy transformed into the Juggernaut Drive, leaving Issei and Marcos stunned. Be careful, even if it's a copy, its power is almost equal to the original, Kurz warned. The copy launched an attack that forced all three to dodge. Rias struck with her power of destruction, but it didn't leave a scratch. Marcos fired dragon shots, but they had no effect. Issei landed a punch but had to dodge a bite. The three of them struggled to make an impact. Eventually, they regrouped, and Marcos activated his balance breaker once more. Loki took advantage of Rias's heart's weakness, Marcos thought, unable to come up with a plan until he remembered that Ajuka had modified his pawn pieces before coming here. Drake, tell me if Ajuka modified anything in the pieces. Do you think I can do something? Marcos asked. I can't say for sure, but give it a try, Drake replied, prompting Marcos to begin releasing a different aura. Get behind me, Marcos instructed, and both complied. The copy opened its chest to unleash its most powerful attack. Ajuka said this would respond to the user's will. If that's true, then I have one shot at this, Marcos thought as two cannons began to form on his shoulders. The copy launched its attack while Marcos did the same, resulting in a clash of energies, but Marcos's attack was more powerful. It disintegrated the copy. Marcos's armor vanished as that attack left him exhausted. The three of them were suspended in the dimensional rift, floating until another rift opened, revealing Great Red. Drake advised them to follow it. In the end, Issei emerged into the human world, but Marcos and Rias found themselves in a different location. When Issei arrived, everyone bombarded him with questions about what happened, but he replied that the problem had been resolved. After a few more minutes, Rias and Marcos arrived through a rift, and everyone sighed in relief upon seeing them. Valley and Shadow watched from a distance until Azazel approached them. So, you've seen the outcome. But tell me, did you expect anything different? Azazel asked. I partly did, but I think I saw enough, Valley replied. Not much, to be honest, Shadow added. I understand, Azazel said as Valley and Shadow vanished. What will happen from now on? Azazel wondered, knowing that events always unfold in one way or another. In another location, a white-haired figure approached someone lying down. Shalba failed, and Loki also failed. I ask you, is it time to move? The white-haired figure said. No, let's wait a little longer, replied a black-haired individual. You possess the most powerful sacred gear of all. Don't you think someone could challenge you, Chow Chow? The white-haired figure asked. I don't know, Siegfried, but I do wonder if my destiny with the true Longinus will be death or glory, Chow Chow replied. By the way, do you still distrust that being? Siegfried inquired. About that so-called Zalgo. Indeed, Chow Chow said. Yes, Siegfried replied. To be honest, I don't know, but if you plan to help me with my goal, there won't be any problem with you assisting, Chow Chow stated. A month had passed since the incident with Rias's curse. Rias had grown closer to Marcos, who continued to call her Bucho, a title she accepted, even though it didn't sit well with her. Azazel had proposed a date for his heroic dragon program, and on one of those days, he went to the underworld to work on a song. The good news was that the show's popularity was skyrocketing, making Marcos quite famous. However, the kids were also asking about Night, prompting Issei to make an appearance to satisfy their curiosity. They were intrigued by the brown team, but Issei explained that it was due to a battle. The kids liked Security and Kanjite Knight so much that they asked if he could appear again. Issei told them he was busy at the moment, but to avoid disappointing them, he gave them a small keepsake. Issei's relationship with Murayama remained normal, although he always found a way to tease her. Murayama knew it was all in good fun and appreciated Issei's playful nature. Seer accepted Keitei's feelings, so Issei and Seer were now together with her. Laz was happy for his two friends, and Aiko was also pleased for them. A funny incident occurred when a certain duo showed up to spy on the Kendo Club. Murayama and Keitei were about to intervene when they were surprised to find that the duo was gagged and tied up outside, their spirits seemingly escaping from their mouths. Everyone was at a loss for words except for Murayama and Keitei, who understood their boyfriend's antics and expressed their gratitude through lunch or a show of affection. The boys felt fortunate to have girlfriends like that. The sports festival was amazing. Issei and Seer surprised everyone by giving it their all in the race, motivated by the stakes involved. Issei ended up losing due to a small lapse in focus during the final stretch. He could have asked for a rematch, but he accepted his loss gracefully and paid for the meal for Seer and Keitei. Murayama, not wanting to leave her boyfriend out, also offered to contribute, but Issei insisted it was his responsibility. Murayama reminded him that she had made the bet with Keitei, so they were even. Laz and Aiko watched everything with smiles on their faces. During the month, Ajuka summoned Marcos for two reasons. First, to discuss the results of the experimentation, and second, to adapt the pawn pieces so he could use Drake's power without issues. Ajuka wasn't the only one who called him. The other Maos, along with Rias, also summoned him to undergo the 4 trials of the so-called Satan Rangers. The last trial involved a confrontation between the Crimson Satan and Marcos, during which Marcos received a beating. He lost consciousness but understood the power gap, which was still far too great to bridge. The last ones to call him were the Gremory Patriarchs, along with their entire entourage. After that, he faced Serorg. While the battle wasn't as difficult as the one with Surzex, it didn't mean Serorg was weaker. Ross joined Rias as a rook and also became a teacher at Quo Academy. Azazel thought they were all set, but Rias mentioned they still needed one more pawn. They didn't know whom to ask for reincarnation because Knight had made his stance clear, and besides, the power emanating from the piece would be expelled, yielding the same result as Knight. For now, they were uncertain about whom to seek help from. Another incident occurred, but this time it involved Aquino and Marcos. Flashback: Issei didn't know how he ended up in the same room with a nervous Marcos and Aquino, who was serving him. He was genuinely in a bad mood after coldly rejecting Mickey and Goru to spend time with family. "I don't understand why I'm here," Issei said, annoyed, with his arms crossed. Aquino-sen, please help me," Marcos said, seeking assistance from his friend. "Okay, you see, Issei-sen, I want you to do something," Aquino said. "What is it?" Issei replied, annoyed, hoping it wasn't what he thought. Aquino sighed and, "I want you to make amends with your brother," Aquino said, her tone serious. Issei fell silent, but slowly his expression changed. "What gives you the right to tell me what to do, Himejima-senpai?" He growled, looking coldly at Aquino. "Excuse me," Aquino said, surprised and irritated. "Just because you're Marcos's girlfriend doesn't mean you can meddle in things that don't concern you, Himejima-senpai," Issei growled coldly. "I'm not your brother's girlfriend," Aquino shot back, annoyed. "Issei, don't talk to Aquino-san like that," Marcos said, upset with his younger brother. Oh yes, because you're such a piece of work, always humiliating me. I wish you, Samuel, and the Hyudus would just disappear. It would make me so much happier, Issei growled, hurting Marcos even more. Oh hey, that's enough, Marcos said, feeling a bit sad, nervous, and scared since he had never seen his younger brother so angry. Aquino remained silent, surprised by Issei's coldness. Coupled with the irritation he felt, it was the first time she had seen him express himself so clearly, albeit negatively. Stop pretending. You're just faking being good to take advantage of others. It won't be long before you revert to your old habits of messing with people, Issei growled. Marcos wanted to express that he had changed, that he was no longer the person he used to be, and that he now cared about others. However, Issei's words struck deep in his heart. Aquino was about to say something, but a glance from Issei made it clear that this matter would lead nowhere. So, do you want my forgiveness? Issei said calmly, waiting for Marcos to respond. Aye, why yes, Marcos stammered, feeling uneasy about Issei's shift from anger to calmness. Aquino felt the same tension. He handed Marcos the knife, catching him off guard. We can be brothers again if you take out your eye. If you do that, we can be brothers once more, Issei said, arms crossed and calm. Marcos could only stare at the knife, ready to refuse it, but in his mind, a voice began to whisper, do it, and you will earn my forgiveness. Marcos seemed entranced and was about to comply, but Aquino gave him a light shove, breaking him out of his trance. As he pondered what he was about to do, he wondered what would happen next. That's enough, Aquino said, annoyed and angry. Well, if you just brought me here to waste my time, then I'm leaving, Issei said, but Aquino grabbed his shoulder tightly. At least give him a chance. I'm not saying you should forgive him, but at least give him a small opportunity, please, Aquino pleaded. Never, Himejima-senpai. I will only forgive him if Marcos dies, then I will be happier. You'd better not get involved in things that don't concern you, because if you do, you and your friends are going to have a bad time, Issei growled before shoving Aquino to the ground. Aquino-san. Marcos exclaimed, wanting to help. Trash and aware, they really make a lovely couple. Issei mocked before walking away. Your brother really hates you, Aquino whispered as Marcos helped her up. I don't know what to do now, Marcos said, feeling defeated. Aquino simply hugged him. Unbeknownst to them, Samuel was at the end of the hallway, having unintentionally overheard the conversation between his brothers. A chill ran down his spine at the thought of what might have happened if he had gone there. He would have resisted, he would have had support. Only time would tell if Issei would at least acknowledge them with a hello and nothing more. End of flashback. Issei still remembered that incident well. He didn't feel bad about speaking to Marcos that way, but he did apologize to Aquino for how he had addressed her at that moment, as there had been another incident before joining them that had made him angry. Aquino accepted his apology, and Issei simply asked her not to do that again in such matters. Aquino agreed, but she wouldn't stop supporting Marcos for that reason. The reason behind Issei's behavior stemmed from Kurz. He might have given him peculiar ideas, and Tails made him understand that others weren't to blame for his hatred toward his brothers. One surprise he hadn't expected was Asia coming, or rather, asking Tails to train her personally. Looking closely, the entire Gremory entourage had asked Tails for help again. This time, Tails requested a specific reason, as he didn't understand the motive. One reason was that the confrontation against Sarorg was approaching, and considering how the exhibition match went, they wouldn't stand a chance. The second reason was that the level they had shown didn't satisfy them. Asia said she wanted to be stronger. She felt useless against Diodora and during the time with Rias when she couldn't do anything. The others shared the same sentiment, as Rias, despite being strong, didn't mean she was weak. Tails accepted the condition, but this time it would be a more rigorous training regimen. Everyone agreed, and Zenobia and Ross, who were new, didn't understand anything, but the others who knew how Tails was warned them to be careful, as Tails was not flexible at all in his training. Azazel found out about this and was curious about how Tails would train them. As a gift to Asia, Issei gave her his sword. Asia was going to refuse it, But Issei told her that she would train with the sword and also that she needed a means to attack from a distance. He also gifted Kaneko a circle of his own. Kaneko was also going to refuse, but Issei explained that it was to compensate for her lack of speed. It should be noted that when Kaneko dashed, it was quick but precise. Tails obviously made another circle for Issei so that his dash wouldn't suffer any changes. Speaking of which, Issei's weights now totaled 160 kilograms. His black veins had completely disappeared, and he could now use his elemental attacks without pain. However, with the fighting style he developed, he would have a new way to fight if that situation ever arose again. And that's what had happened. Nowadays, Issei was at the train station with Seer to say goodbye to their girlfriends. Murayama and Keitase asked if they wanted a keepsake. Issei simply said a picture or something, and Seer opted for a mini statue. They boarded the train without noticing that a small stowaway had snuck in, hiding in Murayama's backpack. Rias and the others were there too, saying goodbye to Asia, Zenobia, Irina, Ross, Kiba, and Marcos, although the latter had been invited by Azazel since he had also been summoned. Before leaving, Kaneko and Ross helped him with the problem he had with the Juggernaut, but it wasn't anything NTMT, they just needed to touch him and transfer either Senjutsu or Nordic magic so that the lost years could be gradually recovered. Rias already knew how that journey would be, so she gave Asia permission to avoid any issues with the Yukai there and another permission for the promotion in case there were problems. Asia accepted. In fact, Zenobia was currently keeping Asia's sword in a pocket dimension like Durandal. Issei and Seer returned home, but Issei remained deep in thought. "What are you thinking about, Issei?" TD asked. "Just something." Issei replied. "But what specifically?" Kurz inquired. "Nothing, it's just that I have a feeling I'm going to end up going to Kyoto for a specific reason." Issei said. "I think you're exaggerating." Kurz responded. "I would think the same, Kurz, but believe me, every event so far has ended up involving both of us, whether we want it to or not." Issei explained. "But this time there are no reasons to go to Kyoto, so everything is calm." Kurz argued. "I hope so," Issei said, but he knew that his luck often played tricks on him with such events. Upon entering the room, Issei noticed that Kiri was not there. He thought she might be outside or something, so he just waited for night to fall and for her to return from her work. After his shift, Issei entered his room, and there was still no sign of Kiri, which was making him anxious and worried. He wasn't the only one. Tails and Kurz hadn't sensed Kiri in the room either and were about to investigate when Issei's phone rang. The call was from Murayama, and he answered. "Hello," Issei said. "Hello, Issei-kun," Murayama replied, sounding a bit nervous. "Is something wrong?" Issei asked, knowing that when his girlfriend sounded nervous, it usually involved him. "Nothing important, but is Kiri-chan with you?" Murayama asked. Issei silently prayed that it wasn't what he feared. "No, I actually thought she had gone out, but she hasn't returned yet, so I was going to go look for her." "What?" Issei said. "If I told you she's with me, what would you say?" Murayama asked. Issei wished he could escape the situation. He wanted to deny the reality of it all. "Just tell me, she's wagging her tail and smiling," Issei said, eyes closed and rubbing the bridge of his nose, clearly annoyed and frustrated. "Here," Murayama said, holding out the phone for Kiri to put to her ear. "Kiri," Issei said, causing Kiri to freeze as she recognized that tone from her dad. "KQ," Kiri replied nervously. "You're grounded," Issei said, making Kiri go a bit pale. "No sweets, no television, and no outings for 3 weeks, Issei declared. Kiri began to whine, throwing a small tantrum. "No buts, young lady. You worried your uncles and me. You didn't let us know, so you'll have to face the consequences," Issei said. Kiri looked at Murayama for help, but she wore a serious expression. "I'm sorry, Kiri-chan, but you didn't inform Issei, so you're grounded," Murayama said. Kiri sighed in defeat. "The punishment will start when you return to Kuo. Until then, enjoy the rest of your trip, Kiri," Issei said. "Kari-chan, don't worry if she goes out, she'll know how to handle herself. Just set a return time since the place is unfamiliar, and keep her hidden just in case," Issei advised. "I understand," Murayama replied. Take care, and we'll see you later, Issei said before hanging up. With Murayama and Kate remarked, I'm surprised Issei is like this with Kiri-chan. Believe me, Issei-kun cares a lot about her. Well, Kiri-chan, it's time for bed, Murayama said, prompting Kiri to nod and settle next to her, affectionately calling her mom. With Issei he sighed, I know where she is. So, when are we going? Tails asked. Tomorrow, Issei replied, just finishing his shower and heading to bed. He thought, it felt strange that I hadn't encountered situations like this during the past month, before drifting off to sleep. The next day, Issei woke up, or rather, activated Robo Issei to handle his routine. Robo Issei left while Issei got ready. He no longer had his old gear, which was now just a memory on a shelf with a mannequin. Tails had given him a new set of equipment that was complete. They decided to wait until later in the day, as they would have a better chance of finding Kiri on the streets, and it would also allow them to do some sightseeing. After 3 hours, it was time to go. Tails teleported them outside Kyoto, avoiding the busy city center. When they arrived, everything was calm, and Issei headed toward the city center, careful not to be spotted by anyone from the academy. He spent 5 hours exploring the area, with Tails and Kurz guiding him based on Kiri's signature. Unfortunately, Kiri didn't appear. As Issei followed Tails and Kurz's directions, he reached a point in the forest when he suddenly had to jump to avoid flames that nearly hit him. Instinctively, Issei activated his new mask, which covered his entire face and hair without drawing attention. He observed his attackers and saw 8 figures with animal traits, among them a girl who looked like a fox and seemed to have 6 tails. What caught his attention was the axe she carried. Issei realized they were yokai. He kept watching until the girl stepped forward. You stole her, the girl shouted, pointing the axe at him. Excuse me, Issei replied, while Tails moved to another spot and put on his hood. Attack, the girl commanded, prompting the other yokai to charge at Issei. Issei jumped back to dodge a yokai's spear, then dodged to the right to avoid another. Although he didn't show it, Issei found this challenge manageable, unaware that a yokai had snuck up behind him, only to be knocked unconscious by Tails with a blow to the neck. The other yokai were surprised but continued their assault. Some tried to go after Tails, but Issei stepped in their way. The fight is with me, not him, Issei declared, launching himself into the fray. The battle consisted of Issei and Tails dodging rather than attacking. The girl, observing this, signaled for a halt. The others understood and backed off, but the girl took a combat stance. Issei and Tails waited. The girl lunged at them, swinging her axe. Issei and Tails dodged, but the girl was slashing left and right with precision. Just when they thought she couldn't be more lethal, she used her tails like knives. Tired of the standoff, Tails quickly appeared in front of her, surprising her and delivering a kick to her stomach, creating some distance. When the girl saw her axe was gone, she was about to charge again when Tails spoke to Issei. Wow, you yokai are impressive, don't you think, Knight? Tails said, causing everyone to be surprised at the mention of the name. I think so, Issei replied, also surprising them. Wait your tea and Kanjite, Knight. Yes, Issei replied. Oh, I apologize for my rudeness. I thought you were enemies, but I see that you, Knight, don't have a different mask, the girl said, bowing slightly. Well, I don't blame you for that. Besides, I can't use my previous gear anymore. But could you tell me who you are? TD asked. Forgive me for not introducing myself. My name is Kunu, daughter of Yasaka, the Yukai Queen, Kunu said. There's no need to bow to us, but may I ask how you've heard of us? TD inquired. That's due to 2 reasons. The first is that I met with the Mao Leviathan today, who mentioned you, Kunu explained. And the second? Issei asked. The second is that a white kitsune told me about you too, although she referred to you as her family, Kunu said, looking puzzled as she sensed that Issei and TD were different. Does that white kitsune happen to have red markings on her cheeks, a playful attitude, a big smile, and a tail that wags a lot? Issei asked, realizing that if Kiri was there, then his search would be complete. Yes, Kunu confirmed. Well, TD, our search has come to an end. We finally found her, Issei said. May I ask what you're doing here? Kunu inquired. Let's just say a certain mischievous girl didn't inform me that she was here, so I came to look for her, Issei replied. Is she with you? TD asked. Yes, she is, Kunu answered. Perfect. If it's not too much trouble, could you guide us to her? Issei requested. Of course, Kunu said. Before we head over there, could you tell me if someone trained you with the axe? TD asked. Yes, someone trained me along with 2 other people, Kunu replied. Hey, it seems important to you, TD said, handing the axe to Kunu. They followed Kunu, and by the time they arrived, it was around 6 in the evening. They crossed a barrier that separated the human world from the Yukai realm and arrived at a temple guarded by sentinels. Upon entering the temple, they were surprised to see Serafal and Azazel there with Issei and Tails. Tikuan and Nightkuan. What a surprise to find you here. Serafal exclaimed. Same here, Leviathan-sama and Azazel, Issei replied. Moo. Call me Levi-tan or Sarachan. Serafal pouted. I'm sorry, but I'm used to it this way. If it's a request, then the only thing I can say is Serafal-san, Issei said. Well, that's fine, Serafal conceded. By the way, why are you here? Azazel asked. Before anyone could respond, someone tackled Issei, surprising everyone. So this is where you were, huh? Issei said, prompting Kiri to squeal with happiness. I still haven't forgotten what you did, Issei said, causing Kiri to tremble a bit. He noticed Tails looking for help. I'm sorry, but this time you brought it on yourself, TD said. Excuse my rudeness, but who is he? Serafal asked, just as Kiri ran over to her and lightly kicked her foot. Sorry, Serafalson, but that's her. Besides, someone sent me to find her because she caused some problems and worried that person, Issei explained. I understand, Azazel said. Everyone was chatting comfortably until, after 3 hours, it was night, and Marcos, Irina, and the rest of the Gremory nobility who had gone on the trip arrived. They were also surprised to find Issei and Tails there, but they quickly explained the situation. Everyone asked about the new mask, and Issei gave them the same response he had given Kunu. Once everyone was gathered, they began a meeting. 2 other Yukai leaders joined Kunu, while Ross, Azazel, and Serafal sat on the left. In front were Marcos, Irina, Zenobia, and Asia, and on the right were Issei, Tails, and Kiri. All right, before we start, we're still missing 3 people, Kunu said. Who would they be? Marcos asked. You'll meet them soon. They helped me so much that you could say they're part of my family, Kunu replied, just as the door slid open, and 3 individuals entered, whom Tails recognized immediately. TD thought, surprised to see 3 figures before him, one wearing a white mask and a yellow jacket, another in an orange hoodie with a completely black face dotted with red points for eyes, and the last one wearing orange glasses and a scarf that covered the lower half of his face, along with a dull green sweater and a dark blue beanie. Thank you for coming so quickly, Toby, Masky, and Hoodie, Kunu said, and the 3 of them positioned themselves behind her like bodyguards. The meeting was primarily to clarify certain matters and misunderstandings. Azazel mentioned that the faction most likely to capture Yasaka was the Heroes faction. Heroes faction. Issei said, a faction made up solely of humans with sacred gears and a few remarkable abilities, Azazel replied. Isn't it the hero's job to save people? Issei asked. For them it's not like that. We don't know the exact objective, but they don't associate with supernatural beings at all, Azazel explained. I understand, Issei said. Everything continued normally. Kunu asked for help from both groups. Marcos accepted without hesitation, and Issei also agreed, wanting to thank them for taking care of Kiri while he was away. Once that was settled, they were about to leave, everyone except Tails, Issei, Kunu, Toby, Hoodie, and Masky. I need to talk to you 3, TD said. Why would we do that? Toby replied, pulling out his axe. Guys, don't provoke me. Besides, I remember you 3, so let's please keep this civil, TD urged, encouraging Toby to put away his axe. Kunu, could you please step out? This topic is private, Masky requested. It has to do with the creepypastas, Kunu said. Exactly, Masky confirmed. I understand. Take care, everyone. Tomorrow, I'll take you on a tour of the city. See you later, Kunu said as she left with Kiri. TD thought, it's surprising they told her about us. Now can you tell us who you are? Toby asked, as Tails simply removed his hood, revealing his identity to the three. So it was you, doll, Toby said, surprised. Looks like I wasn't the only one, TD remarked. Tails, could you tell me how you know them? Issei inquired. Oh, sorry, Issei. They're other creepies, apart from being the idiot trio, or as I like to call them, the three goofballs, TD said, catching Issei off guard. Do you think it's a good idea to reveal who I am? Issei asked. Don't worry, they'll keep the secret, right guys? TD said, prompting the three to nod. But can you tell me why you call them the three goofballs? Issei pressed. Trust me, these three do any ridiculous thing that comes to their minds, TD replied. Oh, come on, just tell me one, Toby urged. Let's see. Oh yes, that time they tried to scare humans and ended up attracting the police, TD recounted. Another one, Hoodie said. That time Toby jumped from the top of the stairs and ended up paralyzed, and you all followed him, TD continued. That doesn't prove anything, Masky protested. There's also the time they went to a bar, got a bit too drunk, and ended up setting the place on fire, TD added. Okay, you win, Toby conceded, sounding defeated. Haha, seriously you three. Issei laughed so hard he fell to the ground. And that's just the beginning, TD said. The three were silent. After all, there was a reason Tails called them that. Tails then asked why they were there. They explained that they had appeared outside the Yasaka temple, not knowing how they ended up there, but they had serious injuries. Even Toby, despite being immune to pain, couldn't get up because his body wasn't responding well. Some yukais took them for intruders and brought them before Yasaka. At that time, she didn't have Kunu yet, so they were locked up, but over time, they gained the trust of the yukais. Yasaka provided them with a home and food, and although they initially planned to leave, they trained the yukais in return and helped them as much as they could. Later, Yasaka became PRGNT with Kunu, but the father didn't want to take responsibility and fled. However, he made a mistake, and the three hunted him down, leaving him incapacitated and bringing him before Yasaka. He begged for mercy, but Yasaka ordered his death, which the three gladly accepted. During that time, while Yasaka was PRGNT, the three helped her, and when Kunu was born, they took it upon themselves to care for her and be her father figures if needed. As Kunu grew, she became fond of them, calling them uncle or father, depending on the situation. When they learned of Yasaka's kidnapping, they were so enraged that they began searching everywhere but couldn't find her whereabouts. Now I understand why she's lethal with the axe, TD said. I wasn't the only one. Each of us taught her a different aspect to handle, and I must say we're proud of our little princess, Toby added. Seeing that you're like this, we'll help you, but only in public. Call me T and Issei Knight, TD instructed. Understood. Besides, it seems you have someone close to you, Toby said, understanding that feeling. For now, we'll take our leave. If we find anything, we'll contact you, TD said, handing Toby a type of transmitter. The same goes for you, Toby replied. And Tails left, and upon reflection, they realized they had nowhere to stay, so out of sheer embarrassment, they asked Kunu if she could provide them with lodging for the night, which she accepted. The next day, Issei woke up early with Tails. Kiri wasn't with them because she had gone with Murayama. They left the room, but Issei still had his mask on and Tails his hood. They ran into Kunu, who told them she was going to train. Out of pure curiosity, Issei wanted to see what the training was like. They arrived at a secluded spot, where the three were already present. Issei stepped aside and observed how Kunu performed. For a girl, she was indeed lethal. It reminded him of when Tails and Drake trained him. After a while, it was time to join the others, so Issei and Tails followed Kunu, who was in fox form. They arrived with the others, including the perverted duo with Aika. Kunu began showing them famous places. They encountered Azazel and Ross resting, but it was clear Ross was drunk. Azazel simply told them to continue enjoying their trip. They were halfway through when something happened. They were transported to a different dimension, except for the perverted duo and Aika, who were not with them. A fog began to appear, and Kiba came running toward them, with Azazel appearing as well. Kunu was surprised by this. "Dimension lost, I didn't think I'd be here," Azazel said. "This fog, not again," Marcos muttered. "This can't be happening," Kunu said. "What's wrong, Kunu?" Issei asked. "I heard my mother disappeared in a fog similar to this," Kunu replied. "So that's how it is," Issei said. As the fog thickened, more figures began to appear, but one silhouette stood out as it approached with a spear. With a swift movement, it launched something that forced Azazel to invoke multiple protective circles, but it wasn't enough, and he was pushed away. The silhouette with the spear moved closer to the others. "Nice to meet you, Azazel and Security," Cao Cao said. Before them stood Cao Cao, the leader of the heroes' faction, while Issei remained on high alert. Azazel returned to the others. "My name is Cao Cao, descendant of the famous Cao Cao from the Three Kingdoms," he introduced himself. "You kidnapped my mother. What do you plan to do with her?" "Get ready," Kunu said, gripping her axe tightly. "She'll have to help us with our little experiment," Cao Cao replied. "Experiment?" Kunu asked, surprised and frightened at the thought of what might happen to her mother. "But first, I want to greet and test my strength against Azazel and the Security," Cao Cao continued. Issei watched silently, a question lingering in his mind. "I wouldn't mind, but first you'll have to return the Yukai Queen to us so we can form an alliance with them," Azazel said. "You'll have to force her out," Cao Cao said with a grin. "They're enemies, right?" Issei asked. "Yes, they are, Knight," Azazel replied, causing Cao Cao to raise an eyebrow at the title. "So you're the Knight? You don't seem like much," Cao Cao remarked. Issei shot him a glare, returning the insult. Who is Cao Cao?" Issei asked, prompting a frown from Cao Cao. "You don't know who Cao Cao is?" T asked. "No idea. Do you know him?" "Because he doesn't seem like a big deal to me either," Issei said with a smile, though it was hard to tell behind his full mask. "Of course, all the supernatural beings don't know about humans," Cao Cao replied. "And to be honest, that's a relief because I'm not interested in hearing about someone who isn't a hero," Issei said. Cao Cao sighed, clearly annoyed by the comment. "Leonard, create the anti-magic monsters, please," Cao Cao instructed, and a young man with white hair and bronze skin stepped forward to summon monsters that erupted from the ground. "Annihilation Maker. I didn't think you had something so dangerous with you, but looking at it now, it hasn't fully developed yet," Azazel commented. "That may be true, but still," Cao Cao began, just as one of the monsters launched a light attack. "Light attack," Marcos said, invoking his balance breaker. "The monsters exploit their opponent's weaknesses to counter them," Cao Cao explained. Everyone took their combat positions. Kiba and Zenobia charged forward with their swords. This time, Zenobia didn't have Durandal because she had sent it to the heavens, so she was using Ascalon, which Marcos had lent her and she kept in a pocket dimension. Asia stood ready, her gloves on, while Irina was dodging and Marcos was deep in thought. "Not everyone is here, so I need to think about what can be done now," Marcos pondered, observing the scene until an idea struck him. "Kiba, try to hold them off and create something that absorbs light. Zenobia, cover the rear. This way, we'll have a chance to hold them back. Asia, get into an attack-defense position in case we encounter any issues," Marcos instructed. "Understood," the others replied. "Zenobia-san," Asia called, prompting Zenobia to summon Asia's sword and toss it to her, which she caught. "Knight and Sensei, please help us protect Kunu in case they try anything," Marcos urged. "Argento-san, don't show what that sword can do just yet," Issei warned. "Understood," Asia replied. "Irina, since you're an angel, light isn't a strong weakness for you, so please destroy them," Issei said. "Even if it's not my weakness, they can still hurt me, but I'll be careful," Irina responded as she ascended into the sky. "I'll fight you," Azazel declared, drawing Fafnir and activating his balance breaker, summoning his lance of light. Asia returned it after the incident with Rias. "I hope so," Cao Cao said, launching himself at Azazel, who clashed his lance against Cao Cao's. "Hey, I'm just going to say don't go all out, just do what's necessary," T said, ensuring only Marcos and the rest of the group understood, and they nodded in agreement. Asia, promote to Rook, Marcos instructed, and Asia pulled out the card Rias had given her. The monsters attacked, but Marcos dodged and destroyed the ones that came at him. 3 opponents charged at Marcos, but Issei intercepted them. The 3 were about to say something, but Issei unleashed fire, knocking them out of the fight. He felt a bit disappointed to see they went down so easily. Kunu watched in surprise, thinking Issei had used senjutsu. I never thought you'd use senjutsu, Kunu remarked. It's not senjutsu, T replied. Then what is it? Kunu asked, her curiosity piqued. I'll explain later, T said, and Kunu nodded. I never thought the Kanjite Knight could take others out of the fight, a white-haired figure said, emerging from the mist. And who are you? Issei asked. Excuse me, the others call me Siegfried, the figure introduced himself. No wonder he looked familiar, Zenobia said. Do you know him? Issei asked. He's a high-level exorcist, Zenobia replied. A traitor to the church? Issei questioned. Who knows? But I'll leave the introductions here. Attack me, Siegfried said, just as Kiba appeared from behind to strike, but Siegfried dodged and summoned a sword to counter Kiba's attack. Kiba narrowly avoided the strike. Zenobia seized the opportunity, advancing with great speed for another cut, but Siegfried summoned another sword from his hand to block her attack. Kiba made a vertical slash, but Siegfried conjured a third arm with a sword to stop Kiba's blow. Irina launched a circle of light, but Siegfried simply destroyed it with a sword and spun with his blades, forcing Kiba and Zenobia to leap back to evade. But they positioned themselves for an attack in case the battle continued. Impressive, but why does he have 3 arms? It's strong, that's for sure, but how strong? Kiba asked, noting that both he and Zenobia had only used a fraction of their knightly speed, not pushing themselves to the limit. I can only tell you that Gram, Bamung, and Not Hun are legendary cursed swords. The arm I have is twice critical, the arm of a dragon, Siegfried explained. I knew it. It's a sacred gear, and he hasn't shown us what abilities it has yet, Kiba replied. I haven't activated my balance breaker yet, Siegfried said, just as the ground began to tremble, followed by explosions that heralded the arrival of Azazel and Chow Chow on a section of the bridge. It's impressive that this is the Gremory family. Your hard work shows when you're here, Sekiryu, Chow Chow remarked. Thanks, but even so, it's only temporary. Besides, it was thanks to our teacher that we developed this way in case such an inconvenience arose, Marcos said, recalling how part of their training with Tails involved leading the team in Rias and Aquino's absence. Looking at it another way, you might not have realized it, but because your magical abilities are low, you have a greater chance of leading the team. You could say you're becoming the most dangerous Sekiryu that has ever existed, Chow Chow noted. That's true, but still, why has the hero faction only moved now? Azazel asked from above. Our motive is simple, we want to see how far we can push our humanity, Chow Chow explained. How so? Azazel asked, not grasping the meaning. Every supernatural being in this world is strong. It's just a whim, but we want to know how much we can do against you as humans, Chow Chow said. Marcos merely smiled at this, though his helmet concealed it. Oh, it's a shame you're in second place, Marcos teased, causing Chow Chow to frown. What do you mean? Chow Chow asked. Someone acted faster than you, and that person, to put it simply, is more amazing than you, Marcos replied with a hint of irony. I don't understand, Chow Chow said, genuinely puzzled. The person I'm talking about showed me what you want to do, but I don't think I need to explain what race they were because I believe you already know, Marcos said. Chow Chow was taken aback. A human had achieved his goal, and he refused to believe it. You're lying. There's no way to prove that, Chow Chow insisted. Believe what you want, but even the Mao knows, so tell me, what would I gain by lying to you? Marcos said, his tone a mix of mockery and cheer. Chow Chow was at a loss for words. He wanted to doubt it, he wanted to believe it wasn't true. But what if there was a human who had already shown how capable humans could be? Unintentionally, Marcos had done what no one else could. He made Chow Chow doubt, unaware that the human he spoke of was closer than they thought. Everyone stood still until a type of golem emerged from the water, and Azazel was astonished. Gogu Magoku, the weapon created by ancestral gods. It's supposed to be confined in the dimensional rift. What is it doing here? Azazel said, unable to believe his eyes, as a circle appeared, revealing someone descending in a witch's outfit. Nice to meet you. My name is Luffei Pendragon, a witch from Valisama's team. I came to deliver a message from Valisama and Shadow-san, Luffei said, clearing her throat. I thought I told you not to interfere, she continued, quoting Shadow-san, be careful what you get into if you don't want a monster behind you. Chow Chow-san, you're going to receive a punishment, Luffei warned, causing Gogu to raise its arms and strike the bridge. Everyone nearby jumped to avoid the golem's blow. Fortunately, Tails caught Kunu to put her out of harm's way. Asia also jumped back to safety on the good side of the bridge, and Issei followed suit. Luffei, floating on her broom, approached Marcos. I'm a fan of the Heroic Dragon program, Luffei said. Marcos replied, taken aback. Could I shake your hand? Luffei asked. Sure, thanks, Marcos said, shaking her hand, and she beamed with happiness. By any chance, do you know where Knight is? Luffei asked, and Marcos pointed to where Issei was, prompting her to head over to him. Could I shake your hand? Luffei repeated. Oh, tell me, would you be interested in something more than just a simple handshake? Issei asked. What could be better than that? Luffei replied. This. Issei said, as a miniature version of himself appeared with his previous team. Luffei was thrilled and even happier when Issei started giving her an autograph. You say your name is Luffei Pendragon, so here, Issei said, handing her the figure. Thank you so much. Luffei exclaimed, tucking the figure away in a pocket dimension. The golem was about to continue its attack when Chow Chow's spear pierced it near the chest, causing the golem to fall into the water as Luffei went to check on it. Well, that was an unexpected interruption, so let's continue, Chow Chow said, and everyone got back into position just as a drunken Ross appeared, indiscriminately casting spells that flew toward the bridge. Everyone quickly scattered as someone held back Ross's spells. There are too many surprises right now, but I think it's time to kick off our little festival, Chow Chow announced as Ross's attack ceased. Hey, Azazel, we invite you and the others to our little experiment, using the powers of Kyoto itself and its nine-tailed leader in Nijo Castle tonight. Don't miss it. Chow Chow said, as the mist began to spread. Hey, everything is returning to normal. Put everything away. Azazel instructed, as the mist enveloped everyone, returning them to their previous location as if nothing had happened. Azazel was running ahead but was too late when the hero faction vanished, leaving him frustrated. Meanwhile, Ross lay unconscious in front of him. Why, my mother? Don't worry, you'll see that your mother will come back to you safe and sound, Issei said, crouching down to Kunu's level, trying to reassure her as she looked worried. The others stepped back, deep in thought about their next move. Marcos and the others headed back to the hotel where they had been staying, while Issei and Tails returned to Kunu and the others. Upon their return, Issei encountered a group of people who appeared both aggressive and sad. He confronted one of them and managed to subdue them, but then a small red sphere shot out from the person and nearly hit Issei. Fortunately, Tails caught it just in time. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the sphere contained Drake's aura, so he called Drake to confirm his suspicions. Tails and Issei joined the others, and when they entered the hotel, they found Marcos waiting for them. Issei handed over the sphere and asked why it was significant. Drake explained that this sphere was something Marcos had created while on the train. He also mentioned that Marcos needed to channel his influence into the boosted gear to access something more powerful and reliable than the Juggernaut. The common trait among boosted gear wielders was that they often let negative emotions guide them. Additionally, Marcos needed to familiarize himself with the Knight and Tower pieces, but he didn't know how. Tails assured him that he would understand what that meant when he least expected it. As Issei and Tails were about to leave, Azazel invited them to stay and help plan their strategy, which they accepted. Azazel discussed the areas where disturbances were occurring and called for assistance. Angels, fallen angels, demons, and Yukai would join the effort, along with one other person he summoned. The offensive team would consist of Rias's entourage and Saji, while the defensive team would be Sona's entourage, which, like Rias's, was small in number. Issei would be part of the offensive, and Tails would stay close in case things went awry. With that settled, they waited until night fell. Azazel managed to acquire 2 Phoenix Tears, one for each group. Meanwhile, he asked Issei if he could prepare something. Ross, who was present, became curious. Issei agreed, and they moved to a separate area. Issei pulled out various drinks and prepared one for Azazel that he enjoyed immensely, while he made a lighter drink for Ross, this time with only a minimal amount of alcohol. Surprisingly, Ross didn't get drunk and ended up loving it so much that he ordered another. Issei was happy to oblige, and they spent time there until night fell. As Issei, Tails, and Ross were leaving, they ran into the rest of Rias's entourage. They gathered together and were about to head to their strategic points when Kunu suddenly leaned against Issei's back. Thankfully, Issei didn't stumble forward. "What are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be with the others?" Issei asked. "I want to help get my mother back, and I won't take no for an answer," Kunu replied determinedly. Issei turned to the others, seeking their approval. "All right, but I hope Toby or the others have been informed that you're here," Issei said, trying to keep Kunu a bit tense. "Weiss, I told them," Kunu stammered nervously. Issei knew she was lying, but he decided to let it slide for now. "Just tell me if Kiri will be safe," Issei said. "Yes, she will be. Knowing the person who is taking care of her, I can imagine they will move heaven and earth to find anyone who has harmed her," Kunu replied. "You have no idea how right you are," Issei thought. "Tails, could you please inform Kiri not to interfere?" Issei asked. "Understood. Guys, I'll be back quickly. I need to take care of something first," Tails said as he stepped away. Everyone was about to leave when a purple mist enveloped them, transporting them to another location. Issei found himself with Marcos and Kunu. They didn't understand where they were, except that it seemed to be a station. Marcos called Kiba to confirm that they were in a different place, and the same went for Asia. The meeting point would be at Nijo Castle. Just as he was about to leave, a figure appeared, blocking their exit. Marcos had a vague memory of an encounter in Kuo when they faced someone who controlled shadows. Marcos activated his balance breaker, and the figure did the same. Marcos charged, but his blows passed right through the figure. In a moment of distraction, Marcos found himself trapped, and the figure formed a blade, preparing to strike him. However, Issei and Kunu attacked with their flames. The figure, underestimating them, attempted to stop their attack with his hands but suffered severe burns. Marcos freed himself from the shadow bindings, and he and Issei had the same idea. Issei put his hands in front of him while Marcos listened to the boost chant resonating from his chest. "Kunu, get behind us," Issei instructed, and she nodded, positioning herself behind both of them. "Ready." "Did you hear that transfer?" Marcos asked. "More than ready," Issei replied, and both unleashed fire, inflicting severe burns that left the man nearly lifeless as he collapsed to the ground. "You don't know who you're messing with," the dying man stammered. Issei approached him calmly. "And you think that matters to us? You're just a pawn, manipulated by someone like him," Issei said. "You don't understand how we, the wielders of the sacred gears, feel. You should know better than anyone," the man retorted. "That just proves one thing to me," Issei replied. "What thing?" the man asked. "You don't know what it means to be a hero," Issei said, delivering a punch that knocked the man unconscious. "Night," Kunu said. "Let's go find your mother," Issei said, prompting Marcos to deactivate his balance breaker as they exited the subway station. They found everyone at the entrance of Nijo Castle. Tails was there, along with Toby, Masky, and Hoodie. Zenobia had Durandal, modified once again. They rushed inside and encountered Chow Chow, Siegfried, and 2 others in the hall. "Great, here comes the loser with his band of super freaks," Issei mocked, causing laughter among everyone except Chow Chow and his companions. "How dare you say such a thing?" a muscular guy challenged. "Well, I don't see any other freaks here except you and your ugly face," Issei shot back. "And you're not one," Siegfried countered. At least I don't have more than 2 arms to call Manuel. Hey, do you happen to know Manuel? Because with the arms you have, I wouldn't be surprised if you knew her quite well, Issei teased, prompting more laughter from the group. Enough chatter, bring her here, Chow Chow commanded, and Yasaka appeared behind Issei and the others. Mother, it's me, Kunu. What's wrong? Why aren't you responding? Kunu asked Yasaka, who seemed entranced. What have you done to my mother? Kunu demanded angrily. Calm down, little princess. She'll help us with an experiment, Chow Chow said, raising his spear and striking the ground. Yasaka clutched her head and transformed into Kyubi. Isn't it magnificent? The Kyubi, the highest class of Yukai, and the city of Kyoto, built in close relationship with it. If we harness the power of the Kyubi along with the city, we can summon Great Red here, Chow Chow declared. Pfff ha ha. Issei laughed, causing Chow Chow and his companions to look at him strangely. Oh wait, you were serious? Then let me laugh even harder. Ha. Issei continued. What's so funny? Chow Chow asked, somewhat irritated. Oh, nothing. I'm just surprised that you, being human, are foolish enough to believe he would come to your call. That guy just likes hanging out in the dimensional gap without causing trouble for anyone, Issei replied. For that very reason, he's a problem for our boss. She wants to go home, but he's a nuisance, Chow Chow explained. Issei thought, so Office is behind this too. Don't you find it curious, Security and Kanjite Knight, what would happen if you two faced Great Red? Chow Chow asked. I'm not curious. Only you think about being selfish, Marcos said. Marcos is right, you plan to put others in danger, Zenobia said, pointing her sword at Chow Chow. We won't let you harm anyone, Irina added, standing behind Zenobia alongside Kiba. Well, wherever the Gremory family goes it means trouble, but I'd still follow them because they're my friends, Saji said, as the silhouette of a serpent appeared behind him. It was Vritra, one of the 5 Dragon Kings. Who do we attack first, the Holy Spear or the Kyubi? Either option works for me, Vritra said. Saji was about to respond when a flash appeared. It was Zenobia, who slashed at where Chow Chow and the others stood, creating a hole and causing a small section to be destroyed. Everyone was shocked by the state of the place, but Tails was another story. Zenobia, TD said, making her tense up. Why, Sensei, Zenobia stammered. You'll have double training as punishment for that, TD said, and Zenobia nodded. Chow Chow and the others emerged from the rubble, albeit with minor scrapes and wounds. Impressive, this is the level of the Gremory family. Shalba really underestimated them, Chow Chow remarked. Stuck in the old times, he couldn't see beyond his comfort zone. What do we do now? Good question, but now, George, Chow Chow said, motioning for a guy to step back and summon several magical circles that concentrated into a point directed at Yasaka, amplifying her aura. Let's see if this brings Great Red over here, George remarked. I understand, Siegfried, Jean, Heracles, who do you want to face? Chow Chow asked. Siegfried simply pointed at Kiba and Zenobia, Jean at Irina, and Heracles at Ross, but they all had something in common. And Knight, they said in unison, while Issei struck a strange pose as if he wanted to flee. Kaya, Chow Chow, control your phenomena. I didn't know they would swing that way. You're not swinging that way, are you? Issei exclaimed, and Chow Chow twitched in annoyance. You're really irritating, you know that. Chow Chow said, visibly frustrated. Thanks, I've been told that a lot, Issei replied. I'm sorry, everyone, but leave this to me and Security, Chow Chow declared. For you guys, someone gave me a bit of help, he added, referring to Tails and the 3 figures, as a large magical circle formed. The figure that emerged was intimidating, even for Chow Chow, a deformed red figure. Tails, Toby, Masky, and Hoodie recognized it. This was one of the heavyweights. Great, of all the creepypastas, why did it have to be red? TD thought, aware that while Red wasn't as dangerous as Zalgo, he was still formidable. What about Vritra? Chow Chow asked. Saji, can you handle the Kyubi and if possible, get her out of there? Marcos instructed, and Saji nodded. Promote Vritra, Saji said, transforming into Vritra. One of the 5 Dragon Kings has returned, Cao Cao announced. Zenobia, please hand me the sword, Issei requested, and Zenobia nodded, drawing the sword and handing it to Asia. Toby approached Kunu to give her the axe. He had his own axe as well. Argento-san, be careful, Issei warned. Kunu, if things start to get ugly, get out of here, Toby advised. Asia and Kunu nodded but were still ready to provide support. Marcos activated his balance breaker, and everyone took their combat positions until a portal appeared behind Marcos and the others. When Issei turned around, he recognized the portal as someone stepped out whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Doom Slayer. Seriously, this is not a good time. Issei thought, but surprisingly, Doom stood still. Issei was about to ask something when Doom pointed at Red. Issei simply nodded, and Doom charged at him. Well, at least we have an unexpected ally. TD thought, realizing that seeing Doom around was unusual, but as the saying goes, don't look a gift horse in the mouth. Everyone went off to face their respective opponents. Issei and Marcos against Cao Cao, Zenobia and Kiba against Siegfried, Heracles against Ross, Jean against Irina, and Tails, Toby, Hoodie, Masky, and Doom against Red, while Saji faced Yasaka. With Kiba and Zenobia, they were in a fierce standoff against Siegfried, who was just like during their encounter on the bridge. Kiba and Zenobia were holding back a bit since they didn't know what Siegfried was capable of. At one point, they pulled back while Siegfried remained still. Balance breaker, Siegfried declared, and 3 more arms appeared, wielding 3 additional swords. He looks like an Ashura, Kiba said, getting into a defensive stance. I guess I'll have to use dual swords, Zenobia said, drawing an Excalibur from Durandal. Siegfried, now fully armed, charged at both of them. With Irina meanwhile, she was launching Ball of Light at Jean, who dodged each attack with ease. Irina was pushing herself hard, as her training hadn't been as rigorous. What I expect from an angel, in return, I'll show you something good, Jean said, summoning holy swords from the ground. My sacred gear is the holy version of that type, plus, balance breaker, Jean announced, as a dragon made of holy swords began to form behind her. A dragon made of holy swords. Wow, Irina said, surprised. This is my balance breaker, Jean declared. I can't believe I'm facing someone who inherited the soul of Jean Dark, but I won't back down, Irina said as she launched herself into the attack. With Ross, Heracles was giving Ross a bit of trouble since she was only dodging, not giving her all until she was sure her enemy believed she was defenseless. Heracles activated his balance breaker, causing 2 large missiles to grow in his hands, which he launched at Ross as she tried to escape. Just before the 2 missiles could hit her, they exploded on contact. Heracles was confused about what had happened, but Ross quickly glanced at Kunu and Asia, who had their weapons ready. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that Kunu's axe and Asia's sword were slightly scorched but still intact. Kunu threw her axe while Asia simply swung her sword. Both weapons went unnoticed by Heracles, but Ross was grateful and cast magical spells at him, which he defended against. With Issei Hyoudou and Marcos were watching the battle, surprised to find themselves up against descendants of famous heroes. You're going to enter your balance breaker too, Marcos said. I don't think that's necessary against you guys. After all, I could defeat you in seconds, Cao Cao replied. I'd like to see you try, Issei challenged. And you don't plan on using your full team? Cao Cao asked. I would, but I don't want to waste it on humans who aren't worth it, Issei answered. Don't you think we're a challenge for you? Cao Cao said, annoyed that Issei seemed to disregard him. Unless you're worth something, I won't use my full team. Besides, I want to see how far I can push my limits, Issei replied. I understand. Well then, come at me, Sekiryu and Knight. I want to see how great your power is, Cao Cao said. Marcos ignited his boosters and charged at Cao Cao, who simply waited. Marcos threw a punch, which Cao Cao deflected with his spear. Cao Cao was about to strike back with the spear's tip, but Issei seized the opportunity to dash toward Cao Cao and land a hit. Cao Cao managed to dodge, but he had to deflect several dragon shots from Marcos. Marcos launched himself again, delivering a combo of punches, and Issei joined in. While Cao Cao could handle one opponent, facing two at once was challenging for him. In one exchange, Issei grabbed Cao Cao's arm, and Marcos drew Ascalon, severing it completely. Cao Cao was taken aback and retreated with his spear, clutching his arm. Issei thought he would concede but was surprised when Cao Cao produced a phoenix tear and reattached his arm. "How do you have a phoenix tear?" Issei asked, ready for battle. "You'd be surprised at the ways to obtain one," Cao Cao replied. "But I have to admit, you two are strong," he added. Issei was about to respond when he noticed Kiba and Zenobia standing next to him, alongside Ross and Irina. In front of them were Jean, Siegfried, and Heracles, all sporting a few scratches. "It's impressive that you've lasted this long," Jean said. "I never thought you'd make it this far," Heracles added. Everyone was looking at each other when suddenly explosions and gunfire erupted. They turned to see all the creepies alongside Doom facing off against Red. With Tails, this group had it tougher since Red was darting around, making it difficult for them to land a single hit despite his speed. Doom fired a plasma rifle, but he needed to be close, as it shot a beam reminiscent of Ghostbusters. When that didn't work, he switched to a rocket launcher. Red continued to run, but unexpectedly, 3 missiles followed him and struck, seemingly having no effect. Annoyed, Red turned his attention to Doom, who simply dodged to the side. Red stopped, and Tails and the other creepies didn't realize what was happening until they saw Red undergoing a metamorphosis. Suddenly, wings sprouted from his back, and his legs transformed as he took to the skies. Everyone was on high alert, and Tails noticed the others were struggling. "Hey, could you keep him busy for a bit?" "I need to do something," Tails said, heading toward where Issei and the others were. With Issei, everyone was ready to charge when they heard a shout. "Group Gremory!" Tails called out, prompting Kiba and the others to look at him. "Show me what you're capable of. You're allowed to use 100% of your power." Tails said, stepping back to confront Red. "Yes, Sensei." The Gremory group responded, with Kiba merely tapping the soles of his shoes, causing a magic circle to vanish. Zenobia took on a more serious stance. Ross cracked her neck, and Marcos began to channel more power. "Do you remember the sphere you have?" a woman asked Marcos. "Of course I remember, Elsha," he replied. "I think it's time to unleash that potential," Elsha said. "How do I do that?" Marcos asked. Think of something that defines you, and you'll know the answer," Elsha said, disappearing from the boosted gear, as that was her last piece of assistance. "What defines me? The only thing I can think of is regret and protection." "Wait, that's it. I regret, but at the same time, I protect what I have left. If I can't protect, then I'll be nobody," Marcos declared, causing his armor's aura to surge. Everyone was gearing up, but Kiba charged at Siegfried and delivered a slash. Siegfried was surprised but managed to block it. What he didn't expect was a kick to the face from Kiba. Zenobia also went after Siegfried, making the fight more even. Ross attacked Heracles, landing a solid hit. Confident, Heracles raised his hand to block, but the blow was too strong, causing him to bend his hand slightly. Irina was the only one exhausted since Jean had been a tough opponent. She was about to continue, but Issei stopped her. "I'll take her on." "In your state, you'll only get yourself killed," Issei said, and Irina didn't argue, simply sitting down. "So, I'll have the honor of facing Naita." "Come at me," Jean said. Issei dashed toward her, throwing a punch that caught her off guard. She raised her sword, thinking she could defend against it, but didn't expect a blow to her stomach that made her spit. Issei didn't stop there. He kicked her in the face, sending her flying back a few meters. He dashed again, but Jean reacted quickly, invoking her balance breaker, thinking it would keep him occupied. However, she was shocked when Issei only summoned the part of his gear that was his hand and struck the dragon made of swords, destroying it. Jean was left bewildered and unconscious after Issei hit her on the back of the neck, causing the gear to vanish. "At least I know my level is stronger than before," Issei said, carrying Jean back to his teammates. As Marcos increased his aura, Cao Cao became a bit serious. Without much thought, it seemed Marcos launched himself into the sky. Cao Cao watched, but suddenly, Marcos's armor began to thin and speed up, allowing him to strike Cao Cao. Cao Cao defended himself, but again, The armor grew more robust. Cao Cao attempted to pierce the armor, but Marcos simply raised his arm to block the spear, preventing it from penetrating. Impressed, Cao Cao had to react quickly as Marcos prepared to strike. The only thing he could do was put his spear in front of him, but he still couldn't avoid being dragged back a few meters. Marcos's armor returned to normal. "Phew, that drained a lot of my power," Marcos said, breathing. "Tell me about it, but I could feel my power when I was unleashed," Drake replied. "Now you are," Marcos said. "I mean before I was sealed here," Drake clarified, and Marcos nodded. "That was interesting. If I had to put it into words, I'd call it an illegal move," Cao Cao remarked. "Illegal move. Did you hear that?" Marcos asked. "You know, it's a chess term for doing something improper because it's not in the rules," Cao Cao replied. "It sounds like a trident to me," Drake chimed in. "A trident?" Marcos asked, puzzled. "Yeah, the trident used by the Greek god Poseidon. It's a fitting analogy, considering the three pieces you used. The knight makes you quick, the rook makes you stronger and more defensive, and with the bishop, you unleashed powerful moves the time you faced your false self. So you can see why I say that," Drake explained. "Then let's call it the illegal move trident," Marcos suggested. "However, it seems you can't go on much longer," Cao Cao remarked. "It's hard to switch one piece for another. We underestimated them before, but now we have their attention," Marcos replied. "I'd like to continue, but the moment has come," Cao Cao said as a dimensional rift appeared in the sky. "Well, it seems it's time for..." Cao Cao began, only to be interrupted by the emergence of a long green dragon from the rift, accompanied by someone else. "Yulong, what are you doing here?" Cao Cao exclaimed, surprised. "Isn't he one of the 5 dragon kings?" Marcos added. "Indeed he is," Drake confirmed. The person accompanying Yulong stepped beside Marcos. "Well, who would have thought you'd come, of all people?" Cao Cao said. "Who are you?" Marcos asked. "The first Son Goku," said Son Goku. "The first?" Marcos said, astonished. "Hey, Yulong, help whoever is facing the QB," Son Goku instructed. "Let's see who's up against the QB. It's Vritra. Are you sure you want me to help him?" Yulong asked. "Do it, and I'll fill your stomach with all the food from Kyoto," Son Goku replied, prompting the dragon to charge at the QB. "I see your other companions are having trouble, except for one who's next to that guy," Son Goku noted, causing Cao Cao to turn and see Issei carrying Jean. Cao Cao hadn't expected that. Issei simply tossed Jean beside him and stood next to Marcos. "That wasn't too much trouble," Issei said. "What are you?" Cao Cao said, pointing his spear. "Just someone passing through," Issei replied. Suddenly, an explosion echoed from where Tails was. If they looked closely, they'd see Doom wielding a different weapon, firing rapidly. Doom had a yellow aura and was shooting like crazy, reloading at lightning speed. He moved quickly, and every time he switched weapons, he did so in a flash, firing wildly. However, they noticed that the aura surrounding Doom was fading, leading them to believe it was over. But even from a distance, they heard him shout, "Berserk!" A chilling demonic voice followed, and what they saw next was a red aura enveloping Doom as he lunged at Red. He was fast, climbing on top of Red and beginning to pummel him brutally. Red tried to shake him off, but it was as if Doom had latched onto him. After a flurry of blows, Red fell, unable to withstand any more. Doom's aura vanished as he prepared to deliver the final blow, but someone appeared and pulled Doom away. Tails recognized who it was. "Insane," Didi said, turning to face him. "Oh, but look who it is, Tails' doll." Insane exclaimed, thankfully far enough away for everyone to hear. "What are you doing here?" TD asked. "Nothing much, the boss wants this big guy back since he accidentally escaped. Plus, seeing that you're all here, it wouldn't hurt to start another conflict in this world," Insane replied. "What makes you think there will be a conflict?" TD questioned. "Just a hunch, but I have to admit, it's a surprise. For now, though, we'll retreat," Insane said, conjuring a red mist and disappearing along with Red. Doom, without saying a word, left through the portal he came from. Tails relaxed alongside Toby and the others, relieved that the strongest threat had departed. Cao Cao's allies gathered around him, all weary and wounded. Cao Cao couldn't believe what was happening. First, his summoning had failed. Second, Queen Yasaka was weakened from facing 2 Dragon Kings. And third, his allies had been defeated by supernatural beings. Out of sheer rage, he extended his spear, but Son Goku stopped it with one hand. "You won't be able to kill other Buddhist gods with a spear I can stop with my finger," Son Goku said, causing the spear to return to its original size. "It's time for us to retreat, Cao Cao," George urged. "It seems we have no other option. We'll leave it here," Cao Cao conceded as George began to conjure a mist. "You won't escape," Marcos declared, causing his hand to morph into a cannon. He charged it up and fired. Heracles and Siegfried stepped in front, weary but ready to protect their leader. What they didn't expect was for the shot to veer slightly and strike Cao Cao in the right eye. "Security eye." Cao Cao announced that he was about to start his chant, but George quickly covered his mouth. "It's not time to reveal our true intentions yet. Besides, Leonard must have reached his limit by now," George said. "I understand. Hey Hyodo, if you get stronger, I might show you the power of this spear. And Knight, I hope the next time we meet, you'll at least use your gear," Cao Cao remarked. "That will depend on whether it's worth it," Issei replied, and Cao Cao vanished from sight. Once he was gone, the group headed to where Yasaka was, accompanied by Tails and the others. Saji lay exhausted from using Vritra, and Asia rushed to heal him in case he had any injuries. Kunu looked at her mother with sadness, but Toby placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, prompting her to cry. "It's okay, Kunu, it's all over now," Toby said, hugging her gently. "But my mother is," Kunu began. "We know how she is, but we'll need help for that," Toby said, glancing at Tails, who was the focus of everyone's attention. "Why are you looking at me?" Tails asked, confused. "You have the power to enter the minds of others, so you should understand," Hoodie explained. "I would, but I need permission from Kunu. Would you let me enter your mother's mind?" Tails asked. "Please do it, I'm begging you," Kunu pleaded. "Understood. I recommend that a few people accompany me since she might think I'm an enemy. With familiar faces around, she may not attack. Let me know who's coming with me," Tails said, prompting Toby to raise his hand. Kunu wanted to join as well, but Toby stopped her. "I'll go, Kunu. This journey might be difficult, and to be blunt, if we fail, you'll be safe," Toby said. "But I want to save her," Kunu insisted. "Leave this to us. Besides, we won't take long. Or at least, I hope not," Tails said, placing a hand on Yasaka's forehead while Toby rested a hand on Tails' shoulder. They concentrated and entered her mind. While Tails was inside Yasaka's mind, the others outside sat down. "Hey, can I ask you something? Is it true that you wouldn't use your gear unless it was worth it?" Marcos asked, capturing everyone's attention. "Partly, but I wanted to see how far I could push my limits without the armor. I feel like I've been relying on it too much," Issei admitted, leaving everyone deep in thought. "But you managed to win against Jeanne d'Arc, or rather, her descendant," Irina pointed out. "Look, Shido-san, I'll just say she got overconfident and relied too much on her sacred gear, which made her easy to defeat, of course, with the right training. But I ask all of you, was it difficult to face them?" Issei inquired. "Not as much as I thought," Zenobia replied. "Same here," Kiba added. "Yeah, the training really paid off," Ross said. "That's good. So, Shido-san, do you want to train under T's guidance?" Issei offered. Let me think about it," Irina said. Inside the mind, "Oh, tell me the truth," Tails said. "What truth?" Toby replied. "You know that entering here isn't dangerous, so just tell me the truth," Tails insisted, prompting Toby to sigh. "I know that if Kunu came in here, she would regret it because of her mother," Toby confessed. "Why do you say that?" Tails asked. "The truth is, I wouldn't want her to see the memories of her biological father. He apparently loved his wife, but the reality is different," Toby said, anger creeping into his voice. "So, the reason they hunted him down with pleasure was because of that." Tails deduced. "Yep, I enjoyed it, and I wasn't the only one. Hoodie and Masky enjoyed it too. So much mistreatment, so much arrogance," So much pain, I couldn't stand it, Toby admitted. I see, Tails said. Plus, he got Yasaka P-arginin tea, but you already know that story, Toby added. They continued walking until they came across Yasaka, who was half-conscious. Your Majesty! Toby exclaimed, rushing over. Toby! Yasaka said, surprised. Yes, Your Majesty, it's me, Toby replied, getting closer to her. Where are you? Yasaka asked, reaching out her hand. Toby took it, and as Yasaka felt his touch, she calmed down. Unexpectedly, he hugged her, and she returned the embrace. Thank you for coming, Yasaka said, her face lighting up with happiness. I wasn't the only one, Your Majesty. I received help, Toby said. Who? Yasaka was about to ask. First, she needs to wake up. We'll tell her what happened later, Toby said, and Yasaka nodded, focusing her energy. Outside the mind, Tails and Toby opened their eyes and moved back slightly. Everyone watched as the QB shimmered and took on Yasaka's form. Kunu rushed forward, overjoyed to see her mother, and hugged her tightly. Everyone felt a wave of relief now that they had left that place. Marcos and the others returned to the hotel, while Issei and Tails were about to leave, but Yasaka offered them shelter. Embarrassed, they accepted for the second time, though Kunu looked much happier now that her mother was with her. The next day, Issei woke up with Tails. They headed to the training area, finding it empty, so they took the opportunity to train, unaware that the 3 creepypasta characters were with Yasaka and Kunu, who stayed silent out of curiosity about their training methods. Okay, tell me, are you ready? Tails asked, taking a combat stance. Of course, Issei replied, mirroring the stance. They trained non-stop for 3 hours. Kunu was speechless at Issei's rigorous training regimen, which seemed far more intense than hers. Toby, Hoodie, and Masky were surprised, and just as Tails was about to ask something, Kiri appeared nearby. Tails and Issei paused as Kiri approached Issei, perching on his head. Yasaka was astonished, recognizing that breed of kitsune, as they usually didn't approach anyone. The fact that Issei could pet her and that Kiri wasn't scared showed the trust they had in each other. Kiri turned to greet Kunu. It was time to say goodbye to the others, so they headed to the station to bid farewell to the Gremory entourage. Well, thank you for helping me with this matter, Yasaka said. Anytime, Your Majesty, Azazel replied, standing next to Seraphol, Yasaka, Toby, Kunu, Issei, and Tails, while the others stayed behind. Seeing how you helped with this matter, it seems that the alliance with you will be more accessible on my part. However, I must ask Knight-san and T-sen, are you part of them? Yasaka inquired. More like we're allies, Yasaka-sama, but we don't belong to any specific faction, Issei clarified. You could say we're quite general when it comes to helping, Tails added. I understand. Tell me, don't you want a reward? Issei, Tails, and the Gremory entourage, Yasaka asked, directing her question towards them. I don't think so, Marcos replied. Neither do we, Asia added. Azazel was about to speak, but a glance from Seraphol warned him to hold back. I only have a few things, but I'll come by later, Azazel said, sounding a bit nervous. I don't believe it, Titi chimed in. Issei was about to say something when Kiri, who was perched on his shoulder, let out a shriek. Yasaka understood immediately. She placed her hand on Kiri's forehead, and Kiri promptly hopped onto the train in search of Murayama. Can I ask what that was about? Issei inquired. I'm sorry, Knight-san, but it's a surprise. She'll probably show you at some point, Yasaka said with a smile. Oh well, Issei replied. Very well, Your Majesty, we'll take our leave, TD said. Before anything else, you all must come visit us in Kyoto sometime, Kunu insisted. Maybe, Kunu-san. I might come next year, Issei responded. I understand. If that's the case, I can wait, Kunu said, nodding as Issei vanished in a flash of red light, along with Tails, leaving no trace behind. Do they always do that? Did you hear that? Yasaka asked. Most of the time, Azazel replied. With nothing else to discuss, everyone left except for Seraphol, who was off to do some sightseeing. Fortunately, everything had gone smoothly. 1.5 months later, Issei was resting at home, waiting for Kiri to return. By 6 p.m., she was back, looking startled. To soften the blow of her punishment, she employed her puppy eyes technique. Unfortunately for her, Issei was somewhat immune to it, managing to reduce her punishment to just 2 weeks, which he accepted. Throughout the month, Issei received an invitation to a children's show in the underworld. As usual, the program featured the heroic dragon, and Issei was invited as knight. The way they contacted him was a bit complicated, but thanks to Drake, it worked out. It's worth noting that Drake was unaware of this detail. Not even Marcos knew about it, only Tails did. When Issei arrived, he wore a mask, but the Gremory group had created replicas of his previous mask, along with a beret and gauntlets. The material was safe, made of leather, which felt different. However, Tails would receive part of the profits from the show since they used one of his creations without permission. Because Issei was knight, the Gremory patriarchs offered a contract stating that each time knight appeared, he would receive a small percentage of the profits, 25% in a bank account that Issei held. They accepted the terms since the character of knight didn't belong to them. By the end of the day, they spent time signing autographs and a few figurines. Issei felt good about it. Being a symbol of admiration felt nice. Regarding his job, Slender deducted a bit from Issei's salary for not notifying them in advance. Issei accepted it, though he felt a bit sad about it. Everyone at the bar was surprised to learn that Red had appeared, but thanks to Doom, everything was under control. Slender was surprised to find out that Toby and the others were in Kyoto, but he let them be since they hadn't caused any trouble. Another unexpected piece of news was that Ravel had come to the academy. No one knew the exact reasons, but she was curious to see what the human world was like. She was so eager that she asked her brother and parents for help, and they gladly accepted. However, Razor warned her that if he found Knight, he would challenge him to a rematch, which Ravel accepted. On her first day, she caught everyone's attention since her classroom was with Issei and Kaneko. Naturally, she didn't expect to meet a Hyodo brother, but she was warned to be cautious around Issei, not because he was bad, but to avoid getting involved in family matters, as Akino had mentioned that he gave off a sense of danger. However, if she asked for help with something, he wouldn't refuse. She nodded, feeling nervous about how to interact with humans, so they asked Gasper and Kaneko for assistance. They tried, but the results weren't as expected, leaving them no choice but to ask Issei for help. Marcos and Samuel were ruled out since they wouldn't listen to him, and Akino might pay attention, while Rias might as well. Gasper was still getting used to Issei, and Kaneko almost succeeded but ultimately failed. Ross also failed in her attempt. The only one who managed to connect with him was Asia. Ravel was surprised to see that Issei was short with her and somewhat curt, but thanks to that, she learned how to get along with the others. Rias was called by a butler from Sarorg, and one requirement was to bring Tails along. She tried to contact him but couldn't since he hadn't provided a way to do so. Drake was merely listening, unsure whether to call him or not, but in the end he didn't have to, as Tails found out and appeared in front of Rias. With Tails' help, they went to the Citri territory, home to the best hospital in the underworld. The reason for the call was that there was a patient who needed special care. They were taken to see Miss LaBelle, a member of House Vapula, known for their ability to tame lions. She was in a coma due to a disease that only affects demons. Somehow, the butler learned that Tails had a power that could help, and Rias also asked him for assistance. Tails mentioned he would give it a try, but although it might sound cruel, he wouldn't raise their hopes. He attempted to enter her mind and succeeded, but it seemed that no matter how deep he went, he couldn't find any trace of her. Nevertheless, he continued wandering and eventually found her, but she thought he was an enemy. He convinced her that he was an ally, and they talked until it was time to return. Miss La told him that she would wake up eventually, but for now, they shouldn't worry. Tails accepted this and exited her mind. When he returned, he informed them that she was fine but that they needed to be patient. He also mentioned that waking her up forcefully would be counterproductive. They nodded and left. Just as they were about to depart, they ran into Sarorg, who was relieved to hear that his mother was okay. As a small gesture of compensation, he invited Tails and said he could bring Issei if he wanted. Tails accepted and they left together. As for training, Issei had made normal progress but hadn't shown off the equipment yet, as he was keeping it stored for now. The bracelets had increased to 250 kilograms. Issei was now carrying a total of 1 whole ton, and it didn't seem to affect his speed at all, though his strength had definitely improved. His progress continued to be immense, and it seemed there was no limit to it. One thing that piqued his curiosity was entering rage mode, but this time he wanted to control it. Tails would keep an eye on that since it required a lot of concentration and calmness to avoid being overwhelmed by negative emotions. Fortunately for him, Curse would help him in that regard. With the Gremory entourage, he hadn't faced many issues during training. Rias and Aquino had managed to engage in close combat, balancing long and short distances. Kaneko, thanks to her dash, no longer had the shortcomings of a normal tower. Kiba developed a subspecies of his sacred gear, but he would reveal that in the confrontation with Serorg. Zenobia completed the punishment imposed on her, but as a result, she was no longer as reckless as before. Gasper could transform into a vampire and better control his sacred gear. Samuel's magic level was higher, and he had a broader repertoire. He could cast mid-level spells almost continuously, though high-level ones tended to tire him out. With Ross, there wasn't much to teach since, as a Valkyrie, there wasn't much she needed to learn, so he only polished a few of her skills, though that didn't change the fact that she got drunk easily or spent time in 100-yen shops. Ravel met Tails, but he wouldn't train her unless she asked, and Irina accepted the training. It's worth mentioning that she was initially surprised, but at least she managed to handle it somewhat, although it reminded her of a certain person from heaven who had been responsible for training Zenobia and her during their time in the church. That's what has happened over the course of the month. Present-day Issei was on break with his girlfriend, and Seer was there with hers, Laz and Aika. Asia was also with them, chatting away. "Hey Issei, how did you do on the exam?" "Who asked?" Seer inquired. "Oh, since it was multiple choice, I applied the legendary technique," Issei declared. "And what is that?" "Cherished. The dinosaur technique," Issei replied, causing everyone to break into a sweat. "Issei, that doesn't even work," Seer said, as everyone knew it was completely ineffective. "Seriously, the teacher graded it right there, and I got everything right," Issei insisted. "Wait, that's a lie," Seer retorted, but Issei pulled out his exam, and indeed, he had scored perfectly. "Impossible," Murayama and Kates exclaimed, as it defied all logic. "Jejejejejej, so now you believe me," Issei said with a smirk. "Damn it, why didn't you tell me that?" "At least it would help me pass all the time," Seer complained. "Well, you didn't ask about it," Issei replied, causing everyone to fall back dramatically in true anime style. "I'm amazed that the teachers even pass you," TD remarked. "You're not the only one. I'm surprised too," Kurz added. "Well, at least the TV teaches you certain things," Issei said. That's how Issei spent his day. It's worth mentioning that he had noticed something a bit off about Kiri. She seemed somewhat tired. Tails noticed it too. After leaving school, Issei headed home, and upon entering his room, he was taken aback to find a girl between 7 and 9 years old there. She had white fox ears, white hair, a white fox tail, and markings on her cheek. She was happily wagging her tail from side to side. Issei stepped out of the room to confirm it was indeed his, then exited the house to ensure it was his home before stepping back inside. "Welcome home, Oda-san," the girl said. "Excuse me, but who are you?" Issei asked, as Tails appeared in his normal form. "Welcome home too, uncle," the girl said. Tails didn't recognize her until someone came to mind, and he simply referred to her as uncle. "Okay, you know Tails, but who are you?" Issei pressed, causing the girl to pout. "Oda-san, you're mean. I can't believe you don't recognize me," she said. Issei approached her, feeling an odd sense of familiarity until something clicked. The way she called him Papa, her tail and ears, and the red markings on her cheeks suddenly made everything clear. "Keikiri," Issei stammered, and the girl rushed to hug him. "Yes, Oda-san. I'm so glad you recognized me," Kiri exclaimed. "How, when, why, where?" Issei was at a loss for words, completely surprised. "Jejejej, it was during the Kyoto trip," Kiri said, hugging her father, and Issei instinctively hugged her back. So this was the surprise Yasaka was talking about, TD noted. Yep, Kiri confirmed. But why were you tired? Issei asked. That's because I was practicing how to transform, but now I can do it at will, Kiri said with a smile. Well, you certainly surprised me, Issei replied. What do you think? Kiri asked. To be honest, I didn't expect that, but putting that aside, how do you feel now? Issei inquired. I feel strange having a human form, but I'll get used to it over time, Kiri answered. I understand. You must be hungry, right? Issei said, just as Kiri's stomach growled, making her blush. I'll take that as a yes. I don't know if you want to come down, Issei said, and Kiri nodded, so they headed to the kitchen. Issei asked her to hide her features, and she agreed, but he forgot that some people were still in the house. They went down to the kitchen, where Issei began preparing food. The residents included Kaneko, Asia, Samuel, Ravel, Ross, and Rias. The others had gone out. The smell of food wafted through the air, drawing them downstairs. They were surprised to find a white-haired girl there and were about to ask who she was when Issei emerged with a plate of spaghetti and handed it to Kiri. Everyone was astonished that Issei had prepared it, but they were even more surprised by Kiri's next words. Oda-san, this is delicious, Kiri said. Those present were unaware of this detail, and even Samuel was shocked that Issei had a daughter. If you want more, just let me know, but don't choke on it, Issei warned as Kiri savored the food, getting a bit messy in the process. Issei wiped her mouth clean. You really haven't changed at all, Issei remarked. Ods, I'm sleepy, Kiri said after finishing her meal. Issei simply picked her up and left the room. Everyone watched how Issei behaved, still struggling to wrap their heads around the idea of him being a father. They didn't know how to feel but figured they would ask him later, though they dismissed that idea since he wasn't very communicative, except for Asia, who might have a better chance of getting him to open up. Issei laid Kiri down on her bed. Noticing it was almost night, he changed into his work uniform. Tails would stay at the house to look after Kiri, while Issei slipped out of the window as usual. When he arrived at the bar, he saw it was bustling with customers, so he got to work. Everyone already knew Issei. They were aware he was young and that Japan prohibited young people from working, but he seemed to have no issues with it. As the shift came to an end, he was about to head back when Slender called for him, so he went to his office. You called for me? Issei asked as he entered the office. Well, Issei, I wanted to talk to you about possibly needing a representative in case we have to present ourselves to others, Slender explained. What do you mean? Issei asked. Issei, supernatural beings have already had contact with other creepypastas, or rather, the enemy, but I feel that at some point we will need to meet with the others. I consulted with them, and they agreed that you should be the one. So I'm asking you, do you want to be our representative? Of course, Tails will be with you, Slender said. Could I have some time to think about it? This is all quite sudden, Issei replied. Of course, when you have an answer, come to my office. It doesn't matter if you refuse, it's just an option. No one here will force you to do it, Slender assured him as Issei left the office and headed back to the residence. Becoming the representative. Well, I'm not saying it's a bad idea, but I need to think it through, Issei pondered, realizing that taking on such a role would be burdensome, but who knows, maybe he would actually like the idea. A week has passed, and everyone is preparing for a TV interview. Issei found himself at school, a change from his usual underworld surroundings. Although he hadn't been invited to this place, he was drawn into a battle that had unfolded. 3 notable events marked his day. First, he introduced Kiri to the other members of their group. Sally was thrilled, excited to play more games with her friend, and Issei felt a warm affection watching their interaction. The second significant event was Issei's rematch with Razor. This time, Issei emerged victorious after a hard-fought battle. He had put in considerable effort, and Razor, serious from the start, didn't let his guard down. Issei found it challenging to win without using his gear, but Razor acknowledged that if Issei didn't tap into 100% of his power, it was difficult to defeat him. This revelation made everyone ponder. Issei had only unleashed his full strength once, during a moment of rage against Diodora, which hardly counted. The third development was the revelation that Issei was a father. Miki and Goro felt a pang of sadness for not being informed sooner, but they were surprised to see Issei adopt a paternal attitude toward Kiri. Meanwhile, during Marcos's training, he struggled to master the trident, finding the energy consumption exhausting and limiting his opportunities to practice. After an interview, a tense situation arose between Rias and Marcos. Rias wanted something from him, but Marcos misunderstood, leading to frustration among the club members, including his sister. As Rias hurried down the hallway, she accidentally bumped into Issei. "Oh, sorry Issei. I didn't see you there," Rias said. "Don't worry, Gremry-senpai. Can I ask why you were running?" Issei replied. "It's just something your brother did, nothing more," Rias said. "Did he call you Bucho again?" Issei asked, surprising her. "What?" Rias began to respond. "I can see and hear the others. Do you want to talk about it?" Issei offered. "Would it be a problem for you?" Rias asked. "I have time. Shall we?" Issei suggested, leading her to a quieter spot. Aquino and Samuel, who had been following Rias, were curious about what was happening. It was unusual for Issei to take the initiative, so they decided to follow. Issei led Rias outside to a park. After searching for a place to sit, he went to get some canned drinks, and Rias accepted one. "So tell me, what did that idiot Marcos do?" Issei asked. "Seriously, do I have to tell you this?" Rias replied. "Not necessarily, but if you didn't need help, you wouldn't have accepted my invitation," Issei pointed out. "I understand," Rias said, taking a sip of her drink. After a moment of silence, Rias spoke up. "To him, I'm just Bucho and nothing more. He calls the others by their names, but to me, it's just that." "I understand," Issei replied. "He promises to protect me and the others." "It all started when Ravel got a call from her mother asking her to ask your brother to protect her," Rias explained. "I see," Issei said, taking another sip. "You know, he should realize that. It's not hard with the things I ask, but he still struggles to see it," Rias continued. "And what do you want from him?" Issei asked. "I want him to call me by my name," Rias said. Issei paused before responding. "What a strange request," Issei said. "How is that strange?" Rias said, annoyed. Aquino and Samuel, listening from a distance, shared her irritation. "Gremry-senpai wants me to say something without holding back," Issei said. "Go ahead and enlighten me if you can," Rias challenged him. "You're supposed to be someone of great beauty and intelligence, but this makes me think you're facing a typical problem," Issei said. "What do you mean by that?" Rias asked. "I mean you don't see it from our perspective as men," Issei clarified. "I don't understand," Rias replied. "Let me put it this way, we men won't pick up on hints unless a woman is direct about what she wants. If you ask something too general, don't expect it to turn out the way you like," Issei explained. "And how do you know that?" Rias asked. "Because I have a girlfriend," Issei said. "You have a girlfriend?" Rias said, surprised, and she wasn't alone in her reaction. "Yep, and she's patient with me. If I have questions or doubts, she helps me. In a way, she compliments me," Issei said. "So she's been through this before," Rias noted. "Yep, or in this case, she was direct with me, which helped avoid a problem. In love, it shouldn't matter if one person calls the other by a nickname. If it's love, how you address each other shouldn't matter," Issei added. "So you call her by her name?" Rias asked. "Yeah, I call her by her name, but I used to call her by her last name until she asked me to use her first name," Issei explained. "She means a lot to you, doesn't she?" Rias said. "Too much," Issei replied with a smile. It was unusual for Rias to see him smile. "You should do it more often," Rias suggested. "Do what?" Issei asked. Issei's smile faded as he spoke. "Smiling gives a different impression to everyone," Rias remarked. "Well, that will only be with people I completely trust. For now, let's leave it at that," Issei replied. "But I have to thank you for this. You remind me of someone else," Rias said. "Who do I remind you of?" Issei asked. "Just someone who helps me and my friends with other matters," Rias explained. "Well, If you don't need any more advice, I'll take my leave, Issei said, heading toward the house. As Rias walked away, she apologized to Marcos for how she had handled things, her thoughts drifting to night. As Issei made his way home, he conversed with Kurz. Even without being knight, you still help others, Kurz noted. Partially, Issei replied. Why did you do it? TD asked. I don't know, maybe being knight has rubbed off on me, or it could just be a whim. Honestly, who knows why I did it? It was just an impulse, Issei admitted. Lately, you've been having those impulses. The name a pay dragon, the program, the Security armor, feeling like Drake is your partner. Don't you think those are signs of something? TD pointed out. Maybe, but for now, let's leave it at that. I don't want to get into quantum laws and all that. Besides, Kiri must be hungry. Knowing her, she tries to finish everything in the fridge, Issei said, quickening his pace toward home. Upon arriving, he felt relieved to find Kiri in his room. Although she could still transform into a kitsune, she preferred to remain in her human form and hide her kitsune traits from others. As always, Kiri greeted him. Have you eaten yet? Issei asked. Yes, Asia Okasan fed me, Kiri replied. It seemed she had taken a liking to Asia and a bit to Kaneko, Issei thought. Ready to go? Issei asked. Of course, Kiri said as she stepped out of the house. At least I wish Kari-chan knew about the supernatural, Issei mused as he left with Kiri. 3 days later, the battle against Sarorg's entourage was set to take place on Agar's territory, having garnered everyone's attention. Upon arrival, they were nearly bombarded with questions from all sides, but thanks to Issei and Tails, they managed to get into a limousine that Ravel had arranged. During the ride, Azazel asked Ravel if she wanted to be Marcos's personal representative. This made one of Aquino's eyebrows twitch, but she managed to keep her composure. Ravel replied that she would think about it. When they arrived at the building for the confrontation, they encountered Hades. Who would have thought I'd run into the god of the dead, Hades? Azazel said. Fa, I could say the same about the crows that have been making noise lately, Hades replied, glancing at Marcos. The Welsh dragon. I still remember when you and the vanishing dragon caused trouble in the underworld, Hades said. You know him, Drake? Marcos asked. It was a long time ago, I don't remember very well, Drake replied. Hades locked eyes with Tails. You are neither alive nor dead, Hades stated. I recommend you avoid meddling in matters that don't concern you if you don't want to encounter an unpleasant surprise, TD warned. The atmosphere grew tense, even Azazel wouldn't dare confront Hades, but the tension dissipated as Hades turned his gaze to Issei. You are alive, but for some reason, your essence is different, Hades remarked. I'd rather not know what essence you'd find, so please don't scan me, Issei requested. Hades ceased his scrutiny and stepped back. So that's Hades, TD said. Yes, Azazel confirmed. Then Poseidon and Zeus will be around, TD said, which wasn't far from the truth, as this battle had attracted attention from other regions. As they headed to their assigned room, they ran into Zeus and Poseidon. They also managed to stop Ross from chasing Odin, as she had started to run after him upon encountering him. Fortunately, they caught her in time. They arrived at their room, where they unexpectedly found Razor casually greeting them. Rias and Razor were good friends, and they chatted for a while before he left. Marcos was called away by Surzex, who departed. Tails felt a familiar presence and slipped away without drawing anyone's attention, making his way to the roof of the building. Alright, tell me, are you going to come out of there, Sonic? TD said, causing shadows to gather and Sonic to emerge. It seems you could feel me, Sonic said. What are you doing here? TD asked, charging a bit of energy in his hand. Relax, I'm not here to fight, I'm here to warn you, Sonic replied. Warn me? Coming from you, I'm not sure I can trust your words, TD said. Believe what you want, I'm just here to tell you that they are creating an extremely powerful being, Sonic said. A powerful being. Don't ask for details that even I don't know, Sonic said. Is that all you came for? TD replied. Oh, and thanks to the Heroes faction, a disturbance in the supernatural realm has occurred. I'll just tell you that Shadow and Vala, along with their team, will be protecting these areas. See you, Sonic said, disappearing into the shadows. Well, why would you tell me this knowing we are enemies? It seems that not having them with us makes us revisit old matters, TD thought as he withdrew from there. He entered, and it seemed that no one noticed his presence. They all waited until nightfall to confront each other. Issei and Tails took their seats where Ravel and Irina were supporting from the sidelines. Azazel went elsewhere, introducing the teams, which had 2 guests acting as commentators. Azazel, which surprised the Gremory entourage, and the current champion of the raiding game, Diehauser Belial. After that, they moved on to the rules, which were not complicated since they were using a game mode called Dice Figure. In this mode, both kings would roll a 6-sided die, and depending on the number rolled, they would accumulate points based on the value of each piece, except for the king, for which they would decide the value. They could not send the same piece consecutively, and finally, both groups would receive 1 Phoenix tier. It turned out that those with more than 1 pawn would have that as their value. In the end, the king's values were as follows. Serorg had 12 and Rias had with that established. The raiding game began. Both kings rolled the dice, resulting in A to keep their plans secret. A dome covered the entourages of both kings. Only 5 minutes passed before both decided. In the end, both kings sent out a knight. Serorg wore a smile, but Rias did too. The question remained, which pieces would they send into battle? In the battlefield the pieces sent were a knight from Serorg and another knight from Rias, who turned out to be Zenobia. Nice to meet you. I am a knight serving Serorg Belsama. My name is Baruka Furkas, and my partner Altabrow can reach celestial speeds. I was hoping for Kibadano, but I'm fine with you, Zenoviadano, Baruka said. Likewise, nice to meet you, but now it's time for battle, Zenovia replied, holding Durandal high. Let the first match begin, the commentator announced, starting the combat. Baruka and his partner began to run to gain more speed. Zenovia also started running to clash her sword against Baruka's lance, which was impressive since she matched his speed. Zenovia made a horizontal cut, forcing Baruka to dodge with his partner. Thinking to press on, Zenovia charged at them again to deliver a vertical cut, causing Baruka to evade the attack backward. Impressive, but you'll need to do more if you want to win, Baruka said as he multiplied. You can do that too, Zenovia replied. Wait, you can do it too. Baruka said as Zenovia summoned Excalibur Nightmare and also multiplied with Durandal, though they were just illusions. That's not all, Zenovia said, launching herself at the clones. He didn't defend himself, thinking they were illusions, but he realized too late that all his clones had disappeared, receiving a diagonal cut to his chest. You did well, Baruka said, disappearing from there. I say the same, Zenovia replied, returning to the others. The first victory goes to the Gremory family, the commentator announced, exciting the audience. Rias and Serorg rolled the dice again, this time resulting in an orange dome covered them once more, and soon the pieces they had sent appeared on the battlefield. 2 circles appeared on both sides, revealing Kaneko and Kiba, along with 2 others. One was a rook named Ladora Bune, and the other was a bishop named Mistida Sabnok. The combat began. Let the second match begin, the announcer declared, and a sound rang out. Kaneko dashed toward Gandoma, landing a punch to the face, but Gandoma didn't flinch from the blow. He attempted to retaliate, but Kaneko dodged. As soon as Kaneko touched the ground, she launched herself again, this time striking him in the stomach, but again, Gandoma didn't budge. Kaneko, undeterred, repeated the punches to his stomach and then backed off. She unleashed her Nikomata mode. During training, she had managed to release her second tail, but for now, she would only unleash one. She charged again, her strikes now enhanced with Senjutsu, causing Gandoma to feel some pain. Tired of this, he caught one of Kaneko's punches and attempted to hit her back, but Kaneko reacted quickly, delivering a powerful kick to his face. Gandoma, struck by that, released Kaneko's hand, allowing her to continue her combo. Hey, Gremory Knight, Libin called out to Kiba, who turned but felt a gravitational pull that forced him to the ground, supporting himself on one foot. Rias was surprised by this but quickly shook her head. Kiba could barely stand but noticed that Libin's eyes were glowing yellow. This is my sacred gear. Gravity jail. Wherever my vision lands, gravity will affect it, Libin explained. But your weakness is that you have to be looking at the target, Kiba countered. Libin would have continued if he hadn't had to dodge a blue fireball. Libin kept his focus but realized Kiba had summoned his sacred demonic sword. He wondered what Kiba would do but had to jump as swords appeared beneath him. What he couldn't dodge was a blue fireball heading toward him, but he summoned a mirror that reflected the attack. I didn't want to show this, but you leave me no choice. Balance breaker. Kiba declared, and swords appeared beside him, transforming into armor. Libin was surprised, but the armors charged at him. With no other option, he had to deactivate his balance breaker to fend off the armor's attacks. Kiba, feeling liberated, used his night speed to not give Libin any respite. Gandoma, despite wanting to keep up, found it difficult to cope. In a final blow, Kaneko struck Gandoma in the stomach, causing him to kneel, and then she kicked him in the head, knocking him out of the game. She was about to help Kiba when she realized he had defeated Libin, and they withdrew together. The audience watching was thrilled. Serorg had a smile, as it seemed he was quite interested in his cousin's entourage. When they rolled the dice again, it resulted in a this time, Serorg had fewer pieces. They had eliminated 3 of his pieces. He was about to speak when someone interjected, his other bishop, Coriana Andrealphus. No one understood what was happening until she pointed at Samuel. Seeing it as a challenge, she stepped forward to accept. The crowd erupted with excitement, not knowing what could happen next. Serorg and Rias exchanged glances and nodded, indicating their agreement. Samuel and Coriana were transported to another location. In the battlefield, both appeared and introduced themselves as the combat began. From what I understand, your elemental magic is quite good, Coriana said, summoning a circle from which ice stakes floated around her. And you're not mistaken, Samuel replied as a circle appeared, releasing water ball around her. They waited until the sound signaled the start of the battle and began launching their magic. Samuel was careful to avoid being hit by a stake, as she needed to be cautious not to get pierced. Coriana was also on guard as Samuel launched her water ball, which, if observed closely, were under high pressure, meaning that when they exploded, they could cause lethal cuts. She learned this technique after watching Issei use it against Razor. They didn't realize that as they dodged each other's magic, they were striking their surroundings, raising a cloud of dust that obscured visibility. They halted their attacks, remaining still because they relied on sound, and with their enhanced senses, they waited to catch even the slightest noise. Samuel didn't know what to do until she picked up a small stone and threw it to the side. Coriana, hearing that, launched her ice stakes, but it was a trap. Samuel took advantage of this and launched a water ball, piercing Coriana's stomach. She began to disappear, but at the last moment, she threw an ice stake that also pierced Samuel's stomach, causing both to vanish from the game. Their withdrawal was announced, and Rias and the others were surprised to learn that they had achieved a tie, but they had to set that aside. Rias and Serorg rolled the dice again, obtaining, and the orange dome covered them again, and it didn't take long for the selected pieces to appear on the field. In the battlefield this time, the selected pieces were Asia and Gasper against 2 others who turned out to be a rook and a bishop. The rook introduced herself as Ladora Bune and the bishop as Mistita Sabnok, and the combat began. Asia was wearing gloves and had her sword with her. Gasper transformed into a vampire. Asia approached a rock, and everyone was puzzled until her answer came quickly. She was lifting a rock nearly the size of a normal house, smiling as if it were nothing. Ravel shivered at the sight, recalling how Asia had effortlessly uprooted a tree the last time they faced each other. Ladora and Mistita didn't understand what was happening since she was a bishop, but they had to dodge the rock as Asia hurled it at them. Asia ran to another rock, throwing it at them. Tired of this, Ladora began to transform into a dragon. Asia, seeing this, raised her sword, while Mistita activated her sacred gear, causing marks to appear on Asia. Mistita smiled, thinking she had sealed the sword's power, but Asia remained unfazed, simply smiling back. Gasper-san, watch out for this attack, Asia said, raising her sword high. Gasper distanced himself as much as possible from the area. Ledora and Mistita didn't understand why she said that. They thought she had gone crazy, but Asia just raised her sword. What attack is that? Issei was about to ask when Asia began to spin, and her sword started to elongate. Everyone was surprised to see that attack, except for Rias and her entourage, excluding Zenobia, Ross, and Irina, who felt nostalgic as that attack was a special one from Issei. He was surprised, as was Ravel, since they hadn't expected Asia to execute it. Mistita and Ledora braced themselves, using a magical circle for protection, while Ledora thought her rook defense would suffice. What they didn't expect was that the attack was too fast, causing cuts on both pieces. They were about to flee when Gasper, from a distance, stopped both of them, preventing them from moving. Asia didn't stop until it was enough. Gasper unfroze them to return to Asia, but Serorg's pieces were disappearing. In a last-ditch effort, Ledora launched a fireball at Gasper, causing him to vanish as well. Asia didn't know what had happened but regretted not being able to defend Gasper in time and returned to her friends. "Excuse me, Tsuma, that technique, wasn't it Night Sans?" Ravel asked. "Yes, but I didn't teach it to her," TD replied. "Neither did I," Issei added. "It seems little Asia wanted to keep something of yours," TD remarked. Issei said nothing, a faint blush on his cheeks, though it was hidden by his mask. Rias and Serorg rolled the dice again, resulting in the dome covered them once more, and this time the pieces sent by both kings were their queens. In the battlefield, Aquino appeared alongside Serorg's queen, Keisha Abaddon. As soon as the combat began, Aquino launched elemental magic, but Keisha countered it with her own elemental magic. Seeing this, Aquino charged at her, catching her off guard. Aquino began a combo of punches, forcing Keisha to defend herself, though it was clear that Aquino was taking the lead. In a moment of carelessness from Aquino, Keisha seized the opportunity to land a punch to her stomach, pushing her away. Aquino felt the blow. It hurt a lot, but not as much as she expected. Aquino summoned her fallen half to invoke her sacred lightning, but Keisha summoned holes that absorbed Aquino's sacred lightning and vanished the holes, appearing close to Aquino and redirecting her lightning back at her. Aquino, seeing this, shielded herself as best she could, but the force was too much, causing her to disappear, declaring Keisha the winner. We are nearing the end of the game. Serorg Bale has 2 pieces left, while Rias Gremory still has 6 pieces. Any comments from our guests? The commentator said, "Both teams did well. The question remains, what will happen next?" Azazel remarked, "From my perspective, it's interesting to see how each piece performs," Diehauser added. "You heard the guests, now what number will they roll?" the commentator asked. The result of the dice was now Serorg entered the fray, and the combatants were Ross, Kiba, and Zenobia. In the battlefield, Serorg appeared alongside the previously mentioned fighters. "It seems Rias sent you out, maybe she has matured a bit, or perhaps they just want to avenge their comrades," Serorg said. "We lean more towards the second option," Kiba replied, summoning his sword, while Ross simply waited, and Zenobia held Durandal in front of her. "I see. If that's the case, then I'll show you my strength," Serorg declared as the seals on his arms dissolved, revealing a white aura around him, Tuki, and thus the battle commenced. Serorg moved at a greater speed. Ross reacted quickly, putting an arm in front of him, but even with protection, he was sent flying. Ross recovered, but he couldn't move his arm. Serorg approached Kiba at the same speed, but Kiba responded similarly, defending himself with his sword against Serorg's strikes. He was surprised to see a knight keeping pace with him, so he increased the speed of his strikes slightly, landing a blow to Kiba's stomach. Zenobia charged an attack with Durandal against Serorg, but he was able to withstand and deflect the attack with just the white aura surrounding him. Ross took the opportunity to shoot his magic at Serorg, who simply crossed his arms in an X to defend against the attack, raising a cloud of dust. Ross stopped to stand beside Kiba and Zenobia. When the dust settled, Serorg appeared unscathed. "That's his strength, it's impressive. As a show of gratitude, I'll give it my all," Serorg said, manifesting his Tuki and charging a blow to launch a powerful attack forward, resembling a blue sphere that shot rapidly toward the 3. Zenobia and Kiba managed to dodge in time, but Ross couldn't, resulting in her elimination from the game. Kiba reacted quickly and slashed at Serorg's arm, but he protected himself with Tuki, breaking Kiba's sword. Zenobia appeared to deliver a cut to Serorg's arm, but he covered himself with Tuki. Instead of delivering another cut, Zenobia began applying force to cut through Serorg's arm. Kiba also assisted, gripping the handle of Durandal and starting to sever Serorg's arm completely, surprising everyone. Serorg merely held his right arm slightly. "Impressive," Serorg said, delivering a rapid combo of kicks to Zenovia's stomach, launching her away and eliminating her. He then approached Kiba, grabbing him by the head and dragging him across the ground, throwing him into the air and striking him in the ribs. "You may be invincible, but at least we created an opportunity for the others," Kiba said before disappearing from the game. Serorg simply went to retrieve his arm, appearing before his remaining pieces to apply the Phoenix Tear. "Impressive, don't you think, Knight?" TD remarked. "I do believe so," Issei replied. "Especially those seals. They resemble my bracelets, with the only difference being that his limit his power while mine enhance strength and speed." The dice rolled a result of 9, and the dome reformed. Keisha entered, as she and Serorg were the only ones left to fight, aside from the pawn they had. From Rias's side came Kaneko and Asia. In the battlefield the pieces from both entourages appeared. Asia and Kaneko prepared themselves while Keisha merely stretched, signaling the start of the battle. "I hope you're ready because we won't hold back now," Kaneko said, unleashing two tails, while Asia simply gripped her sword. Keisha paid no mind to their words. Kaneko dashed rapidly at her, catching her off guard, and landed a senjutsu-charged punch to her stomach, sending Keisha flying upward. Asia began attacking with her sword, which stretched with each strike. Keisha started summoning circles for protection, which almost worked, but it didn't prevent her from receiving a few cuts. Kaneko dashed toward her again. This time, Keisha was not caught off guard and began dodging the blows. Instead of attacking with her sword, Asia also approached Keisha, delivering punches. Keisha didn't expect this. She thought a rook and bishop specialized in other areas, not in close combat. Seeing this, Asia and Kaneko struck at the same point, causing "I accept," Rias replied. There you have it, folks. The next battle will be the decisive one between both teams, the commentator announced as Rias and Marcos headed to the battlefield alongside Serorg and the remaining pawn. On the battlefield, it seems Rias Gremory has decided that her bishop will be her alternative, the commentator remarked as the named individuals appeared. "Let the final match between Bale and Gremory begin," he declared, signaling the start of the fight. "Rias, let me tell you something," Serorg said. "What is it?" Rias asked. "Your family cares about you, which makes me a bit jealous of how much they worry for you," Serorg admitted. "I don't think that's the case with you," Rias replied. "What do you mean?" Serorg inquired. "You have people who care about you too. Your pieces follow you loyally, and your mother has advised and cared for you since you were a child," Rias explained. "Haha, it seems you've matured a bit," Serorg said, turning his gaze to Marcos. "Enough talk, I want to see what Sekyuudai can do," Serorg declared. "Oh, believe me, I will show you. I still owe you a beating for what you did to my friends," Marcos replied as he invoked his balance breaker. "Come on, Hyoudou," Serorg called. Marcos surged forward, and Serorg did the same, enveloping himself in a bit of Tuki to propel himself as well. They both landed punches to each other's faces. Feeling the impact, Marcos and Serorg exchanged another blow, their fists colliding. Marcos seized the opportunity to kick Serorg, but he countered by deflecting the kick and responded with a punch to the stomach. Marcos managed to dodge the blow, but for every strike thrown, the other anticipated it immediately. They were responding so quickly that there was no time for a breather. Meanwhile, Rias was about to face Serorg's pawn, who removed his mask and began transforming into a golden lion, much to Azazel's surprise. "Impressive that Serorg's pawn transformed into a lion," the commentator noted. "But it's not just any lion, it's the Nemean lion," Azazel corrected. "The Nemean lion?" the commentator asked. "A lion that faced Heracles in ancient mythology. It was sealed in the sacred gear, becoming one of the 13 Longinus. It was said to be so strong that it could break the earth with a single blow, a weapon in the form of an axe that can transform into a giant lion. Regulus Nemia, Azazel explained. Wasn't that Longinus thought to be lost? The commentator asked. It was lost, but I heard that its previous emissary died, Azazel replied. Serorg and Marcos, who had been fighting, paused at this revelation. Indeed, his previous MSTR is dead. When I found him, an unknown group had assassinated him, but the axe transformed into a lion and ended up killing that group, which is why I included him in my family, Serorg stated. A Longinus with will and intelligence that can move without a... Very interesting, Azazel remarked. Without MSTR, its power is unstable, which is why I keep it close during matches, Serorg explained. Now I understand why you never sent it out at the beginning,